I had just returned to the company when HR managerly called me into a small meeting room. After a lot of pointless talk, the main point was clear. "Qinjiao, you're fired," was the manager's last words. The company would pay me compensation equivalent to 4 months' salary, totaling 28,000 yuan. While it stung a little, thinking about the compensation cheered me up. I'm not the sentimental type, and the money softened the blow. As I walked back to my desk, I felt more relieved than upset. This job had me working from 9 to 8 daily, with endless overtime on weekends. I had long wanted to leave. With just 3 months to the new year, I decided I'd go home, rest for a while, and maybe finally get my driver's license. Job hunting could wait until next year. At my desk, I eagerly checked my savings. My monthly salary started at 4,500 yuan during my internship, then rose to 5,500 after probation, and finally reached 7,000 this year after promotion. Despite working for 3 years, my savings barely totaled over 50,000 yuan, including some money I'd saved since childhood. Life isn't easy, I sighed, but the 28,000 yuan compensation and this month's salary added up to a decent amount. With 88,000 yuan in total, I could afford a few months of peace. I treated myself to a good dinner with friends to celebrate leaving this exhausting job. By the end of October, I had a farewell meal with colleagues, packed my things, and headed home early the next morning. My dad, grinning ear to ear, came to pick me up at the station. He handed me 2,000 yuan as pocket money, winking and telling me not to tell Mom. My dad's little stash wasn't really a secret, but I didn't plan to freeload at home forever. I'd eventually find a new job. Back in White Sand Village, I felt a sense of peace. This seaside village, with its mountains and beaches, was the perfect retreat. At home, I was greeted by my mom, who fussed over me as usual, saying I looked thinner. My grandparents had also gone out of their way to gather fresh seafood for me. Our yard was full of fruit trees I loved, and even our dog, a chubby yellow mutt, was thrilled to see me. Life here was simple, but full of love. My family's small businesses, a convenience store, a delivery station, and my dad's fishing gear shop, kept us comfortable. For now, I decided to enjoy my time at home, savoring the fresh seafood my grandparents prepared and the carefree days in the village. I volunteered to cook dinner tonight with my mom and grandma helping out. The 3 of us laughed and chatted as we quickly whipped up 5 dishes: steamed grouper, steamed crab, stir-fried clams, cola chicken wings, and stir-fried lettuce, all my favorite foods. Before eating, my mom and I couldn't resist snapping a bunch of photos to share on social media. Only after showing off did I serve the rice and eagerly call everyone to eat. At the table, my grandma and mom kept piling food into my bowl while asking me all sorts of questions. My dad and grandpa didn't say much, but their smiles said it all. It felt so warm and happy to be with my family. After dinner, my mom sent me off to bed early. The freshly sun-dried sheets smelled warm and cozy, and I rolled around on the bed, thinking how nothing beats being home. Listening to the sounds of frogs and distant waves, I quickly fell asleep and even dreamed of catching a big lobster and loads of crabs by the sea. The next morning, sunlight poured into my room, making everything feel warm and bright. The blue sky and fluffy clouds outside the window put me in a great mood. After breakfast, I found my grandparents preparing tools to go clamming by the beach. Excited, I asked to join them, remembering my dream from the night before. We rode an electric tricycle to the beach. The sight of the vast blue sea, white sand, and seagulls flying above was breathtaking. I felt like I was in a picture-perfect postcard. As the tide receded, people gathered to collect stranded clams, crabs, and small fish. I couldn't wait to join them. At a quieter part of the beach, while searching for clams, I suddenly heard a little girl's voice in my head. "Heko, I'm the clamming system, ID 101. Would you like to bind with me?" I froze, looking around to make sure no one was nearby. Was I hearing things? Or was this some kind of prank? The voice repeated itself. "Host, I am the clamming system, ID 101. You can call me Xiaoming. Would you like to bind with the system?" Finally, it clicked. This was a system like in those novels I read. Excitement bubbled up inside me, but I forced myself to stay calm. Before agreeing, I asked, what does the system do? Are there mandatory tasks or punishments? The system explained in a childlike voice, the clamming system helps you find more treasures during clamming and earn money. There are no mandatory tasks or punishments. You can upgrade the system using points earned while clamming. Relieved, I decided to bind with the system. It felt like a small stroke of luck had finally come my way. After binding with the system, a glowing white light appeared in my mind. It introduced itself as Xiaoming, the clamming system. I was relieved to learn our conversations were private, and no one else could hear them. Xiaoming asked me to claim my starter pack, and I eagerly agreed. The items seemed ordinary at first: sunscreen, gloves, waterproof boots, and strange-looking glasses. But Xiaoming explained their unique features. The sunscreen would prevent tanning even under intense sunlight, the gloves protected my hands from crab pinches, and the boots kept my feet comfortable and odor-free. Most exciting were the glasses, which had a 1-meter X-ray vision capability for spotting hidden seafood, usable for 1 hour daily. Thrilled, I quickly put on the glasses. Immediately, I could see beneath the sand around me, tiny creatures, clams, and even larger seafood hidden in the ground. It was incredible. I began walking along the beach, spotting a massive cluster of clams buried under the sand. Using a salt trick I'd learned, I coaxed clams out of their holes and quickly filled my bucket. It felt amazing to see results so easily. Soon I moved on, finding a large cat's eye snail hidden in the sand. It sprayed water at me, but I didn't mind. It was a unique find, and I knew it could sell for a good price. With each discovery, I became more excited, feeling like I'd unlocked a new way to turn clamming into a profitable adventure. By the time I looked at my bucket, it was already heavy with seafood, and I couldn't stop smiling. This system was my golden ticket, and I couldn't wait to see what else I could discover. With the X-ray glasses, I quickly dug up all the cat's eye snails hiding under the sand. They were big, but unfortunately few, only 12 in total. While digging, I also found a few small octopuses buried nearby. Time flew as I worked, and soon I realized the X-ray vision only had 10 minutes left. The tide was coming in, so I decided to return to the area with the clams I'd spotted earlier. Using the glasses to see their exact locations, I dug up the biggest ones with ease. It was so satisfying, almost addictive. But then, just as I was getting into the rhythm, the X-ray vision shut off. Xiaoming, the system, reminded me that the time limit was up. I sighed. It was such a useful tool, and I wished it lasted longer. But Xiaoming reassured me that as I earned points and upgraded, the duration and range would improve. Even without the glasses, I continued digging clams in the area. Before long, my bucket was completely full and too heavy to lift easily. I sorted everything: clams in one net, cat's eye snails in another, and the remaining octopuses in the bucket. My haul was pretty impressive, and my grandma came over to check it out, praising the size of my catch. We decided to sell most of it at the village seafood collection station, keeping a little for ourselves. At the station, my second uncle, who ran the place, gave me a fair price: 26 yuan per pound for clams, 38 for the cat's eye snails, and 5 for the smaller clams. Altogether, I earned 472 yuan in just 1 hour of work. That was more than I used to make in a whole day. As I rode home on the tricycle, I couldn't stop smiling. If I could earn this much daily, I'd be making over 14,000 yuan a month, double my old job salary. The system's X-ray vision was incredible, and I was already excited to upgrade it for longer use. For now, I plan to keep clamming, earn more points, and see just how far the system could take me. After getting home, I immediately checked my system panel. I had 472 points, all earned from selling the seafood I gathered earlier. The points converted exactly as promised. 1 yuan equaled 1 point. While I was happy to see the system worked, I couldn't help but sigh. It's still so little. When will I ever save up 10,000 points to level up? Xiaoming, the system, suggested I check the store for tools that could help me earn faster. I hesitated since I wanted to save for upgrades, but curiosity got the better of me. I browsed the store, finding various tools priced from affordable to outrageously expensive. I added a sand shovel, iron shovel, and multi-purpose grabber to my cart. These would speed up digging and help me handle tricky catches like crabs and eels. After shopping, I only had 72 points left. Looking at my now empty balance, I sighed again. Hopefully, I'll have a good catch this afternoon. Xiaoming reminded me I'd used up my X-ray vision time for the day. I panicked, but quickly pleaded with her to treat this morning as a trial run. Luckily, Xiaoming agreed, giving me another hour of vision for the afternoon. Feeling relieved, I sweet-talked her, saying, "Call me Tang Tang from now on. We're friends, right?" Xiaoming agreed innocently, not realizing I was buttering her up for future favors. At lunch, I cooked up a feast: stir-fried octopus, clam custard, seaweed soup, and fresh veggies. My family showered me with praise, leaving me grinning like a fool. But when my mom slyly suggested I take over cooking all the family meals, I realized I'd walked into a trap. After a quick nap, I headed to the rocky beach for the afternoon tide. The area was bustling with villagers already clamming and fishing. Competition was fierce since the resources were limited, but I was determined to make the most of it. The rocky area was known for having bigger, more valuable catches, so I parked my tricycle nearby and got to work. The first thing I spotted was a small sand crab digging near my feet. It was adorable, but I had my sights set on bigger treasures. With my new tools and an extra hour of X-ray vision, I hoped to uncover something valuable and boost my points further. Continuing to the left from the beach, it turns into a rocky shore. Upon reaching the boundary between the sandy beach and the rocky area, Chenjiao keenly spotted a moon snail half buried in the sand. "You little guy, couldn't you hide a bit better?" "Hee hee, lucky for me." Chen Jiao picked up the moon snail and skillfully squeezed out the water from its shell, finding the process surprisingly satisfying. Moon snail plus one humans are social creatures, and so are moon snails. Scanning the surroundings, she quickly spotted several more small mounds nearby. Even without her X-ray glasses, Chen Jiao's years of seaside foraging experience told her they concealed more moon snails. "Come out, my little treasures." Armed with a sand shovel purchased from the system shop, she effortlessly unearthed several moon snails from the mounds. Moon snail plus 5. These moon snails were impressively large. Just the 6 she found weighed over a pound. Turning around, she noticed an attractive large shack near the seaweed. "Oh, this moon scallop is quite big." Moon scallop. She picked up the moon scallop and tossed it into her bucket. Moon scallop plus 1. Moon scallops are round and large with thick shecks, usually weighing 1 pound for every 4 to 6 scallops. Their sturdy shecks make them suitable for crafts or decorations, but they're not as tasty as other clams and aren't very valuable, selling for only about 4 to 5 yuan per pound. At a spot where the tide had just receded, Chen Jiao noticed several tiny bubbling holes. With 2 quick digs, she uncovered another plump moon scallop. As she continued, she noticed more bubbling holes nearby, all promising a fresh catch. Before long, 6 plump moon scallops joined the others in her bucket. The tide had just gone out, so she wasn't in a hurry to explore the rocky area, choosing instead to keep digging for moon snails and moon scallops. After half an hour, the bucket at her feet was half filled with her finds, making her feel accomplished. Next, she pulled out a net bag and poured out the bucket's contents, about 10 pounds of sheckfish. However, sheckfish weren't worth much. The true treasures were hidden among the rocks. Thinking of this, Chen Jiao picked up her bucket and hurried toward the rocky shore ahead. The rocky shore connected to the beach consisted mostly of small stones. Beneath the rocks, various sheckfish and crabs often hid, and occasionally, she'd come across stranded fish or moray eels. Walking a few more minutes to the right, the rocky area featured larger rocks, creating pools that housed fish, eels, and larger crabs, the valuable catches. Unfortunately, before she could get far, she noticed 4 or 5 middle-aged men in straw hats already busy foraging there, the sound of water pumps filling the air. With too many people there, she knew the good finds wouldn't be enough to go around. Reluctantly, she stayed in the closer section of the rocky shore. Just then, A thought flashed in her mind. Tang Tang, there are quite a few treasures hidden in this part of the rocky shore. Excited, Chen Jiao asked, Xiaomeng, can you sense where exactly the good stuff is? Can you tell what it is? No, I can only sense that there are treasures in this area, but I don't know their exact locations or types. All right then. With that, she activated her X-ray glasses. Looking around with her enhanced vision, she quickly spotted a nest of moon snails beneath a rock the size of a pot lid at her feet. 1, 2, 8 of them. A whole family has to stick together. She tossed the entire family of moon snails into her bucket. Splash! A small water splash caught her attention from a puddle nearby. Her eyes lit up. Something's there, and it seems big. At a spot where the tide had just receded, several knee-high rocks surrounded a natural pool. A 3-pound pearl grouper was trapped inside, along with a few moon snails at the bottom. The pool was small, with water only reaching her calves, and the surrounding rocks prevented the fish from escaping. Rolling up her sleeves, Chen Jiao grabbed the net she brought from home and carefully approached the pool. Using the universal clamp from the system shop, she poked the grouper. The fish stayed still, allowing her to scoop it up effortlessly. As soon as it left the clamp, however, the grouper started wriggling wildly. Not bad at all. This fish weighs over 3 pounds. And this clamp is something else. She secured the fish and cheerfully retrieved the moon snails from the pool. This pearl grouper could fetch 35 yuan per pound at the buying station, an easy 100 yuan in her pocket. Xiaomeng wasn't wrong. There really are treasures here. Smiling broadly, she hummed a little tune as she continued scanning the rocky shore. Soon, she discovered another trapped fish, though smaller this time. Knowing many fish have sharp spines, some even venomous, she handled it cautiously despite wearing gloves. Using her net and clamp, she carefully guided the fish into the net. It's a tiger grouper, not as valuable as the pearl grouper. Despite her words, she happily placed the 2-pound tiger grouper into her bucket. Tiger groupers, typically yellow to light brown with dense fine brown spots, are delicious and grow quickly, making them a popular farmed species. However, they're not worth much due to their abundance. Tiger grouper, the smaller rocks in the area, didn't trap many fish, so Chen Jiao considered herself lucky with her catches so far. With her X-ray glasses, she quickly scanned beneath the rocks for better finds. She ignored cheaper seafood like clams and moon scallops, focusing on rarer treasures. That's a big orchid crab. Under a knee-high square rock, she spotted 2 orchid crabs in a rough little hole. One big, one small. She tried reaching in with her clamp, but the uneven rocks blocked her way. There was no choice but to move the rock itself. Weighing over 200 pounds, the rock would normally be immovable. But with her enhanced strength, she flipped it effortlessly. Once the rock was moved, the crabs immediately tried to escape in opposite directions. Chen Jiao quickly grabbed the larger crab with her hand. It clamped onto her thumb with its powerful claw, but thanks to her special gloves, she didn't feel a thing. With the big crab secured, she chased down the smaller one, which, despite its size, weighed a hefty 800 grams. The larger one felt like it weighed about 1.2 pounds. Orchid crab, she tied both crabs securely with zip ties and exclaimed, "These orchid crabs are huge. Time to strike it rich." Her face lit up with joy, revealing her adorable tiger-like canines. After taking just a few steps, Chen Jiao discovered another orchid crab under a piece of rotten wood thicker than her thigh. This one was as large as the big crab she caught earlier. As soon as the wood was flipped over, the startled orchid crab tried to escape. Unfortunately for it, after only a couple of steps, it was caught by Chen Jiao's trusty universal clamp and had no choice but to surrender. Before long, this crab was also securely tied up and placed in the bucket alongside the other 2. Just as she placed the crab in the bucket, she noticed a small jumping fish by the edge. Finding it too small, she left it behind with a look of disdain. Moon snail plus 2 octopus plus 1 when busy. Time always flies. Before she knew it, the X-ray function had only 10 minutes left. By this time, The tide had retreated completely, and Qinjiao found herself at a small rocky pit. Through the X-ray glasses, she saw a snake-like creature hiding beneath a medium-sized rock in the center of the pit. Snakes terrified her. Even when watching nature documentaries, she'd quickly close her eyes or change the channel when a snake appeared. But thinking about the potential earnings, she mustered the courage to approach. Ugh, bad jobs, good money. At the edge of the pit, she realized it wasn't a sea snake, but rather a sizable moray eel. Moray eels, resembling snakes with sharp teeth, typically feed on small fish and shrimp. They inhabit muddy tidal zones or rocky reefs, occasionally appearing in rocky shores like this one. Today must be my lucky day. A wild moray eel this size could fetch 50 to 60 yuan per pound, she exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Moray eels can bite, and Qinjiao had been bitten by one as a child, mistaking it for a sea snake and being scared half to death. Armed with her net and universal clamp, she waded into the pit, spotting a half-eaten small fish floating nearby, clearly the moray eel's snack. Approaching the eel, she saw a hole beneath the rock where it was coiled. With the clamp unable to reach it, she had to move the rock. In one swift motion, she kicked the rock aside. Before the moray eel could react, she clamped it securely. The universal clamp from the system proved its worth once again, as the eel stopped struggling after being caught. Moray eel with the eel now subdued, she quickly placed it in the bucket and lifted it. Not bad at all, feels like it weighs around 4 pounds. With little time left, Qinjiao hurried to search the area. Octopus plus 1 moon scallop plus 1 moon snail plus 4 octopus plus 2, with just 1 minute remaining on the X-ray glasses, she found another orchid crab wedged between 2 rocks. Her bright face lit up with a radiant smile. Did I stumble upon an orchid crab den today? They're everywhere. Although the gap between the rocks was small, her universal clamp made quick work of it. Once touched by the clamp, the crab obediently gave up. Orchid crab plus 1 pound. Today's haul is great. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks signaled the rising tide. Although her X-ray glasses were now useless, plenty of seafood still lingered in the rocky shore. Not ready to leave just yet, she continued wandering around. As the sun set, the rocky shore transformed into a stunning painting. Wow, so many moon scallops. A crevice was filled with plump moon scallops, their white shecks gleaming. Even without X-ray glasses, they were easy to spot. This wasn't just a family gathering, it was the whole village. Excited, she got to work. These were all money in the making. The scallops clung to the rocks, but with a bit of force, she plucked them off, each hand grabbing one. The sound of moon scallops dropping into the bucket was as satisfying as coins clinking. Her bucket now brimmed with her catch, and her face couldn't hide her joy. With the moon scallops collected, the tide began to rise. Carrying a heavy bucket and 2 nets full of shellfish, Qinjiao headed back, her steps light with satisfaction. On her way, she casually picked up a few more octopuses. Though she saw some pretty starfish, she didn't bother. Tasteless seafood had no soul in her book. Reaching a small rocky shore untouched by the rising tide, she emptied the nets and carefully sorted her haul. She had over 4 pounds of moon snails and a half-full bucket of moon scallops. Her bucket also contained a sizable pearl grouper, a 2-pound tiger grouper, and a 4-pound moray eel. Additionally, there were 4 securely tied orchid crabs and a handful of octopuses. By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sea golden, a breathtaking scene like a phone wallpaper. Under the sunset's glow, Qinjiao looked even more radiant against the stunning backdrop. Sunset with Qinjiao. After admiring the view for a while, she began loading her haul onto her electric tricycle. Meanwhile, other foragers were also packing up, some heading home with their catch, while others, like her, took their finds to sell. Beaming with pride, she loaded everything onto her tricycle and headed to her uncle's buying station. When she arrived, she saw several villagers already selling their catch. The place was bustling, filled with lively haggling and laughter from those with good hauls. Not wanting to be the center of attention, She stayed on her tricycle, waiting until most people had left. Once the crowd thinned, she eagerly carried her haul into the station. Uncle, I'm back. Oh, it's Tang Tang. What goodies did you get today? Take a look, you'll see it's all great stuff. Well, those orchid crabs are quite big, and you've got groupers and a moray eel too. You're really lucky today. And there's more, check these out. She lifted her 2 nets in front of her uncle. Moon scallops aren't worth much, but these moon snails are impressive, nice and big. Chun Jiao grinned. Uncle, give me a good price. If it's too low, I'll just take them home to eat. Her uncle playfully glared at her. You cheeky girl. I wouldn't cheat family now, would I? The evening at the pier, uncle gave a fairly good price for the seafood Chun Jiao brought. Orchid crabs are priced by size, between half a pound to 1 pound, 40 yuan per pound, over 1 pound, 55 yuan per pound.
Moray eels, 55 yuan per pound. Pearl groupers, 35 yuan per pound. Tiger groupers, 28 yuan per pound. Moon snails, 38 yuan per pound. Moon scallops, 5 yuan per pound.
Small octopuses, 30 yuan per pound. Having grown up foraging at the shore, Chen Jiao was familiar with seafood prices. Finding these rates reasonable, she nodded cheerfully. All right, we'll go with your prices, uncle. But I want to keep the tiger grouper for myself and 2 pounds of moon scallops. Sure, take what you want. She fetched 2 buckets from the buying station, sorting out what she planned to sell and what she would keep. In the end, she only kept the tiger grouper and a little over 2 pounds of moon scallops. After all, she was tired of eating clams every day, so a change in flavor would be nice. Uncle pulled out a calculator, weighing and calculating as he went. Moon snails, 4.5 pounds at 38 yuan per pound, 171 yuan total. Moon scallops, 10 pounds at 5 yuan per pound, 50 yuan total. Pearl grouper, 3.2 pounds at 35 yuan per pound, 112 yuan total. Moray eel, 4.1 pounds at 55 yuan per pound, 225.5 yuan total. Octopus, 2 pounds at 30 yuan per pound, 60 yuan total. Orchid crab, 0.8 pound crab at 40 yuan per pound, 32 yuan. 3 more weighing 3.5 pounds total at 55 yuan per pound, 192.
5 yuan.
Altogether, that's 843 yuan. Not bad. Looks like you've earned over 1,000 today. Why not stay in the village and make a living from foraging? Just transfer the money to my WeChat, uncle. As for staying in the village to forage, she hadn't decided yet and said nothing. Although she had the foraging system, she wasn't sure if it would last, so she wanted to observe further before making a decision. Before long, the WeChat transfer came through. Her balance now showed 3,315 yuan, 2,000 yuan from her father as pocket money, and 1,315 yuan from her day's foraging. Wow, I actually made over 1,000 today. It's better than working a job. Selling her catch put her in a great mood. On her way home, the mountains seemed greener, and even the seagulls flying by looked more pleasing to the eye. If I can earn 1,315 yuan a day, I'll strike it rich in no time. Even at 1,000 yuan a day, I'd have 10,000 points in 10 days. Once the system upgrades, the X-ray glasses will improve too, letting me catch even more. The system was generous, as it only required points while letting her keep her earnings. The thought of wealth and success made her giddy with anticipation. When she got home, the aroma of delicious food greeted her. She took a deep breath at the door. Smells like braised pork. Grandma must be cooking tonight. I'm home, she called out, happily pushing her tricycle into the yard. Grandma came out of the kitchen just then. You're back. Wash up. Dinner is almost ready. Her father, Chen Weiqiang, had already returned from the county and came over with a grin to check her haul. Just 1 fish and 2 pounds of moon scallops. You're not much of a forager. Back in my day, I could make 800 yuan in a single day. Next to him, Yen Shooting rolled her eyes and quipped, that was during the spring tide, and you've bragged about it 800 times already. Chun Jiao smugly pulled up her WeChat records to show him her earnings. Morning, 472 yuan. Afternoon, 843 yuan. Total, 1,315 yuan. That's 500 yuan more than your record, Dad. She raised her chin proudly, her face full of triumph. Wei Qiang's eyes widened. 1,003? What kind of dumb luck is this? Hey, watch your mouth. What kind of dad talks like that? Yan Shooting pushed him aside, grabbed her daughter's phone, and beamed when she saw the transfer records. So much money in just one day. 1,300 yuan. That's more than your dad's fishing gear shop makes. Hey, I'm a high-income earner, making over 10,000 a month. Wei Qiang protested. Located near the sea, his shop catered to fishing enthusiasts, and he made decent money selling gear and supplies to anglers passing by. His large custom signs advertising Brother Chong's fishing gear were hard to miss. Though his shop wasn't always busy, when serious anglers stopped by, the earnings were substantial. Business was steady enough that he carried himself with pride as the family's top earner. Amid the banter, Grandma called out from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Come help bring the dishes over. The lively and energetic Xiao dashed ahead.
Coming.
On the table were braised pork, vegetables, and some clams and octopus, the usual seafood fare. After 2 days of clams for every meal, Xiao was tired of them. I brought back moon scallops and a tiger grouper. Let's have those for lunch tomorrow. Sounds good, Grandma replied with a gentle smile, always accommodating her granddaughter's requests. Grandpa gave her a piece of braised pork and asked, Did I hear right? Tang, you made over 1,000 yuan foraging today? Yes, 1,315 yuan. To prove it, she showed them the WeChat transfer records.
Wonderful, Tang.
Grandma's face lit up with pride. My granddaughter is amazing, Grandpa added, his smile wide. Seeing her grandparents' delight, Xiao posted her catch and earnings on her social media. Such a good day deserved to be shared. Tomorrow's the spring tide, so I'm skipping the shop to forage, Wei Qiang announced. Spring tides, which occurred around the 2nd and 16th days of the lunar calendar, caused the sea to recede further than usual, leaving slower sea creatures stranded on the shore. The harvest was always bountiful during these times. The entire village, young and old, would head out to forage. Even shopkeepers like Wei Qiang couldn't resist the call of the tide. Those with boats ventured to uninhabited islands, bringing back buckets of seafood. Though the Qin family no longer had a boat, they still made the most of the village shores. Before bed, Xiao checked her system panel. Closing the panel, she sighed. Her points still felt too few. Tomorrow's spring tide better bring some valuable catches. At night, Chun Jiao had a very vivid dream. In the dream, she found a den of blue crabs, each weighing 1 or 2 pounds, coming out one after another until her bucket overflowed. She tied up so many crabs her hands went numb, and her face was frozen in a wide grin. Ring, ring, ring. The next morning, she woke up smiling as the alarm clock rang. While brushing her teeth, she thought, that dream felt so real. I better bring extra ties for the crabs, who knows? Maybe the dream will come true. Outside, the sky was still a hazy gray, but early risers were already busy foraging. After breakfast, Chun Weiqiang drove the family to the shore in their minivan for a day of foraging. By the time they arrived, the sun had just risen, painting the sky and sea in shades of pink. The scene looked like a vibrant oil painting. Sunrise unable to resist, Qin Jiao pulled out her phone and snapped several photos. By the time they reached the beach with their gear, a large crowd had already gathered. Villagers waded knee-deep in the water, searching for seafood before the tide fully receded. The beach was packed, making it hard to find anything worthwhile. Turning to her family, Qin Jiao said, There are too many people here. I'll head to the quieter rocky shore ahead. With that, she grabbed her tools and made her way toward yesterday's rocky area. She preferred foraging in less crowded spots where no one would compete with her. Be careful on the rocky shore. It's full of oysters and clams. Make sure to wear your gloves and don't grab crabs with bare hands. Yen Shooting called after her, concerned. Got it, I'll be careful, she replied. Some familiar friends called out to Grandma and Shooting to forage together, so the two women stayed on the beach. Meanwhile, Grandpa and Weiqiang set up an old water pump from home, planning to drain water pits on the rocky shore to catch larger creatures. Today, the tide receded quickly and far. By the time Jiao reached the rocky area, the water had already retreated significantly. The path was littered with countless small shecks, but they weren't worth much. Various shecks even outside of spring tides, these small shecks could be found everywhere on the beach. Villagers only collected them when there was nothing else to harvest. With a sieve, one could gather dozens of pounds in an hour. As the tide receded, many small creatures were stranded on the beach. Along the way, Jiao picked up several moon snails and small octopuses before they could burrow into the sand. Both had decent market prices and were too good to pass up. By the time she reached the rocky shore, her bucket already contained about 10 moon snails and 7 or 8 lively octopuses. Lifting the bucket, she smiled brightly, as radiant as the sun. Not bad, about 3 pounds already. This rocky area, which she had scouted the day before, was now occupied by 3 other foragers flipping stones. Judging by their happy expressions, they were making good finds. The area was spacious enough for everyone to claim their own spot without interference. Since the tide had only just begun to recede, there wasn't much to find yet. She decided to save her X-ray glasses for later, using them only when the tide was fully out to maximize their utility. Equipped with system-provided gloves, she began foraging with a bucket in one hand and a clamp in the other. Her sharp eyes soon spotted a small 5-pointed creature resting on the green seaweed. What a beautiful starfish! The little creature had upward curving arms, giving it a unique appearance. Starfish, shaped like 5-pointed stars, inhabit oceans from shallow waters to deep seas, feeding on clams, crabs, and sea urchins. They come in various sizes, from 2.5 centimeters to 90 centimeters, and vibrant colors like orange, red, purple, yellow, and blue. Although their seeds are edible, they don't taste great, so villagers usually leave them behind. To Jiao, starfish were pretty, but impractical. Walking a few more steps, she noticed a large yellow claw peeking out from under a rock. The claw blended well with the surrounding rock, and if it hadn't moved slightly, she might have missed it. Large claw having grown up by the sea, she immediately recognized it as a blue crab, and a large one at that. "You're well hidden, but not hidden enough," she said. With a swift motion, her universal clamp grabbed the crab, which stopped struggling once caught. What a plump blue crab, at least a pound. A great start to the day. Blue crab plus one last night's dream about finding a blue crab den seemed to be coming true. Good thing I brought plenty of ties. I knew I'd need them today, she said smugly. She deftly tied up the hefty crab, which was larger than her fist and weighed heavily in her hand. Blue crabs, known for their tender, flavorful meat, are a pricier seafood item. A crab of this size could fetch 60 to 70 yuan per pound at the buying station. Money, sweet money, she thought, beaming at the vibrant green crab in her bucket. Blue crab. As soon as she secured the crab, she noticed 2 moon snails, one large and one small, under a nearby rock. Quickly flipping the rock, she revealed a moon snail nearly the size of her fist, its appearance making her grin with her adorable tiger-like teeth. This must be the ancestor of all moon snails. Weighing it in her hand, she estimated it to be nearly 4 ounces, while the smaller one was about 2 ounces. Moon snail plus 2. Although the rock also had a few small oysters, they were too tiny to be worth much, so she decided to leave them alone. A few steps further, she found another large claw sticking out from under a rock, this one even more conspicuous, with both claws visible. 2 large claws. You're practically advertising your location. With precise and swift movements, she caught another blue crab, slightly smaller than the first at around 0.7 pounds, but still a decent size. As she ventured deeper into the rocky area, the stones grew larger and the finds became more abundant. She soon spotted a particularly striking rock covered in dense clusters of green mussels. Rock covered in mussels, her eyes lit up. So many mussels, and they're quite large. Thankfully, she wasn't afraid of clusters, or the sight of so many mussels might have been overwhelming. Mussels, also known as green-lip mussels, are dried into dried mussels for use in soups or stews. Although they taste good, their low value and weight make them less practical to collect during a foraging trip. Deciding to leave them for now, she thought, if they're still here on my way back, I'll take them home to dry. Continuing onward, she entered an area filled with thigh-high rocks forming natural pools. Spotting two round shapes under a rice cooker-sized rock, she eagerly flipped it over to reveal a nest of moon snails. Moon snail +5, the entire family was neatly gathered and swiftly tossed into her bucket.
Splash.
Hearing the faint sound of water nearby, she guessed it was a large fish. Her face lit up with excitement, dimples appearing as she smiled. Following the sound she had just heard, Qinjiao walked over with a spring in her step. Soon, she spotted a trapped fish in a small water pit. The fish looked very familiar. This pearl grouper must weigh about 5 pounds. Spring tides really are something else, she said excitedly, her tone full of joy as she grabbed her net. The rocks surrounding the pit were only thigh-high, and the pit itself was about half the size of a dining table. The pearl grouper inside had tired itself out from struggling and lay motionless, making it easy for her to scoop it up. Holding the net pole with both hands, she felt the weight of the fish and her large, round eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. So heavy. This fish must be at least 4 or 5 pounds. Pearl groupers, also known as pearl-spotted groupers, are a hybrid of the dragon grouper and the tiger grouper. They combine the best traits of both species, with tender and flavorful meat and a fast growth rate, making them one of the most common groupers on the market. Pearl grouper, this fish was so large that she had to empty her bucket, transferring the moon snails and blue crab into a net bag before she could fit the fish into the bucket. After securing the fish, she looked up and saw that the coastline had receded even further in just a short time. Areas that were previously submerged in blue seawater were now exposed, revealing hidden sea creatures. Various sheks, small snails, and octopuses were scattered across the beach. Tiny fish were trapped in the rocky pools, making them easy to gather. With little effort, she collected half a net bag of small seafood. She ignored the less valuable sheks like clams and focused on higher-priced items such as octopuses, moon snails, and razor clams. While walking, her sharp eyes spotted a nest of spotted snails nestled between two rocks. Spotted snails, also known as Babylon snails, have sheks with irregular yellowish-brown stripes and are commonly found along southern coastal areas. These snails usually live several meters deep in sandy seabeds and are only discovered during spring tides. Their plump, tender meat is highly prized for its delicious taste, and their market price is even higher than moon snails. Excited, she quickly approached and began picking up the half-buried snails. Nearby, she found even larger ones hidden in rock crevices. Spotted snails, after collecting the entire nest, she felt her bucket grow significantly heavier. By now, the tide had almost completely receded, and Jiao activated her X-ray vision. While she could forage without this ability, it would require more effort flipping rocks. With the X-ray glasses, no sea creature could stay hidden. She scanned the rocky shore and soon spotted a large green-blue crab under a rock to her left. Through the rock, she could see its fully green body, nearly the size of her face. With her strength doubled by the system, she easily flipped the heavy rock and revealed the massive crab. Despite its size, the crab was very agile, scurrying to the left as soon as it was exposed. Jiao reacted quickly, chasing after it and clamping it securely with her universal clamp. This one is so plump, it must weigh over 1 pound. Blue crab +1, she noticed 2 large spotted snails under the same rock and quickly added them to her bucket before moving on to the next rock. Under a half-human height boulder, she discovered an orchid crab. The rock was too large to move, so she lay on the ground with her clamp, fishing the crab out of a crevice. After some effort, she finally extracted the fist-sized orchid crab and tied it up securely. Orchid crab +1 nearby, She spotted another nest of spotted snails under a small rock and collected the whole family. Spotted snails +6, since the X-ray vision only worked within a meter's range. Xiao moved quickly across the rocky shore. She approached a water pit and saw two snake-like creatures hiding in a rock crevice at the bottom. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be slender moray eels. The pit was quite large and deep, so she waded into the water and approached the crevice. With quick movements, she used her clamp to catch one of the eels. Its snake-like appearance made her scalp tingle. Although small, at around 3 pounds, she quickly placed it in her bucket. Turning back, she saw the larger eel trying to burrow deeper into the crevice. Acting fast, she clamped its tail and pulled it out. This eel was much larger, with a body as thick as her wrist. Though immobilized, it looked intimidating. Once again, Xiao marveled at the effectiveness of the system's clamp. Without it, this eel would have escaped. This one was twice the size of the first, weighing an estimated 4 to 5 pounds. By now, her bucket was nearly full, but with 5 minutes of X-ray time left, she couldn't afford to stop. She found 2 more large blue crabs under another rock and clamped them out. She also picked up 2 moon snails and a few more spotted snails from the same spot. The tide was beginning to rise, and her X-ray vision had only 1 minute remaining when she spotted a giant snail under a large rock. Her eyes widened. That's huge. Could it be a conch? In her mind, the system's voice, Xiaomeng, chimed in excitedly. Tang tang, that's a conch. Hurry and grab it. It's very valuable. She flipped the rock and reached into the crevice, prying out a conch larger than her hand. The conch shell was diamond-shaped with 7 layers, yellowish-brown in color, and typically large in size. Conch holding the hefty shell, Xiao guessed it weighed over a pound. Conchs are rare during foraging trips, as they usually dwell on the seabed. This was her first time finding one. At the buying station, they could sell for over 100 yuan per pound. As her X-ray vision deactivated, the beach returned to its normal appearance. On her way back, she picked up a few more octopuses and small spotted snails. She ignored the moon scallops and clams since they were too cheap to bother with, and her bucket was already full. She returned to the rock covered in mussels, which were still there. Using her last net bag, she collected a full bag of these tasty mollusks. Mussels, although inexpensive, mussels are delicious, and Xiao enjoyed steaming them. Having missed them while working in Guangzhou, she was thrilled to bring some home. Rising tide. As the tide began to rise, nearby foragers gradually started heading back. Chun Jiao exerted a lot of effort moving the day's harvest to a spot safe from the encroaching water. She had caught so many blue crabs and spotted snails that leaving them in the bucket or net bag would be far too conspicuous. Before heading back, she placed all the blue crabs, orchid crabs, and snails in a sack, covering them with mussels for camouflage. The heavy sack, combined with a bucket filled with moray eels and pearl groupers, left her thoroughly exhausted. Collapsing onto the beach, she sat there catching her breath. After several hours of hard work by the shore, she felt completely drained. Despite the fatigue, her face glowed with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Moon snails, blue crabs, pearl groupers, orchid crabs, spotted snails, moray eels, and a conch. Every item was valuable. She was on the path to fortune. Thinking of the money she was about to earn, her smile grew wider, revealing 2 adorable dimples. After resting for a while, Grandpa and Chen Weiqiang approached, carrying buckets and the water pump. "Grandpa, Dad, how was your harvest today?" she asked. "Not bad at all," Weiqiang replied, grinning as he handed over his bucket. Inside were 2 large moray eels, both bigger than the ones she had caught earlier. One appeared to weigh 6 or 7 pounds. Grandpa's bucket was also filled with treasures, a 3-pound green wrasse for blue crabs, 2 orchid crabs, and a few smaller fish. Today's harvest looks great. The moray eels and the wrasse are all pretty sizable. Green wrasse. The green wrasse, long and oval-shaped, has a greenish-gray back. Female wrasses are pale yellow, while males are green. They sell for over 50 yuan per pound. Looking at the impressive haul, Xiao thought the water pump method was quite effective and decided to try it next time. Wei Qiang, initially proud of his catch of 2 moray eels and a large wrasse, fell silent after hearing about his daughter's haul. Feeling a bit envious, he consoled himself with the thought, the student surpasses the teacher. It's a good thing. The three returned to the van, where a full bucket of various shecks and a half bucket of small fish were already loaded. Most of the shecks were inexpensive moon scallops and clams, though there were some sizable moon snails mixed in. Although the sea's resources weren't as plentiful as they used to be, small fish and shecks were still abundant. While fishing and foraging weren't highly lucrative, they were enough to keep the villagers from going hungry. Looking out to sea, they spotted Grandma and Yan shooting still foraging on the beach. Xiao ran over to call them back, finding they had collected 7 or 8 pounds of razor clams between them. The 5 family members gathered around the van, their faces glowing with simple satisfaction as they looked at the trunk, which was packed full of seafood. As Wei Qiang drove, he suggested, Tang Tang has had great success foraging these past 2 days. People in the village must have noticed. If we take today's catch to the village buying station, there'll probably be a lot of people following Tang Tang when she goes foraging in the future. I think we should sell it at the buying station in town instead. Grandma quickly agreed. Yes, it's better not to flaunt our wealth. The prices in town are higher too. The town consisted of several coastal villages, with 2 large buying stations and several smaller ones. Town buying stations typically offered 1 or 2 yuan more per pound than village stations. While the town was a 30-minute drive away, the Chen family's exceptional haul made the trip worthwhile. Unanimously, they decided to have Wei Qiang and Xiao take the seafood to the town's buying station. The town's medium-sized pier was bustling with fishing boats and angling vessels. Most buying stations were located along the pier. Before long, the father and daughter arrived at Yangji Fish Buying Station, the largest in town. The owner, Yang Guodong, collaborated with several large seafood hotels and supermarkets and also operated a wholesale seafood shop in the county. Rumored to be the wealthiest family in town, the Yangs bought everything from small fish and shecks to deep-sea giants, offering slightly better prices than other stations. They were greeted by Yang's eldest son, Yang Jiejun, known locally as Little Yang Boss. An avid angler, Jiejun often purchased equipment from Wei Qiang's shop, and the two shared a good rapport. When Jiejun saw their haul, his eyes lit up, particularly at the sight of the large blue crabs. Without hesitation, he quoted prices. Uncle Chen, today's seafood prices are great. Orchid crabs between half a pound and a pound are 42 yuan per pound. Over a pound is 58 yuan. Blue crabs between half a pound and a pound are 52 yuan per pound. Over a pound is 70 yuan. Moray eels are 56 yuan per pound. Pearl groupers are 36 yuan per pound. Green wrasse are 60 yuan per pound. Moon snails and small octopuses are 30 yuan per pound. Spotted snails are 38 yuan per pound. Conchs are 120 yuan per pound. Other small shecks are 6 yuan per pound. Jiejun's offer was clearly higher than the village buying stations. Xiao regretted not coming to town sooner, realizing she could have earned much more. Since the family divided earnings individually, they split the haul for calculation. Grandma and Yan Shooting's haul, moon snails, 6 pounds times 30 is equal to 180 yuan. Razor clams, 7 pounds times 30 is equal to 210 yuan. Other shecks, 18 pounds times 6 is equal to 108 yuan. Total, 498 yuan, rounded to 500. Grandpa and Wei Qiang's haul, green wrasse, 3.5 pounds times 60 is equal to 210 yuan. Moray eels, 13 pounds times 56 is equal to 728 yuan. Blue crabs, 3.2 pounds times 52 is equal to 166.4 yuan. Orchid crabs, 2.1 pounds times 58 is equal to 121.8 yuan. Total, 1,226.2 yuan, rounded to 1230. Jiao's haul, moon snails, 4 pounds times 30 is equal to 120 yuan. Blue crabs, 1.6 pounds times 52 is equal to 83.2 yuan. Large blue crabs, 7.2 pounds times 70 is equal to 504 yuan. Pearl groupers, 4.6 pounds times 36 is equal to 165.6 yuan. Orchid crabs, 1.3 pounds times 42 is equal to 54.6 yuan. Spotted snails, 3.6 pounds times 38 is equal to 136.8 yuan. Moray eels, 7.5 pounds times 56 is equal to 420 yuan. Conch, 1 pound times 120 is equal to 120 yuan. Total, 1,604.2 yuan, rounded to 1610. Thrilled with the record-breaking haul, Xiao grinned widely, her 2 rows of white teeth gleaming. She no longer resembled the chic city girl she had been in Guangzhou, instead exuding a cheerful simplicity. Satisfied with the blue crabs and moray eels, Jiejun asked Uncle Chen, "Should I transfer the payment to WeChat or a bank account?" Before Xiao could answer, Wei Qiang interjected, "Send it to the bank account. Withdrawing from WeChat charges a fee." A thrifty small business owner, Wei Qiang's frugality prevailed. "All right, I'll transfer it now," Jiejun replied. Soon, 2 bank account details were provided. The money from Chen Jiao's share was deposited directly into her account, while the rest went into Chen Weiqiang's account. Outside the buying station was the town pier, where many boats were docked. Town pier just as the father and daughter got into the car, Jiao's phone buzzed with a notification. The money from selling their catch had arrived. Seeing the deposit of 1,610 yuan, she couldn't hide her excitement. This was far better than her days of working overtime as a corporate drone. Yesterday's earnings had been over 1,300 yuan, and with today's 1,610 yuan, she had made nearly 3,000 yuan in just 2 days. Beaming with pride, she patted her father, who was still checking his phone. "Dad, what do you think about me staying at home to forage for seafood? In just 2 days, I've made almost 3,000 yuan. Her tone was filled with pride and excitement, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that staying home to forage was a good idea. After all, she had the foraging system and was determined to become the queen of the sea. Without hesitation, Wei Qiang clapped his hands in approval. "Sounds great. You can go foraging in the morning and help out at the fishing gear shop in the afternoon." "If I run the shop, what will you do?" Jiao asked, puzzled. Her father was only in his 40s and far from retirement age. "I'll go fishing. I'll catch you a 10-pound grouper for dinner," Wei Qiang said confidently, already envisioning his plan. But Xiao wasn't buying it. Rolling her eyes, she shot back, "10-pound grouper? You spend entire nights feeding mosquitoes while night fishing and don't even catch a small fish. Just stick to running the shop." She knew all too well about her father's fishing skills. Her mother often complained about him returning empty-handed and wasting bait. Annoyed by her sharp words, Wei Qiang protested, "You ungrateful child. I gave you 2,000 yuan in pocket money just the other day, and this is how you repay me?" Once, he had been able to catch plenty of big fish, but his luck seemed to have run out over time, leaving him empty-handed more often than not. Ignoring her sulking father, Xiao decided to test her new foraging lifestyle during this break. If she earned more than she did working in Guangzhou, she'd stay and become a full-time fisher. If not, she could always return to Guangzhou after the holidays. She hadn't canceled her lease yet. While her father drove, Xiao pretended to nap, but was actually checking her points balance. Yesterday, she had just over 900 points. Now, she had 2,525. At this rate, she could reach 10,000 points and level up in less than 10 days. Closing the system panel, she recalled her father's catch from the water pit earlier. Even after draining just one large pit, they had caught some amazing seafood, seemingly more than her rock-turning efforts. With her X-ray ability, she could locate the best pits to drain, guaranteeing profits. "Xiaomeng, what do you think about me trying the water pit method?" she asked in her mind. A soft, gentle voice responded, "Tang Tang, your current X-ray range is only 1 meter. Water pits are several square meters in size, so you wouldn't see much inside. I suggest waiting until you reach level 2 to try it." "That makes sense. The current X-ray range is pretty limited. Plus, It's a long walk to the rocky shore, and the water pump is too heavy for me to handle alone. The glowing orb in her mind pulsed and added, there's a lighter water pump in the system shop, only about 10 pounds. You could buy one there. No thanks. I'll wait until I level up. If I buy it now, I can't even use it properly. Determined to save points for her upgrade, Xiao decided to stick to foraging at the shore and rocky areas for now. Making over 1,000 yuan a day was more than enough. Still, she couldn't help but wonder why her catches had improved so much. Growing up by the sea, she had rarely made more than 100 or 200 yuan in a day. Xiaoming, why are my catches so much better recently? Is it because of the system? Yes. Tang Tang. The foraging system enhances your luck and efficiency. Your X-ray glasses also help you find seafood faster, so it's natural that your haul has increased. Her suspicions confirmed, Xiao felt grateful for the system. Checking her phone, she saw it was only 11 a.m. With time to spare, she decided to nap briefly and recharge for an afternoon foraging trip. It was a spring tide, after all. When the father and daughter arrived home, the delicious aroma of seafood greeted them. Taking a deep breath, Xiao sniffed the air and happily said to her father, fish soup, fried small fish, and stir-fried razor clams. Today's menu is amazing. Hearing her daughter, Yan Shooting emerged from the kitchen. You're back. Wash up and get ready to eat. On it. As expected, the table was laden with small seafood from their morning foraging, fish tofu soup, fried small fish, and stir-fried razor clams. Over lunch, Weiqiang proudly recounted their earnings from the town. Learning that the family had made over 3,000 yuan from foraging, everyone was all smiles, eating an extra half bowl of rice each. Xiao drank half a bowl of fish soup in one go and added 2 clams to her bowl, savoring her meal. Today's haul was great. Let's eat quickly so we can head out for another round this afternoon. Hearing this, Yan Shooting frowned. You caught blue crabs and moray eels at the rocky shore this morning, and people noticed. On our way back, several asked me about it. As soon as you left, a whole crowd headed to the rocky shore. By now, there's probably nothing left. Xiao wasn't bothered. The beach was open to everyone, and she couldn't stop others from foraging. There are plenty of spots besides the rocky shore. White sand beach and the mud flats near the pier are good too. Grandma chimed in, someone dug up a lot of sandworms on the mud flats near the pier the other day. You could check it out. Xiao had spent countless hours digging sandworms there as a child and knew the area well. However, sandworms were fast, burrowed deep, and difficult to catch. If only I could use the X-ray glasses, she thought. Unfortunately, she had already used up her time for the day. Just then, Xiaoming spoke again. Tang Tang, you can borrow time from tomorrow's X-ray function. Really? I can borrow time? Jiao asked, surprised. Yes, but borrowed time will be reduced to 50 minutes instead of an hour. That's stingy. Cutting my time? I need to level up soon. The X-ray duration is way too short. In the end, she decided to check the mudflats first. If she found signs of sandworms, she would borrow time. If not, she'd leave it for another day. Thinking that the afternoon's harvest might not be as good as the one right after the morning tide, Chen Weiqiang decided to return to the shop. Meanwhile, a batch of packages had arrived at the delivery point, so Yan Shooting needed to sort them. As for Grandpa and Grandma, they were busy tending to their orchard's 200 free-range chickens and shrimp pond, leaving no time for foraging. This meant Jiao would be heading out alone in the afternoon. Right after lunch, she hurriedly packed a bunch of crab-binding strings into her bucket. Crabs were known for fighting, and if they weren't tied up, they'd lose claws or legs, significantly lowering their value. She also packed 2 net bags and a large yellow-brown sack. Once everything was ready, she eagerly drove the family's tricycle to the village pier. On the way, she glanced toward the rocky shore and saw it teeming with people, far more than in the morning. With so many people there, even if there are good catches, they'd be hard to get. It's probably better to head to the beach instead, she thought, deciding to avoid the crowd. Knowing the mudflats would make the tricycle skid, she parked near the pier. Looking toward the beach, she was pleased to see that it was much less crowded. The scenery was stunning, so Xiao took out her phone and snapped a few photos of the beach. Not bad. Blue skies, white clouds, any one of these could be a wallpaper. White sand beach with gloves on, a bucket in one hand and a clamp in the other, she set off toward the mudflats with a spring in her step. Here I come, my dear money. The mudflats weren't the kind where your feet sink into sticky muck. They had a thin layer of black mud on the surface, but sandy ground underneath, with various rocks scattered throughout. The rocks often hosted oysters or barnacles, whose sharp shecks required thick-soled shoes to avoid injury. Admiring the picturesque mudflats, Jiao paused to take another photo, planning to post it later to make her friends stuck at office jobs envious. After uploading the beautiful scenery and a selfie to her social feed, she put her phone away and got to work. Without the X-ray glasses, she carefully scanned every inch of the ground around her. Suddenly, she noticed faint ripples in a small water pit near a rock. As she approached, a small bubble rose to the surface, revealing a motionless crab camouflaged in the mud, with only its eyes visible.
Guess where the eyes are?
Almost blending into its surroundings, the crab would have been easy to miss if not for the bubble. Using her universal clamp, Xiao lifted the well-camouflaged creature. Covered in mud, she couldn't immediately identify the species. She rinsed it in a nearby water pit, revealing a shiny green-blue crab. Blue crab grinning. She hefted it to feel its weight. Not bad, just got here and already found a 7 or 8 ounce blue crab. Looks like it's going to be a lucky day. She skillfully tied up the feisty crab and placed it in her bucket, humming a cheerful tune as she continued. A few steps later, she noticed a long in the ground. Thinking it might be a razor clam, she reached in, but it didn't budge. The texture felt flat, more like a scallop. Using her small shovel, she dug it out in a few swift motions, a scallop the size of her hand. Scallops are abundant along the coasts of Guangdong and Hainan. When dried, they become premium dried scallops. Fresh scallops aren't very expensive, selling for 7 to 8 yuan each for smaller ones or 10 to 15 yuan for larger ones. At buying stations, the price is halved. Her scallop, though large, might fetch just 5 to 6 yuan. Although not high-priced, scallops are delicious when steamed with vermicelli. The thought of it made her mouth water. She tossed the scallop into her bucket and searched for more, planning to gather enough for a satisfying dinner. Lost in her scallop hunting enthusiasm, Xiao completely forgot her original goal of digging for sandworms. After a few more finds, she remembered her mission and moved on. About 10 meters ahead, the ground had been dug up by others, leaving it uneven. She spotted a woman wearing a straw hat swiftly digging up a wriggling pink sandworm. The basket behind her was already half filled with plump sandworms, likely weighing 7 or 8 pounds. When the woman turned, Xiao recognized her. It was her aunt, Huang Yufan, a skilled sandworm digger in the village. Every year, she earned a decent income from sandworm harvesting. "Auntie, you're digging for sandworms again today? Looks like you've got a great haul." Xiao greeted her politely. Yufan, married to her father's elder brother, had always been close to the family and had even taught Xiao how to dig for sandworms. Unfortunately, Xiao never had a knack for it and rarely managed to collect more than a handful. Without her X-ray glasses for an advantage, she wouldn't have even considered digging sandworms. Today's spring tide has been good. "Take some sandworms home to make porridge," Yufan said warmly, grabbing a handful to put in Xiao's bucket. Quickly stopping her, Xiao protested, No, it's fine. I'm here to dig sandworms myself." Sandworms were valuable, selling for 60 yuan per pound, and sometimes fetching up to 70 yuan. Xiao felt too embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift. Villagers typically sold high-value seafood and kept cheaper items for themselves. Feigning annoyance, Yufan replied, "You silly girl. These are for your grandparents. They need the nutrition." Reluctantly, Xiao accepted. Yufan dropped 2 generous handfuls of sandworms into her bucket, enough for the whole family to make porridge. "Word is that your foraging has been pretty fruitful these past 2 days. Are you planning to stay at home and do this full-time?" Her aunt looked at her with curiosity. Since it was family, Chen Jiao didn't hold back and shared her thoughts openly. The company I worked for shut down, so I'm taking a break at home and foraging on the side. I plan to give it a try. If the foraging turns out well, I'll stay home. If not, I'll head back to Guangzhou for a job after the holidays. Hearing that Jiao was considering staying home, her aunt beamed with joy. That's great. Your parents only have you, after all. But foraging is tough work. Why not help your dad at the fishing gear shop instead? Jiao shook her head with a grin. My dad's only 45. He's still young and doesn't need my help. She actually found foraging fun and didn't think it was tiring at all. Plus, she had the foraging system, she couldn't let it go to waste. Seeing her reluctance, her aunt didn't press further and cheerfully changed the topic. Your big cousin turned the family's fishing boat into a fishing charter. He takes people out to fish every day. If you're bored, you could tag along for a trip. That sounds great. I'll talk to him later. The thought of going out to sea excited Jiao. Ever since the family sold their boat, she hadn't been on the ocean. Her father often boasted about his fishing prowess, and she was itching to give it a try herself. Her aunt, as warm and lively as ever, chatted with her for a while before they both got back to work. Before leaving, Jiao stealthily dropped a large blue crab into her aunt's basket of sandworms and bolted off. Seeing the crab in her basket, her aunt chuckled and called after her. Slow down, you cheeky girl, or you'll trip. I know, I'm just heading over to check the back, Jiao shouted back with a laugh. Her aunt and uncle had only 2 sons, her elder and younger cousins. They often envied Jiao's parents for having such a kind and thoughtful daughter, so they treated her very well. Unlike in novels or dramas, there was no animosity about her family not having a son. The village had long relied on fishing, and many families had lost loved ones to storms at sea. No one dared to guarantee their safety on the ocean, and everyone feared their own children might face mistreatment someday. This fostered a strong sense of community, where bullying vulnerable families was strictly forbidden. Elders in the village would step in to address such behavior, and most people grew up with the support of the entire community. After seeing that her aunt had already scoured the nearby mudflats, Jiao moved further out. It wasn't long before she spotted a sandworm poking halfway out of the sand, its round head clearly visible. Her eyes widened with excitement, as if she had just seen the most handsome man alive. Wow, this one's big. Sandworm. She quickly grabbed it with her clamp and gave it a rinse in a nearby water pit. This sandworm is so plump, it must weigh at least an ounce. It'll be perfect for making porridge. Sandworms, also known as sea intestines or earth dragons, are tubular creatures with smooth, brownish or dark brown bodies resembling large earthworms. Rich in nutrients, they are considered a delicacy and often referred to as the cordyceps of the sea. Dried sandworms can sell for hundreds or even thousands of yuan per pound, while fresh wild ones fetch over 100 yuan per pound on the market. Legend has it they have aphrodisiac properties, though Xiao wasn't sure if that was true. What she did know was that they tasted incredible in seafood porridge, with their tender and flavorful texture. The mere thought made her mouth water, and she couldn't help but smile foolishly. I'll dig up a bunch more and make seafood porridge tonight. Her system companion, Xiaomeng, flashed twice in her mind, grumbling. Tang Tang, don't just think about eating. Focus on earning points. Otherwise, it'll take forever to level up. Reminded of her meager points balance, Xiao sighed and relented. Fine. I'll use the sandworms Aunt gave me for dinner and sell the rest. Once I level up, I'm keeping the best catches for myself. With renewed determination, she continued searching. A few steps later, she spotted several small holes, likely belonging to sandworms. Though the worms had already burrowed deeper into the sand, Xiao began digging vigorously with her shovel. Soon enough, she unearthed a squirming sandworm about as long as her palm. She quickly tossed it into her bucket and dug up a few more nearby. Walking a little further, she came across a patch of sand riddled with tiny holes, a clear sign of sandworm activity. Confident there were plenty here, she activated her X-ray glasses, borrowing time from the next day. Once activated, the X-ray revealed a treasure trove of plump sandworms beneath the sand. Ideally, a shovel would have been more efficient for this task, but she had only brought a small trowel. Just as she was about to start digging, Xiaomeng suggested, Tang Tang, you can buy a shovel from the system shop. It'll make digging much faster. Jiao slapped her forehead in realization.
Right.
You're the best, Xiao Meng. Pausing the X-ray function, she quickly found a shovel in the shop and exchanged 200 points for it. With a new tool, she worked like a machine, clearing the small patch of sandworms in under 20 minutes. Excluding the worms her aunt had given her, she had gathered 3 to 4 pounds. Carrying her bucket, she moved on to search for more. About 10 steps away, she found another densely populated area of sandworm holes. With half an hour of X-ray time remaining, she dug relentlessly, extracting one plump worm after another. By the time her X-ray function ended, her bucket was nearly full. To avoid drawing attention, she secured the lid on her bucket. She had no intention of showing off. After all, if others learned of her success, she might find herself followed on future foraging trips. As she prepared to leave, something caught her eye. On a rock ahead were several familiar little creatures. Chun Jiao walked over joyfully and discovered a small cluster of spicy snails, each quite sizable. Beneath them was a thin layer of light yellow snail eggs. Spicy snails are among the most common sea snails found along the coast, typically living in shallow waters, rocky shores, or seaweed-covered reefs. With a conical shape and a sheck adorned with fine spiral patterns, they are usually brown or yellowish-brown with reddish or brownish spots or stripes. Their name comes from their naturally spicy taste, which makes them a popular delicacy. Whether boiled, stir-fried, or grilled, spicy snails are delicious. In the Chin family, the most common preparation is simple blanching to preserve their fresh flavor. After collecting the large spicy snails, Jiao left the light yellow snail eggs untouched. She flipped over the rock beneath them and found another cluster of snails at the base. These snails were all larger than her fingers, and at the buying station, they could sell for 10 to 20 yuan per pound. Realizing there was still plenty of time, Jiao happily continued her search. Spicy snails tend to cluster together, and she hoped to find a nest. It seemed her foraging system was helping her luck, as she soon discovered a large nest of spicy snails nestled between two big rocks. The snails were densely packed, and the sight made Jiao tremble with excitement. Using her net, she placed it beneath the rock and quickly scooped up the snails. The net's loose weave let smaller snails fall through, but she didn't mind, leaving the tiny ones behind to grow. It was a local custom not to overharvest, ensuring sustainable fishing. Continuing her search, she came across several large rocks covered with spicy snails, much to her delight. She scooped up handfuls and let them clatter into her bucket, the sound crisp and satisfying. Under the golden sunlight, her radiant smile seemed even brighter. By the time she headed back, her 2 net bags were brimming with large, spicy snails, almost too heavy to carry. Though her back ached, she couldn't hide her joy. The snails weighed at least 20 pounds, and along with the half bucket of sandworms, her haul could easily sell for 1,000 yuan. As the sun dipped into the sea, painting the ocean gold, Jiao admired the breathtaking view and hummed a cheerful tune while heading to the pier. This scenery would be perfect for a romantic walk with a handsome guy, she mused. Then she shook her head with a chuckle. Handsome guys don't compare to my sandworms. Making money is more important. Reaching her parked tricycle, Jiao decided to stop by home first. At home, only Grandma was there, preparing vegetables for dinner. That's a lot of sandworms. Did you dig them all yourself? Grandma asked, amazed at the half bucket of sandworms. Of course. Aren't I amazing? Jiao boasted, hands on her hips. Seeing her granddaughter's playful grin, Grandma couldn't help but laugh along. You've even got so many spicy snails. You'd better take them to the buying station. Why come home first? I ran into Aunt while digging for sandworms. She gave me over a pound to share with you and Grandpa. Grabbing a clean bucket from the kitchen, Jiao scooped out 3 handfuls of sandworms and set aside 2 pounds of spicy snails for the family. She also kept 7 scallops for dinner. Grandma suggested selling everything, but before she could insist, Jiao had already hopped on her tricycle and driven off. Thinking the prices at the town's buying station would be better, she headed to the town pier. The pier was bustling under the sunset, exuding a unique charm. Fishermen were returning with their catches, and the pier buzzed with activity. Alongside docked fishing boats, fishmongers, seafood buyers from hotels, and shoppers from the county crowded the area. Larger boats had regular buyers waiting to collect their catches, while anglers and foragers set up small stalls to sell their finds. Noticing the lively stalls surrounded by customers, Xiao decided to try selling her haul directly. Freshly dug sandworms. Don't miss out. Sandworms, 110 yuan per pound.
Spicy snails, 30 yuan per pound.
Come and take a look. Her prices were slightly lower than market rates, but higher than those offered by the buying station. In recent years, the decreasing number of sandworms had driven up prices, and her announcement quickly attracted fishmongers and seafood buyers. However, some tried to lowball her, offering as little as 50 yuan per pound for sandworms and 15 yuan for snails, prices even lower than the buying stations. The audacity of these offers made Jiao laugh in disbelief. While bargaining was expected, such outrageous prices were insulting. Ignoring the fishmongers, she turned her attention to a group of middle-aged women who seemed interested. Clearly experienced negotiators, the women had driven here to buy fresh yet affordable seafood. After some intense haggling, Jiao finally gave in. Sandworms were sold at 85 yuan per pound and spicy snails at 23 yuan per pound. The women bought everything she had. Sandworms, 7 pounds times 85 is equal to 595 yuan. Spicy snails, 18 pounds times 23 is equal to 414 yuan. Opening her WeChat wallet, Jiao saw 1,009 yuan credited to her account. Adding this to the 1,300 yuan from yesterday and the 1,610 yuan from the morning, she had earned 3,919 yuan in just 2 days. Thrilled, Jiao couldn't help but think, who needs a corporate job? I'm staying home to forage. Back at home, Grandma had already prepared dinner: sandworm porridge, stir-fried spicy snails, steamed scallops with vermicelli, and stir-fried morning glory. Seeing the points, Xiaomeng chimed in excitedly. Tang Tang, at this rate, you'll reach level 2 in no time. Exactly. Once I'm level 2, I can get crab traps and a water pump. Thinking about her earnings, Jiao grinned so widely that crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes. Having spent the whole day foraging, the Chun household fell into a quiet, early slumber. Having gotten up at 4 a.m. yesterday and gone foraging twice, Chun Jiao was utterly exhausted. She slept soundly through the night and only slowly opened her eyes when sunlight peeked through the S of her window, warming her face. By now, the sun was already high in the sky, and even with the curtains drawn, the room was bright. From the small hillside behind the house came the melodious chirping of birds, a soothing and heartwarming sound. The house was quiet, likely because everyone else was already busy with their day. Jiao quickly got up, changed into a casual tracksuit, and tied her hair into a high ponytail, looking youthful and radiant. Yawning as she descended the stairs, the only one home was Ah Huang, the family dog, faithfully guarding the house. Hearing the sound of her footsteps, the little dog excitedly wagged its tail and bounded over to her. Her stomach growled in hunger. Ignoring the enthusiastic Ah Huang at her feet, she made a beeline for the kitchen. Inside the pot was warm lean pork congee, accompanied by 2 pale green salted duck eggs. These eggs were made from sea duck eggs collected at the seaside, and Grandma's homemade version was particularly delicious. Jiao especially loved the salted egg yolks, which were sandy, rich, and slightly oily. After eating her fill and washing the dishes, she realized it was already 9 a.m. Although foraging for the past 2 days had been lucrative, it had also been physically taxing. Yesterday, she had spent the entire day at the seaside and digging for sandworms, leaving her with sore legs and an aching back. Recalling that she had already borrowed today's X-ray function time, she decided to take a day off. Money could always be earned, but she needed to take care of herself. After applying sunscreen from the system and putting on a wide-brimmed hat, Jiao happily set out for a leisurely walk. Ah Huang wanted to join her, but she firmly refused, leaving the dog to guard the house with a pitiful expression. Outside, The cement road in front of her house stretched straight ahead. To the left was the family's small convenience store, and continuing straight would lead to the seaside. Their home, situated on the edge of the village, had a small dirt road on the right leading to the old family house and the shrimp pond. Realizing there were no snacks left at home, Xiao decided to head to the village store. The store was just a 3 or 4-minute walk away. When she arrived, she found the doors to both the shop and the adjacent courier station closed, and she didn't have the keys. Just as she pulled out her phone to message her mom, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was her mother, Yin Shooting, carrying a large bucket, wearing a straw hat and water shoes, clearly just back from foraging. With most of the villagers out fishing or foraging early in the morning, there wasn't much business at the store, so Yin Shooting often went foraging herself to make extra money. Seeing her mom, Xiao quickly ran up to take the heavy bucket from her hands. Inside were some small shecks and a few pounds of oysters. Though the shecks weren't large, they were fine for family meals. Yin Shooting beamed at her daughter and said cheerfully, "I got lucky today. I found a broken net while foraging, and it had a 2-pound red grouper and 2 stonefish caught in it. I sold them at the buying station for 90 yuan, though 90 yuan might not seem like much. Overfishing had made seafood resources scarce, and it was considered a decent haul in the village." Her convenience store typically earned a daily profit of 70 to 80 yuan, and along with the courier station, her monthly income was just over 3,000 yuan. Foraging added another 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, giving the family a comfortable monthly income of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Seeing her daughter's eager expression, Yin Shooting could tell she was craving snacks again. She quickly opened the store and let Xiao pick out whatever she wanted. The store was rented from a relative who had moved to the county. For a monthly rent of 500 yuan, it served as both a convenience store and a courier station. In front of the store were 3 tables for villagers to play mahjong, a clever idea suggested by Xiao's father, Chen Weiqiang, to increase foot traffic and boost sales. The store was well-stocked, functioning like a small supermarket. The entrance displayed fishing gear supplied by Chen Weiqiang's shop, catering to the many anglers from nearby villages. The left side sold various household goods, while the right side stocked food staples and condiments. Xiao headed straight for the snack section, picking out several flavors of chips, an assortment of treats, and a few bottles of drinks, filling up a bag to the brim. From behind the counter, where she had been scrolling on her phone, Yin Shooting's face darkened at the sight of her daughter piling on snacks. Before her mom could scold her, Xiao grabbed her haul and darted out with a sheepish grin. "Don't eat too much junk food. It's unhealthy," her mom called after her. "I'll only eat a little," she shouted back, quickening her pace. No sooner had Xiao left than a deliverman arrived with half a truckload of parcels. With few young people in the village, the courier station didn't handle many packages, and Yin Shooting quickly sorted them before settling down with tea and her phone. Back home, Grandpa and Grandma had returned. Grandpa was preparing to go fishing, carrying a rod, a large bucket, and a net. Seeing his granddaughter, he asked warmly, "Tang Tang, want to come fishing with me?" "Sure. There's nothing to do at home anyway," she replied. She went to the storeroom to grab her dad's fishing gear, a common sea fishing rod, a small oxygenator, and another bucket. Equipped and ready, the grandfather-granddaughter duo headed out together. Yesterday, Chun Jiao got up around 4 a.m. and went sea foraging twice, which completely exhausted her. She slept deeply and peacefully, only waking up lazily when the sun crept through her window and warmed her face. By that time, the sun was already high in the sky, and even without drawing the curtains, the room was filled with bright light. From the small hillside behind the house came the crisp and soothing chirping of birds, a sound that felt healing. The house was quiet, likely because everyone was off attending to their tasks. Chun Jiao got up quickly, changed into a casual sports outfit, and tied her hair into a high ponytail, looking lively and youthful. Yawning as she descended the stairs, she saw that only Ah Huang, the family dog, was left guarding the house. The little dog, hearing the sound of her steps, eagerly wagged its tail and hopped over to greet her. Her stomach growled, still hungry from last night's sandworm porridge. She paid no attention to the playful Ah Huang circling her feet and headed straight to the kitchen. Inside the pot, she found a pot of lean pork congee and 2 pale green salted duck eggs. These salted duck eggs were homemade from sea duck eggs found by the beach. Sea duck eggs were often found scattered along the shore, and most people in the village made their own salted duck eggs, though grandmas were unmatched. Chun Jiao especially loved the salted yolk, grainy, buttery, and oozing with oil. After finishing her breakfast and washing the dishes, it was already 9 a.m. Having gone foraging for the past 2 days, she found that although it was lucrative, it was also undeniably tiring. Yesterday, she had walked along the beach all day and spent half of it digging for sandworms. Now her legs were sore and her back ached. Knowing she had already borrowed today's X-ray vision ability, Jiao decided to take the day off. There was no end to earning money, but she couldn't neglect taking care of herself. Applying sunscreen from the system and donning a wide-brimmed hat, Jiao stepped out with a smile, ready for a relaxing stroll. Ah Huang wanted to follow her outside, but she heartlessly refused, leaving the little dog to stay home and guard the house with a pitiful, dejected look. Outside, a straight cement road stretched out from the front door. Heading left led to the family's convenience store, while continuing straight led to the beach. The Chen family's house was on the edge of the village. To the right, a small country path led to the old family home and the shrimp pond. Thinking about how there weren't any snacks left at home, Jiao walked toward the village entrance. The family's convenience store was just 3 or 4 minutes away. Soon, she arrived at its door, only to find the store and adjacent courier station locked, and she didn't have a key. Just as she took out her phone to message her mother, she noticed a familiar figure in the distance. It was her mom, Yan Shooting, carrying a large bucket, wearing a straw hat, and dressed in water shoes. Clearly, she had just returned from sea foraging. In their small village, most residents spent their mornings fishing or foraging, so the convenience store rarely had customers at that time. Yan Shooting figured it was better to spend the morning foraging and earning extra money instead. Seeing her mother return, Jiao rushed forward to take the heavy bucket from her hands. Inside, there were some small shecks and several pounds of oysters. While the sizes were small, they were good enough for home cooking. Yan Shooting smiled at her daughter and cheerfully said, "I got lucky today. I found a broken net while foraging. It had a 2-pound red grouper and 2 stonefish trapped inside. I sold them at the buying station for 90 yuan. 90 yuan wasn't much, but with overfishing and dwindling marine resources, it was considered decent earnings in their village. Yan Shooting's convenience store typically earned about 70 to 80 yuan in profit each day, while the courier station added up to just over 3,000 yuan a month. Adding income from foraging, the family made 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, with low expenses allowing them to save a fair amount. Noticing Xiao's eager expression, Yan Shooting could tell her daughter was here for snacks. She quickly unlocked the store and let her pick out whatever she wanted. The convenience store was housed in a rented property owned by a relative who had moved to the county. For 500 yuan a month, it also housed the courier station. The front porch had 3 tables for villagers to play mahjong, a clever idea from Jiao's father, Chen Weiqiang, to increase foot traffic and boost sales. It worked well, as snacks and drinks like ice cream and soda sold quickly. Inside, the store was neatly arranged and well-stocked, almost like a small supermarket. It was divided into 3 sections: fishing gear by the entrance, household items on the left, and food supplies on the right. Jiao went straight to the snack aisle, picking out chips in various flavors, assorted treats, and several bottles of drinks. By the time she was done, her bag was stuffed to the brim. From behind the counter, where she was scrolling through her phone, Yan Shooting saw her daughter piling up snacks and frowned. But before her mom could scold her, Jiao quickly grabbed her bag and bolted, taking along a half bucket of small shecks. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Yan Shooting could only sigh in exasperation. "Don't eat too much junk food. It's unhealthy," she called out. "I'll only eat a little," Jiao replied, speeding up to avoid further lecturing. Back at home, she found her grandparents had returned. Grandpa held a fishing rod, a large bucket, and a big net, clear signs of a fishing trip. Seeing his granddaughter, Grandpa beamed and asked kindly, "Tang Tang, want to go fishing with me?" "Sure. Nothing better to do at home," Xiao replied. She went to grab some fishing gear, including a fishing rod, a small oxygen pump, and another bucket. With everything ready, the grandfather-granddaughter duo headed out happily. The grandfather and granddaughter finally made it home. When they checked the time on their phones, it was already 12:30 p.m., and the family lunch was nearly cold. Grandpa Chin parked the tricycle under the shade of a tree, leaving the bucket of fish untouched, as they planned to sell them later. Grandma Chin came out from the living room, initially ready to scold the pair for being late. But when she saw the large sea bass in the bucket, her face lit up with joy as she walked over. What a huge sea bass! It must weigh at least 15 or 16 pounds. And this red grouper is quite big too. Why didn't you sell them at the buying station? Grandma Chun, who didn't often check her phone, hadn't seen the photos her granddaughter shared in the family group. Now, seeing the fish they'd caught, she couldn't contain her happiness. These were just caught, and with the oxygen pump, they're still lively. "I'll take them to town to sell after we eat," Grandpa Chin replied. Yes, the town's buying station offers higher prices. Such big fish will surely fetch a good price, Grandma agreed enthusiastically. Before they could continue chatting, Yen Shooting popped her head out of the kitchen. "Lunch is ready. Go wash your hands."
Got it.
Chun Jiao, still giddy from the morning's fishing success, skipped toward the kitchen. The pair's joy was evident, their smiles so broad it seemed even their footsteps were lighter. Grandpa Chun especially looked proud and full of life. After enduring frequent teasing from his wife and daughter-in-law during his night fishing trips with his son, he finally had a reason to hold his head high. It was the 4th day since Jiao had returned home, and the meals had returned to their usual simplicity. Lunch consisted of stir-fried clams, a mixed fish stew, steamed clam and egg custard, and a simple boiled green vegetable. Though modest, the meal was filled with laughter and joy. After finishing lunch, the ever-hasty Yen Shooting urged her daughter to sell the fish quickly, pointing out that live fish fetch significantly higher prices than dead ones. Initially, Jiao planned to sell the 2 big fish and keep the stonefish and yellow croakers, leaving half for the family to eat and giving the other half to her uncle's household. But the rest of the family disagreed. Frugal Grandma Chin shook her head, saying, "These stonefish and yellow croakers are quite large. They'll fetch dozens of yuan per pound. I couldn't bear to eat something so expensive." Grandpa Chun, who had been fishing since he was young, added, "Just keep a few smaller croakers to try. We've had enough seafood over the years." Even her mother chimed in, "The stonefish I sold this morning went for 55 yuan per pound. Let's sell them. As for the yellow croakers, just keep the small ones." Finally, Yen Shooting made the decision. Keep the yellow croakers under half a pound, about 5 pounds in total. Half would be kept for their own meals, while the other half, along with some oysters and clams from the morning, would be packed and sent to the uncle's family. Although the bucket had an oxygen pump, Jiao worried the fish might not survive long. She quickly drove to Yang's buying station, where she'd sold her catch the day before. By this time, the tide seekers had long since returned, and the fishermen hadn't yet come back from the sea. The dock and nearby buying stations were quiet. When Jiao walked into Yang's buying station, the owner, Xiaoyang, and his wife, Sister Li, were dozing off. But as soon as Xiaoyang heard her footsteps, he immediately perked up. "Oh, it's the girl from the Chin family. Got any good catches today?" "Brother Yang, I caught a sea bass over 10 pounds this morning. It's still alive. Can you help me lift the bucket? It's too heavy with all the water." Thinking about the sea bass she caught that morning, Jiao couldn't hide her excitement. Her cheerful tone and sparkling eyes were brimming with joy. Hearing that there was a lively sea bass over 10 pounds, Xiaoyang became energized and followed her outside. With years of experience in the seafood business, Xiaoyang could tell at a glance that the fish were wild-caught. Looking at the lively, thrashing fish in the bucket, he was very satisfied. "These are a good size. I'll make sure to give you a fair price." Wanting to leave a good impression and possibly secure future business, Xiaoyang decided to offer her slightly higher rates than usual. Sea bass, 40 yuan per pound. Red grouper, 45 yuan per pound.
Stonefish, 60 yuan per pound.
Yellow croakers, 45 yuan per pound. Having grown up by the sea, Xiao knew these were great prices and happily agreed. Deal, let's go with what you said. Xiaoyang quickly brought over some empty crates, efficiently sorting the fish before weighing them. Sea bass, 15.6 pounds, 40 yuan per pound, totaling 622 yuan. Red grouper, exactly 5 pounds, 45 yuan per pound, totaling 225 yuan.
Stonefish, 1.4 pounds, 60 yuan per pound, totaling 84 yuan.
Yellow croakers, 6.7 pounds, 45 yuan per pound, totaling 301.5 yuan. The total for this haul came to 1,232.5 yuan, which Xiaoyang transferred to Xiao's bank account. The sea bass and stonefish were Xiao's catch, while the red grouper was her grandfather's. The yellow croakers were split evenly between them. Sitting in her car, Xiao quickly calculated their earnings. She kept 856.5 yuan for herself, while her grandfather's share was 376 yuan. With another 800 plus yuan in her account, Xiao gleefully opened her system's points page. Seeing no change in her points, Xiao was puzzled. Xiaomeng, what's going on? Why haven't my points increased? The faint white orb in her mind flickered and explained softly, Tang Tang, you're still in the sea foraging module. Only earnings from foraging count toward points. Once you fully unlock the sea foraging module and enter the fishing module, your fishing earnings will start earning points. That's so unfair. I was planning to fish after foraging, but it turns out it doesn't even count for points. Seeing her annoyance, the little white orb shrank pitifully, not daring to say more. Xiao felt a surge of determination to quickly unlock the sea foraging module and enter the fishing module. That way, she could forage in the morning and fish in the afternoon, easily earning 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a day. Earning 30,000 yuan a month would be a breeze. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, a smile spreading across her face. However, relying solely on foraging would be too slow. If she added fish traps, her earnings would likely skyrocket. Xiaomeng, what's the difference between the fish traps I buy from the system and the ones I buy myself? She asked eagerly. System-provided fish traps come with a bonus, an additional 10% in catches. Hearing this, Xiao found it tempting. She quickly opened the system shop. Initially, she planned to buy 10 or 8 fish traps, but was shocked to find that each one cost 1,000 points. Realizing she only had just over 3,000 points, she deflated. There was no way she could afford it. But her disappointment lasted only a minute before she remembered that her family's fishing gear shop had fish traps in stock. Pulling out her phone, she sent her Dear Dad a message. The WeChat call had just connected when Qin Weiqiang, who rarely had success fishing, anxiously asked, "Did you go to the outermost rocky shore in the village to fish this morning?" "Yes. Didn't Grandpa say it was your secret fishing spot?" "How could you not recognize it?" Qin Jiao teased him with a playful smile. "All right, I'll head home earlier tonight," said Qin Weiqiang, already brimming with excitement, itching to rush out for fishing. Seeing her dad's mind drifting to fishing, Jiao quickly got to the point. "I'm planning to set fish traps at the rocky shore. Dad, can you bring back 10 fish traps from the shop?" "Sure, which size do you want?" Recalling her time helping at the shop, Jiao remembered a popular model with a 50 centimeters diameter and a 20-meter long rope. She asked him to bring back 10 of those after work. These medium-sized traps cost 22 yuan each at wholesale and were sold for 30 yuan each. As soon as the call ended, Jiao transferred 300 yuan to her dad via WeChat. At first, Weiqiang didn't intend to accept the money, but then he thought about how his daughter had been earning a good amount recently from fishing and foraging. Pleased, he pocketed the 80 yuan profit with a satisfied grin. At the dock, although quiet, a couple of small stalls were selling fish, mostly cheap, unremarkable varieties. Jiao spent 15 yuan on a pile of small fish that were no longer fresh. By evening, they would likely spoil. However, these small fish were perfect as bait for the fish traps, their strong scent attracting marine life. Though she hadn't gone foraging today, Jiao was pleased with her earnings and headed to a small shop selling roasted meats. The shop looked unimpressive and didn't even have a signboard, yet its roasted duck and white-cut chicken were famous for their flavor. Generations of the family had specialized in roasted meats, and the line outside the store each day spoke to its reputation. The shop opened at 4 p.m. and usually sold out by 6:30 p.m. The chickens used for the white-cut chicken were even raised by Grandpa and Grandma Chen. Arriving at 3:40 p.m., Jiao noticed a few elderly folks already chatting and waiting for the shop to open. Among the gentle, smiling grandparents, Jiao stood out. An enthusiastic elderly lady pulled her into a conversation, persistently inquiring if she had a boyfriend, even offering to introduce her grandson. Alarmed, Jiao quickly shook her head and fibbed, claiming she already had a boyfriend. Fortunately, the shop opened its doors just in time, and the cluster of elderly folks surged forward. Jiao took her time, buying half a white-cut chicken and half a roasted duck. Even seafood gets tiresome. It's good to have a change, she thought. Carrying her purchases, she returned home by 4:30 p.m. to a quiet house, greeted only by Ah Huang, the family dog, wagging its tail enthusiastically. After placing her food in the kitchen and playing briefly with Ah Huang, Jiao headed out again. By now, Grandpa and Grandma Chen were likely tending to the chickens and shrimp at the old family home, and Jiao planned to lend a hand. Walking along the countryside path, Jiao hummed a tune, the soft breeze brushing against her face. It was soothing and delightful. Ahead lay the family's shrimp pond, its sparkling surface glimmering in the sunlight, with lush orchards stretching beyond. The symphony of birds chirping and chickens clucking blended harmoniously, while behind her stood the neatly aligned two-story homes, radiating a sense of warmth and life. This was a kind of tranquil beauty absent from bustling cities, a landscape brimming with serenity and familial love. Spotting Grandpa feeding shrimp, Jiao hurried over, quickening her pace. But she was a bit late. Grandpa had just tossed the last scoop of feed into the pond. "Grandpa, Dad says he's going fishing tonight. I'll scoop out some shrimp to use as bait," she suggested. Mentioning fishing immediately perked up Grandpa's spirits. Cheerfully, he scooped out 2 pounds of shrimp. "Fishing's been good today. Let's head out early tonight," he said confidently, already imagining another big catch. Jiao passed him a small bucket and brought up her plans for the fish traps. "I've asked Dad to bring back 10 fish traps. We can set them up while fishing tonight. There are plenty of snails in the nearby stream. I'll gather some for bait," Grandpa offered. With that, he rolled up his pants and waded into a nearby clear stream. Thinking about the small fish she had bought earlier, about 7 or 8 pounds in total, Jiao worried it might not be enough. She rolled up her pants to join Grandpa in gathering snails, but was promptly shooed away. "You're not wearing water shoes, stay out. Girls shouldn't soak in water too much. It's bad for your health. Go help your grandma collect eggs in the orchard." Knowing he had her best interests at heart, Jiao nodded obediently and replied with a cheeky grin. "All right, I'll help Grandma collect eggs and cook early. Let's head out fishing sooner. I didn't get enough of it this morning." After catching a 15-pound sea bass that morning, Jiao was eager to fish again. Although fishing didn't earn points, the money she made was real and tangible. The Chun family orchard, located behind the old house, covered 7 acres, split evenly between lychee and mango trees. The trees were only 2.5 years old and hadn't borne fruit yet, but their lush greenery created a picturesque scene. The orchard was fenced with wire, and a central divider separated the left side, home to about 200 free-range chickens, from the right side, which housed traditional grain-fed chickens. The grain-fed chickens grew slower, taking over 6 months to mature, so the family raised only 120 of them, 80 as young broilers for fishing enthusiasts from Weiqiang's shop and 40 as laying hens for eggs. The free-range eggs, along with the chickens, were highly sought after by affluent fishing enthusiasts, a testament to Weiqiang's business acumen. Most hens laid their eggs during the day, but they often chose hidden spots to do so. Each evening, Grandma Chen scoured the orchard to gather the well-hidden eggs. By the time Jiao arrived, Grandma was already combing the orchard with a small basket. Jiao started searching on the opposite side, carefully combing through the grass for eggs. The Qin family's chickens, a traditional breed, were smaller and laid petite eggs. Their eggs were snow-white, smooth, and tiny, barely larger than a thumb. Despite their size, these eggs had a uniquely rich flavor. With Jiao helping, they quickly collected all the eggs in the orchard, 32 in total, weighing only about 3 pounds. These free-range eggs were sold individually for 1.5 yuan each. The limited supply meant most were reserved for Weiqiang's fishing enthusiast clients. At this time, the sun had already set halfway up the mountain. Chen Jiao took out her cell phone and saw that it was already 5:30. "Grandma, I'm going to go back and cook first." Thinking about going fishing and setting traps in the evening, Chen Jiao hurried home carrying eggs. Having bought some boiled chicken and roast duck in the afternoon, she simply stir-fried 2 vegetarian dishes, and a simple dinner was ready. When I came out of the kitchen, it was exactly 6 o'clock. At this time, Chen Weiqiang came back and carried several traps down from the car. Seeing this, Chen Jiao hurried over to help, and the father and daughter moved all 10 traps into the yard in a short while. In addition, there was a brand new fishing rod, the same one Chen Jiao used in the morning. It was specially prepared for her by Chen Weiqiang. "Thank you, Dad." Holding the new fishing rod, Chen Jiao jumped twice on the spot excitedly, the ponytail on the back of her head swaying, and her whole body exuded joy. Chen Weiqiang likes to fish for big fish at the bottom of the river. When he was in the store in the afternoon, he had already helped his daughter tie a number 3 hook with a lead weight of at least half a pound. In addition to the fishing rod, he also brought back a small aerator, which, together with the 2 he already had at home, was just enough for each person. Although his family runs a fishing tackle store, Chen Weiqiang does not have many fishing tackles. All you need is a fishing rod, a large scoop net, a large bucket for fish, a small bucket for bait, an aerator, and a toolbox. As for the things in the toolbox, there are quite a lot, including various types of fishing hooks and lines, as well as gloves, towels, fish retrievers, and scissors, as well as some simple medicines. The spines of many marine fish are poisonous, so be sure to wear gloves or use a towel to pad the hook when removing it. Chen Jiao put away the fishing rod and took out the small fish she had bought in the afternoon with a smile on her face. Several small fish were placed in each trap, but it still looked a little too few. At this time, Grandpa Chen came back with half a bucket of snails in his hand. "There are too few small fish here, and it's a good thing I came back with some snails." The old man proudly shook the snails in his hand. Grandma Chen behind him smiled gently and teased him deliberately. "Look at how you're showing off. You're already old, but you're still like a child, always comparing yourself to others and everything." Grandpa Chen knew that his wife was making fun of him for showing off the fish he caught in the village at noon, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he was very proud of it. The old man held his head high and said with a smug smile, "You always laugh at me. Today I sold that red friend fish for more than 200 yuan. With the yellow-legged fish, I made more than 300 yuan today." Economic status determines the superstructure. Grandpa Chen, who has made money, stands up straight and speaks with confidence. "Virtue, your $300 is not even half of Tong Tong's income." When Chen Weiqiang saw that his parents were arguing with each other, he quickly took the bucket and made room for them. Then he took Chen Jiao to the door, smashed the snails in the bucket with stones, and put them into the trap. After dinner, it was already dark. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren took a headlamp and deftly moved the fishing gear and traps onto the tricycle. Chen Jiao thought about it and took the tools needed for fishing with her. Crabs and conchs like to come out at night, so you can go there to catch some later in the evening. When we arrived at the beach, the tide had just gone out, but there were still quite a few people catching seafood on both the sandy beach and the rocky beach. Chen Jiao originally planned to set the traps on the rocky beach where she had gone to catch seafood before, but she saw several people there from afar, so she had to wait until she returned to set the traps. After a while, the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren arrived at the place where they went fishing in the morning. This place happens to be the border between Baisha village and the neighboring Lijia village. Usually there are few people coming here, and there was no one nearby at this time. The sea water has just receded to its farthest point now. Looking down from the big reef, where they were fishing in the morning, the water level is much lower than it was in the morning. Chen Weiqiang was anxious to fish, and without caring about the water level, he quickly hung a lively prawn on the hook and threw it out with force. Taking advantage of the low tide, Grandpa Chen and Chen Jiao found several suitable places and placed 6 traps on the rocky beach, where the water was relatively deep. Chen Jiao planned to take the remaining 4 traps to the rocky beach, where she had gone to catch seafood when she returned. When the grandfather and grandson came back, Chen Weiqiang was sitting on a small rock fishing. Although he didn't say anything, his face revealed a sense of pride and happiness. Chen Jiao lowered her head to look into the bucket and found that she had already caught 2 stonefish. No wonder she was so happy. However, the 2 fish were not big, both weighing about 300 grams. Chen Jiao had just caught a big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms in the morning, so she no longer cared about these small minions. But she didn't know that Chen Weiqiang had been empty-handed for a month, and he was already satisfied to be able to catch a fish. The reef where the 3 of them were located was very large. Chen Weiqiang sat in the middle, while Chen Jiao and Grandpa Chen stood on his left and right with their backs to him, sorting out their fishing rods. After the morning, Chen Jiao felt that she had become an expert in fishing. She confidently moved a small stone over and then sat down leisurely. Chen Jiao was thinking about catching a big fish, so she specially chose the largest shrimp and hung it on the fish hook. As soon as the fishing hook was thrown into the sea, I saw Chen Weiqiang next to me catch another stonefish. This one is much bigger than the one in the bucket and looks like it weighs at least half a pound. Although Chen Jiao was dreaming of catching big fish, she was still very envious when she saw him catching fish one after another. Dad, you've really disturbed Shi Jiugong's nest. I don't know either. I just fished it casually. His tone was full of boasting and excitement. Chen Weiqiang changed his previous depressed mood and became full of energy. He felt that he would definitely have a great catch today, and maybe even catch a large sea fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. The reddish-brown, big-eyed stone jiugong was actually quite cute, but Chen Weiqiang was not in the mood to appreciate its beauty at the time. He took it down and threw it into the bucket casually. Then he quickly hooked a lively prawn and threw the hook into the sea in a few seconds. Chen Jiao couldn't help but admire him. He was indeed a fisherman who had been fishing for more than 10 years. His speed was truly professional. As soon as the fish hook was put down, Chen Weiqiang felt something pulling on the fishing rod in his hand, and then the fishing line quickly moved out. Judging from the strength of the fish and the speed at which the fishing reel releases the line, it is obvious that this is a big fish. Haha, this fish must weigh at least 10 pounds, and it's so energetic. I think it must be a sea bass. Chen Weiqiang was so excited that he quickly tightened the unloading force and then started to reel in the fish. He hadn't caught a big fish for 2 months. His palms were sweating and he was almost in tears with excitement. Compared to Chen Weiqiang's good luck, Grandpa Chen and Chen Jiao's fishing rods were motionless. The grandparents and grandchildren had no expression on their faces at this time. Watching others catch fish is even more frustrating than catching nothing yourself. However, Chen Weiqiang had no time to care about these 2 jealous people. He was working hard to catch the fish. His face turned red with excitement, and he felt his heart beating faster. The fishing line was straight, and the fishing reel was squeaking. Chen Weiqiang quickly adjusted the unloading force again. The fish in the sea sensed the danger and became even more ferocious. Suddenly, they pulled hard and almost threw the fishing rod out. However, Chen Weiqiang, who is in his prime, is not someone to be trifled with. The muscle lines on his arms are very obvious, and the blue veins are prominent, and he quickly gained the upper hand. At this time, he was sweating profusely and his movements looked a little awkward, but the smile on his face was unusually bright and his whole body was full of energy. This guy is really strong. Maybe it's a big bass weighing more than 10 pounds. My daughter caught a sea bass here in the morning, and Chen Weiqiang thought that the big fish in his hand was probably also a sea bass. Just as he finished speaking, Grandpa Chen next to him caught a sea bass, but it was not big, only about 4 pounds. The two people next to him had caught fish, but there was no movement of the fishing rod in Chen Jiao's hand. After pulling up the fish hook, Chen Jiao saw that the prawn on it was still intact. With a strong effort, the fishing hook was thrown farther out to sea. The fish kept refusing to bite, which was really boring, so Chen Jiao had no choice but to silently take out her cell phone and start taking a video for her dad. After fishing for a while, Chen Weiqiang felt that the fish in the sea was a little tired. He was about to reel in the line, but unexpectedly, he felt a huge pulling force on the fishing rod in his hand again.
Squeak.
The fishing rod was bent extremely hard, and the reel was squeaking. The fishing line, which was originally a little loose, was instantly straightened. The big fish rolled in the water, slapping the sea water and stirring up waves. The sound of sea fish hitting the waves is, in Chen Weiqiang's opinion, the most beautiful sound in the world. Chen Weiqiang has been fishing for many years, and his skills are quite good. As soon as the big fish in the sea gets a little tired, he starts to reel in the line, spinning the reel frantically. When the fish struggles to get out, he stops reeling in the line. It took about half an hour for one man to release the fish and the other to pull it in. In the end, Chen Weiqiang was stronger. At this time, the big guys in the sea were exhausted. Chen Weiqiang reeled in the line quickly and took a lot of effort to pull the big fish to the shore. At this time, a white, slender fish jumped out of the water, but after a flick of its tail, it quickly sank into the sea. The three people staring at the sea could tell at a glance that it was a large sea wolf. The scientific name of sea wolf is pike. It has a row of very sharp teeth and is a very ferocious marine fish. However, sea wolf is a rare marine fish that is not very tasty, and its meat is very loose, so it can only be used to make meat floss or fish orb. Sea wolves are not popular in the market, so the price is low. The purchasing station in the village maintains the price at 10 yuan per catty all year round. Barracuda, commonly known as sea wolf. Although it is a worthless sea wolf, it is big enough, at least 12 or 13 pounds. Chen Weiqiang, who hadn't caught a big fish for a long time, felt a surge of excitement in his heart at this moment. As soon as the thin and long sea wolf was pulled out of the sea, Grandpa Chen, who had been waiting on the side, caught it with a scoop net. After Chen Jiao finished filming the video, the excited Chen Weiqiang pulled her back and asked her to help take photos. Chen Weiqiang was holding a meter-long sea wolf and grinning foolishly, as happy as a silly husky. At this time, the bucket at Chen Weiqiang's feet was already filled to the brim with this sea wolf and several stone fish he had caught before. Although it was a bit crowded, fortunately I had an oxygenator so I wouldn't die for a while. Chen Weiqiang showed off in the fishing group, then put up the bait and continued fishing. As for the fisherman in the fishing group, he doesn't care how anxiously they can't sleep at night. Grandpa Chen was lucky today as he caught a sea bass. Chen Jiao glanced overboardly and saw that 3 sea bass had been caught, but they were mostly half-grown sea bass weighing 4 or 5 kilograms. The father and son were both smiling from ear to ear. Only Chen Jiao felt jealous. After a while, she finally felt the vibration from the fishing rod, and the fishhook was pulled out by the sea fish. Chen Jiao excitedly shouted in a low voice, "Hurrah, a fish is caught!" Then, a huge pulling force came. The fishing line was pulled taut, the reel squeaked, and the line was released frantically. The fish in the sea were exerting force like crazy, and huge pulling force continued to come. Chen Jiao held the fishing rod tightly in her hand and began to reel in the fish. Letting go and pulling in, prioritizing, the man and the fish were pulling and struggling desperately. This tense and pulling feeling made people very excited, and Chen Jiao felt that the blood in her body was boiling. Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang, who were not far away, heard the noise and turned around, only to see that the fishing rod in her hand had been bent into a crescent shape. "Tang Tang, you're lucky today." Another big fish. There was a sense of pride in her tone. Chen Weiqiang thought shamelessly, "My daughter is like me, a master at fishing. This fish is very strong. I think it's even bigger than the sea bass we caught this morning." Chen Jiao smiled brightly, looking very happy. Feeling the huge pulling force coming from her hands, Chen Jiao's heart was pounding with excitement. However, the fish was too strong and it pulled hard again, and Chen Jiao was almost dragged into the sea. Seeing this, Chen Weiqiang quickly supported his daughter and took the fishing rod. "You have such small arms and legs, let me help you fish." Wow, the pulling force is even greater than that of the sea wolf I just caught. Feeling the fierce tug from the fishing rod, Chen Weiqiang became excited again. The fish that took the bait was stung by the hook and probably sensed the danger, so it rushed around madly, causing a large splash of water. This movement and strength also feels like a sea wolf. Could it be that they encountered a school of sea wolf fish? Sea wolves are not bad. Although they are not valuable, they are big in size and can be sold for more than 100 yuan each. Chen Jiao smiled. She is not picky as long as she can make money. The father and daughter took turns fishing for 30 minutes before the big guy in the sea was pulled up. It turned out to be another sea wolf. However, it is bigger than the one Chen Weiqiang just caught, weighing about 15 kilograms. Just as Chen Jiao was happily taking a photo with the sea wolf in her hand, Grandpa Chen caught another sea bass. Chen Weiqiang thought that there should be a school of bass over there with the old man, so he picked up his fishing rod and went over to fish for bass together. Chen Jiao did not move. After hanging up a big shrimp, she threw it back to the original sea surface. Not long after, the fishing line that was originally drooping was suddenly straightened. Chen Jiao was excited and started to show off to the two people next to her. Another fish has taken the bait. However, the fish this time was estimated to be not big. Although the fishing line was being pulled frantically, Chen Jiao could clearly feel that the pulling force was only half of what it was just now. Compared to her previous embarrassment, Chen Jiao seemed much more at ease now while fishing. In just 10 minutes, she felt that the fish in the sea had no strength left. To kill him while he's weak, while this guy has no strength left, Chen Jiao frantically turns the fishing reel in her hand. Not long after, a patterned grouper was pulled out of the sea. Chen Weiqiang, who was waiting to catch fish, saw this and his eyes widened. "Duck, this big blue spot probably weighs 8 or 9 kilograms. Grandpa Chen, who was not far away, glared at him and said, "The child is still here. Don't swear." Although Chen Jiao has graduated from college for 2 years, in her family's mind, she is still the little girl who always acts coquettishly and asks for candy from them. Chen Weiqiang was so happy at this time, as if he had caught the fish himself. He grinned and picked up the blue grouper, then asked his daughter to take a picture for him. The three of them took turns taking several photos, and the exhausted blue grouper was finally put into the bucket at Chen Jiao's feet. Blue grouper, although blue grouper is a relatively cheap grouper, it is so big and wild that it is not cheap. Chen Jiao was delighted to see the valuable grouper in the bucket. Chen Jiao and Chen Weiqiang both had a big catch, and Grandpa Chen also had a good harvest, catching a total of 4 sea bass, weighing 4 to 5 kilograms. Seeing that there was no more room for the fish, the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren happily prepared to go back. After Chen Weiqiang loaded the fish from the ground into the car, he suggested with a smug look on his face, "It's a bit late now, and these sea fish are not very active. I think it's better to send them directly to the village purchasing station and sell them. Okay, the purchasing station in town is too far away. If all the fish die when we send them there, the loss will be even greater." When the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren came over just now, these buckets and fishing gear were stacked together. Now the 3 large buckets are full of fish. The fish and fishing gear alone took up half of the car. Grandpa Chen and Chen Jiao barely huddled behind the car, and the 2 could only carry the remaining 4 traps by hand. A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the rocky beach where Chen Jiao was going to place the trap. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the people who had been going to the beach had already gone back, and the receding sea water had risen halfway back up. Chen Jiao and Chen Weiqiang each carried 2 traps and walked carefully into the sea on the wet reefs covered with seaweed and oysters. The father and daughter picked 4 places that looked good, threw the traps in their hands down one by one, and then tied the ropes to the huge rocks and secured them. Then tie a small strip of cloth on the rope as a mark. Conches and crabs love to appear at night. When they were walking back, the 2 of them looked unconsciously into the S in the rocks and puddles. Both the father and daughter had a headlamp on their heads, and the reefs in front of them were illuminated brightly. Suddenly, Chen Jiao saw a long, thin thing wriggling in front of her right. "Dad, there seems to be a conger eel ahead." A cheerful and lively voice rang in Chen Weiqiang's ears, and then his arms were slapped hard several times. Before he could look up and take a closer look, he was pulled forward by the excited Chen Jiao. When I got closer, I saw that it was indeed a conger eel, but it was not very big, only about 2 pounds at most. Moray eel, this little guy, is very vigilant. As soon as he senses someone coming, he tries his best to drill into the crevice of the rock. However, the crevice was too small, and the eel was too big, so it could only barely hide half of its body. Neither the father nor the daughter had to look for it specifically. They could see where it was hiding at a glance. The two men came to set the traps and forgot to bring the tools for catching seafish. Fortunately, they were wearing gloves, so Chen Weiqiang started to catch them directly. Chen Weiqiang acted quickly and accurately. He grabbed the conger eel's neck and pulled it out of the crevice with force. Chen Jiao looked at this creature that was twisting wildly and looked like a sea snake, and took a step back with a tingling scalp. At this moment, Chen Jiao saw a blue figure in the puddle out of the corner of her eye. Orchid crab, this eye-catching color is probably the eye-catching bag inside the crab. Chen Jiao smiled very happily, revealing 2 cute little canine teeth. Then he walked forward quickly and pinned the little guy down before he could hide in the crevice. She was wearing the gloves given by the system and picked up the conspicuous bag with her hands. Wow, this orchid crab is quite big. It looks to be half a pound. Chen Weiqiang's smiling voice came from behind. That's right. Don't you see who caught you? Chen Jiao raised her little head high, with a pride that she couldn't hide in her voice. The father and daughter, one holding a conger eel and the other holding an orchid crab, walked back with smiles on their faces. On the way back, the father and daughter saw a lot of flower snails and spicy snails slowly crawling on the rocks. Moreover, bubbles appeared in some in the rocks and small pits, which might indicate that there were crabs hiding there. There are many good things hidden in this rocky beach, and the two couldn't help but speed up their pace. Although the large buckets were filled with fish, there were also 2 small buckets for bait and several net bags. Chen Weiqiang asked Grandpa Chen to transport the fish in the car to the village purchasing station and sell them. Then he took the tools for fishing and went fishing with Chen Jiao. The father and daughter split into 2 groups, but they were not too far apart, only a few meters apart. Chen Jiao swept her eyes under a huge stone and soon saw 2 pincers sticking out from the S in the stone. 2 large pliers, little baby, come out quickly. Chen Jiao had a smile on her face, but her voice sounded a bit like that of a wolf with bad intentions. However, the little guy inside didn't understand human language and was still hiding inside steadily. Chen Jiao stretched out the pliers in her hand and quickly clamped the little guy out with lightning speed. It was a big green crab, a little bigger than the orchid crab just now, weighing about 60 to 70 grams. Chen Jiao recalled the path she had just walked and soon found a small nest of spicy snails in a crevice of a rock. Almost every one of them was bigger than her finger, and a dozen snails were already a heavy handful. Turning her head, she found a few faintly visible snails on a reef covered with seaweed. Of course, you can't let them go when you meet them. Chen Jiao happily found these little guys one by one. There were 6 large snails, weighing almost 1 kilogram in total. There are more crabs and conchs on the rocky beach at night than during the day, and they are bigger. After taking 2 steps, Chen Jiao saw a familiar figure in the small puddle in front of her. This little guy hid in the sand, and his entire body blended into the surrounding sand. If he wasn't lying too shallowly in the sand, he would never be found. Crab lying on the sand, the crab thought it was well disguised and had no idea of the danger. In an instant, the clamp in Chen Jiao's hand grasped the little guy tightly. After swaying gently on the water surface a few times, the crab's camouflage was washed off, revealing its green body. It was another big blue crab, but a little smaller than the previous one, only about half a pound. This is the time when snails come out to look for food. There are 1 or 2 spicy snails or small flower snails on almost every reef. If you turn over the stones, you can see octopuses and various crabs hiding in the S. Octopus plus 2 spicy snail plus 6 flower snail plus 3 blue crab plus 1 spicy snail plus 2 orchid crab plus 2. Chun Jiao seemed like she would never get tired. She turned over countless rocks along the way and filled a net bag with all kinds of small seafood. After walking for a while, Chun Jiao came to a mud pit mixed with sand and soil. After taking 2 steps, I saw 2 earthworm-like creatures wriggling in the mud. She hurried forward and picked up the 2 sandworms with the sand shovel in her hand. Then he continued digging in the ground along the small hole next to it. These little guys are very agile and alert. They will burrow into the mud immediately at the slightest sign of trouble, and they move very quickly. Now that she didn't have her X-ray glasses, it was extremely difficult to dig out sandworms. After digging for several minutes, she only dug up a few small guys. After digging for a while, the sandworm she had set her eyes on ran away again, and Chun Jiao was very angry. Forget it, I won't play anymore. I think it's more suitable to find blue crabs and conches. Chun Jiao continued to walk forward, and after taking 2 steps, the light above her head shone on a familiar figure. Big crab, this big guy looks like a blue crab. It shouldn't have disturbed the blue crab's nest today. Chun Jiao was very excited, and the ponytail on the back of her head was shaking wildly. The big guy in front of her was bigger than the 2 blue crabs just now combined. Chun Jiao's mouth curled up wildly, and the universal clamp in her hand was fast and accurate. A blue crab that was bigger than her face was picked up by Chun Jiao in one swoop. It's so heavy. This big guy must be at least 1.5 pounds. This guy was so dirty that Chun Jiao even gave it a bath before tying it up. Just as I tied up the big blue crab, my mother called me. It's already past 10 o'clock. Why haven't you come back yet? Yan Shooting yawned on the phone, her voice full of sleepiness. Chun Jiao glanced at the time on her phone and found that it was already 10:40. If it were in a big city, it would still be very early, but in the village it would already be late at night. However, Chun Jiao first caught 2 big fish and just caught several big blue crabs. She is very excited now. Mom, there are a lot of big blue crabs here on the rocky beach. I'll catch a few and bring them back to you as a gift. Chun Jiao's voice was cheerful and lively. Yan Shooting on the other end of the phone also sobered up a little and couldn't help but laugh. But she couldn't help but remind him, the rocks on the reef beach are all seaweed and oysters. Be careful and come back early, okay? I'll obey your command. Chun Jiao smiled and waited until her mother hung up the call before putting away her phone. As soon as I looked up, I found a huge conch on the reef in front of me. The pattern on this conch is particularly beautiful, and its size is the same as that of 2 conches. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the big guy was wriggling towards a small spicy snail next to it. Just as it was about to have a full meal, a small gloved hand descended from the sky and grasped it firmly in its palm. By the time it came to its senses, it had already been thrown into the bucket with a thud. As for the little snail, it escaped because it was too small. When leaving, Chun Jiao playfully warned the ignorant little snail, "Grow up quickly, I'll find you later." Although the little guy didn't understand what Chun Jiao said, it seemed to sense danger, and its movement speed increased significantly. Although there are several groups of people coming here to catch seafood during the day, there are still many little guys coming out to look for food at night. Every time you turn over a stone, you can always find a lot of good things underneath. Orchid crab plus 1 cat's eye snail plus 1 flower snail plus 2 blue crab plus 1. Just when Chun Jiao found another cat's eye snail, Chun Weiqiang's laughter came from not far away. She turned around and saw that the net bag in her father's hand was stuffed full, and it seemed that the harvest was also very good. After walking a few steps forward, Chun Jiao came to a puddle surrounded by large rocks. In the gap between 2 of the rocks, there were densely packed snails as big as fingers. Chun Jiao took the small bucket at her feet, placed it under the crevices where the snails were most densely populated, and then tried her best to push these little guys into the bucket. In addition to the chili snails in the S, there were quite a few chili snails crawling around the stone. Chun Jiao quickly called her father over. "Dad, there's a big nest of snails here. Come over here quickly." After a while, the father and daughter happily put all the snails into their pockets and filled the last net bag. Chun Jiao picked up the full net bag and weighed it happily. It weighed at least 10 to 20 kilograms. By this time the seawater had risen very high, and the father and daughter hurried back, each carrying 2 net bags. When we were halfway there, we ran into Grandpa Chun, who was turning over stones. In the big bucket at the old man's feet were several blue crabs and orchid crabs of different sizes, as well as several kilograms of spicy snails and several small flower snails. Crabs and conchs are hardy, unlike marine fish which cannot survive long out of water. The three of them discussed it and decided to leave the things at home as it was getting late, and then take them to town to sell them during the day after collecting the traps. It was already 11:30 when the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren returned home. Grandma Chun and Yin Shooting had already gone to bed. The 3 of them carefully sorted the fish they had just caught. The things everyone picked up were similar, so they didn't tell whose things belonged to them, and just put them all together. There are 9 orchid crabs, most of which weigh 500 to 600 grams, for a total of 5 jin. There are 12 blue crabs, 8 of which weigh between half a catty and 1 catty, for a total of 5.5 catties, for way more than 1 catty, for a total of 4.8 catties. There were 6 stone crabs, but they were relatively small and didn't have much meat, so the purchasing station wouldn't buy them, so I had to keep them for myself. The flower snails weighed 6 jin, the cat's eye snails weighed 4 jin, the spicy snails weighed 12 jin, and the small conger eel weighed exactly 2 jin. Chun Jiao was sitting on the sofa resting when she saw a transfer on her mobile phone. It was from her second uncle at the purchasing station for a total of 560 yuan. At this time, Grandpa Chun took out a receipt from his pocket. Chun Jiao took it and found that each person's catch was calculated separately on the receipt. On top is her catch: 16 jin of sea wolf, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 160 yuan, 8 jin of blue grouper, 50 yuan per jin, a total of 400 yuan, a total of 560 yuan. The following are her father's: seawolf 12 jin, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 120 yuan, stone 9 gong 1.6 jin, 60 yuan per jin, a total of 96 yuan, a total of 216 yuan. Finally, it was Grandpa's, a total of 17 pounds of sea bass, 35 yuan per pound, a total of 595 yuan. Chun Weiqiang also came over and found that he had earned the least, and he felt a little unhappy. He felt that it was all the fault of that sea wolf. Not only was it cheap, but he also spent so much time fishing it that he had no time to catch other fish. Compared to her depressed father, Chun Jiao was in high spirits. I made 856 yuan from fishing this morning, plus the 560 yuan just now. I made a total of 1,416 yuan from fishing today. Thinking about today's income, Chun Jiao was so happy. It's a pity that the fishing section has not been unlocked yet, so the points cannot be counted. Seeing his daughter in a daze, Chun Weiqiang hurriedly urged her to take a bath. You still have to collect the traps tomorrow. Go to bed early. Chun Jiao nodded obediently. I'll go take a shower now, Dad. You should also go to bed early. But I was secretly complaining in my heart. It's already 12 o'clock. It won't be much earlier. She had originally planned to rest today, but she didn't expect to go fishing twice and go to the beach, which made her even more tired than yesterday's low tide. Chun Jiao now feels sore all over and both arms are weak. The excitement of fishing had passed, and Chun Jiao felt that she was so tired that she had lost her soul. After taking a hot bath, she felt alive again. Thinking about collecting the traps tomorrow, Chun Jiao did not forget to set the alarm clock for 5 o'clock before going to bed. As soon as she set the alarm, she felt that she couldn't open her eyes. As soon as she lay down on the bed, she immediately started snoring. Ring, 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 ring. As soon as 5 o'clock arrived, the alarm in the mobile phone rang on time. Chun Jiao slept too late last night and was completely dazed at the moment. She reached out to turn off the alarm clock in a daze, then blinked blankly. Just as she was about to turn around and continue sleeping, she suddenly remembered that she still had to collect the trap. Chun Jiao immediately sat up and became much more awake. Thinking about collecting traps and going to the beach today, Chen Jiao still wore a casual sports outfit. I opened the curtains and saw that it was still gray outside. Even the sun hadn't woken up yet. However, the early birds have already started to forage for food, and several furry, chubby little sparrows flew past the window one after another. After hearing a few crisp cries and looking at this cute little guy, Chen Jiao, who was forced to get up early, felt much better. After stretching for a while, Chen Jiao muttered with a smile, "A beautiful day has begun again. I will work hard to make money and become a rich woman soon." Coming down from upstairs, Chen Jiao found that everyone in the family was up and had even had breakfast. The fisherman is a magical creature. When you usually ask him out for breakfast, he won't get up until 8 or 9 o'clock. But when he goes fishing, he can get out of bed at 5 o'clock. Therefore, Chen Weiqiang has to go to the store early every morning. As for the other three, they're used to getting up early to go fishing and catching seafood, so they get up at this time every day. After breakfast, the family of 5 went out together. Except for Chen Weiqiang, who went to the county fishing tackle store, the other 4 went to the beach to catch seafood. As soon as they arrived at the beach, Grandpa Li from the next house and Grandma Lanhua from the back house waved enthusiastically to Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen. Grandma Lanhua shouted at the old couple with full energy, "I heard there are a lot of clams and crabs on the beach ahead. Let's go take a look." Although Grandma Chen and Grandma Lanhua have completely different personalities, they are lifelong good sisters. Grandma Chen smiled gently and said, "Okay, I just happened to bring some salt with me when I went out." Then he picked up the tools for fishing and walked towards the 2 of them with Grandpa Chen. The old couple went to catch fish with their old friend, while Chen Jiao took her mother to collect the traps. The 2 came to the rocky beach where they went to the beach last night, but the seawater had only receded by 1/3 at this time. The sun in the sky also rose to the sea level, dyeing the originally blue sea surface into golden color. Sunrise it was probably, because the 2 of them arrived early, as there were only 2 old men turning over stones in the shallow water on the huge rocky beach. The seawater has not receded yet, and the water level where the trap is placed is too deep, so we cannot pass through for the time being. The mother and daughter had no choice but to go to the sea first. Each of them took a small bucket and started turning over stones. Not sure if they had caught all the conchs and blue crabs last night, but they turned over several rocks and found nothing. There were quite a few beautiful starfish along the way, but the recycling station didn't want them and their family didn't like to eat them, so they were really useless. After turning over many stones, Chen Jiao still had empty hands, and her mother only found a small octopus. "I put a lot of effort into fishing yesterday, and my arms are still sore." Since there was nothing to gain anyway, Chen Jiao stopped turning over the stones and leisurely picked up the small clams and moonshecks that had not yet had time to lie on the sand and put them into the bucket. A mosquito's leg is also meat, and these small shecks are at least 3 or 4 yuan per pound. If it really doesn't work, it's not bad to keep them for yourself. Chen Jiao picked up about 2 kilograms of small shecks. When she looked up, she saw that the seawater was almost receding to the place where the trap was placed. She quickly waved to her mother, and then the mother and daughter went to the place where the trap was placed. The first trap was empty, and all the small fish and snails used as bait were gone. The mother and daughter looked puzzled. Chen Jiao couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why are there no fish? But there is no bait either." She lifted up the trap and took a closer look. It turned out that there was a hole as big as a fist on it. It was estimated that the guy had escaped after eating and drinking. Seeing that the trap was broken, Yen Shooting put it away and took it back to repair it so that it could continue to be used. Next was the second trap, and this time the harvest was pretty good, with 3 blue crabs in it. Ground cage, although they are small crabs weighing about 150 grams, they weigh 1 kilogram, and you can buy a trap if you sell them. The things in the third trap were more mixed, including a bluefin bream weighing about 1 kilogram, 2 conches, and a small sea bass weighing 2 kilograms. When the fourth trap was lifted up, it felt obviously heavier than the previous 3. As soon as it emerged from the water, Chen Jiao saw several green guys in it. After pulling it up and taking a closer look, she found that they were actually 4 blue carps, and each of them weighed more than 1 kilogram. The price of bluefin bream is relatively high, usually selling for 50 or 60 yuan. Chen Jiao simply counted the fish catch and found that the money she used to buy the traps had been recovered. Unexpectedly, the investment was recovered on the first day. Chen Jiao was so happy that she wanted to put in a few more. These traps gave the mother and daughter great confidence, and soon they arrived at the place where they went fishing yesterday. Chen Jiao thought she had arrived early, but she didn't expect that there were already 5 people fishing there. Moreover, she felt that the 2 people in the middle looked very familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere. After thinking for a while, Chen Jiao remembered that these were the 2 people who were fishing here yesterday morning. Moreover, the people fishing were talking and laughing, and it was obvious that they knew each other. Chen Jiao had originally planned to come to the secret base to fish in the afternoon, but she didn't expect there to be so many people. It seems that this secret base can no longer be hidden. I hope the traps we set last night will yield a good harvest, Chen Jiao muttered to herself as she led Yan shooting towards the distant reef. The 5th trap was so heavy that Chen Jiao could hardly lift it. Although she hasn't seen what's inside yet, she thinks it must be something valuable. The trap in the sea slowly emerged from the water, and as she expected, there were 2 white sea fish inside. Although it is not yet completely light, it is clear that they are 2 sea bass. Moreover, both of them were big fish weighing about 5 jin, which meant they were worth several hundred yuan. Chen Jiao was so happy that she almost jumped up. This trap is very close to where Grandpa Chen fished yesterday. Chen Jiao guessed that this should be the school of fish he encountered last night. The harvests from the 6th and 7th traps were average. One yielded 2 stone bass, and the other yielded 3 yellow-footed waxfish. There was nothing in the 8th and 9th traps, only a hole as big as a bowl. These 2 traps are relatively close to where Chen Jiao was fishing. It is estimated that a sea wolf entered last night, had a big meal, and then bit through the traps and ran away. The last trap is the farthest one, right at the junction of Baisha village and Lijia village. The reef over there is very large and very steep. Chen Jiao asked her mother to stay where she was to watch over the fish, and then she climbed up herself. It was a bit tiring, but the gains were very good. In the last trap, there was a pearl grouper weighing more than 5 kilograms and a conger eel weighing more than 3 kilograms. Seeing the 2 valuable big guys in the trap, Chen Jiao jumped for joy, and the hair on the top of her head trembled. Of the 10 traps we put out yesterday, except for 3 that were broken, the remaining 7 all yielded more or less harvests. Although the types of seafood were quite diverse and the sizes were not very big, Chen Jiao made a rough estimate and estimated that they were worth at least several hundred yuan. The money for buying the trap was earned back on the same day, and Chen Jiao was very excited. The harvest from these traps is pretty good, but they go bad easily. I'll call my dad later and ask him to bring back a few more. Yan Shooting patted her on the shoulder and said with a hearty smile, "No, I still have a few old traps at home. Although they are tattered, they can still be used after repairing them." The convenience store was not busy either, so Yan Shooting planned to repair these traps as soon as she got back. Chen Jiao planned to put baits in the remaining 7 traps and place them all on the rocky beach at the junction of the 2 villages. The harvest here is obviously richer than that on the rocky beach, and there are fewer people, so it is most suitable for setting traps. Just now, while waiting for the tide to recede, Chen Jiao and Yan Shooting picked up a lot of small shecks, which came in handy now. They were all put into the ground trap as bait. After putting the traps in place, the mother and daughter happily moved 2 large buckets of fish into the car. Then Yan Shooting took up 3 broken traps. "Tang Tang, you stay here and catch fish. I'll take these fish home first and come back later." "Okay." Chen Jiao picked up her things and walked towards the sea in a hurry. She has become addicted to sea hunting and fishing these days, and her mother's suggestion is just what she wants. Yan Shooting swiftly got on her own tricycle and returned home with a full load, smiling. Chen Jiao took the tools for fishing and walked towards the border between the 2 villages. There are fewer people on the rocky beach here, and the variety of small seafood is richer than that on the sandy beach and rocky beach in the village. The sun had already come out. Chen Jiao stood on a stone half a person's height and looked towards the sea level in the distance. A beautiful photo, every day. It's so beautiful. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance and the freely flying seagulls, Qinjiao felt that she was purified and felt particularly peaceful and comfortable inside. Although she was a little tired during these few days at home, she felt particularly fulfilled, and her nerves, which were usually tense due to working overtime and staying up late, also relaxed. Qinjiao jumped lightly from the rock and turned around to see a long and thin creature swimming slowly on the coral rock right in front of her. The pattern on this guy's body was very similar to the color of coral, but it still couldn't escape her sharp eyes. Moray eel Qinjiao held the bucket in one hand and the tongs in the other, and deliberately slowed down her pace as she approached it. Just one step away from the little guy, Qinjiao quickly picked it up with a clamp. It was a spotted eel weighing more than 2 kilograms, a little bigger than the one caught last night. After walking a few steps forward, Qinjiao saw a familiar figure slowly approaching from the left front. It looks a bit like yellowfoot wax. Qinjiao muttered something, then replaced the tongs in her hand with a scoop net and slowly approached the little guy. This little fish was quite alert. As soon as I approached it, it swam forward quickly. But she was no pushover. Qinjiao immediately blocked the little guy's way with a scoop net and scooped it up with a whoosh. It was a yellow-legged fish the size of a palm, weighing about 4 tails. Yellow-legged wax. After putting the little guy into the bucket, Qinjiao looked at the sea in the distance and saw that the tide had receded to the bottom. Seeing this, Qinjiao quickly turned on the perspective function and walked to the right. The rocky beach at the junction of the 2 villages and the rocky beach where we fished yesterday are separated by a small mud flat. It doesn't seem quite appropriate to call it a mud flat. It is actually a mixture of sand and black mud. I don't know what happened, but after walking from the rocky beach to the mud flat and searching for several minutes, Qinjiao picked up 2 small snails. It feels obvious that today's gains are not as good as before. After searching in the mud for a few more minutes, Qinjiao finally found a few small holes that were larger than her fingers. This hole is much larger than the breathing hole of razor clams. With the X-ray function, Qinjiao can see that there are several fat mantis shrimps hidden under the sand. Mantis shrimp hole. The scientific name of mantis shrimp is suricata. They usually dig holes in the sand or mud bottom of shallow sea. The holes of these little guys are mostly U-shaped. Mantis shrimp are ferocious and feed on a variety of shellfish, crabs, and sea urchins. Because she could see where these little guys were hiding, Qinjiao took a sand shovel and dug out the whole group of mantis shrimps in no time. Mantis shrimp, however, even if all of them were dug up, the number would not be large. There were only 12 mantis shrimps in total, weighing just over 1 kilogram in total. Half an hour passed, and Qinji found a flower eel, a yellow wax crayfish, and about 10 mantis shrimps, which totaled no more than 200 yuan. If this had been in the past, this income would have been considered pretty good, but compared with the previous 2 days, Qinjiao felt a little unsatisfied. At this moment, a lively and childish voice sounded in her mind. "Tang Tang, I think your luck is average today. Why don't you pause today's perspective time and save it for tomorrow?" Qinjiao suddenly stopped walking forward and asked happily, "Not only can this perspective time be used in advance, but it can also be hidden and used later." All right. After getting a clear answer, Qinjiao quickly turned off the perspective function for today and took a look. There were still 28 minutes left. At this time, Yan Shooting's cheerful voice sounded behind him. "Tang Tang, how is your harvest today?" Qinjiao shrugged and said weakly, "The harvest is average." Yan Shooting strode over, glanced at the small blue bucket in her daughter's hand, and then rolled her eyes at her. "Isn't the harvest pretty good? I think you've gotten carried away. Going fishing depends on the weather. How can you expect your bucket to burst every day? And all these things combined can be sold for at least 200 yuan, which is more than what she earned in 3 days. Okay, stop being so pretentious and get to work. If you keep dawdling, the sea water will rise." As she spoke, Yan Shooting picked up a small rake and started raking the water from the edge of the sea towards the inside, just like plowing the land. In no time, she found 2 plump white moon shecks. When I raked further forward, I saw a few small clams that were slightly larger than my fingers. Yan Shooting happily put the small shecks into the bucket. "There are no big ones, but there are quite a lot of small shecks." Qinjiao didn't bring a sled, so she could only use a sand shovel to dig out the small bumps one by one. There was a big bag at her feet, and Qinjiao thought it was a cat-sized snail, but when she dug it open, she found it was a moon shek. And I dug up several small bulges in succession, and they were all moon sheks. Although this moon clam is not valuable, fortunately it is quite large in size, and 5 or 6 of them weigh 1 kilogram. After taking just 2 steps, Qinjiao's attention was attracted by a used tire. I saw several large oysters growing on it, and there were also a few large snails behind it. But these are not the points. The most important thing is that there is a big green guy hidden inside. I thought I was unlucky today, but I didn't expect there was such a big crab hiding here. The corners of Qinjiao's mouth rose slightly, her eyes narrowed with joy, and she quickly grabbed the guy out with a clamp in her hand. This guy's 2 pincers are huge and heavy in the hands, probably weighing about 70 or 80 grams. Looking at this big guy, the money-loving Qinjiao felt a little bit sorry, as it was almost 1 kilogram. There is a big price difference between blue crabs weighing more than 1 kilogram and those weighing 8 or 9 taels. Qinjiao's luck today was really not very good. Ever since she found this blue crab, she basically hasn't seen anything valuable since then. However, there were more and more clams and moon sheks in the bucket. With the help of the small sled, my mother filled the bucket with all kinds of small sheks. High tide by this time, the seawater had risen by more than half, and there was nothing left to be found near the shore, so the mother and daughter packed up and prepared to go back. Suddenly, Qinjiao heard a loud laughter coming from not far away. When I turned around, I found that there were already 7 or 8 people fishing with fishing rods in the place where I fished yesterday. It was quite noisy over there. It seemed someone had caught a big fish. A group of people were gathering around and taking turns taking pictures. At this moment, a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man was happily taking a photo with a 1-meter-long sea fish. Seeing these people fishing, Qinjiao felt itchy and wanted to go fishing too. She didn't believe that fishing could be addictive before, but now, after only fishing twice, she's become so addicted. When Qinjiao was driving back, she met 2 middle-aged men, both of whom were walking towards her hurriedly with fishing rods in hand. And one of them was still on the phone as if someone else was coming to fish. Qinjiao sighed in her heart. It seemed that this secret base had been leaked. When the tricycle was halfway there, they happened to meet their grandparents, and the 4 of them went home together, chatting and laughing. The old couple followed their old friend to dig sandworms, and they actually came back with several kilograms of sandworms, and they were quite big. Seeing her granddaughter's harvest today, Grandma Chun praised happily. I didn't expect this trap to yield so much. Not only did I make back my investment, I was able to earn a few $100. Grandpa Chun, who was standing by, looked at the 3 broken traps and laughed heartily. It's not badly damaged. I'll help you fix it later. After taking down the broken trap, Qinjiao immediately worked to deliver the fish caught last night and this morning to the purchasing station in the town. Live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, drink by the water, people nearby usually go to the beach to catch seafood in the morning, and the purchasing station is particularly busy at this time. Qinjiao is not a very sociable person, so she just waited quietly by the side. However, as a young and beautiful girl, she stands out among a group of aunts and uncles. Boss Xiaoyang, who was weighing the fish, looked up and saw Qinjiao standing beside him and waved to her enthusiastically. I'm a little busy right now, Xiao Chen. Please wait for a moment. I'll come over to help you weigh it when I'm done. Okay, Brother Yang, you go ahead. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Boss Xiaoyang finally finished his work and directed the store helpers to help carry the fish off the cart. Although they are a family, brothers should settle accounts clearly, so Qinjiao still settled the accounts for each of their respective catches separately. The old couple had 5 jean of sandworms, which cost 65 yuan per jean, for a total of 325 yuan. Yen Shooting's catch was basically all kinds of sheks, with clams, hairy clams, moon sheks, and cat-sized snails all mixed together, totaling 15 kilograms. Boss Xiaoyang was too lazy to choose, so he just charged 9 yuan per pound, for a total of 135 yuan. The harvest from last night's fishing was also calculated separately. There are 5 jean of orchid crabs, 45 yuan per jean, a total of 225 yuan. Green crabs, 5.5 jean to 1 jean, 58 yuan per jean, 319 yuan in total. 4.8 jean above 1 jean, 68 yuan per jean, 327 yuan in total. Flower snails are 6 jean, 38 yuan per jean, a total of 228 yuan. Cat's eye snails are 4 jean, 30 yuan per jean, a total of 120 yuan. Spicy snails 12 catties, 16 yuan per catty, a total of 192 yuan. Conger eel 2 catties, 50 yuan per catty, a total of 100 yuan. The total amount was 1,511 yuan. Chen Jiao transferred 505 yuan to his father and grandfather each, and kept 501 yuan for himself. The remaining fish were caught from the ground traps, and this morning's catch. The most valuable ones are bluefin mullet, sea bass, grouper, and conger eel, which together cost about $1,000. Adding to that the miscellaneous small seafood and the catch from the morning's trip to the beach, Chen Jiao earned another 1,300 yuan. After leaving the purchasing station, Chen Jiao subconsciously opened the system's points page. Host, Chen Jiao level 1, sea catching, points, 5,135 points perspective range, 1 meter transparent time, 1 hour tools for fishing at the beach, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, and spade. This ground trap is really a good thing. With a ground trap, I can make money even faster every day. Chen Jiao exited the points page with a smile on her face, then sent 2 voice messages to her father, asking him to bring back a few more traps in the evening, and bigger ones. Seeing that his daughter asked him to add more traps so quickly, Chen Weiqiang thought the harvest should be good. So I went to the warehouse and took out 6 ground traps with a diameter of 80 centimeters. I was afraid that I would forget them, so I moved the things into the car in advance. Chen Jiao put away her phone and strolled slowly along the pier. At this time, everyone has returned from fishing and many people set up stalls on the dock to sell fish, but they're basically some cheap small fish or shecks. The really valuable things have long been taken away by fishmongers, and these small fish and shecks are sold at the dock because no one wants them. Chen Jiao walked around and finally spent 30 yuan to buy a bunch of small fish the size of 2 fingers. These little fish feel heavy in my hands, weighing at least 20 kilograms. Although it is no longer fresh, it is really cheap and is perfect for use as bait. Chen Jiao didn't go to bed until after 12 o'clock yesterday and got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go fishing. Now she is feeling sleepy and tired. When I got home, I felt like I could hardly keep my eyes open, so I changed into my pajamas and fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but in a daze, Chen Jiao smelled the fragrance of perilla. When I came down from upstairs rubbing my eyes, Grandma Chen was just bringing the freshly fried basil and spicy snails to the table. The old lady smiled tenderly and lovingly. "You're awake. I was just about to call you to get up for dinner. Today's lunch is very rich, with spicy snails fried with perilla, stir-fried clams, steamed oysters with vermicelli, and 2 stir-fried vegetables." After eating and drinking, Chen Jiao immediately pulled Grandpa Chen to go fishing. Grandpa Chen teased her with a smile. "Girl, you are quite addicted." But the old man was more addicted. While Chen Jiao was catching up on her sleep, he had already prepared the bait and various fishing equipment. The grandparents and grandchildren drove the family tricycle and headed towards the beach with full confidence. However, when the 2 arrived at the secret base, they found that it was already overcrowded with so many people that there would probably be no place to stand. "Let's go to the dock." Then the car drove back. However, there were quite a few people fishing at the village pier at that time, and it seemed that they didn't catch much, with at most 2 stone 9-ounce fish, and most of them came up empty-handed. Grandpa Chen shook his head and drove along the coastal road. "Grandpa, where are we going?" "Let's go to the breakwater in the neighboring bay town. There's a lot of space and fish over there. The breakwater, I don't think I've been there yet. Is it far?" "It's not far. We'll be there in half an hour." Since there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Chen Jiao sat in the back of the tricycle and played with her mobile phone. Chen Jiao laughed happily as she watched the video. After a while, she found that she had reached the breakwater that her grandfather had mentioned. Breakwaters are mainly made of artificial stone piers to reduce the impact of waves and play a role in protecting the seawall. These disorderly wave-breaking stones not only weaken the impact of waves, but also provide a good habitat for various fish in the sea. There are schools of fish of all sizes under the breakwater, which is a very good fishing spot. The advantages of breakwaters are obvious, but they also have a very serious disadvantage. The rocks below were covered with slippery seaweed and moss, and some were covered with sharp oysters and shecks, which were very dangerous. When Chun Weiqiang came here to fish before, he accidentally slipped and got scratched all over. Although the grandparents and grandchildren wore non-slip shoes, they did not dare to go down to fish carelessly, but stood just above. There was no way. The stone pillars below were basically covered with oysters and mussels, and the shecks were as sharp as knives. If they rolled down, they would have a hard time explaining themselves when they returned home. Grandpa Chun threw the fishing hook hard onto the sea surface, and then asked an old man not far away, "Brother, do you have a mouth?" The old man smiled faintly. Generally speaking, they are all little guys like Shirjiogong and Golden Pomfret. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no movement from the fishing rod in her hand, so Chun Jiao simply took out her mobile phone to read a novel. I had just ordered a free small gift for the author when I heard the sound of slapping thighs not far away. Chun Jiao heard the people around her making a fuss, and from their mouths, she roughly knew what had happened. It turned out that someone was cut off. The person was so excited that he kept slapping his thigh. Chun Jiao felt pain just from the sound. I guess his thighs are bruised. But it's normal. There are sharp stones underneath, and there are many oysters that are like knives, so the fishing line can be easily cut by them. Chun Jiao was watching the excitement when she suddenly felt a sharp tug on the fishing rod in her hand. The reel squeaked, and the line was released frantically. The fish caught by the hook was pulled so hard that it lost its mind and rushed around in the sea.
Squeak.
As the big fish continued to struggle, the fishing reel in Chun Jiao's hand squeaked, and the fishing rod bent exaggeratedly. This fish weighs at least 10 to 20 kilograms. Chun Jiao was so happy that she showed her 2 rows of white teeth and was excitedly preparing to do a great job. But the next second, the fishing line in his hand suddenly loosened and floated lightly on the sea. It was obvious that she was taken off track. Chun Jiao wanted to say something but stopped herself, her face full of unspoken swear words, and her right hand kept slapping her thigh. When I came to my senses, I felt a sharp pain in my hands and thighs. The fishing had been going pretty well these past 2 days, but it was the first time that her line was cut, and it was a big one, which made her very upset. Chun Jiao cursed as she changed to a thicker fishing line and then hung a lively prawn on it. As soon as the fishing hook was put into the water, Chun Jiao felt a fish taking a bite. However, she was happy for just 2 seconds before she realized that the fish was very weak. There was no need to reel in the small fish. Chun Jiao quickly reeled in the line and easily caught a stone base from the sea. Strange, I was clearly using the big hook. Why is it this little guy again? Chun Jiao looked puzzled. Grandpa Chun, who was not far away, smiled and said, "Sure, Jiogong has a big mouth and is very greedy. Even with a big hook, he will often be caught. Grandpa Chun often goes fishing and has a good attitude. Even though there is no fish now, he remains calm and composed." Just when Chun Jiao caught another stonefish, the fishing rod in Grandpa Chun's hand finally moved. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This fish was probably quite big. The fishing line on the reel stretched out for more than 10 meters, and the fishing rod gradually became bent. Grandpa Chun, who was originally calm and composed, suddenly became excited and shouted excitedly, "This force is at least 10 kilograms. Following the old man's voice, the fishermen around looked over, feeling envious and excited. Amid the envious gazes of the people around him, Grandpa Chun happily began to fish, his palms sweating with excitement. The fish in the sea are strong, but lack endurance. After only swimming for 10 minutes, they are exhausted and unable to resist. While this guy was out of strength, Grandpa Chun turned the fishing reel frantically, trying to pull it up before it recovered its strength. Not long after, a large brown fish with black stripes on its body was pulled out of the sea. Wow, this tiger stripe is so big, It must weigh at least 8 or 9 kilograms. Looking at this big fish, Qinjiao, who was waiting to catch the fish with a scoop net in her hand, was extremely envious. The people watching the fun were all shouting in their hearts, "Decoupling, decoupling, decoupling." Qinjiao was still very reliable and fished out the valuable tiger grouper steadily. Tiger grouper is a type of grouper with a yellowish-brown body and black stripes, which looks like tiger fur, hence the name. Although tiger grouper has delicious meat, its price is relatively cheap among groupers. Those weighing less than 5 jin are 30 yuan per jin, but the one weighing 8 or 9 jin in her hand can be sold for at least 40 or 50 yuan per jin. Tiger Stripe Grandpa Chun was so beaming that he asked his granddaughter to take a photo of him and the grouper. He even changed several poses in a row, and his face was wrinkled with smiles. Soon after, anglers from all around gathered around and shamelessly borrowed fish from the old man to take photos with him. For a moment, the breakwater was as lively as a vegetable market. Qinjiao looked at these excited men and thought happily in her heart, should we charge some admission fees? At this time, the old man sitting next to Grandpa Chen walked towards him. I'll offer you 500 yuan. Will you sell this fish? If it is sold to a purchasing station, the price will be about the same, but if it is sold to a private person, it will be different. Grandpa Chen calmly put the fish into the bucket and said, "This price is too low. Tiger groupers this big are not common." The old man next to him has actually been fishing without any catch for a long time and has been laughed at by his fishing friends recently. Today I finally caught 2 grouper weighing 2 ounces. Now looking at this tiger grouper weighing nearly 10 kilograms, my eyes are red with envy. In the end, the old man spent 600 yuan to buy Grandpa Chen's tiger striped cat. Then he immediately picked up the fish, grinned, and asked the onlookers nearby to help take videos and photos, pretending that he had caught the fish himself. Qinjiao has been here for an hour, and except for the fish that ran away when the line was cut at the beginning, there has been no movement from the fishing rod in her hand. Seeing that her phone was almost out of battery, she quickly put away the phone and lifted the fishing hook. The prawn on it was still intact. She was too far from the sea surface and could not use the perspective function, so she had to change to a small hook to catch small fish in the middle and upper layers. Qinjiao changed all the fish hooks and sinkers, and then hung shrimps the size of fingernails on them. Less than a minute after the hook was in the water, the fishing rod in my hand began to vibrate. However, the fish was not very strong. Judging from the strength, it should be a small fish weighing more than 1 kilogram. The fish was not big, so Qinjiao didn't bother to reel it in. She just quickly turned the fishing reel and reeled in the line. With a whoosh, a flat creature with a silver-gray body and a yellow tail and back was pulled out of the sea. Qinjiao had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that this was a golden pomfret. Golden pomfret. The golden pomfret is also known as the yellow pomfret. It has a laterally flattened appearance, is silver-gray in color, and has black stripes on its body. Although this fish is not expensive, its meat is tender and delicious without any bones. It is delicious whether it is steamed, braised, fried, or grilled. It is considered a sea fish with a relatively high cost-effectiveness. This golden pomfret was not big, weighing only about 1.5 pounds at most, and Qinjiao easily flew it up. This was the first fish she caught today, and the big bucket was still empty. Qinjiao hurried to the nearby beach, filled up half a bucket of water, and then put the little pomfret in. Then he turned on the oxygenator with ease. The bucket she brought was very big, holding 60 liters. As soon as the little pomfret entered the water, it swam happily. Although their own fishing tackle store has various fish boxes, they are still accustomed to using buckets. After all, this is cheap and convenient. Moreover, the fish in the sea near the shore will not die immediately even after being taken out of the water. If you go fishing at sea, you need to prepare ice and other things to keep the fish fresh. Most deep-sea fish will not survive after being taken out of the water. Soon, Qinjiao threw the fishing hook with shrimp on it into the sea. I don't know if it's the aura of a novice, but the fish took the bait within just 1 minute after the hook was put into the water. This time the pulling sensation from the fishing rod was also not strong, but the fishing line was obviously tighter than before, and the fish was rushing around in the sea dragging the hook. Although the fish in the sea struggled very hard, it was pulled out of the sea by Chen Jiao after just 2 minutes. It was also a golden pomfret, but it was a little bigger. Chen Jiao took it in her hand and weighed it. It was about 2.5 kilograms. The price of wild small pomfret in the market is only 30 yuan per pound. The purchase price of this larger one is estimated to be around 20 yuan.
I can easily make 50 yuan.
After catching 2 golden pomfret in a row, Chen Jiao estimated that there was a school of golden pomfret below. He quickly removed the fish hook and then hung a small piece of shrimp on it. In less than 10 minutes, she had caught several golden pomfret. While taking out the fish hook, Chen Jiao lowered her voice and whispered to Grandpa Chen, "Grandpa, there may be a school of golden pomfret down there. Hurry up and change to a small hook." Grandpa Chen was afraid that people around him would hear him, so he didn't say anything but nodded quickly. Grandpa Chen was originally fishing for big fish at the bottom, but when he saw the fishing conditions were so good, he quickly changed to a small hook to fish for golden pomfret. The grandparents and grandson caught 7 or 8 golden pomfret one after another, which made the Air Force guys standing by envious and jealous. At this time, Chen Jiao had already caught 8 golden pomfret. The big ones weighed 2 or 3 pounds, and the small ones weighed only a little over 1 pound, taking up most of the bucket. Grandpa Chen also has 4 golden pomfret weighing about 2 kilograms. Seeing how good the fishing conditions were here, the people around could no longer sit still. 2 middle-aged men shamelessly walked over quietly and started fishing for golden pomfret with small hooks not too far from Chen Jiao. The 2 men were quite lucky. As soon as the hooks were put into the water, a fish took the bait. Soon, each of them caught a golden pomfret weighing more than 1 kilogram. The 2 of them fished for the whole morning and finally caught a fish. They were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths and kept grinning. However, it was estimated that the school of fish was not large. After Chen Jiao caught a golden pomfret weighing more than 2 kilograms, there was no movement from the fishing rods of several people for a long time. Thinking that there were no fish in the upper water area, Chen Jiao switched back to a big hook, intending to catch a big one. Although this small fish is easy to catch, it is small and cheap, so she feels that it is not as fun as fishing for big fish. Chen Jiao quite likes the pulling feeling of the big fish. It makes people's heart beat faster and their palms sweat, which is very addictive. But even if I changed to a bigger hook, when I caught the fish again, it was still a small fish. The fishing rod in his hand hardly moved, the reel turned slowly, and the pulling feeling was very weak. Based on Chen Jiao's experience of fishing in the past 2 days, it must be another stone bass. The fish was not very strong, and Chen Jiao pulled it out of the sea in a few moves. It turned out to be a stone cichlid weighing about 3 or 4 tails. With big round eyes, he looks innocent and cute, quite adorable. Looking at Shi Jiugong, whose belly was bulging with food, Chen Jiao couldn't help but poke its belly, muttering, "This guy is so small, but he's so greedy. Isn't he afraid of stuffing you to death?" As he said this, he hung a still-jumping prawn on the fish hook and threw it as far as he could. After waiting for several minutes, the big fish that Chen Jiao had been waiting for finally arrived. The originally loose fishing line was suddenly pulled tight. The reel was spinning rapidly, the fishing line continued to extend outward, and the fishing rod in his hand was bent into an exaggerated arc. There was another violent struggle, and a huge pulling force came from the fishing rod in her hand, causing Chen Jiao to stagger. This is the strongest fish she has caught so far, and the huge pulling feeling makes her very excited. Chen Jiao felt that her heart was beating faster than when she met her first love at school. This big guy was extremely ferocious, charging around without any regard for anything. In just 2 minutes, the fishing line in the reel had been pulled out more than 10 meters, and both of her arms were sore and weak. At this time, the big fish in the sea was still struggling. Chen Jiao had no strength left, so she quickly handed the fishing rod to Grandpa Chen beside her and asked him to help reel in the fish. In addition to Grandpa Chen, there were several people standing next to Chen Jiao who came to watch the fun. These people were eager to help fish. But the old man refused to agree, holding onto the fishing rod tightly, and tried his best to fight with the big guy. Grandpa Chen's face turned red with excitement, but He looked energetic, as if he was several years younger. At this time, the reel was still releasing line, and the fishing rod was pulled into a crescent shape. Chun Jiao on the side was both excited and worried. She felt as if the fishing rod would break at any time, and she was even more afraid that the big fish would cut the line and run away. If this big guy runs away, she probably won't be able to sleep tonight. After the grandparents and grandchildren strolled for half an hour, Chun Jiao finally felt that the big guy was tired. Although he was still struggling, it was obvious that his strength had been reduced by half. Seeing this, Chun Jiao quickly turned the wheel frantically and pulled the big guy towards the shore. After reeling in about 10 meters of line, the big guy suddenly struggled again, and with a powerful swing of its tail, waves nearly 1 meter high splashed on the sea surface. This big guy must have had a good rest, as he was struggling frantically in the sea again. The grandparents and grandchildren used their ingenuity to pull the giant creature to the shore after loosening and tightening the grip for another 10 minutes. This guy was not willing to give up, so he jumped out of the sea with all his might, causing huge waves. At this time, Chun Jiao clearly saw that it was a slender, silver-white creature that weighed at least 20 kilograms. However, this fish looked very unfamiliar, and Chun Jiao really couldn't remember what kind of fish it was. "Grandpa, what kind of fish is this? I've never seen it before." Grandpa Chun had been a fisherman for decades after all, so he could tell at a glance that it was a croaker. Grandpa Chun looked at the 1-meter-long giant and said happily, "This is croaker. Its bladder can be made into top-quality fish maw, which is a good thing. But this fish is rare here, so you probably haven't seen it before. The meat of croaker is not delicious and tastes similar to that of sea wolf. It is usually used to make fish orb. However, its maw is very valuable. The fish maw made from it can cost a few hundred yuan per pound, or as much as 1 or 2,000 yuan per pound. The fish maw made from croaker has the effects of nourishing the kidneys, strengthening the essence, nourishing the blood, and stopping bleeding. It is a very precious tonic." However, the old man felt it was a pity that this big guy was not the more valuable golden croaker, but an ordinary white croaker. This giant croaker weighs nearly 20 kilograms and is so big that the net cannot hold it. So Grandpa Chun and a few strong men went under the breakwater and worked together to lift the big guy up. Although this big guy was exhausted, he still had a lot of strength. He swung his tail so powerfully that he almost threw one of them out. "Fortunately, I have made it out. If I had fallen off the breakwater, I would have been in great pain." As soon as the croaker was lifted up, all the fishermen around came overexcitedly. Chun Jiao first took a photo of Grandpa Chun and the big guy, and then took a beautiful photo of herself with this rare big fish. Seeing that the grandparents and grandchildren had finished their job, the fishermen around them all rushed to lie down happily and take photos with this big fish. They were as happy as if the fish was caught by themselves. There are many people fishing on the breakwater almost every day, and fishmongers are often seen collecting fish here. Suddenly, a tall and thin middle-aged man squeezed in with a smile on his face. "Mr. Chun, are you selling this croaker?" Chun Jiao didn't know this man, but Grandpa Chun, who often came here to fish, knew him. "This man is a fishmonger who is here to collect fish. Little brotherly, you have to sell this fish, but it's hard to say who you'll sell it to." Grandpa Chun smiled like an old fox. The fishmonger in front of him smiled sincerely. "I'll give you 800 yuan. What do you think?" This was the first time Chun Jiao had seen this croaker, and she didn't know the exact price, but the old man knew it. Although the meat of croaker is not valuable, the fish bladder inside is a good thing. The purchasing station probably charges 40 yuan per pound, but that's for about 10 pounds. For something this size, it would cost at least 40 to 50 yuan per pound. Moreover, things are valuable because they are rare. Such a large croaker is really rare and usually costs a premium. When the old man heard the price, his face turned black. He thought that this fishmonger was too evil and was simply a profiteer. Sensing the old man's dissatisfaction, the tall and thin man added, "Business is difficult. In our line of work, there are actually great risks, and we just make some hard-earned money." The fishmonger spread his hands helplessly, looking as sincere as he could be. Since she didn't understand the market situation, Chun Jiao didn't say anything and let Grandpa Chun make the decision himself. Just when the old man was about to refuse, fishmonger number 2 appeared. It's rare to find such a big croaker. I'll give you 850 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark and fat young man squeezed out from the crowd. Fatty, I was the first one to see this fish. Do you know the rules?
Fishmonger número 1 Glerdangreli.
On their side, there is an unwritten agreement among fishmongers that while others are still negotiating prices, others cannot rush forward to grab business. However, fishmonger number 2 was tall and strong, and was followed by a man who was even stronger than him. The two men came with great force, and were not afraid of him at all. They directly offered a high price to grab the fish. Fishmonger number 1 was extremely angry, but he couldn't do anything to them because of his poor fighting skills. Croaker is very rare here, and they almost never see it whether they go fishing at sea or fishing. The two fishmongers quarreled over this big croaker and almost came to a fight. Grandpa Chen quickly separated the two people and asked them to bid with a smile, and the highest bidder would win. Fishmonger number 2 made the first move. I'll offer 850 yuan. Not to be outdone, fishmonger number 1 also added 50 yuan. I'll give you 900 yuan. I'll give you 950 yuan. I'll give you 1,000. When fishmonger number 2 heard that fishmonger number 1 offered 1,000, he got so angry that his face turned red. He was about to offer a higher price when the tall and strong man next to him pulled a sleeve. The two men lowered their heads and muttered a few words, and then fishmonger number 2 glared at the complacent fishmonger number 1 in dissatisfaction. I'll give you 1,000 yuan, too. The prices of the two were the same, and the pressure was immediately put on the Chen family's grandparents and grandchildren. If the price is right, it doesn't matter who I sell it to. The bad thing is that the prices offered by both parties are not very good. The price was not low, but not high either, and the old man felt a little conflicted. The grandparents and grandchildren stared at each other, not knowing whether to sell it or not. Chen Jiao suddenly thought of the Yang family purchasing station in the town and quickly sent the photos and videos she had just taken to Boss Yang. The reply was very quick, and a video came right after. As soon as the video was connected, Boss Xiaoyang asked anxiously, Tang Dang, is the croaker in the photo still there? Yes, there are two fishmongers who want to buy my fish, but I don't know the price. I want to ask you, Brother Yang. Chen Jiao smiled with a cute and obedient face, but her eyes were very cunning and smart. Yang Jejun on the other end of the phone was also an old fox, and he immediately offered a high price. I'll offer 1,100 yuan. Okay, then I'll keep this fish for you, Brother Yang. When Chen Jiao heard the price of 1,100 yuan, her voice became a little cheerful. Are you on the breakwater? Yang Jejun saw a large pile of stone piers through the video, which looked very familiar. Yes, I'm fishing here. Your sister-in-law is in the store. I'll go over and collect the fish now. Okay, then I'll wait for you, Brother Yang, to come over. Chen Jiao did not hide it from others when she answered the video. The two fishmongers next to her could hear it, and both of them looked unhappy. 1,100 yuan is an amount they can afford, but if they buy the fish at this price, there is basically no profit. The two could only turn around and collect other people's catches. The croaker was so big that it couldn't fit in the bucket, and half of its tail was sticking out. Grandpa Chen quickly took the oxygenator from his side, hoping that the big guy would be alive and well before Boss Yang came over. After everyone around her dispersed, Chen Jiao started fishing again. I don't know if it was because the previous croaker made too much noise and scared away the surrounding fish, but for half an hour, the grandparents and grandson didn't catch a single fish. Just when Chen Jiao was about to lose her patience, Boss Xiaoyang finally came over. In addition to the croaker, he also collected other small fish. These stonefish are quite big. They're priced at 68 yuan per pound, and golden pomfret is 20 yuan per pound. The tiger grouper that Grandpa Chen had caught before had been sold, and there were only 5 golden pomfret left in the bucket, weighing a total of 9 kilograms. 20 yuan per pound, a total of 180 yuan. Including the tiger grouper he had sold before, the old man earned 780 yuan in one day. He felt like his back was straightened a lot, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Chen Jiao kept 2 small pomfret weighing more than 1 kilogram for her own consumption and sold the rest. The 9-ton fish weighed 1.8 jin, a total of 123 pieces. The golden pomfret weighed 14 jin, a total of 280 pieces. Together with the 1,100 yuan for the croaker, the total revenue was another 1,503 yuan. After selling the fish, the grandparents and grandchildren happily picked up their fishing gear and prepared to go home. On the way back, Grandpa Chun was still responsible for driving, while Qin Jiao was leisurely counting the bills in the back. If you don't calculate it, you wouldn't know that during the few days she was back home, she earned as much as 9,000 yuan. About 6,000 yuan of it was earned from fishing at sea, and the remaining 3,000 yuan was earned from fishing in the past 2 days. Qin Jiao's mouth corners turned up wildly, revealing 2 sweet dimples. Wow, I've been back for less than a week and I've already made more money than I did in the previous month. After calculating the income during this period, Qin Jiao has decided not to return to Guangzhou and will stay at home to go fishing. However, she has not yet moved out of the house she rented in Guangzhou, so she needs to find a time to go back and check out. And she hadn't cleaned up the room full of clothes and miscellaneous items. Qin Jiao felt a headache when she thought about moving. Beach in the evening when the grandparents and grandchildren were returning from the breakwater. The sky was apparently clear, but halfway through the journey, a bunch of dark clouds gathered in the sky. The strong sea breeze hit her face and it hurt a little. Qin Jiao could clearly feel that the sea breeze was stronger than when she came here. At this time, the sea in the distance was already rolling up waves, and the water looked dark and ferocious, as if it could swallow a person. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it looked like a typhoon was coming. It was only 5 o'clock when I got home, but there was no trace of the sun in the sky. When I looked up, all I could see were dark clouds. The chickens at home couldn't be exposed to the rain. At that time, Grandma Qin was busy in the orchard alone. Afraid that she could not handle it, the 2 of them trotted over to help. The 3 of them first fed the chickens, then drove them all back into the house, and then found the country eggs scattered around the orchard one by one. By the time we finished the work, the sky had already darkened and a heavy rain began to fall. The raindrops as big as soybeans hit my body, heavy and painful. Fortunately, home was not far away, and the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren hurried back wearing raincoats. However, the rain was so heavy and accompanied by strong winds that all 3 of them were soaked by the rain when they got home. There are 2 bathrooms in the house. As soon as the old man gets home, he urges his wife and granddaughter to take a bath. In the kitchen, Yan Shooting was already making ginger soup. Qin Jiao came out of the room with a set of clean pajamas, and at this time the gate of the yard was pushed open. Chun Weiqiang, who didn't have an umbrella, was drenched by the rain and ran in a panic, holding a few traps. Seeing that he was soaked, Yan Shooting frowned and sent him back into the house, asking him to change his clothes quickly. The typhoon came, and the temperature dropped significantly. Qin Jiao was still a little cold with wet clothes on, so she quickly walked to the bathroom. At this time, the rain outside was getting heavier. The heavy rain accompanied by strong wind hit the window glass heavily, making a ling sound, which made people feel a little irritated. At this time, Yan Shooting's voice scolding Qin Weiqiang came from the living room. Chun Weiqiang was teasing his wife in a frivolous way, and soon they were both laughing. Qin Jiao listened to the laughter downstairs and started laughing unconsciously. There was a faint aroma of rice in the air, and she suddenly felt a little hungry, so she quickly quickened her hands. While we were eating, the wind got louder, but the rain got a little lighter. Although the doors and windows were closed, they still made a harsh creaking sound under the typhoon's fierce attack. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain outside are, it still cannot affect the Qin family's mood for eating. The whole family enjoyed the stir-fried stone crabs, steamed golden pomfret, steamed sandworms with local eggs, and a pot of blanched Chinese cabbage. Qin Jiao even ate 2 large bowls of rice. I don't know if it's because the food cooked by Grandma and Mom is so delicious, or because I'm too tired from fishing recently, but Qin Jiao clearly feels that her appetite has increased. When she was working before, she only ate a small bowl of rice, but now she eats 2 large bowls for every meal. After eating and drinking, Qin Jiao collapsed on the sofa in a very ungraceful manner. The little hands were rubbing his round belly, but his eyes were staring at the potato chips on the table with dissatisfaction. I'm so full, but these potato chips look delicious. Chun Jiao hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't resist the desire to eat and reached out her little hand to the potato chips on the table. Before she even touched it, Yan Shooting slapped it away with one hand and started scolding her. I just had dinner. Why are you eating chips? Look at you have a double chin. Chin Jiao rubbed her hands, looking angry but not able to speak, and finally could only mutter in a low voice. When I came back a few days ago, you said I had lost a lot of weight and wanted to give me some weight loss. Now you're acting like this. It's true what they say on the internet. If you stay at home for more than 3 days, your parents will be dissatisfied with you in every way. What did you say? Speak louder. Yan Shooting glanced at her domineeringly. Chun Jiao immediately became timid and then looked at her mother with a wronged look, her face full of desire to eat. Yan Shooting, who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, immediately stuffed the potato chips into her arms, but she didn't forget to scold her. Why are you so greedy? You're just like your dad, all you do is eat. The potato chips were already in hand, and Chen Jiao didn't care how her mother nagged her, and happily ate the potato chips with Chen Weiqiang. The father and daughter took turns eating, and enjoyed the meal very happily. Chen Jiao had just eaten half of the potato chips when she suddenly remembered the trap she had put down in the morning. With such a strong typhoon, I wonder if those traps were blown away? But no matter how worried she was, she didn't dare go near the beach to collect the traps. If she was blown into the sea by the typhoon, it would be no joke. The father and daughter were happily eating potato chips together just now, but in the blink of an eye, they started quarreling over the last piece of potato chips. In the end, the potato chips were taken away by Yan Shooting, and the father and daughter dared not say anything. After eating potato chips, Chin Jiao lazily took out her mobile phone, only to see that there were hundreds of unread messages in the store's fishing group. She opened the fishing group, but there was so much information in it that she was stuck for a few seconds. Chen Jiao slid for a long time before she reached the top. Someone in the group went to the secret base to fish in the morning. First, he caught a 15-gene sea bass and then a 10-gene big bluefish. The two big fishes excited the people in the group so much that many of them took leave to come and fish. The secret base of the Chin father and son was completely exposed. When she paddled down below, she saw the two big fish that she and her grandfather had caught on the breakwater. There were 4 big ones at once, and the group was completely blown up. Soon the men discovered from the background in the photo that they were fishing on the breakwater. Soon a group of people rushed to the breakwater, but unfortunately it started raining heavily before they arrived. These people had gone fishing and had not expected it to rain, so they were basically soaked through by the heavy rain. Half of the people turned back, but a few stubborn ones actually went fishing in the heavy rain. Chun Jiao really couldn't understand. Although the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, you couldn't risk your life fishing. I saw the latest news that there are still people fishing now. The fishing situation was also very good, and I caught 2 large bass weighing more than 10 kilograms in succession. The group is bustling at the moment, with several anglers getting ready to go fishing in the wind and rain. As the group leader, Chen Weiqiang kindly advised these people to prioritize safety and have more time to go fishing in the future. After Chen Weiqiang's repeated persuasion, almost no one was determined to go fishing. But I don't know whether he went there secretly or not. After reading the information in the group, Chen Jiao sent a few emojis to tease her 2 best friends. The 3 sisters chatted nonsense for a while. Chen Jiao looked up at the time in the upper left corner. It was only 8 o'clock. She suddenly had a feeling that time seemed to slow down at home. Chen Jiao opened the novel she had read in the afternoon out of boredom. When she saw the exciting parts, she even ordered 3 free gifts in a row. However, after reading for a while, I realized that I had already read the latest chapter and angrily clicked the button to urge for more updates several times. She got up too early in the morning. At 10 o'clock, Chen Jiao felt her eyelids getting heavy, and then she yawned several times in a row. Chen Jiao rubbed her eyes and walked slowly up to the 2nd floor. When she passed the balcony, she took a look outside. She saw that it was pitch black all around, without even a trace of light, and the wind and rain were still very strong. It is expected to rain tomorrow. Thinking that she didn't have to get up early the next day, Qinjiao turned off the alarm on her phone and prepared to sleep soundly. Let the storm come harder. I have been very tired in the past few days, and it is best to sleep when it rains. Qinjiao slept until 9 o'clock in the morning. Although it was late, it was still gray outside. Even in the house, you can still hear the whistling wind and the sound of waves hitting the rocks outside. Qinjiao yawned, stretched, and walked to the balcony. At this time, the wind not only did not weaken, but was even stronger than yesterday, and the rain was still heavy. The typhoon did not stop until the early morning of the third day. Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen are used to getting up early, and they wake up at 5 o'clock. As soon as the old couple woke up, they found that the typhoon and heavy rain had stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky had dissipated. Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen are both experienced fishermen. It rained heavily for 2 days in a row, and there was a typhoon. There must be a lot of good things on the seaside. Grandpa Chen rushed to the door of his son and daughter-in-law, banged on the door vigorously, and shouted, "Get up, get up. The typhoon has stopped. Hurry up and go to the beach. Otherwise all the good stuff will be picked up by others." Yan Shooting, who was sleeping soundly, woke up immediately when she heard the typhoon had stopped and sat up quickly. "Hey, okay, we'll get up now." Then he pushed Chen Weiqiang, who was still sleeping soundly, and urged him anxiously, "You can still sleep. Hurry up and get to work." Chen Weiqiang was still in a daze, and he finally woke up after being kicked twice more. Compared to the liveliness of the next-door room, Qinjiao's side seemed much warmer. Grandma Chen knocked on the door twice gently, then called her granddaughter in a gentle voice. "Tang Dang, the typhoon has stopped. There must be a lot of valuable seafood blown to the shore by the wind. Hurry up and go catch some." When she heard that they were going to catch fish, the money-obsessed Qinjiao immediately came to her senses and shouted excitedly, "Okay, I'll get up right away." After all, she grew up by the sea, so she naturally knew that this was a good opportunity to make money. Qinjiao jumped off the bed immediately, changed her usual procrastinating behavior, and quickly got herself ready. At this time is money. The family of 5 didn't even have time for breakfast. Yan Shooting grabbed a few pieces of bread and hurriedly urged everyone to go out. Chen Weiqiang, who had just washed up, drove a van with his family to the beach. The sea in the morning, after 2 days of rain and storms, there was finally a ray of sunshine. Qinjiao felt much more comfortable all over. There are always hardworking people everywhere. Even though it is not yet fully light, there are already 2 or 3 people on the beach going to the sea. There had been 2 days of heavy storms, and the beach was littered with valuable seafood. The tide had just begun to recede, but there were already several large sea cucumbers living on the seabed near the shore. Qinjiao moved very quickly, running over like the wind, and picked up these valuable treasures with a smile on her face. They are quite big. Almost every one of them weighs 2 or 3 taels. Seeing there was a huge conch next to it, Qinjiao happily collected it as well. Sea cucumber and conch in addition, there are many mantis shrimps, conchs, various small shecks, and starfish of various colors on the beach. In addition, there were many sea fish that were swept up by the wind and waves, but they all had injuries on their bodies, and some were even stiff. Qinjiao even saw a jellyfish that was supposed to live in the deep sea, catching small fish in the puddle. Predatory jellyfish, however, the purchasing point did not accept jellyfish, so Qinjiao didn't care about it. The beach is full of seafood, just reach out and pick them up, and everyone is very happy. These are gifts from the sea, and everyone started working with gratitude. There were so many good things on the beach, and while the villagers hadn't arrived yet, a few people quickly dispersed and started picking up seafood frantically. It has been raining for the past 2 days, and Qinjiao has now accumulated 3 hours plus 28 minutes of time, which she can use at will today. Without waiting for the seawater to recede completely, Qinjiao directly clicked on the perspective function. Turning on the perspective function is like turning on cheats, and all the little guys on the beach have nowhere to hide. When she lowered her head, Qinjiao discovered that there was a colorful shrimp hidden under the sand at her feet. Moreover, this thing was as long as her palm and very big. The excited Qinjiao couldn't help but swear, "Duck, there's actually a little blue dragon, and it's quite big." holding a half-pound small green dragon in her hand. Chen Jiao's eyes widened and her jaw dropped with joy. Small green dragon, also known as Chinese lobster. The small green dragon, also known as the Chinese lobster, is a species unique to our country. According to Chen Jiao, this great treasure is mainly distributed in the East China Sea and the South China Sea. Although this guy lives in the rocky reefs in the shallow sea near the coast, he likes to live on the bottom, so he is difficult to catch. She has been fishing at the sea for so many years, but has rarely seen it and has never tasted what it tastes like. There was a typhoon during the National Day last year, and she happened to pick one up. I originally wanted to keep it for a taste, but when I heard the price was 180 yuan per pound, I sold it immediately without hesitation. This big guy was probably blown up here because of the strong winds and waves in the past 2 days. Chen Jiao happily put the colorful treasure into the bucket and then hurriedly continued to look for treasure around. Once there is one, there will be two. After a while, she found the second little green dragon, which weighed at least 7 or 8 taels. This guy is quite smart. He hid under a huge piece of kelp. If she hadn't turned on the X-ray function, she wouldn't have been able to find this big treasure. Chen Xiao gently put the big guy into the bucket. When she looked up, she saw a palm-sized conch hiding in the sand in front of her left. This guy weighs at least 1 pound and has a huge bulge. Conch is a relatively expensive seafood. A wild conch as big as this one costs at least 200 yuan in the market. It can be sold for more than 100 yuan per pound at the purchasing station. Conch Chen Jiao dug out the big thing in 2 moves and happily weighed it in her hand. Not bad, not bad. This guy weighs 1 pound and can still move. Good things come in pairs. After taking a few steps, I found another conch, but it is a little smaller, only about 7 or 8 taels. At this time, a few more people came to the beach. Everyone was busy picking up things. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of waves. Chen Jiao didn't like crowded places, so she walked towards the rocky beach, where there were fewer people and more good things. After walking for a while, she found a small patch of sea cucumbers. These creatures are rarely seen on the beach unless there is a typhoon. Chen Jiao ran over briskly, picking up one with each hand. Her movements were so fast that an afterimage was left. Although these little guys were not as big as the ones just now, there were many of them. Soon she had picked up half a bucket of sea cucumbers, which was probably about 7 or 8 kilograms. Having been fishing at the beach since she was a child, Chen Jiao knows very well the principle of making a fortune in silence. To prevent others from seeing her treasures, Chen Jiao deliberately poured all the valuable seafood into a dark sack. Low tide after a while, the sea water receded a lot, and the white sand beach in the village was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. But at this time, Chen Jiao was busy searching for treasure on the beach and had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of her. There were small shecks everywhere at her feet, which dazzled Chen Jiao. As she had limited time to see through, she only picked out some expensive flower snails and cat's eye snails. As for the other little ones, they will be left to other people who are destined to have them. Cat's eye snail plus 5 flower snail plus 3 razor clams plus 6 not far away. There were several conger eels blown up by the waves. They were not big, almost all weighing more than 1 kilogram. Chen Jiao deftly put them all into the bucket. Although it's not alive, the typhoon has lowered the temperature in the past 2 days, so it looks quite fresh, and it would be nice to keep it for yourself. My mother's braised conger eel is a real delicacy. Chen Jiao picked up a total of 4 conger eels and was about to move on when she saw another good thing out of the corner of her eye. Hidden under a pile of messy kelp was a long and thin big creature. This guy is quite big. Chen Jiao thought it was a large conger eel and walked over happily, but when she got closer to take a look, she realized it was just a cutlass fish. Hairtail. Although hairtail is also long and thin and looks somewhat similar to conger eel, the price difference between the two is huge. A large conger eel costs 50 or 60 yuan per pound, while a hairtail is only 20 yuan at most. This cutlass fish has died. Chen Jiao looked at the fish's gills and saw they were still bright red, so it was estimated that it had died not long ago. 20 yuan is also money, so he put it into the bucket with a smile. Moray eel plus 4 hairtail plus 1. A few eels weigh several kilograms, and with this hairtail weighing more than a kilogram, the bucket in my hand is very heavy. Chun Jiao poured them all into the sack next to her and dragged it forward. There were more and more people on the beach, and Chun Jiao was walking faster and faster. Suddenly, she found a big creature eating right in front of her. Chun Jiao took 2 steps at a time and walked over quickly. It turned out to be a giant blue crab eating. The dark green creature was quite similar to the surrounding rocks, and its large pliers were holding a small fish weighing about half a pound. Giant blue crab, the big guy, was enjoying his meal so much that he didn't even notice Chun Jiao putting the clamps over him. He was caught and tied up in an instant. This big blue crab is almost as big as Chun Jiao's face and weighs at least 1 kilogram. As for the poor little fish, it was already covered in wounds and was only breathing its last breath. It was a small black sea bream. This kind of fish is quite expensive, but it was not very big, and it was dead, so I guess it couldn't be sold at a high price. But she still put the little guy into the sack. The fish was delicious, and she could keep it for herself. Blue crab plus 1, black porgy plus 1. When she looked up, Chun Jiao saw another huge blue crab claw, but unfortunately the owner of the claw had disappeared. These big tongs look fresh and edible. As she spoke, Chun Jiao picked up the big pliers and threw it into the bucket. In fact, Chun Jiao had no intention of looking for the owner of the pliers, but she didn't expect that the big guy was hiding under a stone nearby. With her X-ray glasses, Chun Jiao saw it at a glance. It would have been fine if she hadn't touched it, but now that she had seen it, she naturally couldn't let it go. Without a big claw, the fighting power of this big blue crab was obviously reduced, and it was caught by Chun Jiao in just a few moves. This big guy is even bigger than the big blue crab just now. Even though it is missing a claw, it still weighs 3.2 gin. It's a pity that one of the pliers is missing, and the price will probably be reduced by 20%, which makes Chun Jiao very distressed. This crab is so big, it would be a loss if I sold it at a discount, so I'll save it for lunch. Chun Jiao almost drooled at the thought of steamed blue crabs. At this time, the sack in Chun Jiao's hand was already half full and very heavy, but she was full of energy at this time and did not feel tired at all. Soon, we arrived at the junction of the rocky beach and the white sand beach. There was a large area of noodlefish in front of me, so densely packed that I had almost no place to stand. Noodlefish mainly live on the sandy bottom near the coast, where they feed on zooplankton and can often be seen on the beach. But these little guys are not worth much. There are a lot of them at the dock for 10 yuan. The 2 times Chun Jiao bought small fish as bait in local cages, most of them were this kind of noodlefish. Human energy is limited, and there are too many things to carry, so Chun Jiao simply walked past them and came to the rocky beach where she often went to the sea. Rocky beach at this time, Chun Jiao heard a noisy sound coming from behind her. She turned around and found that the white sand beach behind her was crowded with people, and some people were coming towards the rocky beach with things in their hands. Chun Jiao quickly quickened her pace and scanned the surroundings quickly. Her hard work paid off, and she soon found some cute little guys. Conch, so many conches. Ever since the sea hunting system was established, Chun Jiao has always had good luck. Today, she actually came across a bunch of conches. These little guys are quite expensive. If you take them to a purchasing station, you can sell them for around 30 yuan per pound. Chun Jiao quickly put all the little guys into the bucket, which weighed about 2 kilograms and earned more than 60 kilograms. Conch plus continuing to walk forward, Chun Jiao suddenly heard the sound of water coming from the puddle in front. When I looked up, I saw it was a bluefin bream weighing about 1 pound. Although this fish is not big, its price is quite high. The last time I took it to the purchasing station in town, it was 60 yuan per pound. Fortunately, she took out a small fishing net when she went out. Chun Jiao slowed down her pace, approached slowly, and picked up the little guy with a whoosh. I weighed the fishing net in my hand and estimated it to be around 1.2 gin. Green fish plus 1. There are a lot of good things on the rocky beach. When releasing the fish, Chun Jiao happened to see an octopus at her feet. Octopus plus 1. In addition to the octopus, there are also many conchs and flower snails on the reef, and there are also some large crabs hiding under the rocks. Conch plus 3 flower snail plus 5 blue crab plus 1 orchid crab plus 2 Qinjiao collected all the valuable seafood on the beach, as if she was searching for treasure. Because of her X-ray glasses, she is very picky about what she picks up and only picks up expensive and delicious things. The sack in his hand became fuller and fuller, and more people followed him. Unconsciously, the seawater had receded by half. Chen Jiao looked towards the place where the traps were placed in the distance and saw that the seawater had just receded. Fortunately, it is at the junction of two villages and is relatively remote, so not many people go there usually. Chen Jiao was still catching fish while walking towards the place where the traps were placed. The rocky beach in the village was quite large. Walking from the white sand beach, there was a rocky beach formed by small stones. The further you go, the bigger the rocks around you become. In the middle of the rocky beach, the huge rocks form large puddles of varying depths. Keep walking forward, and at the end, you will reach the secret base where you fished before. The first half of the journey to the reef beach was basically small reefs. Qin Jiao had a great harvest along the way, and the sack in her hand was almost full. But the latter part is basically puddles. The puddles here are very large, basically more than 3 or 4 square meters in size. Chen Jiao's ability to see through things was completely useless in this huge puddle, so she had to move forward quickly. However, there are huge reefs here, and crabs love to hide in these places. We picked up several blue crabs and orchid crabs along the way. Orchid crab plus 2 blue crab plus 3, these guys are quite big, basically weighing between half a pound and 1 pound. It's a pity that 2 of them had broken limbs, and one even had both of its pliers lost. Only 1 orchid crab and 1 blue crab were left intact. Chen Jiao was tying up the crabs while muttering. Luckily, the price of crabs is high, so with a 20% discount, it's still a good profit. There were large rocks and puddles all around, so Chen Jiao didn't stay for too long and soon arrived at the secret fishing base. It is probably because of the continuous storms in the past 2 days, and the fishermen didn't know that the rain had stopped today. No one came to fish at this time. After walking through the rocky beach, there is a small mud flat further ahead. At this time, the seawater had just receded to the bottom, and the beach was full of small shecks and a small amount of valuable seafood. When Chen Jiao lowered her head, she saw a razor clam swimming. Although this guy is very similar in color to the bottom of the puddle, he is nowhere to hide under the sunlight. Razor clams, Chen Jiao reached out and picked it up. It was a bamboo clam, and it was quite fat. And there is not only one clam around, there is also a small group of clams breathing next to it. Through the X-ray glasses, you can clearly see a lot of plump bamboo clams under the sand. Chen Jiao looked at the small bucket in her hand. Fortunately, she had brought salt with her when she went out. Chen Jiao skillfully used a sand shovel to scrape off the surface layer of sand, and then sprinkled salt frantically on the small holes. Crazy salt was only 2 yuan a bag, so Chen Jiao didn't feel sorry for it and kept spraying salt into the small holes. Before all the salt was spread, some little guys couldn't wait any longer and rushed out of the small hole. Razor clams, seeing the clam popping out like bamboo shoots, Chen Jiao quickly pulled it out. Not bad, quite fat. The little guy in my hand is obviously fatter than the one that was swimming just now. Soon after, plump little guys popped out from the small holes nearby. These clams popped out almost all at once like bamboo shoots after a heavy rain, and Chen Jiao was almost overwhelmed. Later she learned her lesson and stopped being greedy. When spraying salt, she deliberately made the range smaller. When the salt jar in her hand was used up, the small bucket at her feet was almost full, probably about 8 kilograms. The small holes around were basically sprayed with salt. Chen Jiao carried the heavy harvest and happily continued to walk towards the direction of the traps. On the way, Chen Jiao picked up some more little guys with a smile on her face. Cat's eye snail plus 2 conch plus 1 octopus plus 3 flower snail plus 5. This mudflat was not big to begin with, and after a while, she arrived at the small rocky beach at the innermost part. The rocky beach is actually just a small area of rocks of different sizes. The location for placing the ground trap was specially selected by Chen Jiao, and there were basically a lot of dead corals underneath. Whether it is crabs or fish, they all like to hide in coral reefs, which is a good place to place ground traps. Chen Jiao looked at the time on the perspective function and found that there were still 40 minutes left, so she quickly turned it off. At this time, the large sack that Chen Jiao brought was already full, the small bucket was full of clams, and there was also a net bag of cat's eye snails. Chen Jiao put these things away and was about to collect the traps when she turned around and saw a very conspicuous big creature in a small puddle. The yellowish-brown shek has some brown spots on it and looks like a small coconut from a distance. It was a coconut snail, almost as big as her head. It is also the largest snail Chen Jiao has ever seen in more than 20 years. The coconut snail is also known as the coconut spiral snail or papaya snail. Its shek is yellowish-brown, shaped like a papaya, smooth, and has dark brown spots. Looking at this big thing, Chen Jiao was immediately delighted. There are actually coconut snails. I wonder if there are pearls inside? Pearls can be extracted from coconut snails, and the pearls they extract are called mellow pearls. However, the probability is extremely low. I heard that the probability of getting a mellow pearl is only 1 in 1,000. Moreover, coconut snails are very rare. My grandparents have been fishermen all their lives, but they have never caught a single mellow pearl. She had only seen this thing on the internet and hadn't seen anyone in the village owning it. Chen Jiao quickly went down to the puddle and picked up the precious coconut snail. Unexpectedly, this thing felt light in my hand, but when I turned it over, it turned out to be an empty shek. Coconut snail shek. Chen Jiao was so angry that she almost threw the thing away. But the shek of the coconut snail looked pretty nice, so I decided to keep it and take it home as a decoration. Last time, 7 traps were set up, but now Chen Jiao has only found 5. The remaining 2 were probably blown away by the typhoon. The first trap yielded a pretty good harvest, with 2 stone snappers weighing 300 to 400 grams each and 1 green snapper weighing more than 2 jeans. Chen Jiao looked at this brightly colored green fish, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. It's a bluefin bream weighing more than 2 kilograms. It's rare to see such a big one. It can be sold for at least 60 or 70 yuan per kilogram. Then came the second trap. It felt light in her hand. Chen Jiao looked down and saw that it was broken in several places by hooks. The fish inside had long escaped. The third trap yielded average results, with only 2 octopuses and a small 2-pound sea bass. The harvests from the first 2 traps were not very good, so Chen Jiao placed all her hopes on the 4th trap. His 2 big eyes stared straight at the sea, feeling both excited and nervous. The 4th trap was very heavy in her hand, and Chen Jiao took a lot of effort to pull it up. There are a lot of different things in there, including orchid crabs, blue crabs, octopuses, yellow-legged crabs, and stone crabs. Basically, each variety weighs about 1 or 2 kilograms. There was only 1 trap left. The harvest just now was good. Chen Jiao was full of anticipation and held the rope that tied the trap tightly with both hands. Collecting the ground traps is like opening a blind box, and the anticipation is high. The moment the trap was pulled out of the sea, Chen Jiao felt like her breathing paused for 2 seconds. The last trap was empty, but the things inside were not simple and even exceeded Chen Jiao's expectations. The trap in her hand was not heavy, and Chen Jiao pulled it up easily. There were 2 huge little green dragons in the trap, bigger than her palm, and each one weighed more than 1 kilogram. Last year, the half-pound small blue dragon was sold for 180 yuan per pound. These 2 behemoths must be at least 200 yuan per pound, right? Thinking of this, Chen Jiao became very excited. These 2 big guys must be worth at least 5 or 600 yuan. Put all the clams in the bucket into the net bag, and then Chen Jiao put the 4 little green dragons, 2 large and 2 small, into the bucket separately. Such an expensive little blue dragon must live in a separate luxury house. Then she took out her cell phone and made a video call to Chen Weiqiang. Dad, I'm at the place where I put the traps. They have collected a lot of good things. Please drive the car over here quickly. Chen Jiao now has a large sack in her hand, a net bag of clams, a net bag of cat's eye snails, and 4 small green dragons. It is impossible for one person to carry these things back. Chun Weiqiang's cheerful voice came from the other side of the phone. We picked up a lot of good stuff on the beach. The car can barely hold it all. I'm going home first, and we'll come see you later. The other members of the Chen family, unlike Qin Jiao who had X-ray glasses, basically picked up all the seafood that could be sold. With strength in numbers, we picked up a lot of various small seafood in more than 2 hours, including both valuable and worthless ones. Not only was the entire trunk filled with seafood, but even the middle seats were piled high with buckets of seafood. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Qin Jiao's clear voice was full of happiness and excitement. After hanging up the phone, she continued to search for treasure on the beach, without stopping. Her father will drive over later, so there will be no need to worry about having no place to put the things. No matter whether they are valuable or not, as long as they can be sold or eaten, Qin Jiao will not let go of them. Soon she picked up a large net bag of various small shecks and a small sea bass that was dead but still fresh. In addition, there was a pile of various sea fish on the ground that had become stiff and smelly. Now she only had 4 intact traps in her hands, and she put all the small pile of miscellaneous fish into the traps. Then put these traps back to the coral reef. This coral reef is quite suitable for placing ground traps. The harvests have been good twice. Qin Jiao does not plan to move and will place ground traps here in the future. Rocky Beach. As soon as the trap was put up, Chen Weiqiang drove over in his van. Although the van looks a bit old-fashioned, it is cheap and practical, so you don't feel bad about driving it to the beach or fishing. It is also very convenient to occasionally purchase supplies for the convenience store and fishing tackle store. Therefore, even though he could afford a more expensive car, Chen Weiqiang never changed his car. When Chen Weiqiang saw the 4 little green dragons in the bucket, his eyes widened and he was so excited that he began to stutter. This little green dragon is too big, and it's still alive. Chen Weiqiang suspected that his daughter secretly went to worship the sea god before going out. Qin Jiao was very proud, her little face was raised high, and even her voice was filled with smiles. I picked up the 2 small ones at the white beach, and the 2 big ones were caught in a trap. Wasn't there a typhoon these 2 days? They must have been blown up here. Chen Weiqiang on the side muttered quietly. Due to excessive fishing in the past few years, the marine resources nearby have become increasingly scarce. In the past 2 years, few people have set up traps. I didn't expect that the sea has recovered so well now. Qin Jiao knew in her heart that there was actually a system bonus, but she couldn't say it out loud, so she just smiled and pretended not to know. On the way back, whether it was the rocky beach or the white sand beach, there were still crowds of people, and almost everyone carried a bucket, a sack, and several net bags. Although everyone was so tired that their clothes were soaked with sweat, everyone's face was flushed with bright and satisfied smiles. On the way, we met Grandma Chen and Yin Shooting, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They were walking back with a few close ladies, chatting and laughing. From what she heard, Qinji knew that these people were discussing going to worship the god of the sea in the afternoon. Today, people can pick all kinds of seafood at the beach, and everyone returns with a full load. The villagers are very grateful for the gift from the sea, and many of them plan to worship the sea god. When Qin Jiao returned home, she saw Grandpa Chen busy sorting the seafood that everyone had picked up in the morning. The 4 picked up a lot of things, and they were very diverse, many of which were rare creatures that lived in the deep sea or on the seabed. What Qin Jiao brought back was much less than the pile of seafood that she had just brought back in advance. But they are all big and more valuable ones. Grandpa Chen's face flushed with joy when he saw the 4 little blue dragons and half a bucket of sea cucumbers in the bucket. Tangdang has been really lucky lately. Your grandma and the others are going to worship the sea god this afternoon. You should come with them and bring more offerings. Qin Jiao nodded sincerely and said, Okay, after selling the catch, I'll buy some fruits and cakes in town. With the golden finger of the sea hunting system, she should indeed go and worship the sea god. It took Qin Jiao half an hour to sort the various seafood she brought back according to type and size. The large sea cucumber weighs 1 jin, the small sea cucumber weighs 7 jin, the large blue dragonfish weighs 2.4 jin, the small blue dragonfish weighs 1.5 jin, and the conch weighs 1.8 jin. 8 jins of razor clams, 4 jins of flower snails, 5 genes of cat's eye snails, 5 genes of conchs, and 7 genes of various miscellaneous shellfish. 3.6 caddies of bluefin croaker, 2 caddies of octopus, 2.3 caddies of stonefish, 2.4 caddies of sea bass, and 2 caddies of yellowtail carp. Blue crabs, 2.2 gene for those weighing more than 1 gene for 6 gene for those weighing half a gene to 1 gene, and 2.5 gene for those missing arms or legs. Orchid crab, 2.6 gene for half a gene to 1 gene, 2.8 gene for 3 liang to half a gene, 1.1 gene for one with missing arms and legs. The sea bass and yellow croaker were relatively small, so Chen Jiao left some for herself to eat. Several other crabs with missing limbs and a few dead sea fish were all kept by Chen Jiao. Although the price is not as high as it should be, the taste is not compromised at all. Chen Jiao packed up her catch and went to help her family. Don't touch these, go to town and sell your catch. Chen Weiqiang was afraid that her little green dragons would die, so he urged her to go to town and sell them. The price of this little blue dragon is half of what it is when it's alive and dead. Chen Jiao listened to the advice and hurriedly carried the catch to the Yang family purchasing station on a tricycle. At this time, the purchasing station was very lively. Not only were Boss Yang and his wife there, but even Boss Yang and his wife were there. The family of 4 was busy. Chen Jiao waited for a long time before Boss Yang came with his employees to collect the catch. Seeing the sea cucumbers and small blue dragons in the bucket, Yang Jiejun's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Today's food is really good. There was a typhoon 2 days ago, and the fishermen nearby couldn't go out to sea to fish. The price of seafood has increased a lot today." As he spoke, he picked out the valuable sea cucumbers, small blue dragonfish, and conchs first. The big sea cucumber is 120 yuan per caddy. 1 caddy is 120 yuan. The small sea cucumber is 80 yuan per caddy. 7 caddies is 560 yuan. The big Zaiqinglong is 220 yuan per caddy, and 2.4 caddies is 528 yuan. The small one is 190 yuan per caddy, and 1.5 caddies is 285 yuan. 130 yuan per pound of conch. 1.8 pounds is 234 yuan. This small bucket of stuff alone is worth $1,727. Then came the various sheks and snails. Razor clams are 30 yuan per pound, and 8 pounds is 240 yuan. A pound of conch is 42 yuan, 4 pounds is 168 yuan. Cat's eye snails are 38 yuan per pound, and 5 pounds is 190 yuan. Conch is 40 yuan per pound, 5 pounds is 200 yuan. Mixed shellfish are 8 yuan per pound, 7 pounds is 56 yuan. Another 854 yuan was earned. In the end, only the fish and crabs were left in the bucket. Green fish is 68 yuan per pound, 3.6 pounds is 245 yuan. Octopus is 32 yuan per pound, 2 pounds is 62 yuan. Shijiagong is 70 yuan per caddy, and 2 caddies is 140 yuan. Green crab. The price for more than 1 caddy is 70 yuan per caddy, and 2.2 caddies is 154 yuan. Half a caddy to a caddy is 58 yuan per caddy, and 4.6 caddies is 267 yuan. Orchid crab. Half a caddy to a caddy is 48 yuan per caddy, and 2.6 caddies is 125 yuan. 3 ounces to half a pound is 40 yuan per pound, and 2.8 pounds is 112 yuan. The total income today is 3,686 yuan. Seeing the transfer information on the phone, Chen Jiao's smile became even more intense, revealing a sweet dimple. Today is the day she earned the most since she started fishing. 3,686 yuan, half a month's salary. At this time, Chen Jiao's face was full of pride and excitement. But when I think about it, this is an unexpected benefit that only a typhoon can bring. But if you think about it carefully, there were 2 consecutive days of storms, and she rested at home for 2 days. Even if you average it out, she would earn about 1,200 yuan a day. Thinking of this, Chen Jiao started to show off again. This sea fishing is quite profitable. Chen Jiao sat on the tricycle at the door with a grin on her face and couldn't wait to open the system's points page. Host, Chen Jiao level 1, sea catching, points, 8,821 points perspective range, 1 meter transparent time, 1 hour tools for fishing at the beach, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, and spade. It's already over 8,000 points, not bad. It looks like I'll be able to level up soon. At this moment, a happy and excited voice sounded in her mind again. Tang Tang, you are now only 1,179 points away from unlocking the second level of the sea hunting system. After unlocking, the perspective function increases from 1 meter to 2 meters. And the time it can be used every day is also extended to 2 hours. It's less than 1,200 yuan. It's no big deal. I will definitely collect all the points by tomorrow at the latest. Chen Jiao's tone was full of pride and happiness. It's just 1,200 points. After she finishes worshipping the sea god in the afternoon, she will go fishing. She will be able to collect all the points by tomorrow noon at the latest. Chen Jiao was full of confidence and full of energy. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind her. Tang Tang, have you sold your catch? It turned out that it was my father who came to sell fish. Yeah, we had a good harvest today. Chen Jiao jumped off the tricycle with a smile on her face and trotted briskly over to help. Yang Jijun, who was originally standing at the door of the store, saw that more business came in, so he enthusiastically brought a young man over to help move the fish. This is the harvest of 4 people going to the sea, with all kinds of small seafood piled on the ground. Yang Jijun didn't mind the trouble at all, and weighed the things one by one with a smile on his face. 8 gene of small sea cucumbers, 2.6 gene of conchs, 12 gene of cat's eye snails, 15 gene of razor clams, 11 gene of flower snails, 13 gene of conchs, and 38 gene of other miscellaneous shellfish. The blue crabs are basically half a pound to 1 pound, a total of 8 pounds. The orchid crabs are less than half a pound, a total of 6 pounds. Besides, the remaining marine fish and conger eels have already died, so we can only sell them for 20 yuan per pound. This price is obviously much higher than usual. Chen Weiqiang is very satisfied. Okay, let's do as you say, Xiaoyang. The sound of reset to zero, kept coming out of the computer, and it took Yang Jijun a while to finish the calculation. The catch that Chen Weiqiang brought was worth a total of 3,982 yuan, and Yang Jijun directly transferred 4,000 yuan to him. After coming out of the acquisition station, Chen Weiqiang couldn't help but happily approach his daughter. Today's harvest is really good, exactly 1,000 yuan per person. Chen Jiao looked around and saw that there was no one else around. She smiled and started to boast in her father's ear. Your money is nothing. I earned 3,600 today. Chen Jiao smiled with such pride that if she had a tail behind her, it would probably have gone up to the sky. Chen Weiqiang gave his daughter 2 thumbs up and praised her repeatedly. Great, great. You are worthy of being my daughter. The father and daughter praised each other for a long time before going to the market to buy things for worshipping the sea god. Incense, paper money, candles, and fires, these things for ancestor worship and sea god, are all sold in the local store, so you don't have to buy them separately. The main task of the 2 people was to buy fruits and some long-lasting pastries. When the father and daughter came back from shopping, Grandma Chen and Grandpa Chen had already killed the chicken. This is not the kind of chicken that eats feed and is sold to barbecue shops, but a genuine free-range chicken that has been raised on a diet of grains and cereals. Just by looking at the luster on the chicken skin, you can tell that it must be a beautiful chicken. Normally, Chen Weiqiang sells these fish to fishing tackle store owners for 130 yuan each. The Chen family has been fishermen for several generations, and every time they worship the sea god, they are sincere and full of piety. Just as I was about to have lunch, a hearty laugh came from the door. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm here. Did you miss me? In the yard, my eldest cousin Chen Feng walked in with a big bucket of seafood, smiling. My cousin had 2 rows of exceptionally white teeth on his dark face, and he looked very honest and simple. However, his 2 bright and cunning eyes revealed that he was an old fox who was hiding his true intentions. Chen Feng put down the heavy bucket in his hand and raised his hand to rub Chen Jiao's head very naturally. In a short while, her beautiful hair was messed up. Chen Jiao raised her hand and slapped his big hand away. She was so angry that she kicked him again, then turned around and complained to Grandma Chen. Grandma, my eldest brother bullied me. I don't know anything. Grandma Chin didn't care about the lawsuit between the brother and sister. She looked at the full bucket with a smile. There are quite a lot of things inside, including stonefish, yellow-footed fish, bluefin croaker, and half a bucket of various small shellfish and conchs. Why did you bring so many things here? Hurry up and take them to the purchasing station. This bucket can be sold for a lot of money. Looking at the full bucket of fish, the thrifty Grandma Chin felt a little distressed. I sailed to a nearby uninhabited island early this morning to catch seafood. I picked up all kinds of good things everywhere. There are a lot of these little guys at home. I brought these here especially to honor you and Grandpa. As he said that, Chin Fong ran to the door with a smile, fearing that his grandmother would ask him to take the things back. The grandson specially brought something to show his filial piety. Grandma Chin didn't say much. She asked her husband to bring a bucket and poured out the things with a smile on her face. Chen Jiao stepped forward and took the bucket, then quickly put a few conger eels she had picked up that morning and a sea bass weighing more than 2 kilograms into it. She had just paid special attention to the seafood her eldest brother sent over, and found that these 2 types were not among them. She probably didn't have many of them at her uncle's house either. Taking the bucket, Chin Fong looked at Chen Jiao with a smile. Tang Tang, I'm going to take a few bosses out fishing tomorrow. It's in the sea nearby. Do you want to come over and play? To be honest, Chen Jiao was quite tempted, as the fish outside must be bigger and more valuable. However, she still needs 1,200 points to unlock the second level of the sea hunting system. She has to go fishing and collect traps tomorrow morning, so she really can't leave. Brother, I have something to do tomorrow and can't leave. Just tell me when you will go out to sea next time. Okay, but the next time will probably be a few days later, probably on the weekend. These fishermen also have to go to work, so Chin Fong usually takes people out to sea to fish on weekends. This time is just right. Chen Jiao is very satisfied. Okay then, big brother, please reserve a seat for me first. Okay, I'll tell you the specific news on WeChat later. After saying that, Chin Fong went back in a leisurely manner. After lunch, Chen Jiao carried a bamboo basket and went to worship the sea god with her grandmother and mother. The 3 of them arrived a little late, and there were not many people in the Temple of Poseidon at this time. Chen Jiao followed her mother to worship God outside first, and then entered the main hall. There were only 2 or 3 people in the main hall, but the altar and the shelves on both sides were already filled with various offerings. With a pious look on her face, Grandma Chun laid out the chickens, cakes, and fruits she had brought. Then the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren knelt down on the mat in an orderly manner, kowtowed, and burned incense. Because Chen Jiao had the plug-in of the sea hunting system, she kowtowed particularly seriously and piously, and her forehead turned red. But when she came out of the Poseidon temple, Chen Jiao obviously felt a lot more relaxed. It was exactly 2 o'clock when she returned home from the Poseidon temple. Chen Jiao got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go fishing and was busy all morning. She felt a little sleepy now. At this time, the seawater has risen, and there is no way to catch the sea. She planned to take a nap and then go fishing and set traps in the evening. Yen Shooting had already repaired the 3 broken traps that she had brought home, plus the 2 old traps at home and the 6 large traps that Chen Weiqiang brought back. I have 11 traps at home. I set them all down at night. I think I'll make quite a lot of money tomorrow. 1,200 points is nothing. Thinking of her lovely little money, Chen Jiao was no longer sleepy, and her 2 bright big eyes were piercing. On the day the typhoon hit, she happened to buy more than 30 kilograms of small miscellaneous fish, which she had not used last time, and she had frozen them all in the freezer. Chen Jiao took out 2 large bags of small fish and put them in a bucket. Take it out now to thaw, and use it when you put it in the trap in the evening. When Chen Jiao was at the vegetable market in the morning, she heard that using chicken and duck offal as bait and nesting materials had very good effects. But she hadn't tried it, so she didn't know if it was real, so she didn't buy it. Now she felt a little regretful and whispered to herself, "Next time, let's buy some duck liver and try it. It has a strong smell and may attract more big fish. It's best to use half duck liver and half small fish. This is a good way to compare and see which bait works better." Chen Jiao muttered to herself for a while and finally muttered herself to sleep. Back in the house, She set the alarm for 4 o'clock, then changed into clean clothes and started her beauty sleep. After waking up, Chunjiao neatly put the thawed small fish into the trap. Then she drove her beloved tricycle to the beach. Passing by the store at home, Chunjiao pulled the car over and said to Yan, shooting inside with a smile, "Mom, I'm going to go fishing and put the traps there. I guess I'll be back late, so you don't have to wait for me for dinner." As I was about to drive away, my mother stopped me. "Wait a minute, no one comes to buy things at this time. Let me go to the beach with you." As she spoke, Yan Shooting closed the doors of the convenience store and the express station, then walked over quickly carrying a small blue bucket. When the mother and daughter arrived at the beach, the sea was just beginning to ebb. Everyone picked up a lot of good things at the beach this morning, and since it was still early, almost no one came to catch seafood. At a glance, apart from the mother and daughter, the only person on the beach who was catching seafood was Mr. Zhang, the most diligent man in the village. Before Chunjiao even parked the car, she saw a cat's eye snail on the wet sand that had not yet had time to lie down. Cat's eye snail. What a beautiful cat's eye snail. Chunjiao quickly stopped the car, trotted over with an excited look on her face, and picked up the little guy. "Mom, look at my cat's eye snail. Is it pretty?" The cat's eye in the middle looks alive. Chunjiao, with a childish look on her face, shook the cat's-eye snail in her hand towards her mother and smiled foolishly. Yan Shooting went to the beach every day to catch seafood. She had seen all the beautiful shecks. She casually said, "It's pretty nice." Then she picked up her small blue bucket and started to catch seafood on the white sand beach. "You're so perfunctory. You didn't even look at it." Chunjiao complained a lot with her little mouth, but her voice was very low, for fear that the tigress at home would hear it. The tide has just started to recede, and it is not time to set out the traps yet, so the mother and daughter are each digging for seafood on the beach. There are usually some small things of little value on the beach. Chunjiao didn't even wear her X-ray glasses and walked slowly on the beach. After taking just 2 steps, I saw a cat's eye snail that had not yet completely hidden. Cat's eye snail lying on the sand. This guy is bigger than the cat's eye snail just now, and the meat inside is very thick. Chunjiao grabbed the snail meat with her hand, and the sponge-like snail meat immediately sprayed out several streams of water. Cat's eye snail spraying water. Cat's eye snail +2. Chunjiao had picked up 2 valuable little things just after she came here, and her steps became a lot lighter. The daylight is short in winter. At this time, the sun has already set. The weather is neither cold nor hot. The sea breeze is very comfortable. Chunjiao has been well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. In her spare time, she usually goes to the beach with the adults at home. She rarely watches TV or plays with her mobile phone, and her eyesight is exceptionally good. At this moment, I saw a little guy on the beach from a distance. Hairy clam. When I got closer, I found it was a small clam. It wasn't very big, but it was edible. Before the little guy had time to lie down on the sand, Chunjiao grabbed him with her little hand and put him in her pocket. Hairy clam +1. Small hairy clam. Hairy clams, also known as hairy clams, are a very common shellfish here. Hairy clams are generally brown or gray, and their shells are very thick with a layer of velvety skin on the surface. Hairy clams can grow very large. This one is considered small. The big ones are as big as her fist. At this time, the sound of an electric car came from behind Chunjiao, and someone else came to catch seafood. She quickened her pace and walked towards the rocky beach ahead. After walking about 10 meters, I saw 2 very conspicuous little babies. Chunjiao's clear and lively eyes turned into a crescent moon when she smiled, and she walked over happily. It turned out to be a very plump and meaty scallop and a small hairy clam. Scallops and small clams. Chunjiao picked up the small clams and put them into the bucket with a smile, then used a sand shovel to dig out the ribbons. The sand here is mixed with some black mud, which is relatively solid and a bit difficult to dig. Dig and dig. After digging several times, she finally dug out the strip that was bigger than her palm. The belt looked dirty, so Chunjiao casually put it in a puddle nearby to wash it. Bath belt +1. The tide had just receded, and the various little creatures on the beach had not had time to lie on the sand or escape. These larger little guys, like moon shecks, cat's-eye snails, and hairy clams, are very conspicuous on the beach. Chen Jiao didn't have to bother looking for it. She just had to bend down and pick it up. Moon Shek plus 4 cats, ice snail plus 3 hairy clam plus 5 octopus plus 1. There was a storm 2 days ago, and many small sheks were washed up by the waves. Almost all of them were picked up by people in the morning. Although the tide had risen and fallen, there were not many things on the beach now, at least half as many as when she came here a few days ago. By the time I had picked up half a bucket of sheks, many people had already arrived on the beach to catch the sheks. Seeing that the seawater had receded by half, Chen Jiao was preparing to drive the trap over to the coral reef. At this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something emitting colorful light in a puddle not far away. What is this? Chen Jiao walked forward excitedly. Although there was no sun at this time, the little thing in front of me was still shining brightly. Chen Jiao took 2 steps at a time and walked to the small puddle in front of her with an expectant look on her face. I saw a beautiful, colorful shek in the puddle. Unknown shek. Chen Jiao didn't even think about it and just reached out to pick up the pretty little thing. After picking it up, I found that the meat inside was gone, and it was just a beautiful, empty shek. But this thing is really nice, and after a simple wash in the puddle, it looks even better. Beautiful sheks. Chen Jiao had never seen this thing in all her years of fishing, so she looked at it again and again with a serious expression. It looks a bit like an abalone shek, but much more beautiful. There was a storm 2 days ago, and Chen Jiao thought that it must have been swept up from the deep sea by the waves. The more Chen Jiao looked at this thing, the more she liked it. She put it into the bucket in her hand with a smile on her face. Since she was a child, she has loved collecting all kinds of exquisite and beautiful sheks. There is even a shelf in her room that is specifically used to display these beautiful little things. Chen Jiao was in a very good mood as she finally came across a beautiful shek that suited her taste. Humming a little tune and walking happily along the way, he walked towards where the car was parked. Halfway through, I encountered a rope covered with seaweed. Rope covered with seaweed. According to her many years of experience in fishing, there are usually small treasures hidden under seaweed like this one. Chen Jiao stopped and used the clip in her hand to open this special rope. I was full of anticipation and didn't dare to blink. After a while, she found a crab half lying on the sand in the densest area of seaweed. Oh, it's still a blue crab, but this one is a little smaller. Chen Jiao weighed the crab in her hand and found it was only 2 tails, so she gently threw it into the sea. Go ahead. Then he turned over the remaining seaweed. Soon, there were a few more plump white moon clams and a large cat-sized snail in the bucket at Chen Jiao's feet. Moon shek plus 4 cats, ice snail plus 1. At this time, the seawater had receded by half, and Chen Jiao estimated that it had receded to a position where the trap could be placed. She originally planned to go directly to the coral reef, where she had placed the traps in the morning. But thinking that the place was not big, I put 4 traps in the morning, and the space was already full. After thinking for 2 seconds, Chen Jiao finally decided to keep a few traps and put the rest somewhere else. After all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. In less than 2 minutes, she drove to the rocky beach, where she usually went to the beach. There were not many people on the rocky beach at this time. Looking up, I saw blue sky and white clouds everywhere, which was as beautiful as the scenery in a painting. Rocky Beach. After admiring the beautiful scenery for a while, Chen Jiao started to work. The harvest here last time was just average. This time, Chen Jiao picked out 4 small ground traps that looked a bit broken. These traps are dry and not heavy, but they take up a lot of space. In addition, the rocks under her feet were wet and extremely hard, so Chen Jiao had a hard time walking along the way. Finally, she found some places suitable for fish and crabs to live and placed the traps. Each trap is about a few meters apart. The last typhoon blew away several ground cages, which made Chen Jiao very sad. This time, she deliberately placed a stone weighing 2 or 3 pounds in each trap. It was so heavy that it couldn't be blown away. On the way back, Chen Jiao slowed down and began to search around the rocky beach. She had good eyesight and soon found a stranded octopus in a small pit surrounded by small rocks. Octopus. Chen Jiao used the clamp in her hand to lift up the little guy. It was quite heavy, probably about half a pound. However, this guy had several scars on his body and looked like he had no vitality left. But she didn't dislike it at all. She took it home and stir-fried it in the evening, and it became a delicious dish to go with rice. Octopus plus one. Suddenly, in a flat puddle in front of the right, Qinjiao saw a lot of long and thin little guys. It's a snail. It's quite big. These little guys were about the size of her little finger, long and thin, with 8 or 9 sections on them. They are called snails here, and they are especially delicious when stir-fried with perilla. On Comelania, the puddle is not big, with a diameter of only about 1 meter at most, but it is filled with these delicious little guys. It weighs at least several kilograms, and it looks like someone put it here. However, the typhoon that hit 2 days ago should also be a gift from the sea. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect there would be some fish that slipped through the net. Qinjiao's clear, bright eyes narrowed in joy, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a bright smile. On Comelania snail plus, and after digging out all the little guys from the puddle, Qinjiao stood up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at the edge of the puddle, I suddenly stepped on something hard. Qinjiao, holding a sand shovel, quickly dug out a hairy clam that was almost as big as her fist. It is several times larger than the 2 small clams mentioned earlier. This big guy was eating snails with his mouth open. Just when he had eaten half of the snail in his mouth, Qinjiao ruthlessly dug it out. Hairy clam plus one, snail plus one. Then, Qinjiao drove her tricycle again and continued to move forward slowly. I couldn't help but look towards the rocky beach on the right. Reefs of varying sizes formed puddles of water one after another. Not far away, there happened to be a father and son pumping a water pit with a pump. Qinjiao watched them several times with great interest. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Oh, I can put the traps in these big puddles. If you put more bait in the trap, wouldn't it be easy to catch the guys in the puddle? The more Qinjiao thought about it, the more she felt that this was a good idea. I'm really smart. Having said that, Qinjiao stopped the car and then carried down 4 more cages. After thinking about it, he felt that the bait in the trap seemed not enough, so he picked up some worthless small shucks from the bucket and put them in. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. The rocks on the rocky beach here are particularly large, and there are many large and small stone pits inside. Qinjiao walked to a place close to the sea, deliberately selected the 4 largest puddles, and then placed a trap in each puddle. These puddles are basically more than several square meters in size. For a puddle as big as this one, few people would pump water to catch fish. After all, the fuel cost for the pump alone is quite high. This kind of big pit can hold a lot of things, and it won't affect other people in the village from pumping water. Qinjiao felt that the position she had chosen couldn't be better. She brought 11 traps from home, and there were still 3 large traps with a diameter of 80 centimeters left in the car. She placed all these traps on the coral reef. On the way home, Qinjiao walked and stopped many times, but she didn't find much seafood. When we got back to the white sand beach, the bucket in our hands was not yet full. How should I put it? It's far less than the harvest of the previous 2 days, but it's the normal level for people in the village to catch seafood. There weren't many things, and Qinjiao was too lazy to go to town, so she went straight to her second uncle's purchasing station. 4 jin of moon clams, 6 yuan per jin, a total of 24 yuan. 4 jin of snails, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 40 yuan. 2 jin of cat's eye snails, 33 yuan per jin, a total of 66 yuan. 1.5 jin of hairy clams, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 15 yuan. 1 pound of octopus, 30 yuan. I earned another 175 yuan today. At this time, Xiao Meng in her mind happily opened the points page for her. Host, Qinjiao level 1, sea catching, points, 8,996 points perspective range, 1 meter transparent time, 1 hour tools for fishing at the beach, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, and spade. Tang dang, you're only 1,004 points away from leveling up. I know, I will definitely collect these 1,000 points tomorrow morning. She set 15 traps today, and she will probably make a small fortune tomorrow. Another beautiful day, ring, 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 ring. At 5 o'clock, Chen Jiao woke up on time from her
5-meter bed.
He rubbed his eyes and casually scratched his messy hair, and his sleepy brain woke up again. After quickly washing up, Chen Jiao skipped downstairs. At this time, Grandma Chen had already prepared a pot of fragrant seafood noodle soup. Smells so good. Octopus, clams, small cuttlefish and noodlefish, topped with a handful of juicy green onions. Chen Jiao couldn't move her legs at the mere sight of them. The family sat neatly at the dinner table. No one spoke, and everyone lowered their heads and slurped noodles. In just a few minutes, Chen Jiao finished 3 large bowls of seafood noodles, and her belly was full. After eating and drinking, Chen Jiao took her grandparents and mother and headed straight to the rocky beach where they usually went to the sea. On the way, Chen Jiao kept chattering. The white beach is closest to the village and there are many people there, so you can hardly find anything good. I was fishing at the reef beach a few days ago. There aren't too many valuable fish there. You guys should follow me and fish there today. Yan Shooting rolled her eyes at her daughter and said, "Girl, when we were making money and fishing, you didn't even know where you were. Everyone knows that the harvest is good on the rocky beach, but the rocks there are covered with seaweed and sharp oysters, so it is not very safe." Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen are old, and in the past 2 years, she and Chen Weiqiang have not allowed the old couple to go there to catch seafood. When the few people arrived at the rocky beach, it was only 5:30 and the tide had just begun to ebb. Chen Jiao locked the car, and everyone carried a small bucket and happily dispersed to look for treasure. Yan Shooting was worried about the old couple, so she asked them to go fishing at the junction of the beach and the rocky beach, while she turned around and walked towards the large reef. Chen Jiao was carrying a small bucket, staring intently at the sand and stones under her feet. After a while, she saw a pink figure. Chen Jiao walked over quickly and found out that it was a scallop, and it was quite big. Scallop Chen Jiao picked up the little guy and found that it was still alive. It opened a small mouth and almost pinched her finger. After putting the little guy into the bucket, Chen Jiao continued walking forward with brisk steps. Then, several small pink figures appeared in front of her eyes. Scallop, lots of scallops. Chen Jiao didn't dare to stop for a moment and quickly picked up all the little guys into the bucket. In just a short while, there were about 3 kilograms of scallops in the bucket. Scallops are about the same size as moonshecks, but their shecks are thinner, brighter, and more beautiful. After taking just 2 steps, Chen Jiao was surprised to find that there were more scallops here. These little guys are bright red and look very pretty under the sunlight. Meeting the smile on Chen Jiao's face became brighter and brighter, and her hair revealed her happiness and excitement. These scallops filled half a bucket. Chen Jiao lifted the bucket and estimated that it contained about 7 or 8 kilograms. However, from then on, until she came to the place where the trap was placed, Chen Jiao found nothing except 2 octopuses and a cat-sized snail. She placed 4 traps here yesterday, but the 3 near the white sand beach were gone, leaving only the last one. When setting up the trap, Chen Jiao also deliberately put stones in it, so it was impossible for it to be swept away by the waves. The only possibility was that it was taken away by someone. Who is so wicked as to come and steal the trap? Chen Jiao was so angry that she pulled up the last trap while cursing. The trap was quite heavy to pull, but she had originally put stones inside, so she couldn't tell what was inside without seeing what was inside. Chen Jiao was originally cursing the person who stole the trap with gritted teeth, but after seeing what was inside, she immediately grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. There were 5 big blue crabs in the last trap, 4 of which weighed about 500 to 600 grams, and the largest one weighed at least 1.2 jin. Not bad, not bad. These big guys can probably be sold for 300 yuan. Looking at these big blue crabs, Chen Jiao changed her previous depressed mood and became full of joy. Chen Jiao deftly took out the cable ties and carefully tied up these little treasures. Crabs love to fight. If they're not tied up properly, they will have broken limbs and cannot be sold at a high price. Someone here stole the traps, so she didn't dare to set the traps here anymore. She took the only seedling and put it in the car. The scallops in the bucket were quite heavy, so Chen Jiao poured them into a net bag and then placed it on the back of the tricycle. Then, He happily picked up a few big blue crabs and walked quickly towards the large puddles where the traps were placed. We also saw quite a few oysters and mussels on the road, but they were all small and Chen Jiao didn't like them. When they arrived at the first puddle, there was an orchid crab and about 2 kilograms of spicy snails in the bucket in Chen Jiao's hand. In the first puddle, the harvest from the traps was average, with only 2 golden pomfret weighing more than 1 kilogram. Then she came to the second puddle, which was at least 2 or 3 meters deep and very large, about 10 square meters. This time the trap was much heavier than the previous one, and Chen Jiao was very excited. It's so heavy. It must be a big fish of at least several kilograms. It would be great if it was a grouper. After a lot of effort, Chen Jiao finally lifted up the heavy trap. But after seeing what was inside, the smile on her face faded a little. It turned out that there were 2 small sea wolves weighing 2 or 3 pounds in the trap. They had probably fought in it, and their bodies were covered with scars. They were already dying at this time. A dozen kilograms of sea wolf only costs 10 yuan per kilogram. People at the purchasing station are unwilling to take more for such small guys, and the maximum price is 7 or 8 yuan per kilogram. These 2 sea wolves look heavy, but in fact they are not as heavy as the 2 golden pomfret just now. The third trap was also very heavy and felt similar to the second one. Chen Jiao was scared, as if they were 2 little sea wolves again. However, as the earth dragon slowly surfaced and after seeing the big guy inside, Chen Jiao finally revealed a satisfied smile. I saw a slender silver figure inside the trap. Chen Jiao was also very familiar with this guy. It was a big blue spotted fish weighing about 6 pounds. Such a big wild blue grouper can be sold for at least 40 to 50 yuan per kilogram. This big guy is worth at least 300. Carefully placing the grouper into the bucket, Chen Jiao walked towards the fourth trap with a smile on her face. So heavy. Chen Jiao felt the heavy weight of the trap, and there was something struggling and jumping inside. At this time, she was so excited that her palms were sweating, and her eyes were fixed on the trap that was about to float to the surface. The trap in his hand was heavy. The guy inside seemed to sense the danger and was rushing around desperately. The trap was gradually pulled out of the water, and Chen Jiao could clearly see 2 large sea bass inside. The big ones weigh about 6 jin, the small ones weigh about 4 or 5 jin. The small 10 jin perch can earn you another 300 or 400 yuan. Looking at these 2 big guys, Chen Jiao's eyes lit up. After pouring the 2 big bass into the bucket, Chen Jiao's smile became even more intense. This was also her first time placing traps here, and she didn't expect there were so many good things in these big puddles. There are too many people on the rocky beach, near the white sand beach in front, so Chen Jiao will no longer place traps there. It's just right to put the trap in the big puddle over here. Chen Jiao did not buy bait yesterday, and since there was usually no catch during the day, she simply took back all the traps. When you go to sell your catch later, you can buy some bait as well. In addition to the small miscellaneous fish that she often uses, Chen Jiao also plans to buy some duck liver, and pork intestines, which are things with strong smells. Anyway, she has a lot of traps, so she can try and see which bait works better. After a while, Chen Jiao arrived at the coral reef, which was the last place to place the trap. Low tide at this time, the seawater had just receded to the bottom, and a large area of coral reefs was exposed. It was obvious that many small creatures were stranded on them. Chen Jiao was no longer in a hurry to collect the traps. She quickly put on her X-ray glasses and officially started today's seafood hunting. Soon, she found a round, golden object under a huge reef. Did you see where it is? Chen Jiao came to the giant reef with excitement on her face, and in the crevice of the rock there was a coconut snail that was bigger than her fist. Although this thing is not as big as the empty sheck she picked up yesterday, it is a living coconut snail with flesh. Chen Jiao weighed it happily and found it was about 1.5 kilograms. Coconut snail. When she was selling fish in the town yesterday, she specifically asked boss Xiaoyang and learned that coconut snails weighing more than 1 pound cost 100 yuan per pound. Half a catty to a catty can be sold for 80 yuan per catty. This thing is quite valuable. The one in her hand is worth 150 yuan. Coconut snail +1. Thinking that this thing was really valuable, Chen Jiao quickly searched around, trying to find a few more of these golden eggs. However, the few small guys I encountered in succession were all common small seafood. Octopus +1, spicy snail +5, cat's eye snail +1. After walking forward for a while, Chen Jiao found an orchid crab under a large rock through her X-ray glasses. The stone in front of her was very big. If she hadn't doubled her strength now, she really wouldn't be able to lift it. Chen Jiao moved the stone in front of her away, and then quickly clamped the orchid crab before it could react. This thing is quite heavy. Chen Jiao weighed it and estimated it to be about 4 taels. Orchid crab Chen Jiao brought it forward and commented on it with a smile. This little thing is pretty good looking. Among all the crabs, its appearance is probably the best. Orchid crab +1. Chen Jiao had just picked up an octopus when a small figure suddenly flashed before her eyes. When she looked down, she saw a long, thin sea snake-like creature swimming quickly before her eyes. Chen Jiao was very brave and followed quickly. When I got closer to take a closer look, I found that it was a large sea eel weighing about 3 pounds. Moray eel, I was shocked. It turned out to be a conger eel. I thought it was spicy noodles. She was not afraid of the conger eel, and she quickly and accurately grabbed the little guy and put it into the bucket at her feet. Moray eel +1 at this time. The seawater has risen a little, and it is estimated that in about 20 minutes, it will rise to the position where the ground trap is placed. Seeing that there was nothing good around, Chen Jiao quickly turned off the perspective function. At this time, she only had half an hour left for perspective. But Chen Jiao is not in a hurry at all, because she will be able to upgrade to the second level of the sea hunting system soon. At that time, not only will the range of perspective become larger, but the time that can be used will also increase from 1 hour a day to 2 hours a day. You don't have to worry about it when you go fishing in the future. There are a total of 7 ground traps on this coral reef. 4 were released yesterday morning, and 3 large ones were released yesterday evening. Chen Jiao first went to collect the 3 traps placed at the back. I don't know if it's because the location is not good or the time was too short, but the harvest is not very good. One of them contained only a golden pomfret weighing about 2 jin, and the other one contained 3 stone mackerel weighing 200 to 300 liang. Altogether, it's only about 100 yuan. As for the last trap, it had 2 big holes in it and no fish were caught. Now there are only 4 traps with the longest usage time left, and Chen Jiao has high hopes for them. The first trap felt light when it was picked up, and Chen Jiao couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, it was empty inside, and there were several holes of varying sizes on it. It would probably take a lot of work to repair it. It's so fierce, it looks like it was torn by a sea wolf. The second trap contained a sea bass, weighing about 3 pounds, and a golden pomfret weighing about 1 pound. The prices of these 2 kinds of fish are not bad, which barely gave Chen Jiao some comfort. There were only 2 traps left, and Chen Jiao felt the pressure suddenly increase. This blind box of ground trap is so exciting that before pulling the ground trap, she wiped the sweat from her palms with her clothes. Soon, the third trap was pulled out of the water, and there was green inside. Chen Jiao moved closer with curiosity and found that there were 2 large blue crabs and 2 small blue dragons the size of a palm. I didn't expect to see Xiao Qinglong today. I'm so lucky. Looking at these big green treasures, Chen Jiao's heart was filled with joy. All in all, today's income has already exceeded the 1,004 points required. At this time, Chen Jiao felt much more relaxed. She didn't make too many requirements for the last trap. As long as there was something there, it would be fine. As the trap was slowly pulled up, Chen Jiao saw 2 round coconut snails and a small conger eel weighing about 2 kilograms inside. Not bad, not bad. We have exceeded our target. As she spoke, Chen Jiao quickly and skillfully packed up all the catches and filled a large bucket with all kinds of seafood. With the sea water in the bucket, Chen Jiao tried her best to lift the bucket, but she still couldn't do it and almost twisted her waist. Suddenly, I remembered that the system also has a function to double the strength. Chen Jiao immediately turned on the perspective function and easily lifted up the heavy bucket in front of her. After packing up my things, I looked up and found that the sea water in the distance had risen up without me noticing. High tide. The seawater at this time is a particularly beautiful blue, almost blending into the sky. Chun Jiao immediately took out her cell phone and took a few beautiful photos with a smile. Since she came back to Baisha village, she has never lacked material to post on WeChat moments. There are so many beautiful scenery and valuable seafood that she can't post them all. These past 2 days, my 2 best friends have been clamoring to come over to the sea to go fishing. It's a pity that both of them are hard-working workers and are still working hard. Chun Jiao drove the electric tricycle and returned to the rocky beach, where she first went to the beach in a few minutes. I could see my mother and grandparents waiting from afar. Mom had a pretty good harvest today. In addition to half a bucket of small shecks, she also had a conch and a big blue crab. The old couple put all their catches together. Apart from a few pounds of razor clams, the rest were various small shecks and snails. Originally, the 3 of them thought that today's harvest was quite good. At least each of them earned more than 100 yuan. However, after seeing that Chun Jiao had almost filled the carriage with her catch, he was extremely envious. Yan Shooting kept praising her, saying that it was because she kowtowed sincerely when she worshipped the god of the sea yesterday that she had such a good harvest today. She still remembered that her daughter's forehead turned red when she kowtowed yesterday. Chun Jiao felt a little guilty because she was actually blessed by the system. Fortunately, Yan Shooting did not dwell on this issue and quickly moved the various seafood at her feet into the car. The tricycle was not big, and after putting the fish in it, there was no room for people to sit. Chun Jiao drove back first, and the remaining 3 walked back slowly. Yesterday I picked up a lot of dead but still fresh seafood on the beach. These things are not valuable, so I kept them for my own consumption. Now the refrigerator at home is packed full. Therefore, Chun Jiao plans to sell all the fish caught today. After putting away the tools for fishing, Chun Jiao was just about to go out when she saw a large net bag of scallops. In addition to the ones she picked up, there were also quite a few scallops in the catches of other people in the family. These scallops are quite big. How about keeping them for drying in the sun? Thinking that the jar of abalone at home was almost empty, Chun Jiao quickly picked out all the scallops in the car. The scallops we picked out filled half a bucket, probably weighing about 10 pounds. Then Chun Jiao hurriedly got on her tricycle and set off to the town to sell the fish. She has been to Yang's purchasing station quite often during this period, and almost everyone there knows her. As soon as I entered the door, Yang Jiejun's wife Li Qingqing came to greet me warmly. "Tang Tang, you're here." Then he looked at the tricycle behind her. After seeing those valuable big guys, the smile on his face became even brighter. Then, he quickly took a young and strong man to help move the fish off the tricycle. Things are still settled separately. First, the catch of my mother. 10 jin of miscellaneous shecks, 7 yuan per jin, a total of 70 yuan. 8 liang of conch, 100 yuan per jin, a total of 80 yuan. 4 liang of blue crab, 50 yuan per jin, a total of 20 yuan. The total is 170 yuan. Although it is not much, it is considered a very good income among the people who go to the sea in the village. Next came the old couple, for caddies of razor clams, 27 yuan per caddy, a total of 108 yuan. 3 caddies of spicy snails, 16 yuan per caddy, a total of 54 yuan. There are 18 jin of various small clams, 7 yuan per jin, a total of 126 yuan. The total income is 288 yuan. It is obvious that the price of seafood today is slightly lower than yesterday. But it's normal. There were seafood everywhere yesterday. Scarcity makes things valuable, and if there is too much of something, it will be worthless. Finally, it's Chun Jiao's catch. Whether she can upgrade successfully today depends on them. The small green dragon is 1.5 jin, 180 yuan per jin, a total of 270 yuan. The coconut snail is 3.5 jin, 100 yuan per jin, a total of 350 yuan. Green crabs weighing more than 1 jin cost 1.2 jin and 68 yuan per jin, a total of 82 yuan. Half a jin to 1 jin cost 3.2 jin and 45 yuan per jin, a total of 158 yuan. Orchid crab weighs 1.8 jin, 38 yuan per jin, a total of 69 yuan. Spicy snail weighs 3 jin, 16 yuan per jin, a total of 48 yuan. There were too many things, so Li Qingqing weighed them and settled the bill for her first. The total was 977 yuan. Next is the fish in the bucket. The golden pomfret weighed 6.6 catties and cost 26 yuan per kilogram, a total of 172 yuan. The sea wolf weighed 5.6 catties and cost 8 yuan per kilogram, a total of 45 yuan. The blue grouper weighed 6 jin, 48 yuan per jin, a total of 288 yuan. The sea bass weighed 14 jin, 35 yuan per jin, a total of 490 yuan. There are 4 jin of octopus and cat's eye snails in total, 30 yuan per jin, a total of 120 yuan. Conger eel weighs 5 jin, 55 yuan per jin, a total of 275 yuan. Stone 9 gong weighs exactly 1 jin, 65 yuan. Li Qingqing held the computer and pressed the buttons for a long time, and the sound of returning to zero kept coming out. The total number of the latter part is 1,455 pieces. Finally, Qin Jiao's total income today is 2,432 yuan. Among them, the harvest from ground traps accounted for the largest share. When she came out of the acquisition station, the little dream in Qin Jiao's mind had changed from the original small ball of light to a slightly larger ball of light, and it looked brighter. Tangdang, the second level of the sea hunting system, has been unlocked successfully. In addition to the light ball becoming larger, Xiaomeng's voice also changed, from the voice of a little girl to the voice of a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Xiaomeng, you seem to have grown up, and your voice has become more mature. Qin Jiao was very curious. How could the system grow up? Well, I am the incarnation of the sea hunting system. As the system continues to unlock, I will grow with it. It's amazing. However, Qin Jiao didn't dwell on this too much. She couldn't wait to click on the latest identity information. Host, Qin Jiao level 2, sea catching, points, 1,428 points perspective range, 2 meters transparent time, 2 hours tools for fishing at the beach, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, and spade. Seeing that there were only 1,428 points left, Qin Jiao felt a surge of pressure. These points were really not worth using. She originally wanted to go shopping in the system's mall and buy some handy things, but this amount of points was not enough to buy anything. After leaving the purchasing station, Qin Jiao spent another 15 yuan and bought a bunch of small fish, enough for 3 traps. Then she came to the largest vegetable market in town, the Dolphin Vegetable Market. Their town is called Dolphin Town. It is said that dolphins can often be seen in the sea in front of the town's pier, so it is named this way. However, Qin Jiao has never seen a dolphin in her life. In a seaside town, the vegetable market mostly sells various small seafoods, and there are not many stalls selling meat and vegetables. Qin Jiao bought some pig intestines, pig lungs, pig livers, and duck livers. She went to several stalls and finally got everything together. In addition to the 3 traps that were stolen, she now has 12 traps in her hands. You can put just 2 traps for each item, and for the remaining 2 you can put mixed baits in them, so you can see which one works best. When Qin Jiao returned home, she saw her grandmother squatting in the yard, diligently cleaning the scallops she had picked out before going out. Hearing the familiar footsteps, the old lady turned around with a smile and said, "You're back. Are these scallops used to dry scallops?" Grandma Chen always has a kind and warm smile between her eyes and eyebrows, which makes people feel like a fresh breeze. "I don't have many dried scallops at home, but I have some scallops, so I'll dry some." Qin Jiao nodded obediently, put the things in her hands aside with light steps, and came over to help. As for the duck and pork offal used as bait, they do not need to be put in the refrigerator. The stronger the smell, the better the effect. Qin Jiao rolled up her sleeves, squatted down like Grandma Chen, and diligently cleaned the sand off the scallops. Dried scallops are delicious, but they are difficult to prepare. The first step is to open the scallops with a knife, which is also the most difficult step. Use a thin blade to pry open the opening a little, then cut a circle around the edges to split the entire scallop in half. Open the scallops. It looks simple, but it is quite difficult to operate, and it is easy to scratch your hand. Now the scallop meat looks quite big, but not all of it can be used. Remove the dark-colored shellfish meat around the shell, leaving only the small white cylinder in the middle. The prototype of scallop, in fact, the part that was removed can also be eaten. Chun Jiao took a clean small bowl and put the excess part aside. Add green and red peppers, minced garlic, and a little minced meat and stir-fry, and it will be a great dish to go with rice. A scallop looks quite big, but there is not much meat inside. After removing the outer circle, there is even less meat left. It took the grandparents and grandchildren about an hour to take out all the meat from the more than 10 pounds of scallops. The scallop meat that was taken out was just enough to cover the bottom of the basin, and it weighed only a little over 1 pound. Scallop meat in the market, the cheapest and second-rate abalone costs 100 yuan per pound, and the expensive ones even cost several hundred yuan. Although scallops are cheap, it is quite troublesome to cook scallops, and they shrink particularly severely. There is a reason why abalone is so expensive. The prepared scallop meat must be cleaned first to remove the sand inside. After washing the scallop meat, you can actually dry it raw. However, they usually add an extra step, using hot water to shape the scallops so that the dried scallops will look better. Finalized, Chun Jiao spread the blanched scallop meat on a flat bamboo basket. There wasn't much scallop meat, just enough to fill up an entire bamboo basket. If the weather is good, the scallops can be dried in a few days. The dried scallops can be used to make porridge or soup, and they taste especially delicious. Grandma Chen especially likes to use scallops to make winter melon soup and chicken soup. Sun-dried scallops. The photos are not from the same batch, so there will be some differences in quantity and color. Just make sure you understand it. Don't be too picky. Although the scallops outside have just started to be dried, there are still some that have been dried previously at home. Chun Jiao wants to drink scallop chicken soup now. The little girl turned her head suddenly and stared at the old lady with her big, sparkling eyes. Grandma, let's make scallop chicken soup this afternoon. The remaining scallops are just enough. Grandma Chen was calm and composed, with a gentle smile on her face, as soft and gentle as the spring breeze. Okay, call your grandfather and ask him to bring back an old hen. 2 of the hens we raised at the beginning haven't laid many eggs recently, so it's a good time to kill one and make chicken soup. Okay? Okay. Old hens are the most delicious for making soup. Chun Jiao nodded her head vigorously, her tone very cheerful. Although the meat of a 2-year-old hen is not hard to chew, it is still a great choice for making chicken soup. Chun Jiao had a nice nap in the afternoon. When she woke up, Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen had already cleaned up the old hen. Grandma Chen then handed the task of cooking the soup over to Chun Jiao, the little greedy cat. Chop the chicken into large pieces, add red dates, longan, and wolfberry, and put them all into a big-bellied clay pot. Then, Chun Jiao cleaned the iron pot next to her. Put a little oil in the pot, then stir-fry the scallops until golden brown, then put them into the clay pot to make soup together. Stir-fried scallops after boiling the soup in the clay pot. Chun Jiao took out her cell phone and saw that it was only 3 o'clock and the tide had not yet receded. At this time, her eldest cousin sent a message saying that he was going fishing this Saturday and had reserved a spot for her. Chun Jiao immediately perked up after seeing the message and quickly sent another voice message asking, "Brother, what time do we leave?" At the village pier or the town pier. In less than 2 seconds, a message came. "We'll leave at the pier in town at 6 o'clock, and I'll pick you up around 5:30. Okay? Okay. Then what should I bring with me?" It was Chun Jiao's first time to go fishing at sea, and she was very excited. There are fishing gear and bait on the boat, as well as food for lunch. Just bring yourself over. I'll bring my own fishing gear. I'll also bring a few pounds of shrimp. After all, his family runs a fishing tackle store, so they have no shortage of all kinds of fishing gear. Soon, Chun Feng's cheerful voice came from the phone again. "Okay, you can do it yourself. Let me tell you, I've been really lucky lately. I caught a nearly 20-pound croaker on the breakwater." Chun Jiao started to show off again. "I saw your previous moments post. You're pretty good, little girl. Keep up the good work tomorrow. I'm rooting for you." The brother and sister joked with each other for a long time before Chun Jiao put away her phone and got up to tidy up the trap. The trap that broke in the morning had been repaired by the skillful Yan shooting. 12 traps were lined up in a row, and then Chun Jiao brought over the things she had bought in the morning. After being left out for most of the day, these things, which were not very fresh to begin with, tasted even more refreshing. Chen Jiao smelled it and almost vomited. But Ah Huang really liked the smell. The little guy wagged his big tail and jumped around her feet, almost tripping her. Chen Jiao felt that Ah Huang was in the way, so she took out 2 pieces of duck liver with a helpless look on her face and threw them to the greedy guy. Duck liver, pork intestines, pork lungs, and small fish. Put 2 traps for each item. The last 2 traps were filled with a mixture of various baits. This time, Chen Jiao spent a lot of money. Just buying these baits cost her dozens of dollars. When I went out, the chicken soup in the pot was almost ready, and the house was filled with rich aroma. Ah Huang was drooling and standing at the kitchen door with his eyes wide open. Chen Jiao divided the 12 traps into 2 groups, each with 6 traps. Moreover, the baits in every 2 groups of traps are exactly the same. Pig large intestine, pig lungs, pig liver, duck liver, small fish, and mixed bait. For the first group of traps, Chen Jiao placed them in 6 large puddles. The remaining group was all placed on the coral reef. She earned more than 2,000 yuan today, and she was in a hurry to go back and drink chicken soup, so she had even less energy to go fishing. After putting up the trap, Chen Jiao walked home happily in the sunset to drink soup. A day full of energy begins. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock rings and a beautiful day begins again. Chen Jiao, lying on the bed, yawned with half-closed eyes, then stretched lazily. The birds outside the window got up earlier than her and were chirping while looking for food. Listening to the clear bird calls outside the window, Chen Jiao grabbed a set of casual clothes and put them on, then quickly tied her hair into a bun. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chen Jiao boasted shamelessly, "Why am I so beautiful? The author's writing is not good and he can't describe it, so you can just look at the pictures for yourself." Today's breakfast is thick sweet potato porridge with side dishes including salted duck eggs and fried small pomfret. The food at home is so good that a week after Chen Jiao came back, her face is noticeably rounder. My double chin is also on the verge of appearing, and it feels like it will appear at any moment. Chen Jiao was struggling over whether to eat less, when Grandma Chen next to her quickly served her a large bowl of sweet potato porridge. Then he smiled and picked out the largest golden pomfret for her.
Eat more.
You look so skinny. The old lady's eyes were filled with a gentle and loving smile. Chen Jiao couldn't refuse at all. She picked up the heavy bowl and started eating. Seeing her granddaughter eating with relish, the old lady smiled even more and gave her a salted duck egg she had made herself. "Just do it yourself, Grandma. Hurry up and eat breakfast and leave me alone." Okay. Chen Jiao took a bite of the salty duck egg with the right saltiness, and couldn't help but think that if her grandmother changed her career and started raising pigs, she would definitely be able to raise them well.
Bah, she is not a piglet.
At this time, Yan Shooting's cheerful voice rang in my ears. Today happens to be the 3rd, which is the day for the big market in town. After we come back from fishing, Tang, do you want to go to the market with me? Every March and August there is a big market in the town. At this time, many people will bring things from their homes to set up stalls, and there are also many delicious snacks. It is very lively and fun. Chen Jiao nodded her head with great interest. Okay, since I went to work, I haven't been to the big market in town much. Since she had to go to the big market later, Chen Jiao didn't spend too much time going to the beach. After picking up a few octopuses and 2 large blue crabs on the rocky beach, I went straight to find the large puddles where the traps were placed. The first trap was filled with duck liver, and the harvest was surprisingly good. There was a big sea bass weighing about 4 kilograms and a giant stone bass weighing nearly half a kilogram. This guy is bigger than a palm. He must be Shi Jiugong's ancestor. The thorns on Shi Jiugong's body are poisonous. If you get hurt, you will feel pain for at least 2 days. Therefore, Chen Jiao was very careful when catching the fish. The second trap was used to hold small fish, and the harvest was quite average, with only 2 small green crabs weighing about 300 grams. The third trap contained half a pig's large intestine, which had the strongest smell, and Chen Jiao had high hopes for it. However, as soon as she picked it up, she felt something was wrong. The trap was very light. When I pulled it up, there was nothing inside. The bait in the trap was gone, and there was a huge hole right in front. It seems that there was a big creature inside originally, but unfortunately it ran away. Looking at the big puddle in front of her, Qinjiao suddenly became alert again. Maybe the big guy is still in the puddle. Qinjiao immediately turned on the perspective function, and the upgraded perspective glasses indeed allowed her to see a wider range. However, the puddle in front of her was about 6 or 7 square meters in size, and she could only see the outermost area. Qinjiao had no choice but to walk around the puddle, but she could only see the outermost circle and could not see the bottom of the puddle at all. In the puddle, there is a small green fish weighing more than 1 pound swimming close to the outside. Qinjiao quietly picked up the scoop net and quickly and accurately scooped up the little guy. Yes, at least 1.5 kilograms. This bluefin bream is very expensive. Just this one is probably worth 100 yuan. However, the puddle was too big, and the bottom was too far away from him, so he couldn't see what was going on below at all. Qinjiao had no way to deal with this big puddle, so she had to get up and look for the fourth trap. The fourth trap was used to hold pig lungs, and the harvest was also average, with only 2 golden pomfret weighing more than 1 kilogram. As for the fifth water trap with pig liver in it, it was obviously heavier than the previous ones when held in the hand. Here it comes, the big one is finally here. Feeling the weight of the trap, Qinjiao was extremely excited. Soon, she saw the big guys inside, a large sea bass weighing more than 6 kilograms and another stone bass weighing 200 to 300 grams. As for the last trap, I don't know if it's because the bait was mixed, but the things inside were very mixed. A blue crab, a small golden pomfret, 2 stone bass, and a sea bass weighing more than 2 kilograms. Almost all the harvests from the previous few traps were included in it. As for the first group of ground traps, the better baits are pig liver, duck liver, and mixed bait. As for pig intestines, since the contents have escaped, we don't know the effect yet. After being delayed for a long time with the first set of traps, when Qinjiao arrived at the coral reef, the sea water had almost receded to the back. Low tide, the first group had a good harvest. Qinjiao walked happily to the location of the first trap. The same duck liver was used, and the harvest was similar to the previous one. A large sea bass weighing 4 or 5 pounds, and a bluefin mullet weighing about 2 pounds. As for the second trap with small fish, there were only 2 octopuses and a stone bass weighing about 120 grams. What surprised her most was the trap that contained pig intestines, inside of which there was actually a large red bream weighing more than 5 kilograms. Looking at this big red thing, Qinjiao was so excited that she even unilaterally announced that pig intestines had the best effect. The fourth trap with pig lungs yielded a decent harvest, with a total of 3 stone carps weighing about 150 grams. As for the fifth trap containing the pig liver, it was broken, with a fist-sized hole on each side. I just don't know whether it was cut by the sharp rocks below or bitten by a big fish in the sea. The last mixed ground trap yielded a very fruitful harvest. A bluefin mullet weighing about 2 kilograms, 2 golden pomfret, 2 octopuses, a large blue crab, and a small sea bass weighing more than 2 kilograms. If we don't count the 2 broken traps, the harvest would actually be pretty good. When Qinjiao drove back to the white sand beach, Yan Shooting was just walking back from the beach carrying something. There were quite a few things in Yan Shooting's bucket, but most of them were various cheap small shecks. The most valuable ones were probably a big blue crab and a few octopuses. The mother and daughter returned home and first took the wet trap to dry in the sun. Then simply classified today's catch. After changing into a set of clean clothes, Qinjiao hurriedly took her mother and the full catch of fish to the town. Thinking of the big fish in the car, Qinjiao felt very excited and felt that today's catch was no worse than yesterday's. Only 1 week after returning to the village, Qinjiao has become a regular customer of the Yang family purchasing station. As soon as Yang Jiejun and his wife saw her, they knew there was something good coming. While moving the fish, Boss Xiaoyang took the opportunity to check today's catch, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Not bad, not bad. The fish today are quite big. Then he started quoting prices. Octopus 30 yuan a pound. Big blue crabs 50 yuan a pound. Small ones 35 yuan a pound. Some sea bass are quite big, 38 yuan a pound. This big stonefish is 75 yuan per catty, and the other small ones are 65 yuan per catty. The bluefin bream is 60 yuan per catty. The golden pomfret is 28 yuan per catty. And the big red bream is 50 yuan per catty. Okay, let's do as you say, Brother Yang. The price was about the same as usual, so Chun Jiao had no complaints. 2 kilograms of octopus, a total of 60 yuan. 1.6 kilograms of large crab, a total of 80 yuan. 1.2 kilograms of small crab, a total of 42 yuan. The sea bass weighed 18 jin, a total of 684 pieces. The large one weighed half a jin, a total of 38 pieces. The small one weighed 3 jin, a total of 195 pieces. The bluefin bream weighed 3.6 catties and cost 216 yuan in total. The golden pomfret weighed 6 catties and cost 168 yuan in total. The red snapper weighed 5.6 catties and cost 280 yuan in total. Together, the total is 1,763 yuan. Overall, it was less than yesterday, but these were the harvest from the traps, as she hardly went fishing today. Chun Jiao was still quite satisfied. After all, it was a lot of money. As soon as boss Xiaoyang transferred the money, he started to settle the bill with yen shooting. 1 pound of octopus costs 60 yuan, 8 ounces of blue crab costs 40 yuan, 6 pounds of various sheks costs 42 yuan. The total revenue was 142 yuan. They both went to the beach to catch seafood, but her daughter earned 1,763 yuan, while she only earned 142 yuan. Yen shooting couldn't help feeling jealous. Alas, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front of them, and the waves in front of them die on the beach. After leaving the purchasing station, Yen shooting asked her daughter in a gossipy voice, "Tang Dang, how much money have you made from fishing recently?" Chun Jiao smiled modestly and said calmly, "Not much, just around 10,000 yuan." Yen shooting, "You call this not much? Only about 10,000 yuan? This naughty girl has now learned Versailles." While her mother was still surprised, Chun Jiao secretly opened the latest points page in her mind. Host, Chun Jiao level 2, sea catching, points, 3,191 points perspective range, 2 meters transparent time, 2 hours tools for fishing at the beach, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, and spade. Seeing that she now has 3,191 points, Chun Jiao plans to go shopping in the System Mall after returning. The System's products are a bit expensive, but they're still very useful. At least after using the System sunscreen, she doesn't get dark even when she goes to the beach every day. When Chun Jiao was struggling over whether or not to buy a trap in the System, Yen shooting suddenly hugged her. "Tang Dang, you are so amazing. It's only been a week since this girl came back, but she's already made tens of thousands of dollars." Yen shooting is even more excited than when she got married. In fact, if you add the money she earned from fishing, it would be almost $15,000, but she didn't tell you all. The reason why I can make so much money is mainly due to the bonus from the sea hunting system. She didn't know how to explain the existence of the system to her family. It was too unbelievable. Instead of making a fortune in silence, she'd better make money quietly. Chun Jiao took Yen shooting's arm and led her towards the market with a smile. "Let's go shopping. Today's expenses will be covered by me. You are a wealthy woman now, so I won't be polite." Yen shooting smiled brightly and freely. The town's big market was right next to the pier. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed along the way, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the market. At the outermost part of the market, fruits and fresh vegetables are sold. The two arrived a little late. There weren't many people at the market at this time, but it was very suitable for shopping and not crowded at all. Chun Jiao likes to eat fruits, so she picked some grapes and mangosteens. Yen shooting next to her took a fancy to a big round durian, estimated to be about 5 kilograms. She usually wouldn't be willing to buy these durians that cost 28 yuan per pound, but today her daughter was paying for it, so she was generous for once. Fruits are really expensive in winter. Just these 3 items cost her 180 yuan. When Chun Jiao gave the money, she felt her heart bleeding. It was so expensive. However, the big durian in her arms did smell fragrant, and Chun Jiao felt a little greedy. Going further ahead, there are stalls selling fish of all sizes. Some of these stalls sell fresh fish that have just been caught in the sun in the morning, while others sell frozen fish wrapped in ice. Fish Beach, although their town is close to the sea, not all villages can go fishing. Moreover, not all people in the fishing village are fishermen. There are still many people willing to spend money to buy seafood. However, the Chun family has never lacked seafood. After watching the excitement for a while, the two continued walking forward. After walking for about a few minutes, the mother and daughter came to an open space. This is a small market spontaneously formed by nearby villagers. The items sold inside are quite diverse, but it is also much more interesting than those outside. There are sweet and sour candied haws, big white and plump buns, cotton candy that looks like clouds, as well as vegetables grown at home, dried fish dried at home, and so on. The busiest stall is undoubtedly the one run by an old man selling turtles. This big guy weighing more than 10 pounds is covered with strange-shaped barnacles, looking both majestic and weird. People surrounded the stall tightly, but most of them were just watching the fun, and few really wanted to buy. This small market was obviously much more lively, and Chen Jiao also saw many familiar faces from the village. Grandma Lanhua in the next house was selling dried sea fish, Aunt Ho Hot at the village entrance was selling vegetables grown at home, and in front of Grandpa Zhang was a small stall selling seafood. The mother and daughter strolled around and greeted the villagers enthusiastically. Yan Shooting has a cheerful personality and can chat with anyone. At this moment, she has almost become one with the people in the market. Chun Jiao chatters nonstop at home, but becomes timid as soon as she goes outside. At this time, she followed her mother obediently, eating candied haws in small bites. Finally, Chen Jiao went to the meat stall and bought some large bones for making soup, as well as 2 kilograms of ribs. Chen Jiao plans to make sweet and sour pork ribs for lunch. She eats seafood every day, so it's a good change of taste. Before going home, Chen Jiao went around several meat stalls and bought all the pig intestines and livers at the market. The effect of the ground trap this time is very good, and Chen Jiao plans to buy some more to try. As for duck liver, Chen Jiao did not buy it. The main reason was that the quantity was too small, and it was difficult to buy it if it was not ordered in advance. After returning, Chen Jiao couldn't wait to open the system's mall. After much consideration, she finally decided not to buy the ground trap produced by the system. After all, it cost 1,000 points each. However, she spent 1,000 points and bought 2 buckets of live fish. It is said that, as Xiaomeng said, if you use this live barrel to hold fish, as long as they are not deep-sea fish that will die as soon as they go out to sea, ordinary fish can basically survive in it for 2 days. This live fish bucket is very practical whether you use it for catching fish or fishing. Since she changed the bait in the trap from small fish to pig intestines and livers, her daily harvest has increased by about 10%. Most of the fish caught every day were big fish, and I made more than 6,000 yuan in just 3 days. The night before going out to sea, Chen Jiao's points were already close to 10,000 points. Chen Jiao washed up early and lay in bed, then clicked on the latest points page. Host, Chen Jiao level 2, sea catching, points, 9,121 points perspective range, 2 meters transparent time, 2 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, spade, and 2 live fish buckets. Seeing that she was about to reach 10,000 points, Chen Jiao quickly asked, Xiaomeng, the 3rd level of the sea hunting section also requires 10,000 points to unlock, right? The ball of light in my mind flickered, and then a girl's clear voice rang out. No. To unlock the 3rd level of the sea hunting section, you need 20,000 points. Chen Jiao was shocked. 20,000 points? How come it's doubled? How about unlocking the fishing section? How many points do I need? To unlock the 1st level of the fishing section, you need 30,000 points. To unlock the 2nd level, you need 50,000 points. And to unlock the 3rd level, you need 100,000 points. I thought I would be able to unlock the 3rd level of the sea hunting section soon, but I didn't expect it would require so many points. Chen Jiao immediately became discouraged. I can't help but feel a headache when I think about how more points will be needed as time goes by. Seeing that she was not very happy, Xiaoming was very considerate and counseled her. Tangdang, you can earn 2,000 yuan a day by catching seafood and setting traps. You can accumulate enough points to unlock it in a few days. What you said makes sense. With my strength, it seems that I can upgrade very quickly, but when Chen Jiao thought about it, it seemed that she was not forced to unlock the door. There's no punishment anyway, so she can take her time. There's no need to be so anxious. Thinking of this, Chen Jiao, who had always been a poor student, felt much better. Then she was carefree and fell asleep directly. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm on the phone rang at 5 o'clock. But today we don't need to go fishing but go out to sea to fish. After quickly packing herself up, Chen Jiao began to prepare the things she would take on board. 2 fishing rods, a live fish bucket, and 2 pounds of prawns kindly provided by Grandpa Chen. There are 2 fishing rods, one of which was specially prepared for his daughter by Chen Weiqiang because he knew that he was going to go fishing at sea. According to my father, you can catch any sea fish weighing less than 30 kilograms. As for those weighing more than 30 kilograms, will the rod burst? It depends on luck. The other one was the fishing rod she used the first 2 times she went fishing. It could only catch fish weighing less than 20 kilograms and no bigger than that. Just as the things were ready, Chen Feng's loud voice came from the door. Tang Tang, are you ready? Let's go. Hey, here I come. Chen Jiao took her things and trotted out excitedly. In addition to my eldest cousin, there was also my eldest cousin's wife Xin Qingmei and my eldest uncle Chen Daqiang in the car. These 3 people are the only 3 crew members on the fishing boat. My uncle is the captain. In addition to driving the boat, he also helps out on the boat. But according to my eldest cousin, the old man usually fishes outside the cab. My eldest cousin is in charge of odd jobs. If you have any questions or want to buy bait or rent fishing gear, you can go to him. He is the busiest person on the boat. My cousin's wife is a part-time chef, and her full-time job is a live-streaming blogger who does sea hunting and fishing. In the past few days, Chen Jiao has learned from her father that the ticket for her eldest cousin's fishing boat costs 500 yuan per person. The trip is round-trip on the same day, including breakfast and lunch, and 2 kilograms of frozen bait for fishing and 1 kilogram of fresh bait will also be provided. As for Chen Jiao, Chen Feng called her to come and play, but he didn't charge her for the boat ticket. Soon, the 4 arrived at the town's dock. It was exactly 5:50 at this time. The sun had just come out in the distance, and the sea surface was covered with a layer of fine gold powder. Sea surface Chen Jiao has been to her uncle's boat several times. It is a 13-meter fiberglass fishing boat equipped with a small fish finder. Although we cannot go to the open sea, there is no problem in wandering around some places in the inland sea. Chen Jiao followed her eldest cousin around the boat with great interest. Everyone had already arrived one after another. In addition to Chen Jiao, there were 9 people on the boat who specialized in fishing. The boat is not big, with only 10 fishing spots, but it is not always full. Generally, more than 8 people can go out to sea. On weekends, there are basically 10 people on the boat. There are fewer times to go out to sea on weekdays, and the boat is usually chartered by a boss. At 6:10, my uncle had already started the boat. The fishing boat was like a small leaf, breaking into the endless sea. The azure blue sea sparkled under the sunlight, and at this time a group of seagulls flew in the sky. Seagull Chen Jiao grew up by the sea and has an inexplicable affinity for the sea. She stood at the railing, quietly looking at the scenery in the distance, and a seagull gently landed on her shoulder. After about 2 hours, the boat slowly came to a stop, and then the radio started to ring. Dear guests, a small school of fish has been detected in this sea area. I wish you all can catch a lot of fish. Dear guests, when the broadcast sounded for the second time, everyone on the boat came out, even the captain who was holding a fishing rod and casting it into the sea with great interest. Chen Jiao was not slow either. She deftly hung a fresh prawn on the new fishing rod. The little guy kept struggling in midair and swam away quickly once he entered the water. My cousin's wife is a live streamer, and she enthusiastically began to interact with the family members in the live streaming room. My eldest cousin was walking back and forth in front of various fishermen, taking out baits, bait for nesting, and some even wanted to buy fishing rods. My cousin is very busy, but his wallet is much fatter. Chun Jiao had just cast the hook out, and within a minute, she felt a tug on the fishing rod in her hand. A fish is caught. Chun Jiao immediately danced with excitement. Although the pulling force in her hands was not very strong, she had not gone fishing for several days. The long-lost pulling feeling gave her a thrilling pleasure. After walking for 2 minutes, Chun Jiao quickly pulled this guy out of the sea. It was a sea bass weighing about 3 pounds. Chun Jiao was very happy and earned 100 yuan easily. Thinking of the school of fish below, Chun Jiao quickly hung another prawn and threw it hard into the sea. After 10 minutes, there was no movement from the fishing rod in her hand, just when Chun Jiao was about to play with her mobile phone for a while. The fishing rod in my hand felt a huge pulling force that I had never felt before. Feeling the violent pulling in her hands, Chun Jiao felt the blood in her body boiling. The reel squeaked, and Chun Jiao reacted quickly, immediately lifting the rod to hook the fish. I felt the pulling force in my hand was significantly heavier, and it was obvious that the fish hook was already firmly hooked. The fish felt pain and struggled even more violently. Suddenly, it pulled hard and almost made Chun Jiao lose her balance. Judging from the pulling force of the fish and the line output of the reel, this fish weighs at least 20 kilograms. The huge pulling force made Chun Jiao a little tired soon. She didn't dare to resist it and started to play with the fish. Without Grandpa Chun to help with fishing, Chun Jiao's physical strength was a shortcoming. After the guy in the sea gave her another fierce pull, Chun Jiao turned on her X-ray glasses. Although I couldn't see the sea in the distance, my strength doubled and I felt my whole body was full of power. The big creature in the sea probably sensed the danger and suddenly struggled violently. The fishing line was stretched straight, the fishing rod was bent by the pull, and the reel was squeaking as it released the line madly. In just a few minutes, the fishing line was pulled out nearly 20 meters. The movement from Chun Jiao's side soon attracted the attention of other people on the boat, including some fishermen from the Air Force. The fishing rod was deformed by the pulling, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was a big one. Everyone showed envious looks and wanted to grab it immediately to go fishing. Many people are even shouting in their hearts with malicious intentions, "Decoupling, decoupling, tangent, tangent." Chun Jiao was so focused on struggling with the big creature in the sea that she didn't care about anyone else. After fishing for another 10 minutes, Chun Jiao felt that the big guy below was a little tired. She started to reel in the line frantically, wanting to take advantage of his illness to kill him. Although the fish didn't have much strength left, this big guy was very heavy and Chun Jiao had a hard time reeling it in. After only reeling in 7 or 8 meters of line, the big guy probably took a good rest. He swung his tail violently, almost pulling the fishing rod out of Chun Jiao's hand. In order to exert better force, Chun Jiao even took a horse stance, holding the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and her expression gradually became ferocious. Chun Jiao, who has always loved beauty, didn't care whether she looked good or not at this moment. She was fully enjoying the excitement and joy of fishing. Chun Jiao fought a battle of wits and courage with the guy in the sea. I have to say that this guy is really strong and has great endurance. If she hadn't turned on the X-ray function and doubled her strength, she really wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Chun Feng, who came to watch the fun, praised her repeatedly and asked her if she had been lifting weights recently. One man and one fish, pulling back and forth for 30 minutes. In the end, Chun Jiao, with the support of the system, was stronger. Soon, a 1-meter-long, silver-white creature was pulled out of the water. Chun Jiao could tell at a glance that it was a giant sea bass. Chun Jiao was still reeling in the line, while Chun Feng beside her was holding a large fish basket, waiting excitedly to catch the fish. Soon, the big guy was brought up by the brother and sister together. This guy weighs 28 kilograms. Compared with the 3-kilogram small bass just now, it is simply its ancestor. Sea bass, the other fishermen on the boat were almost all excited and were ready to have a great time. It seemed as if I could also catch such a big fish. The giant sea bass weighed 28 kilograms and was more than 1 meter long. The live fish bucket that Chun Jiao brought could not hold it at all. The enthusiastic cousin held the fish in his arms and said that he could send the fish to the live fish warehouse on the boat. At this moment, Chen Jiao was extremely excited. She followed her eldest cousin step by step to the place where the live fish were placed. This boat was modified by my cousin and uncle, and he used baffles to divide the live fish tank into numbers 1 to 10 according to the fishing spots. Chen Jiao's fishing spot was number 3. She put 2 bass, 1 big and 1 small, into her exclusive fish bin. Returning to her fishing spot, Chen Jiao felt that her condition had never been better, and her whole body seemed to be filled with strength. Only then did she remember that she hadn't turned off her X-ray glasses. She looked at the page and saw that there were only 75 minutes left. Chen Jiao quickly turned it off. Although she couldn't see the situation in the sea, it could double her strength, so it was still a very practical function. But time is running out, so we have to use it frugally. There is a fish finder on the fishing boat, and this location was carefully selected by my uncle. At this time, except for a few particularly lazy Air Force guys, most of the people on the boat had already caught fish. My uncle even caught 3 small sea bass weighing 2 or 3 pounds in a row. The cousin's wife who was broadcasting live also had a good harvest, with a pearl grouper weighing more than 4 kilograms. I don't know if it was because the giant bass just now made too much noise and drove away all the surrounding fish. Chen Jiao waited for 20 minutes, but the fishing rod in her hand did not move at all. Just when she suspected that the bait had been eaten by the fish, she finally felt a strong pull in her hand. After several fishing trips, she could roughly calculate the size of the fish based on the tension on the fishing rod. This guy's movements are somewhat similar to those of the bass just now, but his strength is much smaller, and at least he doesn't need to open his X-ray glasses. When the people on the boat heard the noise and saw that she had caught another fish, they all looked at her with envy and jealousy. Chen Jiao had just been fishing for 2 minutes when she suddenly felt the fishing rod in her hand become lighter. Chen Jiao, who was originally pulling the fishing rod with all her strength, suddenly fell backwards. Then she sat down on the ground, looking both embarrassed and funny. The smile on Chen Jiao's face immediately spread to the faces of the people around who were watching the fun. Although the others did not utter an ouch sound, the gloating smiles on their faces could not be more obvious. Chen Jiao grabbed the railing with an embarrassed look on her face and slowly stood up. How embarrassing! Her but hurt from the fall, but there were so many people on the boat that she was too embarrassed to reach out and rub it. Chen Jiao reeled in the fishing line. She originally thought that the line was cut, but when she saw the fish hook was still intact, she realized that the fish had escaped the hook. This guy is quite cunning. Chen Jiao gritted her teeth. A big fish escaped, and she couldn't laugh anymore. She put a big shrimp on the hook expressionlessly. Alas, this extreme joy and sorrow really tests one's mentality. At this time, the sun was getting bigger and bigger, but the winter sun is still relatively mild, and the sea breeze was quite comfortable. Waves, however, at this time, Chen Jiao was in no mood to feel the comfortable sea breeze and the beautiful scenery. The fish hook has been in the water for an hour, but it is not moving at all. In the end, there was really no other choice but for Chen Jiao to put away the fishing rod in her hand and replace it with the rod she usually used for fishing on the rocky beach. She also changed the fish hook and sinker to smaller ones, as she planned to fish for small fish in the middle and upper waters. He hung a half-cooked shrimp on the hook and then threw it out with force. As soon as the fish hook entered the water, Chen Jiao quickly felt a pull from the fishing rod, but the force was not strong. The little guy didn't even need to run. 2 minutes later, she caught a red sea bream weighing more than 1 kilogram. The body of the red sea bream is oblong and flat, silver red in color, with light blue spots on the head and back. Red sea bream can grow up to 1 meter in length, so obviously the one in her hand is a child. Red sea bream not only has delicious meat, but also has the effect of nourishing blood and strengthening the spleen and stomach. The price is quite expensive, more than 50 yuan per pound at the purchasing station. Red sea bream, when taking out the fish hook, the little guy in his hand suddenly struggled violently, and its flexible big tail hit Chen Jiao's face directly. Chen Jiao was stunned. She was actually hit in the face by a fish. It is worthy of being called a true sea bream. The name is indeed not wrong. In fact, the fish doesn't have much strength left, so it doesn't hurt much when hit in the face, but it is extremely insulting. Without a second thought, Chen Jiao sent it directly to the kitchen on the boat, planning to add a steamed red sea bream for lunch. When she came back from the kitchen, Chen Jiao saw from a distance that her fishing rod was releasing the line, and the fishing rod was slightly deformed. Another fish caught so soon. Chen Jiao trotted over excitedly. Fortunately, it was just a small fish. Otherwise, the fishing rod would have been dragged away. As soon as she picked up the fishing rod, she felt a slight tug. Based on her experience from fishing these days, she estimated that it was a small fish weighing less than 1 kilogram. Chen Jiao played with the fish perfunctorily for a while, and in less than 2 minutes, this tug-of-war between two opponents with a huge disparity in strength came to an end. A pink little red sea bream was flown right up to her. It's a red sea bream again. I guess there's a school of red sea bream down there. Chen Jiao quickly took off the fishhook and threw the small fish, weighing only about 9 taels, into the live fish bucket. Thinking of the school of fish below, he quickened his movements, and the fishing hook was immediately thrown into the water again. About a minute later, I felt a gentle tug on the fishing rod in my hand. Based on the habits and strength of the fish, Chen Jiao immediately guessed that it was another true sea bream. With another strong pull, Chen Jiao calmly slid the fish away with a wanton and ostentatious smile on her face. Haha, this guy probably weighs 2 kilograms. This fish costs more than 50 yuan per catty, and 2 catties is 100 yuan. It's as easy as picking up money. There was a huge difference in strength between the man and the fish, and the little guy in the sea became exhausted in a short while. Chen Jiao quickly turned the fishing reel, and then a reddish-pink sea bream jumped out of the sea. This guy is shining in the sunlight and looks very beautiful. But in the blink of an eye, it fell back into the water, causing waves half a meter high. The guy was just struggling in his death throes, but was soon thrown onto the deck by her. Looking at this 2-pound red sea bream, Chen Jiao's lips curled up slightly, with a proud and happy smile on her face. After catching 3 red sea breams in a row, Chen Jiao quickly attracted the attention of the fishermen on the boat. Soon, everyone knew that there was a school of red sea bream nearby, and they no longer had time to envy them, and they all changed their bottom fishing hooks to small hooks. The people at fishing spots number 2 and number 4 even quietly moved towards Chen Jiao's position, hoping to get some good luck. When Chen Jiao caught another red snapper weighing nearly 3 pounds, people nearby also started catching fish, and most of them were red snappers. My eldest cousin's wife walked around the boat excitedly with her cell phone in hand, but when she saw several large sea breams in her bucket, she could no longer walk. The phone kept pointing at the several beautiful fish in the live fish bucket. Xin Qingmei pointed her phone at the sea and happily turned around to chat with Chen Jiao. Tang Nang, you are a pretty good fisherman and you are so pretty. Why don't you do a live broadcast with me? Chen Jiao, who was walking the fish, quickly shook her head, her face even showing a little panic. Sister-in-law, I can't do it. Don't think I'm eloquent normally, but my face is stiff when I take pictures, let alone facing the camera. I guess I can't even speak clearly. In her mother's words, she is a bully at home. She is usually a chatterbox at home, but becomes timid when she is outside. When asked to talk to the camera, she would not move at all. Besides, she now earns a lot of money from fishing and has no interest in live streaming. Xin Qingmei looked regretful. She really liked this little cousin. Not only was she pretty, but she was also lively and well-behaved. I remembered that I have a single cousin, so why not introduce them to each other? Chen Jiao was concentrating on reeling in the fish with a serious look on her face, and soon she caught another red sea bream weighing nearly 2 kilograms. As for Xin Qingmei's intention of becoming a matchmaker, she was not interested at all. A man would only affect the speed at which she could make money. Chen Jiao caught fish one after another. Although these red snappers were not very big, there were many of them. Most importantly, the price is very good. Half an hour later, the live fish bucket at Chen Jiao's feet was filled with 2 or 3 kilograms of red snappers, at least 10 of them. However, the speed of catching fish was obviously slower this time. After nearly 10 minutes, there was movement from the fishing rod in Chen Jiao's hand again. The head tug on the rod was very slight, and the reel barely moved at all. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jiao caught a small red sea bream weighing about 200 grams in just a few strokes. However, after that, I waited for another 10 minutes or so, but no more fish were caught. I guess the school of fish below had run away. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. Shin Qingmei, who was broadcasting live next to her, had already ended her broadcast and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch with some small fish caught by her uncle. Thinking that she didn't buy a boat ticket, Chen Jiao followed into the kitchen to help. The red sea bream that had just slapped her in the face was steamed by her. This guy's death was not unjust. Steamed red sea bream for lunch, Shin Qingmei made braised sea wolf, mixed fish pot, stir-fried squid with celery, and stir-fried broccoli. After the meal was ready, the two packed 9 portions of food into takeaway boxes and distributed them to people who were fishing outside. Then, the family stayed in the kitchen to eat at the small table. The various small seafood used for lunch were all freshly caught in the morning and tasted quite good. Chen Jiao, who was already extremely hungry, ate 3 large bowls of rice in one breath. After lunch, Chen Feng went to wash the dishes consciously, while Chen Jiao returned to her fishing spot and started fishing in the afternoon. The sea was calm in the afternoon, and the fish in the sea seemed to be taking a nap. Chen Jiao sat there for 20 minutes without moving the fishing rod in her hand. Chen Jiao yawned, changed the fishing rod back to a new one, and prepared to catch big fish in the bottom water. It is quite satisfying to catch a lot of red sea bream in the morning, but it is still not as exciting as catching a big fish weighing 10 or 20 pounds. But half an hour passed, and there was still no movement from the new fishing rod. And she was not the only one who complained. Others on the boat also complained about the poor fishing conditions. At this time, my uncle got up and went into the cab and drove the fishing boat back. After about 20 minutes, the fishing boat stopped on a sea surface that looked similar to the one just now. At this time, the radio above Chen Jiao's head sounded again. Dear guests, a small school of fish has been detected in this area. Dear guests, Chen Jiao, who was originally sitting on the deck playing with her mobile phone, immediately used both fishing rods. The new fishing rod has a large hook, while the old rod is equipped with a number 3 hook, ready to catch small fish in the upper layer. Chen Jiao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a proud and brilliant smile. The upper and lower waters are drying up at the same time. If there are fish here, they will not be able to escape. In less than 2 minutes, there was movement from the old pole on the right. The fishing line suddenly became straight, and the reel was slowly releasing line. It looked like a small fish. Although it was just a small fish, the pulling feeling from the fishing rod still made Chen Jiao very excited, and her face was full of liveliness and excitement. Feeling that the pulling force was not very obvious, Chen Jiao calmly reeled in the line. In less than a minute, a very beautiful fish was pulled out of the sea. This fish is not big, probably only about 8 tails. The base color of the fish body is white, with 9 orange-yellow diagonal stripes on the body, which looks very beautiful and eye-catching. Chen Jiao couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, it's actually a 3-knife fish. This guy weighs several hundred pounds." 3-knife fish. When they heard it was a knife fish, the people nearby looked over, their faces full of envy and yearning. This fish is called 3-knife fish. It is said that because the fish body is relatively thick, it is not easy to cook thoroughly when steamed. Therefore, before steaming the fish, people usually make 3 cuts on the fish, hence the name 3-knife fish. The knife fish is delicious, tender and smooth, with the sweetness of clam meat. It is known as the king of fish and is very popular in Hong Kong. It is said that it costs thousands of dollars per pound in Hong Kong. But this is the price in Hong Kong. In mainland China, it's probably several hundred yuan per kilogram. The 3-knife fish mainly lives at the junction of fresh and salt water, and its traces can be found in offshore reefs and sandy and muddy waters. However, due to serious marine pollution in recent years, knife fish has very high requirements for water quality. It is now very rare, and its price has also risen accordingly. Previously, Chen Weiqiang picked up a fish at Jiashitan during high tide. It cost 300 yuan per pound, which left a deep impression on Chen Jiao. When the people on the boat saw Chen Jiao catch a 3-knife fish, they were extremely excited and showed expressions of envy and longing. But soon these people no longer cared about envy and looked at the sea with fiery eyes, wanting to catch an expensive three-knife fish. Chen Jiao was not slow either. After taking off the beautiful three-knife fish, she immediately put up a new bait. After several minutes, Chen Jiao saw that people around her had started to catch fish, but there was no movement on her side, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. After a long while, she finally felt a pulling sensation on the fishing rod in her hand. The pulling force was neither too strong nor too weak, so the fish should not be big. Based on the movement habits of the sea fish, Chen Jiao thought it should be the same as before, also a three-knife fish. When she thought of the price of 300 yuan per kilogram, Chen Jiao couldn't help but get excited again, and her heart was very hot. The fish weighed only a little over 1 pound. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Jiao pulled it out of the sea. The orange stripes were particularly bright and beautiful in the sun. At this time, in addition to Chen Jiao, a middle-aged man and Qin Daqiang also caught three-knife fish on the boat, but the ones they caught were not big, each weighing about 6 or 7 taels. There is an island not far from here, and it looks quite big. The three-knife fish mainly lives at the junction of salt water and fresh water. There happened to be an island in front, and Chen Jiao thought there should be fresh water on the island. There were not many knife fish, and after the second one was caught, there was no movement on the fishing rod in Chen Jiao's hand. Others also caught relatively cheaper marine fish, such as sea wolf and sea bass. At this time, other people also thought of the island not far away. There is a stream on the island that flows directly into the sea, and there are several huge rocks next to it, which looks suitable for fishing. Uninhabited island at this time, someone suggested going to the island over there to fish. Because there is fresh water on this island, people nearby are accustomed to calling it Freshwater Island. Chen Feng and Qin Daqiang had often come to Tamsui Island to fish before and were familiar with the place. They knew that there was no danger here and that the marine resources were quite abundant. Qin Daqiang looked at the time and saw that it was only 2:45, so it was still early. So he agreed and drove the fishing boat to the Tamsui Island ahead. There is no suitable dock on the island, so fishing boats can only be parked relatively close to the shore. Then people were taken to the island using small kayaks. The father and son were quite familiar with the island and quickly found a perfect location for the fishing friends. Rocky Beach. The kayak paddled quickly towards a rocky beach. The rocks there were very huge, and there were many coral stones underneath, which were very suitable for fish to live in. Moreover, this place is not far from the stream we saw just now. Chen Feng had caught three-knife fish here before. Hearing that there was a three-knife fish here, a group of fishermen were extremely excited. Everyone is ready to try and catch one or two to see what it tastes like, but they can actually sell for hundreds of dollars per pound. However, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. A group of people stayed on the rocky beach for nearly an hour, but no one could catch a three-knife fish. Most of them were stonefish weighing 2 or 3 taels. Chen Jiao caught 2 stonefish weighing about 2 taels in a row and finally lost her patience. He stood up and walked in front of Chen Feng. "Brother, I don't think there are many fish here. I'm going to the sea to pick up some crabs, conchs, and the like." Chen Feng nodded and waved at her. "Okay, but don't go too far. You have to be back around 5 o'clock. Okay, I'll promise to be back on time at 5 o'clock. Chen Jiao said and set the alarm for 4:40 in front of him. Picking up the bucket, Chen Jiao happily walked towards a place with fewer people. She hadn't taken a few steps when she ran into a familiar little guy. Flower snail. Wow, this conch is quite big. Chen Jiao quickly picked up the little guy, and as soon as she lowered her head, she saw another bigger snail at her feet. Flower snail +2. There are far fewer people coming and going on the island than on the rocky beach in the village, and the marine resources are also more abundant. After walking only 10 meters, there were several brightly colored snails in the bucket, as well as 2 proud octopuses. Flower snail +5 octopus +2. The rocks on the rocky beach here are quite large, with the smallest one being half a person's height. Turning around, she found a large nest of snails in the crevice of a big rock. These snails are very large, almost every one of them is much larger than her thumb. Looking at the densely packed little guys in front of you, one can't help but feel a tingling sensation on your scalp. But it was soon overshadowed by joy, because this was all money. Chen Jiao quickly put all the little guys into her bucket. This nest of spicy snails is quite big, probably weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. She thought she was lucky to find such a large nest of snails, but she didn't expect that after just a few steps, she found an even larger nest of snails. The gap between the two big rocks was crawling with little green creatures, and the largest ones even had small barnacles on their bodies. In a short while, the live fish bucket at Chen Jiao's feet was half full. It felt heavy in her hand, at least 13 pounds. Seeing that the sea resources here were quite rich, Chen Jiao opened her X-ray glasses with a smile on her face. When she opened her eyes again, she could see at a glance the clams and moonshecks hidden under the sand, and the crabs and octopuses hiding in the S of the rocks. But the most exciting thing was that she discovered a wild abalone. This abalone grows on a pile of rocks. Its shell is gray and almost blends in with the surrounding rocks. Abalone mixed in the rocks. Chen Jiao stretched out the tongs in her hand, trying to pick up this rare wild abalone. Unexpectedly, this thing sucked quite tightly and I couldn't take it off after 2 attempts. In the end, I had to take a sand shovel and pry hard along the edge of the abalone to get this fat guy off. This abalone is not big, but it is very plump and full, and it feels heavy in the hand. She put the abalone into the bucket, and then dug out the clams and moonshecks hidden under the sand. Moonsheck plus 360th birthday plus 6. Then he turned around and walked happily towards the reef, where the giant blue crab was hidden. This big guy was very cunning, hiding in the gap between 2 rocks. If she hadn't had her perspective glasses, she wouldn't have been able to see that there was a big crab weighing nearly a pound hidden in it. But it was just bad luck for this guy to run into her. Blue crab plus 1 sunset on the sea. As far as I can remember, Chen Jiao had been to this Tamsui island before. At that time, the family's fishing boat had not been sold yet. During the summer vacation, she went out to sea with her grandparents, put down the fishing nets, and then went to the island to catch seafood. In her impression, there was a small coral reef here with a lot of good things. When she came here before, it was low tide, and she found some good things there, such as sea cucumbers and abalone. Relying on her memory, Chen Jiao kept walking along the rocky beach. After walking for about 10 minutes, she came to a coral reef. The tide went out early today, and the sea water had already receded by half. All kinds of strange-shaped coral rocks were exposed above the water. If you look closely, you will find that many good things have been left here by the sea. Moreover, the seawater had just begun to recede at this time, and many little guys had not had time to lie on the sand or hide. When Chen Jiao lowered her head, she saw a big octopus with a round head. This guy hid most of his body under a small reef, with only his big head exposed. Chen Jiao thought maliciously that it was because the head was too big that it couldn't hide inside. This time when she went out to sea, she originally wanted to go fishing and never thought about coming to the island to catch seafood. Therefore, Chen Jiao did not bring the system's universal clip, but only took a small clip provided by her cousin. Without the universal clamp, the big guy couldn't be pulled out at all. Several strong and powerful octopus legs were tightly attached to the stone. Chen Jiao had no choice but to take action and pry the octopus's legs off the stone one by one. After finally getting the big guy down from the rock, it wrapped all its arms around Chen Jiao's arms. I shook my arms vigorously, but the guy didn't move at all, and even got tighter around me. Chen Jiao took a lot of effort to throw the big octopus weighing more than 2 kilograms into the bucket. Octopus plus 1 wiping the sweat from her forehead, she missed the system's universal clip very much. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jiao found a small yellow butt under a reef. Chen Jiao took 2 steps at a time and trotted over happily. It's a conch, and it's quite big. Chen Jiao held the long and thin conch in her hand with a smile on her face. It was quite heavy, probably weighing 1 kilogram. And deeper inside the reef, there is a large conch. Not bad, not bad. I easily earned another 100 yuan. Holding this heavy thing, Chen Jiao couldn't stop smiling. Conch plus 2. The seawater continued to slowly recede, and Chen Jiao moved closer to the sea step by step. There are few people here, but there are really a lot of good things. She also found several small abalone on a large reef. 1, 2,
5.
There are 5 abalones in total. Just as I pried these little guys off, I turned around and found another pair of snails. The 2 little guys were snuggling together. Moreover, these 2 little guys didn't hide at all. They were exposed blatantly outside. Oh, you're a couple. Get in the bucket. Abalone plus 5 flower snail plus 2. After walking forward for a while, Qinjiao was surprised to find another big blue crab under a piece of seaweed. This guy's green body blends in with the seaweed, but with the help of the X-ray glasses, nothing can hide him. As soon as I stretched out the clamp in my hand, it was grabbed by its big pincers. This guy is quite strong. Qinjiao used a clever trick. She stretched out the clamp and waited for the big guy's 2 pincers to clamp the clamp, then she quickly pressed it down. Then, while it was unable to move, I quickly tied it up with cable ties. Qinjiao picked up the blue crab with its big claws tied to it with a proud look on her face and weighed it with a smile, finding it weighed about 8 taels. Qinjiao was happily searching for treasure on this coral reef full of hidden treasures and was so happy that she almost forgot the time. Octopus plus 2 flower snail plus 10 blue crab plus 2. Ring, ring, ring. When the alarm on her cell phone rang, she realized how late it was. At this time, the seawater has receded by more than half, and there are more good things on the coral reefs. Qinjiao looked at the feng shui treasure land in front of her reluctantly. Just as I was about to turn around, I saw another big conch out of the corner of my eye. Haha, I didn't expect to have such a big treasure before returning. Qinjiao walked happily to a reef half a person's height, and in front of the reef there was a conch half lying on the sand. Conch plus 1 at this time. The bucket in Qinjiao's hand was already half full, but most of it was spicy snails. Before going back, she was careful and put the valuable conches and blue crabs at the bottom and the top layer with spicy snails, octopus and octopus. It's heavy. The various little creatures in the bucket weighed nearly 20 kilograms in total. Qinjiao had a hard time walking back. When we returned to the rocky beach where we went fishing, everyone was in high spirits. It turned out that not long after Qinjiao left, people started to catch 3 knife fish one after another, and my uncle even caught 2 in a row. According to my eldest cousin, 5 people caught 3 knife fish, while the rest basically caught small guys like stone 9 fish and yellow-footed laver. Although everyone's gains were different, at least no one was left empty-handed. Everyone had a good harvest, and no one cared about the spicy snails and octopus in Qinjiao's bucket. Seeing that everyone had a good catch, Qinjiao felt itchy and quickly took out her own fishing rod. I don't know if my luck has run out, but I caught 2 yellow-legged fish, each weighing about half a pound. Yellow-legged wax, Qinjiao hung the last prawn in the bucket. As soon as the hook went into the water, the alarm on her uncle's cell phone rang. Chun Daqiang stood on a tall rock, holding a big loudspeaker in his hand, with his hands on his hips, and shouted loudly, "We'll be back in 10 minutes. Everyone hurry up and pack up your things." After shouting 3 times in a row, he started counting the number of people. At this time, Qinjiao looked at the fishing rod in her hand anxiously, thinking about catching another 3 knife fish. But the fishing rod in her hand did not move. Qinjiao became more and more anxious as she waited, and she could no longer keep the smile on her face. With only 2 minutes left, the fishing rod in her hand finally moved. The pulling force from the fishing rod was not strong, and she estimated that it should be a small fish weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. With this movement and this strength, it must be a 3 knife fish. Thinking about the income of several $100s again, Qinjiao immediately became overjoyed, and the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. However, after she pulled the little guy out of the sea, the smile on her face immediately faded. It turned out to be another yellow-legged fish, but this one was quite big, weighing 2 kilograms. The price difference between yellow-legged fish and 3 knife fish is several times, and Qinjiao is not happy at all. Looking at his little cousin who looked disappointed, Qinfeng raised his hand and rubbed her little head, then teased her with a smile. "Okay, you caught a lot of good fish today. Stop being so pretentious here. Hurry up and pack your things. We're going back soon." Snort. Qinjiao moved quickly and packed up everything in no time. At this time, her uncle also sent the first group of people to the fishing boat not far away. She followed the second group of people and stood on the shore, waiting obediently. There was a gorgeous sunset in front of her. Chun Jiao was in a good mood and picked up her mobile phone, taking a lot of photos. Sunset one, it's really beautiful. I'm going to set this one as my computer screensaver. The scenery on the left and right sides of Chun Jiao is different. On the left is a colorful rocky beach, while on the right is a beach as beautiful as an oil painting. Although the scenery is different, it is equally beautiful. Sunset 2, when we got back to the boat, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. It was estimated that many people had earned back their money for today's boat tickets, especially those who catch knife fish. After deducting the 500 yuan boat ticket, they might even make a small profit. The fishermen on the boat were pretty lucky today and encountered 2 small schools of fish. I also came across sea bass, red sea bream, and sori, which are relatively expensive. On the way back, the fishermen gathered together to show off their catches, talking about their day's catches, looking very proud. Usually when he takes people out to sea to fish, the people on the boat can basically catch a lot of big fish. On the way back, Chin Feng usually collects these fish, by the way. In addition, he has cooperation with the Yang family purchasing station and can sell it again at a slightly higher price to make a little profit from the difference. Taking advantage of the fact that these people were happy, Chin Feng walked up to them cheerfully and asked, "Boss, are you going to sell today's catch?" At the same time, several voices sounded. "We caught a lot of fish today. I'll keep 2 for myself and sell the rest. Today's harvest is average, so I'll keep these 2 and take them home. Boatman, what's the price for fish here?" Everyone has caught a lot of fish today, so of course we have to sell them. Seeing that Chin Feng's purchase price was not bad, most people only kept 1 or 2 for themselves and sold the rest. Originally, Chun Jiao also wanted to sell today's catch to her cousin, but Chin Feng shook his head at her and asked her to take it to the town to sell it herself. The main reason is that the little girl caught too many fish today. In addition to the big sea bass weighing more than 20 kilograms, there were also a lot of red sea bream and razorfish. It would be a big loss if we sold them to him. If he paid a high price for it, it would be difficult to explain to the people on the ship. It is better to have less trouble than more, so Chin Feng still thinks it is better to let her go to the town to sell the fish by herself. The brother and sister looked at each other. Chun Jiao probably understood what her cousin meant and didn't say much. On the way back, Chun Jiao, who had nothing to do, roughly calculated the income from her cousin's fishing boat and found that it was actually quite profitable. Chun Weiqiang's fishing tackle shop has been open for 10 years. There are 2 particularly active fishing groups, and those anglers ask every day where are the good fishing spots. They have basically been to all the fishing places nearby, but they can't catch any fish, and the fishing tackle shop's business is not good either. Seeing that his eldest brother's fishing boat didn't have much catch, Chun Weiqiang suggested that Chin Feng convert it into a fishing boat. The 2 companies cooperated, with Chun Weiqiang promoting his nephew's fishing boat in the fishing group, while Chin Feng helped sell fishing gear on the boat. Although not many people buy large items such as fishing rods and protective gear, the bait used for making nests is sold in boxes. Today, Chun Jiao saw her cousin selling a fishing rod worth more than 2,000 yuan, 2 fish guards, and several boxes of bait for making nests. At the end of the day, the profit from fishing gear is conservatively estimated to be 1 or 2,000. However, this profit will eventually be shared with her father. The better the business, the more money they will earn. The boat ticket for 9 people is 4,500 yuan, plus the profit from selling fishing gear and fish. My cousin can make a lot of money in a day. My uncle is also very good at fishing. In addition to several small bass, he also caught 2 knife fish and several red sea bream. He was smiling all day. Chin Feng only started operating this fishing boat in the past 2 months, and he usually goes out to sea on 2 regular weekends. On weekdays, it depends on the situation. We will go out to sea if there are more than 8 people, or if there is a boss who wants to charter a boat. Except for rainy or typhoon days, we can go out to sea about 10 times a month. According to his father, there was profit in the first month. While fishing today, Chun Jiao took a lot of photos, the most of which were photos of her and the big bass, as well as photos of the knife fish. It takes more than an hour to get back to the town's pier from Tamsui Island. Chun Jiao sat on the deck, sending photos to her family group and the fishing tackle store group with a proud look on her face. In fact, those who went fishing today had already posted photos in the group, but none of their fish were as big as Chen Jiao's. As soon as the picture of the big bass was posted, it was immediately shared all over the screen, and the whole group was in an uproar. Chen Weiqiang, who was originally walking on the beach with Yan shooting, jumped up and down with excitement after seeing the big sea bass in the school. "Duck, this bass is too big. It looks like it must be at least 27 or 28 kilograms. Our daughter is really amazing." Chen Weiqiang is now both proud and envious, and he is itching to catch such a big fish. When will he be able to catch such a big fish? Soon. The beautiful pink sea bream and knife fish that cost several hundred yuan per pound were also posted, making Chen Weiqiang so envious that his eyes turned red. This time, he could no longer stay there, so he ran back home quickly and then took Grandpa Chen to go fishing on the rocky beach. Those who went fishing today had a good catch, and many people in the group immediately found Chen Feng and wanted to book boat tickets to go fishing. The fishing boats, which were originally only full on weekends, were fully booked for the following days. The weekend boat tickets are fully booked even for the week after next. Now, everyone in my uncle's family is in high spirits. At around 7 o'clock, the fishing boats had returned to the town's dock. The dock was brightly lit at this time, and both sides were filled with fishing boats returning with full loads. The pier at night, there were a lot of fish on the boat, and my eldest cousin had already contacted boss Xiaoyang to come and collect the fish. The fishermen who had been empty-handed for a long time finally got their revenge today. Many of them were reluctant to leave the dock, talking and bragging about their fishing skills. There were people coming and going on the dock. The brother and sister followed boss Xiaoyang to the purchasing store to settle the bill. Yang Jiejun also knew the relationship between the brother and sister, so he bought all the fish together at a relatively high price. The small sea bass weighed 3 jin, 35 yuan per jin, a total of 105 yuan. The giant sea bass weighed 28 jin, 45 yuan per jin, a total of 1,260 yuan. 13 caddies of red sea bream, 55 yuan per caddy, a total of 715 yuan. 2 caddies of 3-ton fish, 320 yuan per caddy, a total of 640 yuan. Half a caddy of stone 9-ton fish, 68 yuan per caddy, a total of 34 yuan. The flower snails weighed 2 jin, 38 yuan per jin, a total of 76 yuan. The octopus and octopus weighed 3.6 jin, 33 yuan per jin, a total of 119 yuan. Spicy snails weigh 13 jin, 18 yuan per jin, a total of 234 yuan. Abalone weighs 2 jin, 68 yuan per jin, a total of 136 yuan. Conch weighs 2.8 jin, 120 yuan per jin, a total of 336 yuan. The blue crab weighed 1.8 caddies, 55 yuan per kilogram, a total of 99 yuan. The other small shecks weighed 3 caddies, 8 yuan per kilogram, a total of 24 yuan. There were quite a lot of things, and Yang Jiejun spent a long time on the computer to calculate the accounts. Chen Jiao's total income today was 3,778 yuan. The bulk of the money came from fishing, a total of 2,754 yuan, while the money from fishing was only 1,024 yuan. There were also 3 yellow-legged fish and a few octopuses, which Chen Jiao forced upon Chen Feng, saying that they were gifts to honor her uncle. Chen Jiao's money had just come in, and Chen Feng's accounts had also been settled. The total amount of fish sold was over 7,000 yuan. As for how much difference she could earn, Chen Jiao did not ask. After all, one should still have a sense of boundaries. When I got home, the yard was quiet. Only Grandma Chen and Yan Shooting were in the house, watching TV in the living room. Chen Weiqiang and Grandpa Chen had already gone fishing with excitement on their faces. Chen Jiao took out the food that was still warm in the pot, and while eating dinner, she boasted about her catch from today's fishing. The little girl was in high spirits, her eyes sparkling and particularly lively and bright, making people laugh uncontrollably. Chen Jiao slept very deeply and soundly after a tiring whole day of fishing and sea hunting yesterday. She even had sweet dreams in her sleep. Chun Jiao was on a huge cruise ship, and at this moment, she was working hard to fish. The pulling force on the fishing rod was ridiculously heavy, a force she had never experienced before, even greater than that of the 28-pound giant sea bass. At this time, Chun Jiao was extremely excited. The violent pulling made her whole body tremble. The corners of her mouth curled up wildly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Not long after, she caught a giant blue grouper weighing more than 30 kilograms. Chun Jiao was smiling happily as she was taking a photo while holding a grouper that was almost as big as her. Unexpectedly, the big guy suddenly struggled violently. With a powerful flick of its tail, the grouper broke free from her arms and jumped back into the sea. Chun Jiao watched the giant grouper disappear from her sight and felt like the whole world was collapsing. "My grouper!" Suddenly, Chun Jiao in reality shouted, and then woke up in a daze. This nightmare is too terrible. A grouper weighing more than 30 kilograms actually ran away. If such a big grouper really escaped from her hands, Chun Jiao would probably be so angry that she wouldn't be able to eat for 2 days. This particularly realistic nightmare made Chun Jiao depressed, and she couldn't muster any energy at all. Thinking that she made a lot of money from fishing yesterday, she didn't feel like going fishing anymore. Chun Jiao rolled lazily on the bed, and then went back to sleep peacefully. Chun Jiao fell asleep again, and soon had another dream. But this time she returned to the freshwater island of yesterday and encountered a school of knife fish on the rocky beach. She caught 3 knife fish weighing more than 1 pound, one after another. After a while, the buckets were no longer able to hold all the live fish. Chun Jiao, who was in her sleep, laughed foolishly. So many 3 knife fish, how much can they sell for? After an unknown amount of time, Chun Jiao was awakened by the golden sunlight shining on her face. It's still most comfortable to sleep until you wake up naturally. Chun Jiao rubbed the pillow unconsciously, then rolled over several times on the bed in a good mood. I heard voices downstairs, and it turned out that Grandma Chun and Yin Shooting, who had gotten up early to go fishing, had returned. She stretched lazily, walked leisurely to the window, and opened the curtains that were not closed tightly. The warm winter sun shines through the window, making the whole room bright and warm, and my mood also improves a bit. When Chun Jiao came down the stairs, it was no surprise that she received a look of disdain from her mother. After Yen Shooting finished her disdain, she started to criticize her daughter. "Look at you. You don't do any work. You just sleep all day and don't get up until after 9 o'clock. Which child is as lazy as you?" Grandma Chun at the side smiled and spoke kindly to her granddaughter. "I guess he was tired after being out at sea all day yesterday. Besides, the kids are sleep-deprived. That's right, Grandma is still the best to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Jiao even gave her mother a provocative look without knowing the consequences, and then was kicked by Yen Shooting. Her originally high morale immediately wilted. Chun Jiao, who dared not speak out but was angry, had to go to the kitchen to find breakfast. Grandma Chun raised the corner of her mouth slightly and watched the mother and daughter playing happily. All the small seafood accumulated from the previous typhoon has been eaten, and today's breakfast only has sweet potato porridge and salted duck eggs. Seeing her daughter eating so slowly, Yen Shooting, who was always in a hurry, couldn't stand it anymore and urged her to eat quickly and go to the store to look after the meal later. Okay, got it," she responded nicely, but what Chun Jiao was thinking in her heart was, "You only know how to order me around. The delivery guy should be here soon. You can sort out the packages later." "Okay, this princess will take note of it." Chun Jiao thought that she hadn't put on makeup for a long time since she came back to Baisha village, so she put on some antique makeup before going out. She wears ancient leaf-shaped earrings on her ears and hair accessories with ancient elements on her head. Chun Jiao has fair and rosy skin, an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and round almond eyes. She looks like a lady from ancient times. Ancient-style candy before going out. She saw that the bottle was almost empty, and then she remembered to buy sunscreen. The sunscreen that came in the previous gift package was only 100 milliliters, which was really not durable. Usually, not many people come to the store. At this moment, Chun Jiao was sitting lazily at the cashier counter, but her consciousness had actually entered the system. As soon as I opened the system, I saw the latest point situation. Host, Chinjiao level 2, sea catching, points, 10,145 points perspective range, 2 meters transparent time, 2 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, spade, and 2 live fish buckets. Seeing that there were 10,000 points, Chinjiao happily opened the system all. The sunscreen costs 800 points. It's a bit expensive, but the effect is amazing. I want 2 bottles. Although this trap requires 1,000 points, it also comes with 10 special baits. Maybe you can catch something good. Try one. This water pump seems pretty good, but it's a bit expensive. I'll put it in the shopping cart first. This sun protection jacket is pretty nice, but a bit expensive. This lucky fishing rod looks great, but it's a pity that I haven't unlocked the fishing section yet, so I can't buy it for now. Chinjiao stared at the introduction of the lucky fishing rod, feeling itchy in her heart and wanting to get it. However, when I scrolled to the lowest price and saw that it cost 20,000 points, I immediately became discouraged again. This is too expensive. Although these points are not real-life money, everything in the system is extremely expensive, and the points required to unlock them are ridiculously high. She usually earned a lot of money from fishing, but her points were used up very quickly. In the end, Chinjiao only bought a bottle of sunscreen and a trap, and then hurriedly closed them all. In fact, she also wanted to buy an extra bottle of sunscreen for her mother, but the effect of the sunscreen was so amazing that she didn't dare to give it to her. As soon as I exited the system, a hearty laugh came from the door. Tang Tang is really getting prettier now. If I were outside, I wouldn't recognize her. Chinjiao looked up and found that it was Aunt Hua from the end of the village. Aunt Lotus, you still look as young and beautiful as you did a few years ago. Little girl, you are so sweet. Let's stop flattering each other. Bring me a 20-jean bag of rice and a bottle of peanut oil. Both must be the best. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Chinjiao got up and took the things from the shelf. When I came back, I found that Aunt Hua had picked out some snacks that children liked. It looked like they were for her grandchildren. After Aunt Hua left, Chinjiao was left alone in the store. She spent most of the morning playing with her phone. Many people in the village have gone out to work or do business, so the business in the convenience store is a bit slow, with only 1 or 2 people coming to buy things occasionally. She was so free that she even had the illusion that she was living a retirement life in advance. But like now, I sleep until I wake up naturally every day, go to the beach in the morning and evening, and look after the store during the day. This life is still quite comfortable. Chinjiao even secretly envied her own mother. Chinjiao played with her phone for a while, and the courier finally came with half a truck full of parcels. Most of the permanent residents in the village are elderly people and not many people buy things online, so she quickly put these express deliveries into the warehouse. Not long after, several young women of her age came over to pick up the express deliveries. Chinjiao found these young ladies looked unfamiliar, and after chatting with them for a few sentences, she found out that they were newly married and moved to Baisha village in the past 2 years. People who came to pick up the express delivery were also very curious when they saw her. There were not many young people in the village, and even fewer young and beautiful girls like Chinjiao. These people took the express delivery and bought a large bag of snacks to take back. Among them was a beautiful girl named Liang Yu, who had just married and moved to Baisha village 2 months ago. She had a good chat with Chinjiao, and the two even added each other on WeChat. Seeing that the young lady was pretty, Chinjiao, who was obsessed with looks, gave her a bottle of Coke. After watching Liang Yu leave, Chinjiao held her chin with both hands and muttered softly, "There are still some pretty girls in the village, but why are there no handsome guys?" As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome old man with an upright posture and full of energy came in. "Oh, it's my grandfather. Grandpa Chun went fishing at Rocky Beach with his son last night, but after spending most of the night there, he didn't see a single fish except for the annoying mosquitoes." The unconvinced old man went fishing again early this morning. He was grinning from ear to ear, and it seemed that he had a good catch. Sure enough, the old man immediately handed over the bucket in his hand as if he was presenting a treasure, and there was a grouper weighing several kilograms in it. I was lucky today. I caught a tiger grouper weighing more than 15 kilograms. The old man's face was full of pride and joy, and he was happy from the bottom of his heart. "Grandpa, you are really awesome. My dad didn't catch any fish last night. It's just SSO.
The fish isn't that big.
Tomorrow I'll take you fishing by the breakwater." "The fish there are bigger." "Yeah, there are a lot of fish over there on the breakwater." The grandfather and grandson praised each other for a few words, and then the old man picked up the heavy bucket and walked into the village with a proud look on his face. "Judging from the look of my grandfather, he probably won't go home unless he walks around the village twice." Chun Jiao smiled and opened WeChat. Sure enough, both the family group and the fishing group had photos of the old man and the grouper, and Chun Weiqiang in the group was as jealous as a lemon. "We came up empty-handed last night, but I didn't expect that this old guy would secretly catch a fish today." Chun Weiqiang was sitting in the fishing tackle shop, almost as angry as a puffer fish, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. After a while, he got up with gritted teeth and picked out a new fishing rod from the store, thinking that he would take it back to go fishing in the evening to share in the good luck. Chun Weiqiang, holding a fishing rod, childishly said to himself, "Well, we'll definitely catch a big fish tonight, bigger than this tiger grouper that the old man has." Jinjiao played with her phone for a while, and then her mother sent her a message asking her to go back for lunch. As soon as she entered the house, the old man with a ruddy face came back. At this time, he had taken the tiger stripe to the purchasing station and sold it. The old man happily held 2 brand new 100 yuan bills and proudly showed them off in front of Grandma Chen. "I told you I would definitely catch some fish today, but you didn't believe me. You can't stop me from going fishing next time." Grandma Chen rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently, "It's a blind cat that catches a dead mouse. You must have been stupid to catch this fish. Is it so difficult for you, old woman, to admit my excellence? Get lost, you shameless old man." Seeing her grandparents bickering like children, Jinjiao stood up with a smile and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. "Today's chef is my mother. Cola chicken wings, stir-fried clams, octopus with celery and blanched choy, some are almost all her favorite dishes." Chun Jiao was very touched. Although my mother said she disliked me, she still loved me in her heart. Then, with a fawning look on his face, he picked up a chicken wing for his mother and then picked up their favorite dishes for his grandparents. In the afternoon, Jinjiao had to go to the town to buy bait for the traps. After lunch, she drove the family tricycle out. On the way, Jinjiao was still thinking about whether to buy another electric tricycle. The shrimps in the shrimp pond and the chickens at home, as well as the food and feed they eat, are all transported by tricycles. Before she returned to the village, this tricycle was basically used by Grandpa Chen and her mother. She is now back to being a fisherman, and she is the one who uses it almost every day, which makes it inconvenient for other people in the family. After thinking about it, Chun Jiao felt that the tricycle was too small. After releasing the fish, she would basically not be able to use the ground trap. A van like the one her dad drives seems like a good choice and more practical. But there is a problem. She hasn't got a driver's license yet. Finally, Chun Jiao decided to wait for her father to come back in the evening to discuss it together. After all, men have a natural liking for cars. Soon, she arrived at the market near the dock and bought a large bag of pork liver and pork intestines. Chun Jiao was too lazy to do it herself, so she asked the enthusiastic stall owner to help her chop it into small pieces. After returning home, she mixed the pig liver and large intestine and placed them evenly in 12 traps. Then he took out the ground trap he bought in the system. This trap has a diameter of 80 centimeters. Apart from the color, it looks no different from other traps. However, according to Xiaomeng, this ground trap not only increases the fish catch, but is also not easily damaged. Then she took out a black ball the size of a fist. This was a bait given by the system, which was said to increase the attraction to big fish. However, there are only 10 traps in each trap, and they will be gone once they're used up. Chun Jiao took a nap and went out with a cart full of traps at around 5 o'clock. But when she arrived at the rocky beach, she was dumbfounded. I saw puddles of all sizes in front of me, almost all of which had traps placed in them. Some even had 2. Not only that, the secret fishing base and the coral reefs are also full of traps. Chun Jiao was puzzled and looked at the row of traps on the car with a blank face. I just didn't put out the trap for 2 days. How come the weather changed so suddenly? In fact, it was Chun Jiao's recent harvest from fishing that was truly enviable. She was definitely not the only one there who went to the beach to catch seafood. Soon she was spotted by someone with ulterior motives, and she could no longer hide the fact that she was extremely lucky. People in the village knew that the harvest from ground traps was good, so many of them started setting up ground traps as well. Originally, everyone just followed from a distance and did not blatantly fight for territory. But because she went out to sea to fish, she took back the traps 2 days ago, and today was her day off, so these places were empty. So the villagers took advantage of Chun Jiao's inattention and placed the traps on her original positions. But these places belong to the village and do not belong to her, so she can't say anything no matter how angry she is. Finally, she could only place the trap at the junction of the rocky beach and the white sand beach. There are no valuable big fish here, and people in the village are generally not willing to put traps here. But all the other places were occupied, and she only found this one place to put the trap. We can only try our best to see the situation first. When she returned, Chun Jiao was worried. If it really didn't work, she would have to find a new place to put the trap. When Chun Jiao came back, her face was full of unhappiness. Chun Weiqiang, who was assembling fishing rods in the yard, saw this and patted her shoulder in a mean way. "What's wrong? Why do you look so heartbroken? Tell me and make me, your dad, happy." Grandpa Chun, who was sorting out fishing gear nearby, glared at his son with a look of disgust on his face. "Get lost. How can you be a father like this?" Then he turned around and looked at his granddaughter lovingly. "Tang Tang, what's the matter?
Didn't you go to put out the trap?"
Why are you back so soon?" Speaking of the trap, Chun Jiao became angry and talked about what had just happened with a pout. Only then did Chun Weiqiang and Grandpa Chun remember that when they went fishing at the rocky beach last night, they seemed to have seen several traps there. But at that time, the father and son were only thinking about fishing and didn't think much about it. The father and son came back empty-handed again that night and were so angry that they completely forgot about the matter. If their spouse/wife knew that they knew about the incident and didn't report it, they would definitely be scolded again. The father and son both looked guilty, and after looking at each other tacitly, they kept the matter to themselves. Hearing the three people chatting outside, Grandma Chun and Yan Shooting also came out one after another. Chun Jiao looked sad and sighed. "I put the trap at the junction of the white sand beach and the reef beach. I'll see the effect tomorrow. If not, I'll have to find a new place." Grandma Chun thought about it and suddenly said softly, "Actually, the best place to put the trap is in the mangrove forest." Chun Jiao looked puzzled and asked quickly, "Mangroves? But there are no mangroves in our village?" She grew up in the village and had never heard of mangroves in the village. Grandpa Chun suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "There are no mangroves in the village, but there are some on the nearby Seagull Island. There is a large mangrove forest there. In recent years, many young people from several nearby villages have left the area, and fewer people are going there. I heard that there are a lot of blue crabs and orchid crabs now, and they are all very fat." Speaking of Seagull Island, Chun Jiao also remembered where it was. This is the largest island nearby, more than 20 kilometers away from the village. It takes about half an hour to get there by boat. Chun Jiao was originally very happy, but when she thought that their fishing boat had already been sold, she became dejected again. But there is no fishing boat at home. At this time, the well-informed Yan Shooting came in handy and said cheerfully, "You can rent a boat. There are several families in the village whose fishing boats are idle. I heard from Sister Hua a few days ago that their small fishing boat is for rent." At this moment, Grandma Chen also became interested and said with a smile, "Hua's family. I remember they had 2 boats. The big one was more than 20 meters long, and they also had an old fiberglass fishing boat that seemed quite small, about 7 or 8 meters long." Grandpa Chen looked at his granddaughter with a smile on his face. "Seagull Island isn't far away. 7 or 8 meters is enough. And Tangding has been lucky lately. She went out to sea to an uninhabited island to fish. I think she'll have a good catch. Chun Jiao has been back for less than half a month, and she has already earned tens of thousands of yuan by fishing." Grandpa Chun has full confidence in her. Moreover, the old man has his own little ideas. He wants to go fishing at sea with his granddaughter. His granddaughter is lucky. Maybe he can get some luck too. Last time we went fishing at the breakwater, we had a pretty good catch. Grandma Chen saw through the old man's little thoughts at a glance, but she was too lazy to expose him. Chen Jiao thought that the village was so small and the nearby marine resources had long been plundered. Even if she had X-ray glasses, there was nothing she could do if there was nothing on the beach. Instead of fighting over this small piece of land, it would be better to rent a small boat and go fishing on the islands outside. Thinking of what she gained from yesterday's trip to the sea, Chen Jiao immediately became excited. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. Seeing that his daughter was interested, Chen Weiqiang thought about it seriously and felt that it would be a nice idea to make a small boat for the grandfather and grandson to play with. Besides, he hadn't gone fishing at sea for a long time, and he really wanted to catch a 28-pound sea bass. How much is the rent? Chen Weiqiang, who is good at doing business, asked the key question right away. Yan Shooting thought about it and said, I heard her say it's 180 a day and 4,500 a month. But I haven't heard it's been rented out in a few days, so I guess we can still negotiate the price. Then he added with a smile, this boat is not big. I think we can get it for 150 a day or 4,000 a month. Chen Jiao held Yan Shooting's arm affectionately, smiling cutely. Mom, can you talk to Anahua for me? I want to rent their boat for a month first. When it comes to bargaining, it's up to my mom to step in. Okay, I'll take you there after dinner. Due to Chen Jiao's recent excellent performance, her family members all agreed with her idea of renting a boat to go out to sea. Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang were even more enthusiastic and happy than her. After deciding to rent a boat, Chen Jiao ran into the kitchen excitedly.
Eat, eat.
If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your thinking. Looking at the little girl's cheerful back, the people behind her all raised their mouth corners and showed the same smile. After dinner, Chen Jiao couldn't wait to pull her mother out. Aunt Hahua, Uncle Shen, good evening. Aunt Hahua's husband's surname is Shen, and the couple are a few years older than my parents. The Shen family had just finished dinner and were sitting in the living room watching TV. Knowing that Chen Jiao wanted to rent their own boat, Aunt Hahua immediately stood up enthusiastically. The boat is still there. Although it's not very big, it's well preserved. It was just taken to the shipyard for maintenance in the middle of the year. As he said that, he took Chen Jiao and her daughter to the village pier. The water level at the village dock is not deep, so larger ships can basically not dock there. In addition, many fishermen have changed their careers in recent years, so the village looks a bit depressed and desolate. Soon, the three of them came to a boat that had weathered the storm. Aunt Hawa's boat is a 7.8-meter fiberglass fishing boat. It has been used for more than 7 years, but it is well maintained and looks about 70% new. In addition to the wheelhouse, the boat also has a small kitchen and a lounge. Although this boat is not big, it is fully equipped. A live water tank, a small ice tank, a small crane, and a small fish finder. It is more than enough to wander around the nearby islands. Although the boat looks old on the outside, everything inside is basically good, and it was taken to the shipyard for maintenance before the Dragon Boat Festival. Chen Jiao looked at the maintenance records. It had undergone several minor repairs in the past few years, but no major accidents had occurred, so the car was well maintained. After a heated debate with Yan Shooting, Chen Jiao finally rented the boat for 4,000 yuan a month. Chen Jiao transferred 8,000 yuan to Aunt Hahua on the spot, paying 1 yuan in deposit. Chen Jiao was still very excited when she thought that she now owned a fishing boat, even though it was only rented. On the way back, I was so happy that I jumped up and down. Even though my mother scolded me, I still smiled. Night fishing, the three of them walked towards the village talking and laughing, but after walking about 10 meters, they met the father and son of the Chen family who came to fish. Seeing his granddaughter, Grandpa Chen immediately stepped forward happily. The fishing situation at the pier is pretty good today. The big fish we caught this morning was caught right here. Tang Dang, let's go fishing together. I have a spare fishing rod here. Chen Weiqiang on the side also smiled and waved the fishing rod in his hand towards her. When she heard about fishing, Chen Jiao immediately became energetic, and her clear and lively eyes suddenly smiled and turned into 2 crescent moons. Okay, I can already feel the fish waving at me. People are in high spirits when good things happen. Chen Jiao, who just rented a fishing boat, is now full of energy and can't wait to catch 10 or 8 big fish. So she immediately abandoned her mother and followed the father and son happily towards the pier with an excited look on her face. Yan Shooting helplessly told Qin Weiqiang and his daughter, "It's still quite cold at night, come back early, don't catch a cold." Qin Jiao smiled and said perfunctorily, "I know." Looking at the laughing figures of the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, Yan Shooting smiled and shook her head, then walked slowly towards the village with her good sister. Before fishing, Qin Jiao, with an excited and proud face, took her grandfather and father for a walk on her fishing boat. Qin Weiqiang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, there are also fish finders and small cranes. Although small, it has everything. As an experienced fisherman, Grandpa Qin observed very carefully. After walking around, there was a satisfied smile in his eyes. Qin Jiao, who came up for the second time, also made a new discovery. She originally thought that there was no toilet on this ship, but she didn't expect that there was a simple toilet inside the kitchen. After getting off the boat, the 3 of them walked in quick and cheerful steps and hurriedly came to the feng shui treasure land that Grandpa Qin mentioned. It's hard to say whether there are fish or not, but the scenery is pretty good. A big, round moon hung high in the sky, a few seagulls flew across the horizon, and the water was sparkling, looking like a tranquil landscape painting. Fishing spot, the 3 of them each chose a good place to sit down, and then in unison they threw the fishing hooks with prawns hanging on them into the water. While admiring the beautiful moonlight, Qin Jiao waited patiently for the fish to take the bait. In less than 2 minutes, Grandpa Qin next to him caught a fish, and the fishing line, which was originally taut, suddenly became straight. "Ha, the fish situation is really good today. There was a bite right after I came over." The old man was fishing with a smile on his face, and the dock was filled with his hearty laughter. Qin Weiqiang, who was standing by, had a face full of envy, and then he quietly moved towards the old man's fishing spot, hoping to get some good luck. The fish was not big. Grandpa Qin took 2 minutes to catch a silver-gray fish that looked to be about 2 kilograms. "It's a black sea bream. We're lucky and have a good start." Grandpa Qin took the fish off swiftly. Black porgy black sea bream is a bay fish that generally lives in sandy bottoms, muddy bottoms, or rocky beaches. It likes to eat small seafood such as clams, small fish, and shrimps. It is difficult for this fish to grow to 20 or 30 kilograms like sea bass, and it usually weighs only 8 or 9 kilograms at most. But this is in the deep sea. In coastal areas, wild black sea bream weighing 3 or 4 pounds is considered very large. Black sea bream has the effects of strengthening the spleen and promoting diuresis, replenishing qi and activating blood circulation. It is suitable for people with weak qi and blood after illness, but the price is quite expensive. Although it is not as big as sea bass, it can be sold for 50 or 60 yuan per pound. The black sea bream of Grandpa Qin seemed to be a signal. Soon after, Qin Jiao felt a pulling force on the fishing rod in his hand that was neither too heavy nor too light. She has been fishing frequently recently, and as practice makes perfect, she has now mastered the fishing technique. With her extraordinary skills, she exhausted all the fish in the sea in less than 2 minutes. Qin Jiao raised the corner of her mouth slightly and quickly flew up a silver-gray black sea bream weighing more than 2 kilograms. But she used too much force, and the fish flew straight towards her face. The black sea bream, which was already exhausted, was struggling desperately in the air, swinging its flexible tail back and forth. Seeing that the dark guy was about to slap her in the face, Qin Jiao quickly dodged to the side. That was a close call. I almost got slapped in the face again. Qin Jiao held down the black porgy on the ground with a look of fear on her face, and then muttered softly, "Do I have a grudge against the snapper? Why do all of them want to slap me in the face?" The more Qin Jiao thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided in revenge that she must save the black sea bream and steam it tomorrow. The fishing conditions were indeed good today. Qin Jiao quickly put on the bait and then threw the hook onto the water surface with a smile. In less than 2 minutes, she felt the rod in her hand move again, and the pull felt similar to the previous one. Qin Jiao's eyes were full of smiles, and she thought it was another valuable black sea bream. At this time, Mr. Chen had already caught 2 black sea breams and was happily throwing the bait back into the water. Seeing that the grandfather and grandson had caught black porgy together, Chen Weiqiang was almost jealous and could not help but mutter with a look of grief, "My place is bad feng shui. I don't know where the fish have gone." As he said that, he shamelessly came over to the old man's fishing spot and sat next to him. It would be fine if it happened to his family, but if it happened to someone else, Chen Weiqiang would probably get a beating for this action. Seeing that the fishing conditions were good, Grandpa Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him and focused on fishing. Chen Weiqiang smiled at him ingratiatingly, then quickly threw the fishing rod in his hand into the water. Not long after, Chen Weiqiang, who had been empty-handed for several days, finally caught a fish. Chen Weiqiang was so excited that he jumped twice on the spot, then calmly reeled in the fish. There was probably a school of black sea bream nearby, and the 3 men came as if to restock, catching fish one after another. However, although they were all black sea bream rods, there was a big difference in the fish caught. After the school of fish dispersed, the 3 men put their catches together and compared them with smiles on their faces. Grandpa Chen caught the most, catching a total of 8 black porgy, but they were all small. Except for the first one weighing over 2 kilograms, the others were just over 1 kilogram. Chun Jiao caught 6 black sea breams, which was a little less in number, but bigger in size, almost all weighing around 2 kilograms, and one even weighing more than 3 kilograms. Chen Weiqiang was at the bottom of the list, catching only 3 fish, all of which weighed more than 1 kilogram. This fish is very discerning about what I serve it to. They are all shrimps from the same pond, so why doesn't it like to eat my bait? Chen Weiqiang looked indignant. It's your fault that you have such a bad character. Grandpa Chen smiled with a look of gloating. Chun Jiao laughed and teased her father without any respect. Haha, maybe it's because you sell fishing gear and have committed many sins, so the fish in the sea don't like you. Chen Weiqiang put his hands on his waist and looked at the smug grandfather and grandson with displeasure. Humph, it's still early. Let's have a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish tonight. Okay, let's compete. Grandpa Chen, who is usually mature and wise, has now lost his mind and started comparing himself to his son in a childish way. Okay, then count me in. Then Chen Jiao also joined in with a smile. The 3 of them threw the bait in their hands into the water at the same time, with the same serious expression on their faces. I don't know what's going on. Just now, black sea breams were hooked one after another, but now half an hour has passed, and none of the 3 people have made any movement. The grandfather, grandson, and his 2 companions stared at the sea until their eyes were dazzled, but the sea in front of them was still as calm as a mirror. Although it is winter, there are a lot of mosquitoes at the pier. Chun Jiao slapped a mosquito to death that flew in front of her. After wiping the blood off her hands, she supported her chin with her hand with an expressionless face. How boring. How about we add a prize? Let's use our biggest fish to compete. Whoever has the smallest fish before 10 o'clock loses. The loser gets to have a midnight snack. I'm fine. Grandpa Chen said confidently. That's fine with me. I'm sure I'll make one of you bleed a lot of money later. Chen Weiqiang is the representative of those who are both new and playful. With a midnight snack as a reward, the 3 of them managed to cheer up a little. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A few more huge mosquitoes flew over. Chen Jiao took the mosquito repellent from Chen Weiqiang and sprayed it vigorously around several times, frowning and muttering softly. It's winter. Why are there still so many mosquitoes? Chen Weiqiang often comes here to fish at night, and he is no longer surprised by mosquitoes. He shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. It's not that cold here in winter, so it's normal to have mosquitoes. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a violent pulling force on the fishing rod in Chen Weiqiang's hand, and the reel on the fishing rod squeaked. After being in the Air Force for several days in a row, the long-lost feeling of pulling made Chen Weiqiang's blood boil. He was so excited that he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Wow, this fish is really strong. I think it weighs 20 kilograms." Chen Weiqiang held the fishing rod tightly, adjusting the unloading force on it with familiarity. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Chun Jiao saw that his father's fishing rod was almost deformed after being pulled, and the reel was releasing line frantically. There was no doubt that it was a big fish. Unexpectedly, it was her father, who was often in the Air Force, who took the lead. She suddenly felt nervous. Just as Chen Weiqiang was happily fishing, there was finally a movement from the fishing rod in Chen Jiao's hand. The draped fishing line first straightened, then the reel made a squeaking sound, and then the fishing rod was dragged into a crescent shape. Feeling the strong pulling force from the fishing rod, Chen Jiao quickly opened her X-ray glasses, and her strength doubled. Although the fish was quite strong, she was clearly stronger. Chen Jiao, who was cheating, was calmly playing with the fish, and at the same time, she turned around and looked at Chen Weiqiang provocatively. "Dad, my fish is definitely bigger than yours." Chen Weiqiang was naturally unconvinced. "Humph, the fish hasn't been caught yet, it's hard to say. The fish in his hand was so strong. How could he lose?" It was impossible. Grandpa Chen, who was standing by, was getting very anxious as he watched big fish being caught one after another. "I waited so long for the fishing rod to finally catch a fish, but to my surprise it turned out to be a small sea carp weighing more than 1 pound. Grandpa Chen thought that he had caught a lot of fish, but they were basically small fish weighing about 1 kilogram. He regretted comparing the size of the fish. He should have compared the number of fish. What a mistake. While the old man was muttering to himself, Chen Weiqiang had finally exhausted all the fish in the sea. The reel spun wildly, and the big guy in the sea was slowly dragged to the shore. Not long after, a very slender sea wolf was pulled up by him. This sea wolf was quite large, with a row of sharp teeth shining coldly under the moonlight, which was quite frightening to look at. After removing the fishhook, Chen Weiqiang held the sea wolf that could no longer move and happily asked Grandpa Chen to take a photo of him. Seeing his son laughing foolishly while holding the sea wolf, Grandpa Chen took his phone with a sour look on his face and couldn't help but taunt him. "Didn't you say this fish weighs 20 kilograms? It looks to me like it weighs only about 14 kilograms. Chen Weiqiang started to show off with a smile. "More than 14 kilograms, I think about 15 kilograms. Seawolves are very strong, and their pulling force is greater than that of ordinary sea fish, so it is normal for him to make a wrong estimate. But even if it's not 20 kilograms, this 15-kilogram sea wolf is very rare." Just as the father and son were bickering, Chen Jiao finally and slowly pulled the big guy out of the sea. As we approached the shore, the big guy below was still struggling, creating huge waves. After playing with the fish for a while, a big one with a grayish back and a silvery white belly was pulled up. It turned out to be a large sea carp weighing more than 10 kilograms. Sea carp, the scientific name of sea carp, is sharpfin carp. It is a unique fish that lives in brackish waters. Wherever it appears, there is usually an estuary nearby. Chen Jiao excitedly held down the struggling sea carp on the ground, then skillfully removed the fishhook. "What kind of fish is it?" Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang came over to watch the fun. "The sea carp is quite heavy. I think it must be at least 17 or 18 kilograms. I will definitely win this competition." Chen Jiao felt that victory was in sight. The smile on her face became more and more ostentatious, and her whole body exuded pride. "There's still an hour until 10 o'clock, the father and son said in unison. In the next hour, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang caught fish one after another, but unfortunately, they were all small sea wolves weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. Chen Jiao was even worse off. She sat on the bench for a whole hour and almost used up the battery in her cell phone. But she had a 17-gene large carp, so she wasn't worried about being overtaken. No fish was caught, so she just focused on reading the novel. At 10 o'clock, the three of them carried their buckets together. Grandpa Chen's bucket almost burst. It was filled to the brim with more than a pound of black sea bream and 1 or 2 pounds of small sea wolves. Apart from a large sea wolf, Chen Weiqiang only had a few black sea breams and small sea wolves. As for Chen Jiao, she had already exploded. There are 6 black sea breams weighing 2 or 3 pounds in the bucket, and there is also a sea carp weighing about 17 pounds in the sea. There is no doubt that Chen Jiao became the biggest winner among the three. Grandpa Chen, because he didn't catch any big fish, was the last one and was awarded the honor of treating everyone to a midnight snack. Sea fish usually don't live long after being taken out of the water. The three of them carried their catches and strode towards the village purchasing station. Next to my second uncle's purchasing station is the only late-night snack stall in the village. At night, there are often people going to the sea to catch fish, as well as fishing boats returning from the village late, so the late-night snack stall business is still very good. When passing by, Chen Jiao smelled the very fragrant aroma of grilled fish, and her pace to the purchasing station obviously quickened a lot. When second uncle saw the big sea carp in Chen Jiao's bucket, his eyes lit up. When he got closer and saw that there were many black sea breams, the smile on his face became even more sincere. These black porgy and sea bream are really good. Black porgy is 52 yuan per catty, large sea porgy is 40 yuan per catty, small sea porgy is 30 yuan per catty, and sea wolves are 10 yuan regardless of size. The first to be settled is Grandpa Chen's catch. Black sea bream 10 jin, 52 yuan per jin, a total of 520 yuan. Sea wolf 9 jin, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 90 yuan. Small sea carp 1.3 jin, 30 yuan per jin, a total of 39 yuan. The old man earned a total of 649 yuan tonight. Next up was Chen Weiqiang's catch, for jin of black porgy, 52 yuan per jin, a total of 208 yuan. 15 jin of sea wolf, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 150 yuan. The total revenue was 358 yuan. Although this amount of money is the least among the three of them, it is almost as much as his fishing tackle shop's daily profit. Chen Weiqiang is still quite satisfied. Finally, here is Chen Jiao's catch. 13 jin of black sea bream, 52 yuan per jin, a total of 676 yuan. 17 jin of sea carp, 40 yuan per jin, a total of 680 yuan. Another 1,356 yuan was earned in one night. Coming out of the purchasing station, the three of them had smiles on their faces and couldn't wait to run straight to the late-night snack stall next to them. I want grilled pomfret, fried rice noodles, and grilled eggplant. Chen Jiao had been fishing all night and was already hungry. Chen Weiqiang said to his daughter with a sly smile, "Your grandfather is rich. Give me more." The old man glared at him and said, "You little brat, don't waste anything. You have to finish everything you ordered." In the end, the three of them each ordered a grilled fish, a plate of fried rice noodles, and a plate of fried beef noodles, and also ordered a few grilled vegetables, almost filling the table. Mangroves in the morning, the grandfather, grandson, and his two grandchildren had a midnight snack, and it was already 11 o'clock when they got home. After washing up, Chen Jiao lay on the bed and yawned. Remembering that she had to go to the beach to collect the traps tomorrow and then go to the red mangroves, Chen Jiao quickly set the alarm for 6 o'clock. She doesn't plan to go fishing in the village tomorrow. She will go out to sea directly after collecting the traps. Not only did Chen Jiao get up late, but even Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang slept until nearly 6 o'clock. Seeing that the three people came back late last night, Grandma Chen and Yan shooting did not wake them up. After breakfast, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked towards the beach, talking and laughing. Getting up early to go to the beach has become a habit for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. As long as it doesn't rain, they will go to the beach together every morning. Even if you don't catch any valuable big ones, it would be nice to dig up some small clams and pry some oysters to take home for cooking. When Chen Jiao stretched her back and went downstairs, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang were having breakfast. Seeing his granddaughter getting up, the vigorous Grandpa Chen spoke with great energy. "The terrain over there in the mangroves is complicated, and it's easy to get lost. I'll go with you later." "Okay, let's collect the traps first and then go out to sea directly." Chen Jiao agreed with a smile. With her grandfather, an old fisherman, around, she felt extremely safe. Chen Weiqiang pursed his lips and said sourly, "Humph, you old man obviously just want to go fishing." Grandpa Chen turned around and stabbed him like a sharp knife. "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." As a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket, Chen Jiao saw at a glance that her father also wanted to go fishing with them, so she invited him with a smile. "Dad, you made over 300 yuan yesterday, which should be about the same as the daily income of a fishing tackle shop, right? Why don't you go fishing with us? Maybe you can make more money. Chen Weiqiang waved his hand and refused. No, 2 regular customers are coming to choose fishing rods today. As a middle-aged man with elderly parents and young children to take care of, Chen Weiqiang's main focus is on stability. He also knew that his fishing skills were average, so he decided to just concentrate on his shop and enjoy night fishing on occasion. When Chen Jiao and Grandpa Chen arrived at the beach, the seawater had receded by more than half, making it a good time for them to collect the traps. The grandfather and grandson split up into 2 groups. Chen Jiao went to collect the traps first, while Grandpa Chen went to the newly rented boat to do a simple cleanup. By the way, contact the gasoline delivery person and the ice store to add oil and ice to the boat. Beach at low tide, so beautiful. The endless white sand beach, the blue sea, and even the clouds in the sky were so beautiful. Chen Jiao took a lot of photos on the way. Today is a lot later than usual, and there are already quite a few people at the beach. Everyone in the village knows that Chen Jiao is lucky and has a good harvest every day. Many people on the road greeted her enthusiastically, but there were also a few shameless ones who followed her silently. There was a group of people following behind her, and Chen Jiao felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the place where the trap was placed was not too far away, and she arrived there in less than a few minutes. Seeing that Chen Jiao did not go fishing, but went directly to collect the traps, the people behind her dispersed and went to fish in the sea nearby. Seeing that these people finally stopped following her, Chen Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she rented a fishing boat. From now on, she will go to the island outside to fish. I won't play with you guys. I put out 13 traps yesterday. 6 of them were empty, and 1 was bitten. Among the remaining 6 traps, the first one contained 2 large blue crabs weighing about 70 to 80 tails. Looking at these 2 big guys with bared fangs and claws, Chen Jiao finally smiled. These 2 blue crabs are quite fat. Then came the second trap, which actually contained 5 jumping fish weighing only 200 to 300 grams. I didn't expect that the ground trap could catch jumping fish. Not bad, not bad. This little thing is quite expensive. The third trap is more mixed, containing blue crabs, orchid crabs, octopuses, and snails. The fourth and fifth traps were filled with fish, one containing more than 3 kilograms of sea bass and more than 2 kilograms of golden pomfret. The other one is the more valuable bluefin bream, 2 large bluefin bream weighing nearly 2 kilograms. I didn't expect today's harvest to be so good. These few fish are worth more than 300 yuan. As she said this, she came to the last trap with a smile on her face. This is the trap bought in the system. Chen Jiao grabbed the rope tied to the stone and pulled it up. It was quite heavy, and she could clearly feel something hitting inside. Chen Jiao was so nervous that she held her breath, looking at the trap that was about to surface with great anticipation. After seeing the situation inside the trap, Chen Jiao's eyes widened and she couldn't help but swear. Hold on, this is a really big bluefin bream. It must be at least 5 to 6 jin. A pound of black carp is already selling for 60 yuan per pound, so this big one must be more than 100 yuan, right? Chen Jiao's face was filled with joy, and she silently gave Xiaomeng a thumbs up in her heart. The things produced by this system are really extraordinary. Although the people nearby were working hard to find things in the sea, their eyes would occasionally look towards Chen Jiao. After seeing the huge green fish, everyone's eyes widened as big as copper bells, and their mouths could hardly close. Someone immediately decided to put his own trap here as well. Chen Jiao packed up her things, and when she turned around, she saw everyone around her running away in a hurry. But she didn't care and quickly called Grandpa Chen and asked him to drive the family car over. Grandpa Chen was also amazed when he saw the giant blue fish and carefully carried the big guy onto the tricycle. What a surprise this morning. Tang Tang, you must have had a good harvest today. Haha, I think so too. The grandfather and grandson did not go home or to the purchasing station but directly put the fish into the live fish warehouse on the boat. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jiao couldn't wait to get into the cab, ready to set off for Seagull Island. Although she doesn't have a driver's license, she passed the fishing boat driving test early on. As the descendant of fishermen, how could I not know how to sail a boat? Going out to sea looking at the endless sea in front of her, Chen Jiao shouted excitedly, "Let's go to sea, Grandpa Chun, who had nothing to do, took out a hand-casting net he brought from home and kept throwing it into the sea. When we arrived at the destination, the old man actually caught several fish. Although they were not big, there were many varieties. There are cuttlefish, bluefin bream, golden pomfret, yellowtail, and sea wolf, just in time to cook a pot of mixed fish stew for lunch. Chun Jiao stopped the boat at the edge of the mangrove forest and took out a small kayak. Mangroves are actually a group of small trees living in the sea, which is basically filled with sea water or soft mud. Chun Jiao and Grandpa Chun paddled a small kayak, swimming freely in the mangroves like fish. Soon, the two arrived at the central area of the mangrove forest. The two got off the kayak, and Chun Jiao looked up and saw a cute little guy on the tree. Small snail on the tree. This little snail lives on the trees in the mangroves. People in the village call these little guys tree snails. Tree snails are not big in size, and the purchasing station in the village only sells them for 8 yuan per pound, but they taste good when stir-fried. Chun Jiao took the trap handed to her by her grandfather, turned around, and found another little guy next to the two small flowers. Tree snail. There are quite a lot of tree snails here, but they are a little small. Grandpa Chun was injured by this tree snail when he was young, and he doesn't like it very much. This snail has no meat and is not tasty. It's better to go to the reef beach over at Seagull Island and catch some snails. Grandpa Chun is quite familiar with this place, and he takes Chun Jiao through this maze-like mangrove forest with ease. The last time she came to the mangroves was a few years ago, and Chun Jiao looked around with curiosity. My eyes accidentally saw two little guys fighting. Fighting little guy. These two little guys are pretty cute, but they're a little small. The two little guys who escaped the disaster because of their small size didn't know what was happening and continued to fight as if no one was around. Along the way, Chun Jiao saw several traps set by other people. But it wasn't too dense. After walking for a few minutes, the traps were almost invisible. The mangroves are originally soaked in water, and there are many puddles of different sizes under the roots of the trees. Grandpa Chun found some places with obvious signs of crab life and put down the traps. This time, the two of them brought a total of 7 traps to the mangroves, and Chun Jiao still has 3 in her hands. The two continued to move forward, looking for other suitable places to place the traps. At this time, Chun Jiao saw a white rolling object in some dry weeds. It's a sea duck egg. Grandpa, look, there's a really big sea duck egg in front of you. Sea duck eggs. As she said that, she trotted over and picked up the big duck egg that looked a bit like a double-yolked egg. Chun Jiao looked around, then muttered in disappointment, "Why don't I see any sea ducks? Sea duck does not have the fishy smell of ordinary duck. When stewed with conch and clams, it is fresh and fragrant. She can eat 3 big bowls of rice with it." Grandpa Chun looked at his greedy granddaughter and shook his head with a smile, but then turned around and said cheerfully, "I will stay on the island all day today. I will catch one for you later." Chun Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Okay, Grandpa, you're the best." The two chatted and laughed, and soon came to a clear stream. Although it is called a small river, it is actually filled with sea water. The water is so clear, it looks like a sapphire from a distance. The two men walked along the stream and placed the remaining 3 traps in different sections of the river. It was low tide this morning, and the sea water hasn't risen yet. The rocks on both sides of the river are exposed, and there are many good things hidden inside. Grandpa Chun happened to see a big blue crab under the rock at his feet, and he quickly grabbed it. Chun Jiao also quickly put on her X-ray glasses and started today's seafood hunting. Soon, she saw a spotted eel hiding under a rock through her X-ray glasses. After the stone was moved away, a small eel weighing more than 2 kilograms was indeed seen. Moray eel hiding under a rock before this guy could escape. Chun Jiao quickly put her into the bucket at her feet. Moray eel +1 at this time. Grandpa Chun's hearty laughter came from not far ahead. It turned out that the old man found a nest of spicy snails. Each of these snails is bigger than his thumb, and they are packed so densely that a nest weighs nearly 15 to 20 kilograms. Grandpa Chun's face was beaming with joy. He felt that his granddaughter was such a lucky star. Every time they went fishing together, they always had a good catch. Today they found such a big nest of snails. However, Chun Jiao didn't care what good things the old man found at this time. because under the coral rock in front of her left, there was a huge little green dragon hiding. Xiaoqinglong, this guy has hidden most of his body, and the exposed part looks similar to coral rock. It has to be said that going to the beach is a very testing task for one's eyesight. Chen Jiao took 2 steps at a time and picked up the big guy with joy on her face, a bright smile on her face. Not bad, not bad. It's about 8 tails. Little blue dragon +1. This was not the end yet. After taking just 2 steps, she found the nest of a small green dragon. Through the X-ray glasses, she clearly saw 2 small green dragons weighing nearly 1 pound hidden under the sand. Chen Jiao jumped up excitedly, then stepped on a moss-covered stone and almost fell down. But she didn't take this little thing seriously at all. She took out the sand shovel from the bucket and started digging hard with excitement. These 2 big guys hid quite deeply. Chen Jiao had to dig a big hole in the ground next to her feet before she could catch the 2 little green dragons with their fangs and claws bared. Little blue dragon +2, looking at these 3 green little dragons, Chen Jiao's eyes were shining. These are all valuable treasures. Then, the little girl walked briskly and excitedly to the old man, showing off proudly. "Grandpa, guess what good stuff I found?" Grandpa Chen looked down and immediately burst into laughter. "Oh, you've poked the little blue dragon's nest." "That's right, I dug them out with great difficulty." Chen Jiao's mouth curled up wildly, and the 2 dimples on the side of her mouth looked lively and cute. Grandpa Chen reached into the bucket and picked up each little green dragon to weigh them. "It's quite big, probably weighing about 2.8 jeans. You're really good, little girl. You've earned 300 yuan. Looking at his granddaughter, who is even better than him, Grandpa Chen feels a sense of pressure. The unyielding old man picked up his bucket and continued to turn over the stones with great effort. Seeing that the tide was about to rise, Chen Jiao also quickened her movements. Soon, she saw a little creature sticking its head out of a cave. Blue crab in the S. Not bad, not bad. This is the first blue crab I found in the mangroves today. Although this little guy weighs only about 6 tails, Chen Jiao is still very happy. Blue crab +1. The ferocious little guy was soon tied up. When releasing the crab, Chen Jiao looked at a big banyan tree nearby. The trunk is very thick, and there are many strange-shaped floating roots growing around it. There are many large and small tree holes on the tree trunks, and crabs like to stay in these places the most. Through the X-ray glasses, Chen Jiao saw 2 big guys hiding inside. Coming out of the stream, Chen Jiao happily took out 2 large crabs, muttering, "This mangrove forest is great. There are treasures everywhere." At this time, the seawater had begun to flood over and all the exposed stones were submerged by the seawater. Chen Jiao heard the urging voice of Grandpa Chen in front of her and was about to go over when she saw a large sea eel weighing more than 3 pounds swimming quickly in front of her. Chen Jiao moved very quickly and clamped it in one go. Moray eel +1. When the grandfather and grandson met, Chen Jiao saw that her grandfather was holding a flapping sea duck in his hand. Sea duck. Grandpa Chen proudly picked up the sea duck in his hand and said with a smile, "Before the sea water rises completely, let's go to Seagull Island in front and pick up some conches and shecks. We will go back and make conch and duck stew in the evening. Grandpa, you're awesome. These blue crabs are quite big. It seems that we found a lot of valuable big ones today. My granddaughter is really amazing. Grandpa, you taught me well." The grandfather and grandson began their daily mutual praise again. Back on the boat, Chen Jiao quickly drove the fishing boat to the nearby Seagull Island, while Grandpa Chen collected the catch from fishing. Grandpa Chen, 8 pounds of spicy snails, 2 orchid crabs, 1 blue crab, 1 sea duck, and 6 sea duck eggs. Chen Jiao, a sea duck egg, 2 sea eels, 3 small blue dragons, and 3 blue crabs. Seagull Island. The mangroves are very close to Seagull Island. In less than a few minutes, the fishing boat arrived in front of a sandy beach on Seagull Island. There is no dock on Seagull Island, so Chen Jiao could only move the traps, fishing gear, and some things that might be used onto the kayak, and then row to the beach. Although this island is very close to the village, it has not been developed yet. Apart from the nearby fishermen, there are basically no tourists, so the surrounding seawater is particularly clear and clean. The water at your feet is transparent, and you can see the bottom, while the sea in the distance is as clear and crystal as jelly. Clear waters, there are few people here. The beach is very clean, and there is soft fine sand everywhere. Walking on the beach, my mood suddenly became better. After walking a few steps, Chinjiao saw some traces of small animals crawling on the beach. Children who grew up by the sea should all know that these clear yet slightly messy footsteps are the traces left by an octopus crawling. Following the footsteps of the octopuses, after walking less than 2 meters, Chinjiao saw a little creature that was exhausted and a little dehydrated by the sun. The escaped octopus, poor little fellow. Although she said that it was pitiful, Chinjiao couldn't wait to reach out to it with the clamp in her hand. The octopus was now completely exhausted, and she easily picked it up and threw it into the bucket. Octopus +1. After walking a few more steps, Chinjiao found a large cat's eye snail on the wave-shaped beach. This guy was just about to lie down in the sand. If he had come a little later, he would have probably all hidden in the sand. Cat's eye snails ready to lie on the sand. Chinjiao happily picked up this unique cat's eye snail and said, "This big eye looks quite realistic." Cat's eye snail +1. The sea water had risen halfway, and Grandpa Chin was leading the way. The two were preparing to go to the rocky beach, not far away, to set up traps. Chinjiao was holding the trap in both hands and carrying a bucket for catching seafood, and she was more than 10 meters behind Grandpa Chin. Suddenly, Grandpa Chin in front of her waved excitedly at her, and then an excited voice came. "Tang dang, the beach here is full of clams. Hurry up and get the scoop net over here to sift the clams." "Hey, here I come." Chinjiao put the trap aside and trotted over. Soon, she saw small shecks that looked like melon seeds all over the ground. The scientific name of clams is clams, and because their shape and size resemble melon seeds, they're called clams here. The sheck of the clam is oval, about 2 centimeters long, very thin, with a smooth surface, and comes in several colors, including brown, gray, white, etc. These little guys generally live in mudflats and can occasionally be seen on the beach. Chinjiao took the scoop net and quickly scooped up the small shecks mixed with fine sand. She then sifted about 2 kilograms of them into the sea water to wash them. Clams. Then I got a big handful of clams that looked as beautiful as gems. Although this clam is not as big as a clam's, the meat inside is very full and tastes better. The most important thing is that clams are much more valuable than clams, and they cost at least 30 or 40 yuan per pound at the purchasing station. The ground was covered with clams, and the two of them had no time to put away the traps. Chinjiao moved quickly, pulling all these cute little creatures into the scoop net and then sifting them into the sea to wash them. The two of them kept repeating these 2 actions, and when they saw the sea water slowly rising, they reluctantly walked towards the shore. At this time, Chinjiao had already scooped up nearly 5 or 6 pounds of clams, and Grandpa Chun was even more exaggerated, with at least 8 pounds of the little guys in the bucket. Chinjiao smiled and gave the vigorous old man a thumbs up. "Grandpa, you're still amazing. You are still as skilled as ever. You have such a sweet mouth, little girl." When the two arrived at the rocky beach, they saw that the seawater had completely flooded over, leaving only a few slightly larger reefs. Rocky Beach, after high tide, the ground trap should be placed in a place where the seawater is as deep as possible. Now that the seawater has risen, it is obviously no longer suitable. So the two of them went back to where they had landed and prepared to kayak around Seagull Island. Look around to see if there is a better place to put the trap. Seagull Island is not big. There is a large white sand beach where the boat stops. If you paddle the kayak further, you will reach the rocky beach. Walking forward from the rocky beach, there are only large rocks and steep cliffs. There is also a small beach behind Seagull Island, but the beach there is not as beautiful as the one in front. It took the grandfather and grandson about half an hour to walk around the entire island along the coastline. They were lucky enough to find a feng shui treasured site. Under the large reefs, there are many small reefs of different sizes and coral reefs. This sea area is particularly suitable for fish and crabs to live. Feng Shui Treasureland. This place is not only suitable for placing traps, but also particularly suitable for fishing. The two men paddled the kayak towards the shore with satisfaction. The bait in the trap had already been placed on the boat. Chun Jiao fixed it with a large stone on the shore and then threw the trap directly into the sea. Then, the two could wait to set up their fishing gear and started today's fishing. Both grandfather and grandson liked to catch big fish. They unisonly hung a living prawn on hook number 3 and started bottom fishing. As soon as the fishhook was put into the water, Chinjiao looked at her grandfather with great interest. Just fishing is too boring. Let's have a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish. The loser will treat the whole family to ice cream. Having learned his lesson from last night, Grandpa Chin shook his head and changed the content of the game. We're not comparing size, we're comparing weight. When we go back, we'll see who has caught the heaviest amount of fish. Chun Jiao thought confidently that the fish she caught would definitely be the biggest, and there didn't seem to be any difference in weight. But Grandpa Chin doesn't think so. Although he doesn't often catch big fish, he catches small fish quite often. He may not lose in terms of weight. Both the grandfather and the grandson believed that they would win. They stare at the sea with serious faces, waiting patiently for the first fish to be caught. But after 10 minutes, there was still no movement on the fishing rods in the hands of the two men. Just as Chin Jiao was about to pick up the fishing rod to see if the bait was still there, she suddenly felt a force in her hand. The reel was rotating slowly, and the pulling force from the fishing rod was not strong. Chin Jiao thought it should be a small fish weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. But it was the first fish of the day after all. Chun Jiao was in a good mood, and it took her 2 minutes to pull the little guy up. Oh, it's a bluefin bream. This guy is quite expensive. Not bad, not bad. It's a good start. Chin Jiao smiled wantonly, and at the same time, she did not forget to give a provocative look at Grandpa Chun, who was still motionless. Don't worry, it's still early. Grandpa Chun still had a faint smile on his face, looking calm, but he was very anxious in his heart. Just when Chun Jiao caught another stonefish, there was finally movement from the fishing rod in Grandpa Chun's hand.
Squeak.
The reel squeaked as it was pulled by the fish in the sea, and the fishing line was pulled out frantically. Based on his feeling, Grandpa Chun felt that this should be a big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. A big fish was caught. Grandpa Chun stood up excitedly, squatted down, and started to fish. Feeling the huge pulling force from the fishing rod, the old man smiled more excitedly. Grandpa Chun is also an experienced fisherman and did not choose to confront this big guy directly. Instead, he rhythmically let the fish go and pulled it in, trying to use up the big fish's energy. The fish had been played for a long time, and the pain from the hook had completely made the big guy lose his patience. Suddenly, the fish in the sea struggled hard and rushed around in the sea. The fierce pulling force almost pulled the fishing rod out of Grandpa Chun's hand. The fishhook stimulated the big fish at the bottom of the sea, and it flipped over violently, and the fishing rod was pulled out of shape. Just when Grandpa Chun tensed the muscles in his arms, the fishing rod suddenly became lighter, and the fishing line floated lightly on the sea. Duck. Grandpa Chun was about to swear, but when he thought of his granddaughter beside him, he had to swallow it back in grievance. Hearing that something was wrong in the old man's voice, Chin Jiao turned around and discovered that the fishing line, which had been stretched straight, was now hanging lightly. It depends on the situation. Either they are decoupled or they are tangent. Seeing the old man's angry look, which made his thigh almost swollen, she didn't dare to say anything, for fear that he would vent his anger on her. When she went fishing at sea before, she saw with her own eyes a pair of brothers who turned against each other on the spot because the fish escaped while they were scooping it up. She watched the excitement for quite a while. Grandpa Chen pulled the fishing line back in and finally found that the section of line close to the fish hook was missing. Obviously, it was cut. Then the old man cursed and changed to a thicker fishing line. Let's see how you can cut the line. The old man was quite lucky. Less than a minute after the hook was put into the water, another fish was caught. The fishing line was pulled straight. Although this fish was a little weaker than the previous one, it was estimated to weigh about 7 or 8 kilograms. Grandpa Chin changed his previous angry attitude and adjusted the unloading force of the fishing rod with a smile on his face. The fishing situation is good today. All the fish are big. Seeing the old man catch 2 big fish in a row, Chin Jiao felt jealous. Why haven't any fish taken the bait yet? Are there any fish here? She had been sitting there doing nothing for half an hour since she caught the blue fish, but she hadn't caught any big fish, not even a 2-ounce stone mackerel. Grandpa Chun on the side was dancing with joy, happily pulling the fish in the sea. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Before he could exhaust all the fish in the sea, the fishing rod in his hand loosened again. He cut the line twice in a row, and both times he caught big fish. Mr. Chin was so annoyed that he wanted to jump into the water and catch the fish back. Grandpa Chin took a few deep breaths, but he still couldn't calm down. 2 fish escaped in a row, which left him with a traumatic experience. Finally, Grandpa Chin dejectedly changed to a small number 6 hook and prepared to fish for small fish in the middle and upper layers. Just when Grandpa Chin finally caught a stonefish, Chin Jiao was almost going moldy from waiting and had several mosquito bites on her neck. The more Chin Jiao thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Was it because the feng shui of the place she was staying in was bad? Or was it because there were no fish here at all? But her grandfather, Shi Jiogong, who was 3 or 4 meters away from her, was catching fish one after another. Although it was not big, at least I caught it. Just as Chin Jiao was dozing off, there was finally a sound from the fishing rod in her hand. His half-closed eyes immediately brightened up, and all the sleepiness in his body disappeared completely. Although there was only a slight pulling force from the fishing rod, she did not mind and continued to fish with a smile on her face. After walking around for about 2 minutes, he felt that this little fish was really boring, so he turned the fishing reel frantically again and pulled the little guy out of the sea. Then, a small grouper with a slightly white color, brown back and many spots on its body flew to the shore by her. This grouper looked strange, and she couldn't remember what kind of grouper it was. Chun Jiao had no choice but to ask Grandpa Chin for help. "Grandpa, what kind of grouper is this?" When the old man saw the fish in his granddaughter's hand, his voice changed with excitement. "This is rat grouper. It's a good thing. The price is about the same as that of Eastern Star grouper." Chin Jiao's voice was obviously several degrees higher. "So expensive? The one I have in my hand weighs at least 2 kilograms, so it must be over 1,000 yuan, right?" Now Chin Jiao didn't dare to pick up the fish casually, as if she was afraid of breaking it. She carefully removed the fish hook and gently put it into the live fish bucket. Mouse Spot the mouse grouper is named because its head shape resembles a mouse. It is a very precious grouper. They are usually white with black spots all over their bodies, but their colors can change depending on the light around them. They usually live in reefs, are ferocious carnivorous fish, and have strong territoriality. The mouse grouper is not only delicious, but also a high-end ornamental fish. It is currently one of the most expensive groupers. Although Grandpa Chin caught several stone bass in a row, they were not big, only about 20 to 30 grams each, and together they weighed only about 2 kilograms. Although Chun Jiao only had 2 fish in the bucket, one was a 1 gene weighing green fish, and the other was a 2 gene weighing grouper. In general, the weight was much greater. Moreover, the prices of both fish are quite high, and the price is far ahead. Chun Jiao was confident of victory. She was in high spirits and felt that she was sure to win the game. Just as she was happily browsing her phone, another fish took the bait on Grandpa Chen's fishing rod, and it was a big one. However, the old man used a small hook this time and was particularly nervous, fearing that the 5 or 6 kilograms fish would get cut off the line again. After fishing for 10 minutes, with great trepidation, the old man finally caught a pearlfish weighing about 5 kilograms. The old man held the grouper in his hand and looked at Chin Jiao with a smug look on his face. "Haha, I said it's still early, but this big fish has already taken the bait." With the addition of this pearl spot, the old man's catch suddenly surpassed others. Although the weight was not as good, the price of her catch was higher. Chun Jiao comforted herself reluctantly. Another hour passed. When Chun Jiao's stomach was rumbling with hunger, there were quite a few fish in the buckets at their feet. Grandpa Chun has a 5 gene pearl grouper, a sea wolf weighing more than 2 gene, and 9 stone 9 males. On Chun Jiao's side, there was still only 1 blue fish and 1 grouper. Although she is ahead of Yao Yao in terms of price, she is far behind in weight. There's still an afternoon left, no rush. After Chin Jiao encouraged herself, She touched her hungry stomach, took out her cell phone, and saw that it was already 12:30. The two men quickly packed up their things and paddled back to the fishing boat in the kayak. Chun Jiao picked some cuttlefish, octopus, and a few small fish and made a big pot of seafood noodles. Served with chopped green onions, it makes people drool just by looking at it. Chun Jiao and Grandpa Chen each came to the deck carrying a stainless steel bowl as big as their face, filled with steaming seafood noodles. Endless sea, the gentle and comfortable sea breeze, and the endless sea make people feel peaceful and healing. After eating and drinking, the grandfather and grandson discussed and decided to go sea fishing by boat. There is a basic fish finder on the boat, so I tried it out to see if it works. Sea and sky. After lunch, the grandfather and grandson came to the boat's cabin together. The view here was very broad, and looking up, there was the endless sea. Grandpa Chen started the boat and turned on the fish finder at the same time. The fish finder consists of a transmitter and a receiver, and is mainly used to detect information about underwater terrain structure, water conditions, and obstacles. Using a fish finder, you can learn about the water depth, water temperature, and fish distribution under the water area. Moreover, the location, number, and size of the fish school can be clearly detected. In addition, obstacles can be avoided according to the terrain to prevent fishing boats from running aground. Some of the new fish finders now have the function of locating and recording the activity tracks of fish schools. The fish finder on this fishing boat was produced a few years ago and obviously does not have these advanced functions. However, being able to detect the terrain and the location of fish is enough. The family's previous fishing boat also had a fish finder. Chun Jiao had used this thing when she was learning to sail, but she hadn't used it in several years, so it seemed a little unfamiliar to her. In the end, it was the experienced old man who stepped in and patiently taught her how to read the terrain and fish schools. Chun Jiao was very smart and understood it immediately. She also found a group of very small marine fish through the fish finder. However, the grandfather and grandson were intent on catching big fish, and they didn't even bother with small fish weighing 1 or 2 kilograms, so they continued to move the boat forward. In fact, if you go out to sea, it is better to bring a fishing net to catch fish, which is more cost-effective than fishing. However, Chun Jiao had just rented this fishing boat last night and many things were not prepared yet, so she could only go fishing or go to the island to catch seafood. Half an hour later, the fish finder finally found a group of large fish in the bottom water. This is near the coast, and although it is bottom water, the water depth is only about tens of meters. Chun Jiao parked the fishing boat, and the two of them enthusiastically went to the deck with their fishing gear to fish. The fishing boat was not big, and in order to avoid the fishing lines getting tangled, the grandfather and grandson deliberately stood at the bow and stern, one of them. Chun Jiao stood on the deck at the stern and took out the fishing rod with excitement. She added 2 small lead weights before hanging the bait. Like just now at the rocky beach, the water depth is no more than 10 meters, so 2 or 3 tails of lead weight are enough. However, in the bottom waters of the sea, at least half a pound would be enough. It's different when there are fish below. Less than a few minutes after the hook was in the water, Chun Jiao felt the fishing rod in her hand suddenly sink. The fishing line was pulled straight in an instant, and the reel turned even faster. She quickly adjusted the unloading force a little tighter, and then began to play the game with this big guy. The fish in the sea are unusually lively, swimming quickly in the water. Chun Jiao felt that the fish should be around 10 pounds and that she could still handle it, so she did not turn on her X-ray glasses to double her strength. As the fish continued to rush around in the sea, she could clearly feel her strength rapidly draining away. However, even as she was sweating profusely, the smile in Chun Jiao's eyes became even more intense. This guy is quite powerful, but no matter how hard you try, you can't escape from my grasp. After pulling back and forth for a while, the big guy in the sea finally became a little exhausted. Chun Jiao quickly took the opportunity to turn the reel and start reeling in the line. However, after only reeling in 6 or 7 meters of line, this guy took a good rest and started a new round of fierce struggle. The line that had just been taken back was soon returned. The fishing line was constantly being retrieved and pulled out, causing quite a stir for the big fish on the seabed. However, Chun Jiao was not in much better condition. Not only was she sweating profusely, but her arms were also sore. However, the excitement and satisfaction I felt when I was pulling with the big fish was indescribable. After another 10 minutes, the big guy in the sea finally ran out of strength and the reel barely moved. Chun Jiao seized the opportunity and frantically turned the handle of the reel, starting the violent line-reeling mode. The fishhook pulled the big fish in the sea slowly towards the fishing boat. The fish felt pain and struggled from time to time, but unfortunately it was still no match for Chun Jiao's crazy dragging. Just 2 or 3 meters away from the fishing boat, there was a sound of splashing water on the sea. Immediately afterwards, a large purple fish jumped out of the water among the huge waves. In the waves, it was obvious that the fish was as long as Chun Jiao's arm. The back of the fish is purple-red, and there is an olive-colored horizontal stripe on the body. Obviously, this is a medium-sized octopus. Red fish red snapper. Also called red snapper here. The fish body is long and oval, with a beautiful purple-red back and a long olive-colored strip in the middle. The belly is silvery white, and the scales on the body are large and round. Octopus generally lives in the bottom waters of the deep sea. It is a carnivorous fish that feeds on invertebrates and small fish. It can grow to more than 1 meter in length. The one in Chun Jiao's hand can probably only be considered a teenager's. The fish was too big to fly up. Grandpa Chun had been waiting by the side with a scoop net, looking excited and waiting to scoop up the fish. As soon as the fish emerged from the water, the old man took a huge scoop net and scooped it up. The muscles on Grandpa Chun's arms were very obvious, with blue veins protruding out, and he laughed happily. It's quite heavy, probably around 15 kilograms. Grandpa, how much is this fish per pound? This is a deep-sea fish. Chun Jiao rarely sees it and is not very clear about its latest price. Grandpa Chun didn't even think about it and blurted out, "This size about 40 to 50 yuan per pound. That's pretty good. This one is worth at least $600 or $700. As she said this, she picked up the big fish with a smile on her face and happily let Grandpa Chun take a picture of her. The grandfather and grandson took turns taking a few photos, and then Grandpa Chun urged his granddaughter to bleed the red snapper. Many deep-sea fish cannot be kept alive once they are out of water. To ensure the quality of the fish meat, it is best to bleed and freeze them immediately after catching them. Moreover, different species of fish require different locations for bleeding. It was very simple to bleed the red snapper. Chun Jiao just made a cut on its head and tail, and the bleeding was done. Soon, the octopus's blood began to flow out from the incised aorta. In order to avoid dirtying the deck, Chun Jiao even put the fish in a bucket. After the blood was drained, Chun Jiao immediately put the red snapper into the freezer. I have to say that Grandpa Chun was foresight. He bought ice cubes and set up the freezer early. Chun Jiao didn't think so much when she went out in the morning. The only thing in her mind was taking the trap to the mangroves. Her thoughts were still on fishing. She only wanted to go to the island to fish and catch a few big fish. After this big fish was caught, Chun Jiao hardly moved the fishing rod in her hand. The situation was pretty good over at Grandpa Chun's end. He caught 2 sea bass weighing 6 or 7 kilograms. Seeing this, Chun Jiao quickly picked up the fishing rod and moved to the bow of the boat to fish for bass. Not long after, Chun Jiao caught a sea bass weighing about 6 kilograms. It seems that the school of fish detected by the fish finder should be sea bass. The two men were so engrossed in fishing that they didn't notice that the sun, which was originally high above their heads, was slowly setting over the sea. Chun Jiao caught another sea bass weighing nearly 15 pounds. When she looked up, she found the sun in the sky has turned into an orange-yellow salted egg yolk, and the surrounding sky has also been dyed a warm orange. Sunset at sea. Standing on the fishing boat, you can see the silhouette of Seagull Island in the distance, and there are many seagulls flying over the sea in search of food. Chun Jiao thought silently in her heart that the name of Seagull Island was indeed correct. Both of them caught several sea bass in the afternoon, and it didn't matter who won or lost the previous competition. The grandfather and grandson walked happily to the cab and started their return journey. Sunset on the way back. The sky was filled with beautiful sunset glow. As the saying goes, morning glow doesn't travel far, but evening glow travels thousands of miles. It looks like tomorrow will be a sunny day. The resources on the island are much better than those in Baisha village, and the harvest from today's trip to the sea was quite good. Looking at the setting sun in the sky, Chen Jiao was in a very good mood, happily thinking about coming to the sea early to go fishing tomorrow. However, Grandpa Chun is not so optimistic because they have another saying: if the sky is red in the evening, there will be a typhoon in 3 days. The old man looked up at the sky and felt that there would be a typhoon within 3 days. You can still go out to sea tomorrow, but it will be more dangerous to go out to sea the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Seagull Island was originally very close to the village, and even though they wandered around for a long time looking for fish, it only took about 45 minutes to return. Chen Jiao sat in the cab and drove the fishing boat to the dock in the town. At this time, the dock was brightly lit, and the shore was filled with large and small fishing boats returning with full loads. Town pier as early as half an hour ago, Chen Jiao sent a message to boss Xiaoyang, asking him to drive the car over to transport the fish. Knowing that Chen Jiao had rare species such as small blue dragon, tiger grouper, large blue fish, and more than 10 kilograms of red snapper, Yang Jiejun couldn't wait to come to the dock and wait. As the fishing boat slowly approached, Yang Jiejun's tall and round body gradually became clear. With strength in numbers, the three of them quickly moved all the catches from the fishing boat to the purchasing station's vehicle. When the catch was being transported, there were quite a few people watching on the dock, and there were 2 other fishmongers who also wanted to buy Chen Jiao and her friend's catch. However, boss Xiaoyang always gave good prices, so Chen Jiao was too lazy to pay attention to them. The 3 of them soon arrived at the purchasing station. While directing the store assistants to weigh the catch, Yang Jiejun began to quote prices with a smile. Small blue dragon is 180 yuan per catty. Large blue fish is 100 yuan per catty. Small blue fish is 58 yuan per catty. Mouse grouper is 420 yuan per catty, and red snapper is 50 yuan per catty. Grandpa Chen's catch was obviously less, so Boss Yang settled the bill for him first. Spicy snails weigh 8 jin, 16 yuan per jin, a total of 128 yuan. Orchid crab weighs 1.1 jin, 45 yuan per jin, a total of 53 yuan. Green crab weighs 6 liang, 50 yuan per catty, a total of 30 yuan. Clams weigh 8 catties, 35 yuan per catty, a total of 280 yuan. Chun Ji caught a total of 491 fish in the morning. Pearl spot 5 catties, 38 yuan per catty, a total of 190 yuan. Seawolf 4 catties, 10 yuan per catty, a total of 40 yuan. The 9-ounce stonefish weighs 2 jin, 65 yuan per jin, a total of 130 yuan. The sea bass weighs 24 jin, 35 yuan per jin, a total of 840 yuan. The total cost of fishing is 1,200 yuan, which is obviously much more than going to the beach. Boss Xiaoyang rounded up the amount to an even number and directly transferred 1,700. When the old man saw the payment information on his mobile phone, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't wait to go out to sea for night fishing. Generally speaking, the gains from catching seafood are not as good as those from fishing, and now catching seafood has been relegated to the sidelines by him. Grandpa Chen thought happily that he would start fishing as soon as tomorrow came. Chen Jiao divided her catch into 2 parts. The first was the catch from the sea and the traps. Green crab weighs 5 jin, 50 yuan per jin, a total of 250 yuan. Jumping fish weighs 1.3 jin, 68 yuan per jin, a total of 89 yuan. Orchid crab weighs 1.2 jin, 45 yuan per jin, a total of 54 yuan. Octopus 1 catty, total 30 yuan. Flower snail 1 catty, total 35 yuan. Sea bass 3 catties, 35 yuan per catty, total 105 yuan. Golden pomfret weighs 3.8 catties, 26 yuan per kilogram, a total of 99 yuan. Small green fish weighs 3.7 catties, 58 yuan per kilogram, a total of 215 yuan. Large green fish weighs 5.6 catties, 100 yuan per kilogram, a total of 560 yuan. Conger eel 5 catties, 53 yuan per catty, a total of 265 yuan. Small blue dragon 3.6 catties, 180 yuan per catty, a total of 648 yuan. Clams 5 catties, 35 yuan per catty, a total of 175 yuan. The income from catching seafood and trapping fish is 2,525 yuan, and the system points are increased by 25 points at the same time. Next, here are her catches. Small green fish 1.5 gene, 58 yuan per gene, a total of 87 yuan. Mouse grouper 2 gene, 420 yuan per gene, a total of 840 yuan. 15 catties of red snapper, 50 yuan per catty, a total of 750 yuan. 22 catties of sea bass, 35 yuan per catty, a total of 770 yuan. Chun Jiao earned 2,447 yuan from fishing, bringing her total income for the day to 4,972 yuan. When Chun Jiao saw the receipt given by boss Xiaoyang, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect that she had earned back a month's rent. Chun Jiao looked at the data carefully. With the income from the traps, the profit from catching seafood was still good. Therefore, she was not as persistent as the old man in wanting to go fishing. After leaving the purchasing station, Chun Jiao and Grandpa Chun returned to their own fishing boat and drove the boat to the village pier. When leaving, Grandpa Chun was cursing in the cab. The dock in town is getting darker and darker. Our boat was docked for less than half an hour, but they charged 30 yuan for the docking fee. Chun Jiao next to him couldn't help but complain. That's right. We only parked for 25 minutes, less than half an hour, but they charged us an hour's parking fee. Chun Jiao felt distressed when she thought about the 30 yuan per hour boat parking fee, which was even more expensive than the parking fee. Fortunately, the village pier is free, otherwise the monthly mooring fees would be a considerable expense. The fishing boats sailed slowly along the coastline. Chun Jiao, who had nothing to do, took out a calculator and began to calculate the cost of today's trip. In the morning, Grandpa Chun filled up the car with 1,000 yuan of gasoline and 200 yuan of ice. After the boat arrived at the village dock, there was probably not much oil left. But the ice hadn't melted much, so it should be enough for another day tomorrow. In addition, there is the cost of renting a boat, which is 4,000 yuan a month, which is 134 yuan a day. Including the mooring fee, the total cost of this voyage was 1,264 yuan. Chun Jiao paid for the boat rental herself, and Grandpa Chun insisted on sharing the fuel, ice, and mooring fees with her. After deducting the shared share of 565 yuan, Grandpa Chun's total income today is 1,135 yuan. Chun Jiao's income today became 4,273 yuan. On the way back, Grandpa Chun kept muttering that the cost of going out to sea was too high, and he must prepare fishing nets and more traps when he got back. Gas is so expensive that it's easy to lose money if you just go fishing. We were in too much of a rush to go out to sea today and didn't prepare many things. Chun Weiqiang had already seen on his mobile phone the big fish that his daughter and grandfather had caught today, and he was so jealous. He was not in the mood for work and came back early today. But he did not expect that the two of them forgot the time while fishing, and he waited for a long time, but they did not come back. Although the people at home had already seen the photos that Chun Jiao and Grandpa Chun sent to the group. However, today is the first time that the boat rented by Chun Jiao goes out to sea, and the three people in the family are anxiously waiting for the two to come back. Chun Jiao skipped into the house, and the other three people in the family surrounded her. How was it? Did your voyage go smoothly? Didn't you return a long time ago? Why are you only getting home at this time? Chun Jiao, who was surrounded by everyone enthusiastically, was a little flattered at this time. She had only experienced this kind of treatment once, after she had taken the college entrance examination. However, today, on her first trip out to sea, she earned back a month's rent for the fishing boat, and she was even happier than when she had finished the college entrance examination. Chun Jiao raised her little head high and said with a smug smile, "Don't be anxious, come one by one." Then he took out the receipt for selling fish just now. Chun Weiqiang was impatient and snatched the receipt immediately. Grandma Chun and Yin Shooting also hurried over. Seeing the two men's catch today, which was sold for a total of nearly 6,700 yuan, the three were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Chun Weiqiang swallowed his saliva. Am I seeing this right? You made 6,700 yuan today? Are you sure all the fish you caught were from fishing and fishing? He even wondered if he had taken the wrong receipt. Seeing that the three people didn't believe it, Chen Jiao took out her phone and opened the payment page. Look, this payment information can't be fake. Then he added, except for the 1,000 yuan or so of fish caught in the village traps this morning, the rest was earned from catching fish at sea and fishing. Even Grandpa Chen, who had caught several big fish, started to show off. The fishing is pretty good today. There was a bite right after the hook was put in the water. Chen Jiao nodded with a smile. Yes, although the fish finder on the boat is a bit old, it still performs well. We found a small school of sea bass. The more Chen Weiqiang thought about it, the more he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have gone to the store today. One trip out to sea would almost make as much as his fishing tackle store earned in half a month. Thinking of his daughter's catches from fishing these past few times, Chen Weiqiang finally couldn't sit still anymore. I will go fishing with you tomorrow. His tone was very urgent. Yen Shooting originally disagreed, but when she thought about the income her daughter would earn from going out to sea today, she finally nodded. Chun Jiao and Grandpa Chen were very welcoming. With more people, we could go to a farther place to catch big fish tomorrow. As they had agreed to go fishing tomorrow, Chen Weiqiang sent 2 messages in the fishing group, explaining that the boss had something to do, and the fishing tackle shop would be closed tomorrow. Immediately, many fishermen in the group teased him, asking if he was planning to run away because business was not good. Chun Weiqiang did not reply to the message, and planned to quietly surprise these fishermen who have always been empty-handed tomorrow. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing, that he was once one of those fishermen who were always in the air. While eating, Grandpa Chen finally remembered that the boat was still missing a fishing net, and immediately looked at Chen Weiqiang, who was eating hard. It costs a lot of fuel to go out to sea. I remember your fishing tackle shop has sticky nets for fishing. Remember to bring back 2 pairs next time you go to the store. A sticky net of about 400 to 500 meters will do. In addition, we need 10 crab pots and a large scoop net. Chen Jiao nodded quickly after hearing this. Although the fishing boat is only rented, fishing nets and other tools still need to be purchased. This sea voyage was a great success. Chen Jiao felt that in a few months, she might be able to save enough money to buy a boat of her own. Chen Jiao is now full of confidence and feels that if she buys these things for going overseas now, she will be able to use them in the future. Chun Weiqiang rolled his eyes at the carefree grandfather and grandson. You guys are so slow to react. I prepared all these things during the day. By the time you remembered, it was already a long time ago. Chen Weiqiang was a sailor when he was young. He knew everything that was needed on the ship and had prepared them long ago. He had already brought 2 500-meter sticky nets and 10 large crab pots when he came back just now, and the only thing missing was a large scoop net. But I have a fishing net at home, so it's okay to use it first. Dad, you are the one who has foresight. Chen Jiao quickly gave her father 2 thumbs up. After dinner, Chen Jiao slumped on the sofa, daydreaming as if she had no bones. In fact, her consciousness has already entered the sea hunting system and opened the latest points page. Host, Chen Jiao level 2, sea catching, points, 10,870 points perspective range, 2 meters transparent time, 2 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamps, spade, 2 live fish buckets and ground trap. Last time I spent 1,800 points to buy a trap and sunscreen. Today I earned 2,525 points by going to the beach, so my total points only increased a little. There is an old water pump at home, and Chen Jiao plans to take it to the boat tomorrow, so that she can find a puddle on the island to try pumping water. She hadn't drawn any puddles yet, so she was still somewhat looking forward to it, wondering if she could catch anything big and valuable. After looking at the points, Chen Jiao opened her mobile phone again to check how much savings she had now. Before returning home, the total amount she had in savings plus the compensation for her dismissal was 88,000. On the day she came back, her father transferred 2,000 yuan of pocket money to her, but she had almost spent it all. During this period, she earned a total of 24,370 yuan by going to the beach. In addition, although the number of fishing trips is not as often as that of sea fishing, the income is still as high as 11,732 yuan. Fishing is actually quite profitable, but unfortunately, she has not yet unlocked the fishing section. The money she earns from fishing cannot be counted as points. After deducting the $8,000 for renting the boat and the deposit, as well as the $699 spent on today's trip, she now has a total of $115,403 left. That means she has earned more than 30,000 yuan in the half-month since she returned home. Chen Jiao felt like she was dreaming. She could actually earn tens of thousands of yuan a month now. Taking another look at the deposit amount, Chen Jiao couldn't help but laugh foolishly. It turns out that she is a small, wealthy woman. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to Seagull Island for fishing. At 10 o'clock, Chen Jiao had already washed up and lay in bed. And the alarm on my phone was set back from 6 o'clock to 5 o'clock. I don't know if it was because she had just checked her savings before going to bed, but when Chen Jiao dreamed at night, she was either counting money or fishing on a boat. Big fish were caught one after another, and her bank deposits continued to increase. Chen Jiao was so happy that she laughed out loud in her dream. Good morning, everyone. Ring, ring, ring. Chen Jiao, who goes to bed early and gets up early, got up on time at 5 o'clock. Thinking that she was going to the island to go fishing today, Chen Jiao quickened her movements. However, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang were more anxious than her. Before they had even changed their clothes, the father and son took turns knocking on the door. Grandpa Chen knocked on the door with a smile on his face. Tang Dang, are you up? Get up, it will be ready soon. Then, Chen Weiqiang came over again in a hurry. Chen Jiao, hurry up, the sun is about to burn your butt. I know. Don't rush me. A beautiful day began in the midst of chaos and war. It was only 5:30 when the three of them arrived at the pier, but many people who had woken up early were already going to the beach to catch seafood. At this time, the oil delivery man drove over in a small tanker truck, first filled the fishing boat with oil, and then filled the 2 spare empty oil barrels on the boat. With the spare gasoline, we can go to the farther deep sea to fish for big fish today. Although there is still some gas left from yesterday, I added 2 more barrels of spare gasoline today, and the gas bill is still 1,000 yuan. Chen Jiao transferred the 1,000 yuan for gas and then set sail. The three of them had discussed it at home last night. Chen Jiao would pay for renting the boat herself, and the fuel costs and other expenses for going out to sea would be shared equally by the three of them. The weather was good today, and there were many boats on the sea, some heading to the deep sea, and some fishing on the nearby islands. When the fishing boat arrived at Seagull Island, it was just dawn, and the sun had just risen in the distance. Sunrise at sea, the three did not rush to get off the boat, but drove the boat to the outskirts of a reef area and cast a sticky net. Sticky nets are fishing nets woven with fine and transparent nylon threads. They are relatively invisible in the water and not easily discovered by fish. When a fish in the water swims onto a sticky net, its head and body can easily get stuck in the mesh because of its smooth scales. There are various specifications of sticky nets, and you can choose the size of the mesh, as well as the length and width of the fishing net. Last night, Chen Weiqiang brought back 2 sticky nets, one with small holes, mainly used to catch small fish weighing about 1 or 2 kilograms. The other one has coarse holes, which is suitable for catching large fish weighing more than 3 or 4 pounds. The waters of the rocky beach near the beach are not deep and are mostly filled with small fish, so we use sticky nets with small holes. Next, Chen Jiao drove the boat to the deep-water rocky beach where she had fished for grouper and pearl grouper yesterday, and then lowered the coarse mesh sticky net. For fear that the fishing boat might run aground, Chen Jiao did not drive the boat too close. While setting up the sticky net, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang also placed 10 brand new crab cages along the sticky net on the boat. As soon as the sticky net was put down, Chen Jiao saw a small fishing boat of about 4 or 5 meters parked by the mangroves. It seemed that it was going to collect the traps. At this time, the seawater had just receded by half. Chen Jiao thought about going to the island to catch seafood first, and then collecting the traps later. Seeing that the father and son had no objection, she drove the fishing boat to the beach in front of Seagull Island. Just like yesterday, the three of them paddled a small kayak from the beach to the island. Another beautiful day. The three of us went out early today, and the sea water had just receded by half, which was perfect for going to the beach. Looking around, there were many worthless small seafood on the beach, such as clams, golden snails, and moonshecks. The three of them looked down on these little guys and walked directly to the rocky beach in front. On the way, Chinjiao also picked up a few cat's eye snails and octopuses that had not yet had time to lie on the sand. Cat's eye snail plus 5 octopus plus for the rocky beach is not far away, and it only takes about 3 or 4 minutes to get there. Chinjiao saw at a glance that there was an octopus swimming quickly not far away. Swimming octopus, this little guy was very agile, swimming very fast in the water, and was about to escape. Chinjiao immediately picked up the scoop net in the bucket and chased after it, and in one fell swoop covered it in the scoop net. Octopus plus 1. Haha, no matter how fast you run, you can't escape from my grasp. Chinjiao weighed the fishing net in her hand. The little thing was quite heavy, probably around 4 or 5 tails. There is no overdevelopment on Seagull Island, and the water is particularly clear. The gravel, small stones, and various small seafood in the water can be seen clearly. Chinjiao had just put the octopus into the bucket when she looked up and saw a small conger eel swimming slowly in front of her. Moray eel, the little guy's movements were a little slow, and there was no luster on his body. It looked like he was injured. However, Chinjiao had no mercy at all, and only thought about her little money. Without hesitating for even a second, he immediately chased after it and directly grabbed the little guy into the bucket. Moray eel plus 1. As soon as the little conger eel got into the bucket, it curled up. It was obvious that its body was covered with scars. I don't know what bit it. At this time, Chen Weiqiang, who was not far away, shouted excitedly, "Dad, Tang Tang, come here quickly. There is a huge nest of spicy snails here. They weigh at least 10 kilograms. Spicy snail nest." At this time, Grandpa Chen was digging for blue crabs in a crevice and had no time to pay attention to him. Besides, he picked up a lot of snails and clams yesterday, so he no longer cared about these little guys. The old man replied perfunctorily, "This is not a good thing either. You can do it yourself." Seeing that the two men were taking no time to come, and hearing his father's disdainful words, Chen Weiqiang felt aggrieved. It feels like Huang in the family has a higher status than him. As for Chinjiao, she was shocked by the coconut snail in front of her that was almost as big as her face. The coconuts she had picked up before weighed only about 1 pound at most, but the one in her hand weighed at least 3 pounds. Could there be mellow pearls inside such a big coconut snail? Chinjiao took the huge coconut snail and examined it carefully. But there is still its shell outside, so you can't see anything. Thinking that there might be small pearls inside the coconut snail, she quickly found the little dream sleeping in her mind. Xiaomeng, can you use X-ray glasses to see if there are mellow beads inside the coconut snail?" Xiaomeng was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened. Her voice was a little hoarse from just waking up. You couldn't see it before when you were at level 1, but now that you've upgraded to level 2 of the sea hunting section, you can see if there are any pearls inside, but now you can only see a vague shadow. When you reach level 3, you will be able to see the structure inside clearly. I didn't expect this X-ray function to be so amazing. I can even see what's inside the coconut snail. Chinjiao's voice was a little excited. Of course, I have a very humane system for catching seafood. And these mellow pearls can be considered as the harvest of catching seafood. The money from selling them can be counted as points. As soon as Xiaomeng finished talking, Chinjiao immediately put on her X-ray glasses. Then he picked up the giant coconut snail in his hand and looked at it carefully. After looking for a while, I found a black shadow the size of a fingernail on the side behind me. It's just that the shape looked a little weird, not like what she saw on the internet. But this is enough to make Chinjiao happy. I heard that even among thousands of coconut snails, you may not be able to find a mellow pearl. Now that she had no tools to open the snails, Chinjiao could only reluctantly put this big treasure in her hand into the bucket and then continue to go fishing. If there is one, there will be two. Maybe there are coconut snails containing small pearls nearby. Clatter. A wave suddenly hit me, and the splashing water wet my pants. Chen Jiao looked towards the sea and found that the water had receded a lot. Many small seafoods that originally lived on the seabed were ruthlessly abandoned by the sea and stranded on this rocky beach. Chen Jiao was thinking about finding coconut snails, so she immediately put on her X-ray glasses and walked quickly towards the deep reef, where the tide was receding. However, coconut snails are not so easy to find. After walking for more than 10 meters, I found nothing except a few small snails. Suddenly, Chen Jiao saw the little guy beside a big rock. These two little guys have beautiful patterns on their bodies and are obviously conchs, relatives of the coconut snail. Conch, although the price of conch is far lower than that of coconut snail, you can't miss it if you see it. After all, it is more than 30 yuan per pound. Conch plus 2. Chen Jiao picked up the two little guys and put them into the bucket. When she turned around, she found a small black fish stranded in the small puddle in front of her right. This little guy is gray and black all over and looks almost the same as the reef next to it. The little fish swam anxiously in the puddle, but had no way to escape from it. Chen Jiao walked forward with the scoop net and found a black sea bream weighing about 1 pound. She moved quickly and immediately scooped up the fish. Black porgy plus 1. Chen Jiao easily earned another 40 yuan. She was so excited that her steps jumped up and the smile on her face became even brighter. Chen Weiqiang, who was not far away, was luckier. He found 4 black sea breams in a small puddle with a water level of about 1 meter. They were all quite large. Chen Jiao could hear his excited laughter from far away. At this time, Chen Weiqiang thought that going to the beach was quite fun. At least he wouldn't come back empty-handed. Chen Jiao was still thinking about finding coconut snails, so she continued to walk quickly towards the reef in front. The coconut snail was not found, but another good thing was discovered. On a large rock covered with seaweed, a gray-black abalone was tightly attached. While it wasn't paying attention, Chen Jiao quickly used a sand shovel to pry the abalone off from its edge. This abalone is quite fat, probably around 20 to 30 tails. Chen Jiao happily threw it into the bucket at her feet. Abalone plus 1. Then she walked around the big rock again and soon found 2 other abalones with smaller heads on the back. Abalone plus 2. These 3 wild abalones are all quite plump, but a little too few. Not enough for one meal. Chen Jiao also started searching on the rocks nearby, hoping to find a few more abalone to make a dinner plate for her evening snack. This piece of reef is probably quite suitable for the growth of abalone. Less than 10 meters forward, she discovered 4 more small abalone. Abalone plus, for the bigger the abalone, the more valuable it is. For example, the small abalones weighing about 2 taels in her hand only cost a few dozen yuan per pound. These small abalones are not worth much when sold, so it's better to keep them at home and eat them yourself. I got home late yesterday, and the big sea duck hasn't been stewed yet. These abalones are just right for cooking seafood duck stew tonight. Looking at the plump little abalones in the bucket, Chen Jiao arranged them with a smile. After walking a few steps, she found a blue crab the size of a fist in a small cave in a huge rock. This little guy hid quite deep. I tried my best to reach inside with the universal pliers in my hand, but still couldn't reach it. Moreover, the stone was too big. Even if Chen Jiao doubled her strength, she would not be able to push it away. Chen Jiao looked around and finally picked up a half-meter-long stick. She bent over, almost lying on the ground, and kept thrusting the stick in her hand into the crab hole. Crabs are very aggressive, and if a stick is thrust into them to provoke them into attacking, they will usually hold on to the stick with their claws. At this time, you can take the opportunity to take it outside. Chen Jiao lay on the ground and fiddled with it for nearly 2 minutes before she felt that the stick in her hand was clamped by something. The guy inside was quite strong, but he was quickly pulled out by Chen Jiao grabbing a wooden stick. Blue crab plus 1. Chen Jiao took the tied-up big crab in her hand and weighed it. It weighed about 6 taels. At this time, the sea water retreated a little bit, and Chen Jiao continued to move forward carrying the bucket. Suddenly, she saw many long beards in the gap between 2 rocks, one big and one small. Zaya Qinglong, haha, it's actually Little Green Dragon. Chen Jiao was so excited that she even forgot to take the bucket and immediately trotted over excitedly. Although this big guy has hidden his body well, the few thick whiskers on the outside are too conspicuous. Chen Jiao grabbed the little green dragon's back with her hands and then carefully pulled the big guy out of the crevice. This little green dragon is bigger than the ones we found in the mangroves yesterday. It weighs nearly 1.5 kilograms and looks very majestic. After making sure that the blue crabs in the bucket were tied up, Chen Jiao gently put the valuable little blue dragon in. Clatter. At this time, the seawater had receded to the bottom, and Chen Jiao came to a small puddle where the reef and the sea water met. The water in the puddle was only about knee-deep and clear enough to see the bottom. As soon as she looked up, Chen Jiao saw two extremely conspicuous golden orbs not far away. When I walked over to take a look, it was indeed the coconut snail that Chen Jiao had been looking for. It's a pity that these two little guys don't have big heads, and they only look to be about 1 pound. Chen Jiao picked them up and carefully looked at the snail meat inside through her X-ray glasses. Unlike the 3-pound coconut snail just now, these two little guys have not grown up yet, and even a shadow as big as a grain of rice cannot be found inside. Fortunately, coconut snails themselves are quite expensive. Although they don't have priceless mellow pearls, these two little guys can be sold for 1 or 200 yuan. Crash! Another wave came over, and it was obvious that the tide was about to rise. Chen Jiao, who was about to go back, looked forward again and unexpectedly found another good thing in a crevice. In the gap between the two stones, there was a small moray eel covered with spots. Chen Jiao quickly moved one of the smaller stones away. The little guy inside was startled and quickly drilled into the crevice in the rock at the back. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. When he was halfway through drilling, he was still clamped out by the universal clamp in Chen Jiao's hand. Moray eel +1 Chen Jiao happily turned off the perspective function, thinking that the system would still be useful after the upgrade. The range of the perspective function has become wider, and the time has also increased, which makes it more convenient, at least when going to the beach. At this time, there was not much in Chen Jiao's bucket, not even half of the usual amount in the village. However, there don't seem to be many things on the rocky beach here, but they are basically all valuable big ones. Looking at the coconut snails, small blue dragons, and flower eels in the bucket, Chen Jiao was very satisfied. It's not about how many things you have, what's most important is their value. Seeing that the seawater was about to rise, Chen Jiao quickly walked back with the bucket. Beautiful waves, the seawater had begun to rise slowly at this time, and Chen Jiao placed the fish she had just caught in a place where they would not be flooded. Then he took an empty live fish bucket and walked to the deep-water rocky beach where he had fished yesterday to collect the traps. Chen Jiao placed 6 traps in this rocky beach yesterday. One of the traps was produced by the system, and she also put a bait given by the system in it. In addition, she also placed a bait given by the system into one of the large ordinary ground traps. It's a good opportunity to see what the difference is between the ground traps of the system and ordinary ground traps, as they both use the bait provided by the system. Chen Jiao walked quickly forward carrying a bucket of live fish and 2 net bags, and just happened to see Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang turning over stones on the rocky beach. Looking from afar, the buckets at the two people's feet were almost full. It seemed that they had a good harvest. Chen Jiao could collect the traps by herself, so she didn't call for help. She quietly walked towards the rocky beach ahead. At this time, the seawater had not yet risen completely, and Chen Jiao saw that a small part of the 2 shallow water traps had already emerged from the water. However, not much is exposed, so you can't see what the fish inside is like. Chen Jiao wanted to save the biggest surprise for later, so she collected the traps in order from low to high water levels. The first things to be brought up were the 2 medium-sized traps that had already been slightly exposed. Chen Jiao quickly poured all the fish into the bucket, including 2 small sea wolves weighing about 2 kilograms, 5 octopuses, 4 orchid crabs, and 2 black sea breams weighing more than 1 kilogram. Maybe because the water level is relatively shallow, the fish catch seems to be quite a lot, but the species are rather mixed and not very valuable. Next came the 3rd trap. It felt heavy when Chen Jiao lifted it up. She guessed that there must be a big fish inside. Sure enough, There was a sea wolf weighing about 5 kilograms and 2 black sea breams weighing about 3 kilograms. Looking at these 2 lively black porgy, Qinjiao was very happy and kept muttering, "These 2 black eagles are of good size. I think the price will be higher than the last time when they weighed more than a pound." The fourth trap felt light when it was lifted up, but the things inside made Qinjiao excited. The trap slowly emerged from the water, revealing several large green creatures inside. Qinjiao had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that there were several huge blue crabs weighing more than 1 pound. While tying the crabs with cable ties, Qinjiao took the opportunity to weigh these valuable big guys. 2 of them weighed about 1.5 kilograms, and the other 2 weighed exactly 1 kilogram. A giant blue crab this big should cost at least 70 yuan per pound, but here it's nearly 300 yuan. This trap gave Qinjiao great confidence, and she was even more looking forward to the next 2 traps. The 5th ground trap is an ordinary ground trap, plus a systematic ground trap bait. When the trap was pulled up, Qinjiao felt it was particularly heavy. She also opened her X-ray glasses and used double the strength to pull it up. There are several big fish in it, but unfortunately, they are all worthless seawolves. Thinking that these big guys only cost 10 yuan per pound, the smile on Qinjiao's face suddenly dimmed. However, when she was sorting out the catch, she discovered that there was actually a large red sea bream weighing nearly 15 pounds mixed in with the sea wolves. Qinjiao's voice rose. "This is a really good sculpture. This size can be sold for at least 60 or 70 yuan per pound. In general, there were 4 sea wolves weighing more than 5 kilograms and a 5-kilogram red sea bream in the 5th trap." Looking at the fish in the bucket, Qinjiao nodded secretly. It seems that the bait of this system is also effective for ordinary ground traps. Although we cannot guarantee what kind of fish we will attract, we can guarantee their size. At least these fish are more than 5 kilograms. That big real eagle can be sold for at least 300 yuan. The last trap, although not as heavy as the previous one, contains valuable big stuff. A 4-pound large conger eel, a 6-pound tiger grouper, and a supergiant coconut snail weighing more than 4 pounds. Qinjiao thought that the bait of the system could only attract sea fish, but she didn't expect that it could even attract coconut snails. Looking at these valuable big things in the trap, Qinjiao was delighted. It seems that the traps produced by the system must be used in conjunction with this bait. When the 2 are combined, the fish caught can be guaranteed to have both size and quality. Furthermore, the bait of this system is indeed a treasure, but it's a pity that it cannot be purchased separately. Thinking that this thing is only given away with 10 pieces when buying a ground cage, Qinjiao couldn't help but complain silently in her heart. This system is too stingy. As soon as the trap was lifted up, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang also came over. Seeing the big guys inside, the father and son suddenly became excited. Grandpa Chen picked up the tiger grouper that was as long as his arm and, with a smile on his face, asked his granddaughter to take a photo of him. He was so happy that it seemed as if he had caught the fish himself. But he didn't say it himself. Once the photo was sent, no one knew that it was caught using a trap. Chen Weiqiang, who was standing by, failed to grab the big fish, so he had to pick up the giant eel in the trap and take a photo. Moray eel Qinjiao was speechless, but still cooperated obediently and took pictures of the 2 childish men without complaint. After a while, the father and son happily walked towards the kayak, carrying their catch. At this time, Qinjiao behind her finally had time to study the huge coconut snail that was as big as her head. Through the X-ray glasses, Qinjiao clearly saw that on the edge of the snail meat, there was a black shadow slightly larger than a fingernail. It was Mellow Pearl. Qinjiao was so excited that she almost screamed. This black shadow is obviously larger than the first coconut snail and looks rounder. Although she had never opened a bottle of coconut pearl herself, she had searched for information about it online some time ago. Mellow pearls are the pearls inside the coconut snail, and some people also call them dragon pearls or flame pearls. Mellow pearls are mainly orange-red, orange-yellow, yellow, and tan. The shapes of mellow pearls are irregular, oval, and nearly round. Generally, the nearly round mellow pearls have higher collection value and are more valuable. Mellow pearls are very rare because they cannot be cultivated artificially. If they are in good condition, they can be auctioned for millions. However, most of these things are irregular, and it is extremely difficult to produce round mellow beads. She also searched Taobao and found that irregular mellow beads can be bought for a few thousand yuan, while oval or round mellow beads can be bought for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Therefore, Chen Jiao felt that the price of this thing was a bit inflated, and it seemed like it was hyped up. I don't know if anyone actually bought it. But this was something that came in vain, and Chen Jiao was more curious and excited. Thinking about going to the boat to open coconut snails, Chen Jiao quickened her pace and even jogged over. Seagull Island Beach. The father and son had already helped Chen Jiao move the harvest from her fishing today onto the kayak. Now, what they were holding in their hands were the fruits of their labor in the morning. The two of them had a good harvest today, and their buckets were almost full. The bucket in Grandpa Chen's hand was filled with mostly spicy snails, flower snails, and sea snails, as well as quite a few large crabs. The two net bags in Chen Weiqiang's left hand were full of large spicy snails, and there were several black sea breams and a few octopuses in the bucket. It can be said that the father and son returned with a full load. They happily carried their things and strode towards the fishing boat. Suddenly, Chen Jiao caught up from behind, shaking a giant coconut snail in her hand, and said, "Dad, Grandpa, this coconut snail is so big, there might be mellow pearls inside. Let's find something to smash it open after we get on the boat." She had already searched for information online. Mellow pearls are quite expensive. A slightly better quality one would cost at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Some were even auctioned off at sky-high prices. She is not greedy and would be satisfied if she could open a mellow pearl worth about 10,000 yuan. There are small pearls inside these two coconut snails. At least one of them will be of good quality, right? Grandpa Chen frowned and whispered to his granddaughter, "This coconut snail is quite big, but mellow pearls are too rare, so you may not be able to find them. Such a big coconut snail is worth at least a few $100s, and Grandpa Chen feels a little bit reluctant to spend the money." Chen Weiqiang, who was standing by and was quite brave, was looking at the coconut snail as big as his head in his daughter's hand with eagerness. This guy must be almost a spirit. It's rare to see a coconut snail weighing more than 4 kilograms. I think there might be mellow pearls inside. Let's open it and take a look. Chen Jiao nodded frantically. Yeah, I thought so too. There must be mellow beads in it. She couldn't tell anyone about the X-ray glasses, so she could only pretend that she had guessed the mellow pearl herself. The father and daughter kept arguing with each other, which made Grandpa Chen very confused. The old man looked at the excited father and daughter helplessly, but was finally persuaded. Anyway, it's something picked up from the sea, so it's okay to open it for fun. At least the snail meat inside is edible. It's not a loss since the coconut snails are eaten by our own family. Grandpa Chen was worried that if he smashed the shell directly, the mellow pearls inside would be broken, and it would be a pity to smash such a beautiful giant shell. So he found 2 iron wires, hooked the wires on the snail meat, and then hung the 2 coconut snails on the wall. That's it? It's that simple. When Chen Jiao saw her grandfather's actions, she was a little confused and didn't quite understand why he did that. Seeing his granddaughter's puzzled expression, Grandpa Chen smiled and explained, "The shell of the coconut snail is quite heavy. If you hook the snail meat and hang it for about 10 minutes, the snail meat will come out by itself, and both the snail meat and the shell are intact." Chen Weiqiang, who was standing by, was considerate enough to place 2 buckets under the coconut snails to catch the mellow pearls if they fell out. "Dad, you're so smart." Chen Jiao gave him a thumbs up with a happy face. Thinking that she could hang out the snail meat in about 10 minutes, she was no longer in a hurry to go to the mangroves to collect the traps. After waiting for a while, the snail meat was slowly lifted out, but the mellow pearls were not seen yet. Chen Jiao quickly turned on the camera function of her mobile phone and recorded a video of the 2 coconut snails opening. If there really are mellow beads, this snail opening video might come in handy in the future. There are 2 coconut snails hanging on the wall. One weighs 3 pounds, and the other weighs more than 4 pounds. Both look exaggeratedly large. The coconut snail naturally couldn't bear such a heavy shell hanging on the snail meat, and half of the snail meat was hung out in just a few minutes. At this time, Chen Jiao secretly opened her X-ray glasses and saw the shadow inside the snail meat slowly moving outwards. About 2 minutes later, a strange-shaped object suddenly dropped from the smaller coconut snail. This mellow pearl is irregular, neither round nor square, and even has 2 small protruding bumps. The color is yellowish-brown, with a few light patterns inside. To be honest, this thing is not ugly, but I can't say it looks good in a clear conscience. Chen Jiao picked up the mellow pearl, which was said to be extremely rare, and felt very worried. Is it true that someone would spend a huge amount of money to buy such an ugly thing? She would have to be crazy to spend $10,000 or several $1,000s on this thing. Just when Chen Jiao was worried, suddenly a slight sound came from the corner of the wall, as if something fell into the bucket. Chen Weiqiang and Grandpa Chen, who had been squatting in the corner, saw what was in the bucket and said excitedly at the same time, "It's a round mellow pearl." At this time, Chen Jiao also ran over and took the mellow beads in the bucket in her hand. Round mellow beads, it is amber in color, with a ceramic luster on the surface and cloud-like patterns evenly distributed inside. But the pattern looks very faint and you can't see it at all if you don't pay attention. But even so, it looks much better than the first mellow pearl and is somewhat similar to what is described on the internet. Mellow pearls are something that is in short supply. They sound expensive, but in fact not many people buy them. Moreover, it is not more beautiful than pearls and gems, and it is not as valuable as gold. Chen Jiao does not plan to keep it. So she simply edited the video, took several photos, and sent them to the fishing group. There were quite a lot of people watching the snail opening video. Within a few minutes, someone asked her if she was selling the mellow beads. Chen Jiao didn't know much about mellow beads, but she had searched on Taobao and found that she could buy round mellow beads like the one in her hand for only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Finally, Chen Jiao sent a message in the group saying that the mellow beads were for sale, and friends who were interested could go to the fishing tackle store tomorrow to inspect the goods and participate in the bidding. Yes, Chen Jiao plans to hold a small auction. Some people say that mellow pearls are valuable, while others say they are not. She is not sure how much she should sell them for, so it would be better to just let the highest bidder win. After sending the message in the group, Chen Jiao took Grandpa Chen on a kayak to the mangroves to collect traps. Chen Weiqiang couldn't wait to take out his fishing rod and start fishing on the boat. The tide was high at this time, and nearly half of the mangroves were submerged in seawater. The two of them paddled their kayaks directly to the creek where they had placed the traps yesterday. At this time, the small river that was originally more than 1 meter wide has turned into a turbulent river with a water surface of 3 meters. The two followed the marks and quickly found the trap they had placed yesterday. There are a total of 3 earth dragons on this side of the stream, and the first one is almost full of blue crabs, with 8 in total. It's a pity that these little guys are not very big. Most of them weigh around 300 to 400 grams. The second trap was moved to the place where the little blue dragon was found when Chen Jiao left yesterday. Sure enough, there were 2 small green dragons weighing about half a pound inside. As for the last trap, unfortunately, there was nothing inside. The other 4 traps on land are basically filled with blue crabs and orchid crabs. Grandpa Chen placed the traps in a very good position, and almost every one of them weighed more than 700 to 800 grams, and 2 of them weighed more than 1 kilogram. Chen Jiao and Grandpa Chen happily returned to the boat carrying a bucket full of crabs and 2 little green dragons. Chen Weiqiang, a fisherman who has always been unsuccessful in fishing, still performed steadily today. Ever since the hook went into the water, the fishing rod in my hand hasn't moved at all. Chen Jiao happily moved all the harvest from the ground trap to the live water tank. There are several plywood inside that can divide the live water tank into 5 small compartments of different sizes. Chen Jiao took out the 2 little green dragons and placed them separately in the smallest compartment. Then, he put the little green dragon that he had just caught in the sea in there and let the 3 of them live in the luxurious big room. Before leaving, Chen Jiao also put a few other baffles in place. There were plenty of spots, so everyone could put their fish separately. Chen Weiqiang, who had been unable to catch any fish, simply got another fishing rod to go fishing together. I'm fishing with both hooks, so there should be a fish now, right? When Chen Jiao came to the deck, she happened to see her father throwing the second fishing hook into the sea. Chen Weiqiang had a fishing rod on each side and was looking at the sea with a serious and solemn expression. Seeing his serious look, Chen Jiao couldn't help but want to laugh, and walked over with brisk steps. The grouper we caught yesterday was caught on the rocky beach where the trap was set. Do you want to go over there and catch grouper? The 2-pound grouper she caught yesterday was 420 yuan per pound. It was the most expensive fish she had ever seen. Any fish you catch would cost you at least a few $100s. When Chen Weiqiang heard about Mao's spot, his eyes lit up and he immediately stood up impatiently. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. As he spoke, he quickly put away the 2 fishing rods. After a while, the grandfather and his 2 grandchildren paddled the kayak back to the beach of Seagull Island. Chen Jiao tied the rope of the kayak to the trunk of a coconut tree. She turned around and saw a large sea duck foraging for food on the beach nearby. This guy has snow-white feathers, but his body is covered with sand and gravel, making him look a little dirty. The little guy was very agile and quickly lowered his head and picked up a small sand crab. Sea duck, this guy was not afraid of people at all. He walked past her with a small crab in his mouth. Chen Jiao reacted quickly. She immediately picked up the large scoop net from the live fish bucket and quickly chased after the little guy. The big white duck was quite alert. When it sensed Chen Jiao approaching, it immediately flapped its 2 big wings and flew forward quickly. But it was still a step too late. Before it could run far, a big net fell from the sky and covered it directly over its head.
Gagaga gospa.
The covered big white duck was stunned at first, then flapped its wings wildly inside. Seeing that this guy was about to knock the fishing net away, Chen Jiao immediately rushed over and hugged the still struggling guy through the fishing net. Ha 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 ha, you can't run away now. Dad, Grandpa, I caught a big sea duck. The father and son, who were anxious to go fishing with their fishing gear, turned around quickly after hearing Chen Jiao's clear voice. She swung the big white duck in her hand proudly and said in a smug tone, "How is it? Am I powerful?" Chen Weiqiang's daughter gave him a look of praise. "You are really good, little girl. I will take it home and stew it tonight." Grandpa Chen walked back with a smile on his face, and after a while, he had a few round sea duck eggs in his hands. At this time, the seawater on the beach had completely risen, and a wave came over, splashing up beautiful waves. Seeing that the grandfather and grandson were still picking up sea duck eggs, Chen Weiqiang urged them anxiously. "Didn't you say you were going fishing? Hurry up and follow me." A few minutes later, the grandfather and his 2 grandchildren, each carrying their fishing gear, came to the deep rocky beach in high spirits. The bait is still the fresh prawns provided by Grandpa Chen. The old man picked up the freshest shrimp and couldn't help but think of the dwindling number of prawns in the shrimp pond. "I think it's time to release a new batch of shrimp fry, otherwise in a month or 2, there will probably be no bait left." In fact, there are fishing baits for sale at the small pier in the village, but Grandpa Chen thinks that these baits are too expensive and not as cost-effective as raising shrimps himself. Seeing that her father had occupied her seat yesterday, Chen Jiao silently walked to a few large rocks nearby. But in my heart, I secretly complained, "I'll give you a break, because you're old." New fishing spot. Standing at the new fishing spot, Chen Jiao skillfully put on the bait and then threw the hook out with force. Then she moved a small stone over and sat down leisurely. Then he took out a plate of mosquito coils and a bottle of mosquito repellent from a plastic bag. Chen Jiao had tender skin, which made her particularly susceptible to mosquitoes. Therefore, she sprayed a lot of mosquito repellent on her body and lit 2 mosquito coils. Suddenly, Chen Weiqiang, who was a novice but playful person, suggested excitedly, "Let's have a competition to see who can catch the mouse fish the fastest." "The slowest one." Chen Weiqiang scratched the back of his head, unable to think of any good punishment. Chen Jiao, who was standing by, immediately picked up what Chen Weiqiang had not finished saying. "Whoever catches a mouse spot last or doesn't catch one will treat the whole family to dinner tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day of the mellow pearl auction. It's a good opportunity for the whole family to go to the county for a stroll and have a good meal." "Sure, there's a new seafood hotel opened in the county recently. I heard the seafood buffet there is pretty good, and they also have little blue dragons and durian. Let's go there for dinner tomorrow. Chen Weiqiang was the type who just liked to watch the fun and didn't mind that he was the weakest among the three. The seafood buffet is so expensive. Grandpa Chen was originally worried about spending the money, but when he thought that he would not lose, he relaxed. Anyway, in the end it was this silly son who would treat the meal. Thinking of this, the old man immediately agreed happily. As for Qin Jiao, she naturally had no objection. It was a good opportunity for her to try the taste of this super expensive little blue dragon. Besides, people in my family really like eating durian, so they can definitely eat up the money they spent on the tickets. Chen Weiqiang looked at the two people who were confident in their plans and felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could he have dug a hole for himself? However, he was so confident that he immediately discarded this idea, firmly believing that he would be the first to catch the mousefish. At this moment, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly sank. Feeling the pull from the fishing rod, Chen Weiqiang was very excited. Ha, I caught a fish. This fish doesn't have much pulling power, probably around 2 kilograms. Maybe it's a grouper, ha ha ha. Chen Weiqiang already felt that victory was waving at him, and he happily started to fish. The two people next to him felt jealous when they saw him catch the fish so quickly, and suddenly felt a little more nervous. The sea fish was not big, and Chen Weiqiang didn't spend long fishing. He pulled the small fish out of the sea in less than 2 minutes. Unfortunately, it was not the grouper he had been longing for, but a red sea bream weighing about 2 kilograms. Although it's not rat grouper, this red sea bream is more than 50 yuan per pound, which is not bad. Chen Weiqiang put the reddish-pink red sea bream into the bucket. He felt like he had taken a tonic, and his whole body was filled with strength. The next one will definitely be rat spots. His tone was full of pride and complacency. Watching others catch fish is more painful than coming up empty-handed yourself. When Grandpa Chen and Qin Jiao saw that he caught the fish so quickly, they immediately became nervous. Qin Jiao even followed her father's example and put bait on another spare fishing rod, holding a fishing rod in each hand. Grandpa Chen, who only brought one fishing rod, slapped his thighs several times. How could he have forgotten the spare fishing rod? Grandpa Chen, who felt like he had lost 100 million yuan, was so angry that his eyes were wide open. Soon, a not-too-light pulling force came from the spare fishing rod on Qin Jiao's left. This fish was not very strong. Qin Jiao felt that it weighed only about 1 or 2 kilograms. Moreover, she always felt that the movements and pulling force of this fish were somewhat familiar. Qin Jiao curled the corners of her mouth slightly, thinking that this must be a rat spot. My lovely spotted mouse, come quickly into your sister's bucket. This fish has only a little bit of strength, so there is no need to walk it. Qin Jiao simply turned the fishing reel quickly and violently pulled it out of the water. Although the little guy in the sea didn't have much strength, he was struggling desperately. His flexible tail kept slapping the water, creating a splash of water. Among the waves, Qin Jiao saw a flat gray-brown figure. Qin Jiao muttered unhappily. It turned out to be a turbot. I thought it was a spotted squid. I was so happy for nothing. Turbot, the scientific name of turbot is turbot. The body of the fish is flat and diamond-shaped, and its color is mostly brown or gray. Like pomfret, turbot has no bones and is a delicious, inexpensive, and very cost-effective marine fish. The price of turbot in the market is only about 20 to 30 yuan per pound, and the purchase price at the purchasing station is only about 20 yuan. These 2 kilograms of turbot are perfect for steaming. Chen Weiqiang looked at the turbot in his daughter's hand and said with a smile, although this fish is cheap, it tastes pretty good. How about we steam it for lunch? Qin Jiao took off the fish hook and said indifferently, okay, I got hungry too quickly after having seafood noodles for lunch yesterday, so I'll cook a pot of rice later. Let's see if I can catch a few stonefish and cook a pot of fish soup. Okay, the soup cooked by Shi Jiugong is the most delicious. Chen Weiqiang nodded with satisfaction. They were all his favorite. Grandpa Chen, who can't cook, was fishing silently and didn't dare to make a sound. But it's strange. Chen Jia wanted to catch Shi Jiugong to make soup, but half an hour passed, and she didn't catch a single one. The three of them caught turbot, black sea bream, and red sea bream, but they didn't catch a single stonefish, which is usually the easiest to catch. Another half an hour passed, and there was only one turbot and two small black sea breams weighing about 1 pound in Qin Jiao's live fish bucket. Grandpa Chun and Qin Weiqiang were even worse off, as they each only had one red sea bream and one turbot. As for the rat spot that the three people were thinking about, he was nowhere to be seen. There was not a single big fish either. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Qin Weiqiang's hand sank, and then there was a huge pulling force. The fishing rod was stretched and twisted, and the reel spun furiously to release the line. With Qin Weiqiang's excited expression, even someone who doesn't know how to fish would know that this must be a big fish. This guy is quite strong. I think he must weigh more than 10 pounds. Having caught a fish weighing more than 10 kilograms, Qin Weiqiang was happier than if he had caught a valuable grouper, and he started to fish happily. But before he could finish his joy, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly felt lighter. Qin Weiqiang didn't have time to retract the strength he had pulled back, and he fell backwards and fell to the ground in a mess. Knowing that he was cut off, Qin Weiqiang immediately got up from the ground. Excitedly, he slapped his thighs hard and leaned forward to look at the sea, as if he wanted to jump into the water and catch the fish. My fish, a big fish weighing nearly 20 kilograms, just ran away like that, Grandpa Chen said with a satisfied look on his face. Didn't you just say that the fish weighed about 10 kilograms? How come it became 20 kilograms now? I didn't estimate it well when I first caught it. This fish must be over 20 kilograms. It's very powerful. Qin Weiqiang became more and more exaggerated. Anyway, the fish had run away and no one knew how big it was. After finally catching a big fish, the line was cut. Qin Weiqiang was so angry that he slapped his thigh until it turned blue. Chun Jiao, who was standing by, felt pain for him just by listening to the sound. But soon she cunningly and secretly threw the fishing rod in the direction of Qin Weiqiang. Maybe the big fish will come to her side. Good things should be kept in the family. If she catches this big fish, it will also belong to their family. Grandpa Chun had the same idea as her. The old man moved towards his son's fishing spot with confidence and threw the fishhook directly in the direction where he had just cut the line. Qin Weiqiang was so angry when he saw the actions of these two people that he almost turned into a puffer fish. So, he quickly quickened his action, put on a new fishing hook, put on the bait, and threw it out to the sea. About 10 minutes later, Qin Jiao's spare fishing rod felt a slight pull again. With such little strength, it must be a small fry. Instead of reeling in the fish, Qin Jiao turned the fishing reel with a look of disgust, and then a small light brown fish with black spots flew up. Seeing the little guy on the ground, Qin Jiao was shocked. Hee, I didn't expect it to be a rat spot. When they heard the words, rat class, Grandpa Chun and Qin Weiqiang immediately put down their fishing rods and ran over. Although the small fish in the bucket was only about 7 or 8 taels in size, it was indeed a spotted fish. The father and son returned to their fishing spot, then looked at each other at the same time, and the fighting spirit in their eyes was aroused. Although the first place was taken away, at least I couldn't be the last. As if moved by the spirit of the father and son, they soon caught fish one after another. Unfortunately, they were all turbots weighing 1 or 2 kilograms, and there was no sight of any spotted squid. Seeing that the two people were fishing for turbot in tandem and had caught several in less than 10 minutes, Qin Jiao quickly moved over to join in the fishing. Although the price of this fish is not high, it is at least 20 yuan per pound. If you catch a few more, the price will go up. Last night, the three of them were thinking about taking a boat to some distant sea to go fishing, but now they are so busy fishing for grouper and turbot that they have long forgotten about it. Even the water pump that was moved onto the fishing boat in the morning was completely forgotten by the three men, and no one cared about it. There must be a school of fish below. As soon as Qin Jiao's fishing hook was put into the water, a fish took the bait. Immediately afterwards, she caught a turbot weighing more than 2 kilograms, almost 3 kilograms. Qin Jiao had just taken off the fish hook when another fishing rod next to it was suddenly pulled extremely hard. Hearing the squeaking sound of the reel, Qin Jiao shouted excitedly. Finally, a big fish has taken the bait. Ha 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 ha. Warm tip. The the price of seafood varies greatly almost every day. Sometimes the price in the village is more expensive than in the town because it is not the price on the same day. After fishing for more than 2 hours, all they caught were small fish weighing 1 or 2 pounds. This time they finally caught a big fish. Chen Jiao was so excited that she jumped on the spot. The big fish in the sea were very strong, so she quickly adjusted the force release, then changed to a more comfortable position and started fishing. The sharp fishhook got stuck on the fish's lips, and the pain angered the big guy. The big guy in the water suddenly became irritable and started rushing and swimming quickly in the water. The fish swam forward quickly, then turned around and swam back after feeling pain, and the fishing line became loose and tight. Chen Jiao seized the opportunity and quickly reeled in the line when the fish swam back and loosened the force when it swam forward to play with the fish. The fishing line was sometimes loose and sometimes tight, and soon the big fish in the sea was exhausted. However, Chen Jiao was also very tired at this time, but she still refused Chen Weiqiang and Grandpa Chen, who were waiting to go fishing. "I can do it myself." She was fishing at the moment and refused to let go of the fishing rod. Seeing that the big guy below had little strength left, Chen Jiao quickly turned on her X-ray glasses. Then, I could clearly feel that the fatigue in my body disappeared, and my whole body was filled with strength. Chen Jiao simply loves this function that doubles her strength. After fishing for a few minutes with ease, Chen Jiao already felt that the fish in the sea had reached their physical limit. At this time, the rotation of the reel also slowed down and almost stopped. Chen Jiao saw the right opportunity and began to reel in the line frantically, turning the fishing reel in her hand until after images were almost visible. Just when the fishing line was reeled in about 10 meters, the originally straight fishing line suddenly loosened, and Chen Jiao sat back on the ground. After seeing his daughter fall, Chen Weiqiang had no sympathy at all. Instead, he laughed at her in a good mood. "Oh no, it seems you have also been cut off." Chen Weiqiang's tone was mean, and he really deserved a beating. Grandpa Chen forced himself to suppress his gloating expression, hurried over to help his granddaughter up, then gave his son a warning glare. Chen Weiqiang touched his nose guiltily. He was the youngest brother in the family. "I even miss Huang at home. This fish is quite impressive. I think it should be the big one your father caught earlier." Grandpa Chen didn't think much about it, thinking it was the same big fish as before. Chen Jiao reeled in the fishing line and saw that the hook was still there. Obviously, it had come unglued. But whether it was unhooked or cut, it was the same to her. The fish had escaped anyway. Seeing that the big fish that was about to be caught had run away, Chen Jiao was so annoyed that she kept slapping her thighs unconsciously with her hands, as if she didn't feel any pain. After hanging the bait, Chen Jiao turned around and found that the seat where she had just sat had been occupied by Chen Weiqiang and Grandpa Chen. "You too, you're going too far." Seeing his daughter's gnashing teeth, Chen Weiqiang smiled and said perfunctorily, "I think this big fish hasn't gotten far. Dad will avenge you, and will definitely fish it up." Grandpa Chen smiled but said nothing, but it was obvious that he had the same idea as his son. The father and son were very interested in this big guy that first cut off the line and then got off the hook, and their eyes were full of ignited excitement and excitement. Seeing that the two men didn't leave any room for her, Chen Jiao walked to the side pitifully. "Humph, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. I'm going to go fish for grouper. This guy costs more than 400 yuan per pound." She didn't know if it was as compensation for the hook being unhooked, but as soon as the hook entered the water, she felt a fish taking the bait. The pulling force was neither too strong nor too weak, and the familiar dragging feeling and exercise habits immediately perked her up. Having learned from the lesson of the previous hook-off, Chen Jiao immediately lifted the fishing rod to stab the fish. When she felt that the hook was firmly in place, she began to reel in the fish. After only 2 minutes of walking, she felt that the little guy in the sea was already exhausted, and she reeled in the line frantically without any courtesy. The night is long and dreams are many. She dare not let the fish walk for too long now. The fish will only be hers if she catches it. Chen Jiao turned the handle of the fishing reel frantically, violently reeling the fishing line in quickly. 2 minutes later, a grouper weighing more than 2 kilograms was caught. Chun Jiao held the mousefish tightly in her hand and took out the fishhook under the envious eyes of Chen Weiqiang and Grandpa Chen. She has now caught 2 groupers, which together weigh about 3 pounds, and easily earned more than 1,000 yuan. Grandpa Chen was originally looking at the spotted fish in his granddaughter's hand with a sour look when he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand being violently pulled up. The pulling force of this fish is not small. It immediately pulled the fishing rod into a crescent shape, and the reel was spinning very fast. Grandpa Chen immediately tightened the unloading force, then changed to a better force-generating posture and started to fish. The fishing line rhythmically loosens and tightens, constantly fooling the big guys in the sea. The old man holding the fishing rod had a serious look on his face, but his eyes were very bright and fiery, as if there was a fire hidden in his eyes. Chen Jiao was infected by her grandfather's enthusiasm and couldn't help but become nervous. With the fishing rod in the old man's hand suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Half of it was still held in the old man's hand, and the other half was dragged into the sea by the fish. As a natural reaction of a fisherman, Chen Weiqiang next to him said, "Oh wow," without thinking. Then I saw the old man, with an agile posture that was inconsistent with his age, grabbing the fishing rod that was falling straight down. The movement was so fast that Chen Weiqiang wondered if he was dazzled. Although the fishing rod was broken into 2 pieces, the end with the fishing line was still there. Grandpa Chen held the half of the fishing rod tightly in his hand with a look of fear on his face. Chen Weiqiang and Chen Jiao on the side hurried over to help. The 3 of them were busy reeling in the fishing line, and the scene was a mess. A few minutes later, the big guy in the sea was finally exhausted and was slowly pulled up by the 3 men. It was a large sea wolf weighing 17 or 18 kilograms and more than 1 meter long, and looked extremely ferocious. Chen Weiqiang looked at the sea wolf's open mouth and the 2 rows of sharp teeth, which was terrifying to see. And if you look closely inside its mouth, you can see another fish hook inside. Needless to say, the guy who just went off the track was this one. Although sea wolf is cheap, around 10 yuan all year round, fish of this size are not common. Grandpa Chen was smiling happily as he held the meter-long sea wolf. Before Grandpa Chen could say anything, Chen Jia walked up to him and took photos of him, as if she were at home. Chen Weiqiang, who had an average catch today, hurried over to grab a bite of the fish and took several photos happily. After posting the photo to the group, Chen Jiao glanced at the time and found that it was already 4 o'clock. She was ready to get up and collect the fishing nets she had cast that morning. "Dad, Grandpa, you guys go fishing here while I go retrieve the sticky net I cast this morning. If it takes too long, I'm afraid the fish I caught will lose their vitality. There is a big difference in price between a live fish and a dead fish." Grandpa Chen was afraid that his granddaughter couldn't handle it alone, so he quickly got up and went with her to collect the fishing nets. Seeing that the 2 were busy, Chen Weiqiang continued to sit and fish. He felt even more sour in his heart as he hadn't caught any grouper or big fish yet. A few years ago, Chen Jiao took the fishing boat driver's license test right after the college entrance examination. However, she hasn't driven a boat for 3 years since she sold the family's fishing boat and has forgotten many things. During the past 2 days out to sea, she was basically the one driving the boat, and her movements were obviously a little unfamiliar and nervous. Fortunately, there was an old hand like Grandpa Chen watching over us, so nothing went wrong. The fishing boat was very close to the location of the first fishing net, so Grandpa Chen let her drive the boat alone. Without the old man to help remind her, Chen Jiao was obviously more nervous when driving the boat and seemed to be in a mess. Fortunately, they were safe and sound and soon arrived at the rocky beach in the shallow water. There was a small crane at the stern of the ship, which pulled up the sticky net with small holes in a short while. The sticky nets are mostly filled with small fish that live under the reefs, and the species are quite diverse. Afraid that the fish would lose vitality after being taken out of the water, the 2 men quickly untied the fish from the first fishing net. Most of them are red sea bream, black sea bream, and white pomfret, and there are also a small number of worthless small fish. Most of the red sea bream and black sea bream weigh more than 1 kilogram, with only 2 larger ones weighing around 2.5 kilograms. White pomfret is a bit bigger, generally around 2 kilograms. The catch was enough to fill a live fish bucket, weighing about 40 kilograms, and there were also about 10 kilograms of worthless small fish. The grandfather and grandson moved very efficiently, and all the valuable fish were collected and put into the live water tank. The worthless fish were randomly put into buckets, just to be used as bait in crab cages and ground traps tomorrow. Chun Jiao thought about the catch from the first net, which must be worth at least 1 or 2,000 yuan, so she quickly woke up the little dream in her mind. Xiaomeng, do these fish caught with sticky nets count as points for fishing? Yes, except for the fish caught from fishing, which is counted separately. The fish caught from other sources are all counted as part of the sea catching and can all be counted towards points. Chun Jiao was particularly happy when she knew that the fish caught in the fishing net would also count as points. According to her current earning rate, she will be able to upgrade to the 3rd level of the sea hunting system in a few days. Unlocking the fishing section is just around the corner. I guess I'll be able to buy back the lucky fishing rod I had my eye on before soon. Grandpa Chun, who was standing by, saw his granddaughter was in a daze, so he patted her shoulder and urged her. What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you say you were going to collect the crab pots? Yes, we need to collect the traps. Although Chun Jiao's consciousness entered the sea hunting system in her mind, she could still sense the situation outside. As soon as Grandpa Chun spoke, she reacted. There are 5 crab pots in this area. The first one has no crabs at all, and is almost entirely filled with octopuses. Octopus is not very expensive, but it is delicious when stir-fried or cooked with seafood noodles. There weren't many of them, so Chun Jiao packed up these little guys separately and prepared to take them home. The crab cages at the back had better harvests, mostly orchid crabs and blue crabs, as well as a few small cuttlefish. Chun Jiao made a rough estimate and found that there was 1 gene of octopus, 2 gene of cuttlefish, 3 gene of orchid crab, and 3 gene of blue crab. I don't know if it's because they were released at the wrong time, but the harvest from these crab cages is much worse than that from the mangrove traps. Soon after, the fishing boat stopped on the outskirts of the deep-water rocky beach, and Chen Weiqiang, who was concentrating on fishing, could be seen from afar. The fishing net was quickly pulled up by the crane, and it was apparent to the naked eye that the catch was more than that of the first net. When the fishing net was pulled up looking around, it was basically all gray-black fish. The schools of turbot on the reef beach are probably all coming here. There are many turbot weighing about 2 kilograms on the fishing net. It took them another half an hour to finally remove all the fish from the fishing net. In addition to a few white pomfret and black croaker, the turbot filled 2 large buckets. Although the price of turbot is not high, its weight is twice as much as before. The overall price is estimated to be similar to that of the first net. However, the crab cage here gave Chun Jiao a surprise. The first crab cage that was pulled up contained 2 small green crabs weighing nearly 1 pound. Just these 2 green guys are worth as much as the harvest from the previous 5 traps. The harvest of the next 4 earthworms was also good. She also harvested 2 conger eels, a 3-gene pearl grouper, and several kilograms of crabs. The grandfather and grandson had just sorted the various fish by species when they suddenly heard a loud splash coming from the front. Amidst the huge waves, the 2 saw Chen Weiqiang, who was fishing on the shore. Somehow, he jumped into the water. The 2 were very anxious, so they quickly put on their life jackets and paddled in their kayaks to find him. As the kayak got closer, the 2 finally figured out what was going on. At this time, Chen Weiqiang was holding the half-broken fishing rod tightly in his hand, while the big fish in the sea was still struggling desperately. Chun Jiao couldn't help but admire how hard her father worked for fishing. Without saying a word, the 2 of them rowed their boat over to help. Fortunately, the fish in the sea had little strength left at this time, and soon the 3 of them pulled it onto the kayak. After the fish was pulled up, Chun Jiao opened her mouth wide. It turned out to be a giant pearl grouper weighing about 10 kilograms. This was the first time she had seen such a big grouper. Although this guy looks a bit ugly, if he can grow to this size, the price will probably double. At this time, Chen Weiqiang was all wet, with many scratches from the reefs on his body, but his face looked full of excitement. Such a big grouper almost got away with it, but luckily he was quick and jumped down after it. Grandpa Chen looked at his heartless son and couldn't help muttering to himself. But at this time, Chen Weiqiang was holding the 10-gene grouper and grinning foolishly, as happy as a Huang at home, and had no time to pay attention to him at all. Fortunately, this place was not far from the fishing boat, and the three of them quickly returned to the fishing boat. Grandpa Chen threw a set of spare clothes to his son with a look of disgust and told him to change quickly. But when he turned around, his eyes were filled with envy. It's a 10-gene grouper. How come he can't touch it? Chun Jiao caught only small fish today, and she was actually very envious at this moment. Thinking of the little blue dragons and mouse spots on the boat, I felt a little better. At least I earned money and points. All in all, the one who had the worst catch today was Grandpa Chen. Although he caught a big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms, it was a worthless sea wolf. Chun Jiao glanced at the old man with a gloating look. The small amount of fish caught today might not even be enough for a dinner tomorrow. Go home on the return trip, it was still Chun Jiao driving the boat. After 2 days of training, she has gradually regained her feel for the car and can drive quite well. Seagull Island is very close to the village, but it takes a long detour to get to the pier in the town. It took Chin Xiao nearly an hour and a half to drive the fishing boat to the town's dock. At this time, Boss Xiaoyang was already standing next to the car at the purchasing station, waiting anxiously. The pier in the evening this time we went out to sea. We put out 2 more fishing nets and 10 crab cages. The catch was obviously a lot more than yesterday, and we also caught quite a few valuable big fish. Yang Jiju knew that Chen Jiao had caught 2 more groupers, as well as quite a few small bluefin bream, true porgy and black porgy, so he came to the dock early to wait, fearing that someone would intercept them. While on the boat, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang had already sorted the fish according to type and size. Now all they had to do was carry them down one basket at a time. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at the purchasing station with a car full of fish. Yang Jijun couldn't take his eyes off the 10-gene pearl grouper and happily started to quote the price. Pearl grouper 80 yuan, rat grouper 420 yuan, tiger grouper 50 yuan, small blue dragon 188 yuan, coconut snail 110 yuan, sea eel 56 yuan, big blue crab 70 yuan, small blue crab 50 yuan. The orchid crab is not big, 45 yuan. The cuttlefish is 35 yuan. The big red sea bream is 70 yuan. The small red sea bream is 56 yuan. The big black sea bream is 60 yuan. The small black sea bream is 50 yuan. And the turbot is 23 yuan. Yang Jejun held on to the 2 groupers, and the helper nearby hurried forward to weigh Chin Jiao's catch. Sea wolf is 28 gene, 10 yuan per gene, a total of 280 yuan. Coconut snail is 2.1 gene, 110 yuan per gene, a total of 231 yuan. Conger eel weighs 10 gene, 56 yuan per gene, a total of 560 yuan. Tiger grouper weighs 6.5 gene, 50 yuan per gene, a total of 325 yuan. Pearl grouper weighs 3 gene, 36 yuan per gene, a total of 108 yuan. Orchid crab weighs 22 gene, 45 yuan per gene, a total of 990 yuan. The big crab weighs 3 genes, 70 yuan per gene, a total of 210 yuan. The small crab weighs 23 genes, a total of 1,150 yuan. Small blue dragon 5 catties, 188 yuan per catty, a total of 940 catties of pieces. Cuttlefish 3 catties, 35 yuan per catty, a total of 105 pieces. The big black sea bream weighs 6 gene, 60 yuan per gene, a total of 360 yuan. The small black sea bream weighs 33 gene, 50 yuan per gene, a total of 1,650 yuan. 5 gene of big red sea bream costs 70 yuan per gene, a total of 350 yuan. 30 gene of small red sea bream costs 56 yuan per gene, a total of 1,680 yuan. 28 catties of white pomfret, 23 yuan per catty, a total of 644 yuan. 50 catties of turbot, 23 yuan per catty, a total of 1,150 yuan. There are 3.2 jin of grouper, 420 yuan per jin, a total of 1,344 yuan. We caught a lot of fish today, and Chun Jiao heard a long string of return to zero and return to zero. All in all, her catch today was 12,077 pieces. Upon hearing that today's income had exceeded 10,000, Chun Jiao's eyes widened and she looked silly. Then Yang Jiejun started to settle the bill with Grandpa Chen. While everyone was not paying attention, Chun Jiao quickly opened the sea hunting system. With so much income today, maybe she could be promoted to the next level. As expected, the system page has been updated. Host, Chun Jiao level 3, sea catching, points, 1,384 points perspective range, 3 meters transparent time, 3 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamps, spade, 2 live fish buckets, and ground trap. Nearly 1,500 points are missing. It seems that this is all the money I earned from fishing today. Congratulations, Tang Dang. You have successfully unlocked the 3rd level of the sea hunting section. Xiaomeng's voice sounded obviously a few years older than before. Congratulations, Xiaomeng. You have grown up again. Although it's still the energetic voice of a young girl, it's obviously a little more mature than before. Tang Dang, now all the sea hunting sections have been unlocked. Once you have accumulated 30,000 points, you can unlock the 1st level of the fishing section. Chun Jiao didn't say anything. She naturally wanted to unlock the fishing section, but it required 30,000 points, which was scary to think about. But we cannot avoid upgrading. The fishing section has not been unlocked yet, and the money earned from fishing cannot be counted as points, which is a pity. Come on, Tang Tang. You've earned more than 10,000 points today. At this rate, you'll be able to upgrade in a few days. Xiaomeng kept cheering her on. As a sea hunting system, it still hopes that the host can unlock the fishing section as soon as possible so that the points in the fishing part will not be wasted. Then Xiaomeng continued happily. After the 3rd level of the sea hunting section is unlocked, some new items will be available in the system's mall. Tang Dang, you can go and have a look when you are free in the evening. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises. Chun Jiao immediately asked anxiously, "What's the surprise? Do you have the bait for the ground trap? Can I buy the lucky fishing rod?" Xiaomeng deliberately kept it a secret. Tang Dang, you'll know when you go and see for yourself. Chun Jiao really wanted to go to the system's mall to check it out, but there were too many people in the purchasing station, so she didn't dare to stay there for long and quickly turned off the system. When Chun Jiao came to her senses, Grandpa Chen's catch had almost been calculated. Spicy snails 8 caddies, 16 yuan per caddy, a total of 128 yuan. Flower snails 4 caddies, 37 yuan per caddy, a total of 148 yuan. Conch weighs 3 jin, 36 yuan per jin, a total of 108 yuan. Orchid crab weighs 3 jin, 45 yuan per jin, a total of 135 yuan. Small red sea bream weighed 1.5 jin, 56 yuan per jin, a total of 84 yuan. Turbot weighed 12 jin, 23 yuan per jin, a total of 276 yuan. Sea wolf weighed 17 jin, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 170 yuan. The old man went out to sea today and earned a total of 1,049 yuan. Although not as much as yesterday, it is still pretty good. Finally, here is Chen Weiqiang's catch. 16 caddies of spicy snails, 16 yuan per caddy, a total of 256 yuan. 6 caddies of small black sea bream, 50 yuan per caddy, a total of 300 yuan. Octopus weighs 2 jin, 30 yuan per jin, a total of 60 yuan. Small red sea bream weighs 1.2 jin, 56 yuan per jin, a total of 67 yuan. Turbot weighs 12 jin, 23 yuan per jin, a total of 276 yuan. Pearl grouper weighs 10 jin, 80 yuan per jin, a total of 800 yuan. After receiving the transfer information of 1,759 yuan, Chen Weiqiang was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and walked with the wind. I spent 1,000 yuan on gas today and another 30 yuan on parking for a total of 1,030 yuan. If the three of us share the money equally, each person would only pay 343 yuan. After deducting the shared money, Grandpa Chun earned 706 yuan today, and Chun Weiqiang earned 1,416 yuan. Chun Jiao also deducted an additional 134 yuan for the boat rental fee, so the total income today was 11,600 yuan. Moreover, we only went to Seagull Island today and used less than half of the gasoline. I think we can save a lot of fuel costs next time we go out to sea. Chun Jiao thought happily that even if the rental fee of the fishing boat was included, it would still be more cost-effective than buying a boat ticket to go fishing at sea. When we returned to the pier, it was already dark. When we looked up, we could see many twinkling stars. Chun Jiao jumped onto the boat. The fishing boat went very fast on the way back because their family was waiting for them to have dinner. In fact, there were some octopuses, abalone, and conchs on the boat, but in small quantities, and Chun Jiao kept them all. I made a lot of money today, so I have to reward myself well. In addition, there are more than 20 kilograms of small fish, which are just enough for use in ground traps and crab cages next time. Last night, when Chun Weiqiang said he was going to close the shop and take a day off, everyone was laughing at him for wanting to close the shop and run away. When the anglers in the group saw the 10-pound grouper he posted in the evening, they all went crazy. Message after message, almost all of them were asking where he fished. In order to find out where he fished, many people said they wanted to buy fishing gear from him. Chun Weiqiang pretended to say a few Versailles words and finally said that he went out to sea to fish. He was cunning enough to keep it a secret and not mention Seagull Island. But he didn't lie, they did go out to sea today. Because of Chun Weiqiang's words about going out to sea to fish, tickets for Chin Feng's fishing boat were sold out. It was clearly a weekday, but the boat tickets for the next 2 days were fully booked. Seeing the income from the fishing boats continue to increase this month, Chin Feng was so happy that he quickly sent a big red envelope to his uncle to thank him. Chun Weiqiang was very happy when he saw the red envelope of 200 yuan. It was extra income. Then he secretly put it into his own private money. Chun Weiqiang showed off contentedly in the 2 fishing groups and then promoted to his daughter the mellow pearls that would be auctioned tomorrow. This thing is relatively rare, but there are still many people interested in it. Besides, these fishermen are not short of money, so they can buy some to please their wives. You have to coax people into going out fishing, as Chun Weiqiang, who often goes out night fishing, knows all too well. When I got home, 3 bosses in the group were interested in this mellow pearl and would come to participate in the auction tomorrow. In addition, 2 regular customers came to buy fishing gear, so they took the opportunity to join in the fun. 5 people have been confirmed for this auction. When they got home, Grandma Chun and Yin Shooting each held a mellow pearl and looked at it. They were very interested in the pearl inside the coconut snail. Yin Shooting looked at the irregular mellow pearl in her hand with a look of disdain. This mellow pearl is not pretty at all. Will anyone really buy it? This one is irregular and not very good. I guess no one will buy it. But this round one looks okay. I saw similar ones online costing around 10,000 or 20,000 yuan each. Chin Jiao was still quite confident. With 5 people attending the auction, there would definitely be one person who would buy something, right?
So expensive?
Grandma Chin held the round mellow pearl and looked at it from left to right, but couldn't see what was so good about it. How could it be worth 10 or 20,000? The old lady was puzzled. Compared to the mellow pearls, which are said to be very rare but not that bad looking, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law still prefer the golden gold. Recently, Chin Jiao has made a lot of money by fishing and going to the sea, and she was thinking of preparing a small gift for the 2 of them. If the mellow pearls were sold, the money could be used to buy a gold bracelet for each of them. However, Chun Jiao didn't tell anyone about this decision. She planned to buy it and give them a big surprise. The auction started at 2 p.m. Chun Jiao finally didn't have to get up early to go to the beach, so she slept until 10 a.m. After breakfast, Chun Jiao put on beautiful makeup and put on a very pretty little dress. New Look thinking about the auction of mellow pearls in the afternoon, the Chin family had lunch early and went to the fishing tackle shop. Chun Weiqiang's fishing tackle shop is on the outskirts of the county town, right on the road leading to the beach. The store is not big, but there is a large warehouse in the back, which contains various fishing gear and baits. In addition to Chen's fishing tackle store, there are 2 other fishing tackle stores that have been opened not long ago on the left and right. Since 2 new fishing tackle stores had opened recently, a lot of their business had been taken up. As he passed by, Chen Weiqiang glared at the boss inside with an unhappy look on his face. Humph, you're just a follower. Not long after they arrived at the store, 2 men in their early 30s came in. Both of them were regular customers of the fishing tackle store. The tall man in a white coat is a second-generation rich man named Li. He doesn't have to go to work on weekdays. He is either fishing or on his way to fishing every day. The other person wearing a black windbreaker is his friend, also a wealthy second generation with plenty of money. Both of them are experienced fishing enthusiasts. Most of the fishing rods they use cost tens of thousands of yuan, and the cheapest one costs several thousand yuan. Seeing the 2 gods of wealth coming, Chen Weiqiang happily took out all the best things in the store. There are several fishing rods that cost tens of thousands of yuan, as well as various ridiculously expensive fishing gear. The 2 came here today to buy fishing gear. Under Chen Weiqiang's strong recommendation, the 2 handsome guys each bought a fishing rod worth 10,000 yuan. When Chen Jiao heard that a fishing rod cost 10,000 yuan, she looked at the 2 men as if they were fat sheep. However, the 2 of them didn't think there was anything wrong with the 10,000 yuan fishing rod. They also had more expensive fishing rods. They don't want to start a business, because the money in their family is enough for them to squander for several lifetimes. In addition to fishing rods, the 2 also bought several large boxes of bait for making nests. When paying, neither of them blinked, and their whole bodies exuded the aura of wealth. Knowing that the 2 of them would also attend the auction later, Chen Jiao felt even happier and diligently served a cup of hot tea to the 2 big guys. Then 2 more bosses came to attend the auction. But just as it was about to start, the last guest sent a message saying that he had something to do and could not come. Although Chen Jiao was a little disappointed, there was nothing she could do since the other party couldn't come due to something, and the auction was still held as scheduled. The price of this mellow pearl is not high. It adopts a clear bidding method, with a reserve price set, and then everyone bids, and the highest bidder wins. The reserve prices for the 2 mellow pearls were agreed upon at home yesterday. The reserve price for the irregular one is 2,000 yuan, and the reserve price for the round one is 8,000 yuan. The first pearl to be auctioned was an irregular mellow pearl of inferior quality. The reserve price was 2,000 yuan. After waiting for a long time, someone finally raised a sign and finally bought it at the reserve price of 2,000 yuan. Although it was only the reserve price, Chen Jiao was very satisfied. Just this small bead was almost as much as her income from a day of fishing. When the second round mellow bead was taken out, everyone was obviously more concerned, and there was a hint of seriousness on their faces. The starting price for number 2 mellow pearl is 8,000 yuan. The auction is now officially open. As soon as Chen Weiqiang finished speaking, handsome Li, who had just bought fishing gear, immediately raised the sign in his hand, 8,500 yuan. Then a kind-looking middle-aged man also raised a sign, 9,000 yuan. After a while, a dark-skinned man who looked like a fisherman also spoke up, 9,500 yuan. Seeing that handsome Li was about to raise his hand again, the brother next to him pulled his sleeve and whispered, "This bead isn't that pretty. It's not worth 10,000 yuan, is it? I might as well buy a fishing rod instead." Although this handsome guy's family is not short of money, the Cantonese people's frugality is ingrained in their bones. "Your sister-in-law likes this thing. I bought it to please her." Then he raised the sign in his hand again, 10,000 yuan. There were always people bidding the same price in the beginning, but when the price reached 10,000 yuan, everyone fell silent. 10,000 yuan for the first time. 10,000 for the second time. 10,000 for the third time. Make a deal. The entire auction ended in less than 10 minutes. However, the total sale price was 12,000 yuan. Chen Jiao was quite satisfied, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. This money is just right for buying 2 big gold bracelets. Grandma and Mom will definitely like them very much. I can use the remaining money to buy 2 sets of clothes for Grandpa and Dad. The rating is finally out. Although it's only 7 points, it's very good for a new book. After the auction ended, The two brothers who first came to buy fishing gear left arm in arm, holding their newly acquired fishing rods. The remaining 3 people stayed in the fishing tackle shop to look at fishing rods. They were also planning to go fishing in the sea in the near future. Chen Weiqiang was very patient with these gods of wealth and carefully explained to them the performance and advantages of each fishing rod. At this time, Chen Jiao was looking at the seafood restaurant that her father mentioned yesterday on her mobile phone. Their seafood buffet was recently launched, and there is a promotion going on now. Only 228 new Taiwan dollars per person. Within 2 hours, you can eat as much seafood, barbecue, drinks, and fruits as you want. Chen Jiao read the comments carefully and found that the reputation was quite good. Although the small blue dragon is not big, it does exist, and it can be cooked in 2 ways, steamed or baked with cheese. But when she looked down, she found out that each person was limited to 1 serving of Xiao Qinglong. Thinking about the fact that she sold the Xiaoqinglong to the purchasing station for 188 yuan per catty, it is understandable that the quantity is limited. Chen Jiao reluctantly accepted this, and then went on to read the comments. Most people said that the seafood was quite fresh and that expensive fruits like durian and mangosteen were also very good. 228 yuan per person, a serving of small blue dragon, some seafood and fruits. This price is quite acceptable. Chen Jiao was afraid that her mother would feel bad about spending money and not want to go to eat, so she prepared to place the order secretly. Unexpectedly, Yan Shooting, who was watching her from the side, had already seen what was in her phone. Seeing that this girl, who had no idea of the sufferings of the world, actually dared to place an order, I quickly stepped forward to stop her. We live by the sea. Why would we eat at a seafood buffet? We can use the over 1,000 yuan to buy seafood at the pier, which is enough for our family to have seafood feasts for several days. This seafood buffet also has small blue dragons. In addition to seafood, you can also eat fruits such as durian and mangosteen. That's not edible. 228 yuan per person, and for 5 people in my family, it's more than 1,000 yuan. I'll pay for this, Chen Jiao said generously. Isn't your money money? Yan Shooting became more and more excited as she spoke, and seeing that the silly girl was still not convinced, she simply took her phone away and stopped her from paying. Mom, it doesn't cost much to eat there occasionally. Chen Jiao pulled Yan Shooting's hand and acted coquettishly. No. Or you can hand over the money in your hand and I will keep it for you. Speaking of this, Chen Jiao didn't dare to speak anymore and made a gesture of shutting up in a wronged manner. Yan Shooting put the phone back into her daughter's hand and then muttered about the evening's plans. There are also clams and white clams at home, small sharks that have already spit out the sand. There are also quite a few small fish in the refrigerator, and there is also a sea duck that you brought back yesterday. We have a lot of stuff. When we go back later, you can buy some of your favorite seafood at the pier. This will save you a lot of money. After Chen Weiqiang sent the guests away with a smile on his face, he came back to see his daughter, looking depressed. What's the matter? Who annoyed you? Chen Jiao muttered in a low voice with an unconvinced look on her face. My mother doesn't allow us to go to the seafood buffet. Chen Weiqiang was about to say a few nice words, but when he saw his wife's half-smile, he quickly shut his mouth and pretended that he knew nothing. In the end, the family decided to go to the town's pier to buy seafood and cook it themselves at home. It was exactly 5:30 when we arrived at the dock, and fishing boats had already returned one after another. On the side close to the purchasing station, there were several fishermen setting up stalls to sell seafood. They were all kinds of freshly caught seafood, and looked quite fresh. Fish stall on the pier. Yan Shooting knew that her daughter loved eating crabs, so she ordered several blue crabs weighing about 1.5 ounces. Seeing that the golden pomfret on the stall was quite fresh, I ordered another one weighing about 2 kilograms. Not long after they left, Chen Jiao, who was in charge of carrying things, had another bag of black tiger shrimps in her hands. These little guys are quite fierce, and one even jumped out of the bag. Grandma Chen on the side quickly picked it up and put it back into the bag. Walking to the last stall, there were several pieces of stone snapper weighing about 2 taels. Yan Shooting bought them all and prepared to go back to make soup. Although the price of seafood at the dock is higher than that sold to the purchasing station, it is not much more expensive. With the presence of Yan Shooting and Grandma Chen, two experts in bargaining. After a walk around the pier, Qin Jiao, who was in charge of paying the bills, only spent about 300 yuan. As soon as they got home, Grandma Qin directed the father and son to go to the yard to kill ducks, and then took her daughter-in-law and granddaughter to prepare the seafood. Several people worked together and quickly processed all the fresh ingredients. There are two great chefs at home, Grandma Chun and Yan Shooting. When the moon rises quietly, the kitchen is filled with the sweet aroma of seafood. Ah Huang, who was guarding the door, was drooling with greed. Braised duck with basil and clams, stir-fried clams, steamed golden pomfret, steamed blue crab, baked black tiger prawns with egg yolk, deep-fried small fish, stone ningong tofu soup and lettuce with oyster sauce, a table full of delicious food. Braised duck with basil and white scallop stir-fried clams, steamed golden pomfret, steamed blue crab, baked black tiger prawns with egg yolk. As soon as the food was served, Qin Jiao couldn't wait to take a video, intending to make her two best friends jealous. As soon as the video was posted to the group, the two of them sent several voice messages to accuse her and sent several emoticons saying they wanted to beat her up. In the end, the two of them gritted their teeth and sent their respective dinners over. One is an ordinary box lunch that is slightly greasy, and the other is a green salad specially designed for weight loss. You two poor little darlings, I will help you eat more, haha. Qin Jiao happily exited WeChat and then took several drool-worthy photos. Hee, she plans to post it on her moments before going to bed. Seeing the table full of delicious dishes, Chen Weiqiang quickly took out a few bottles of ice-cold beer from the refrigerator. The family ate seafood and drank beer, feeling very relaxed and comfortable. Even Ah Huang, who was sitting under the table, happily enjoyed the luxurious seafood feast. Chen Jiao picked up a piece of baked black tiger prawn with egg yolk, which felt like a low-end version of the small blue dragon. The salty and fragrant egg yolk combined with the sweetness of the shrimp meat has a rich taste. Although it was just a low-end version, it tasted very good, and Qin Jiao ate several of them in a row. Everyone in the family can eat. Except for the big pot of braised duck with basil, all the other dishes were eaten up. Everyone was very satisfied with the seafood dinner in the evening, but cleaning all the pots, pans, and kitchen utensils after the meal was a pain. Various bowls and plates, as well as used kitchen utensils, were piled up into a small mountain. Chen Jiao and Yan Shooting spent a full hour cleaning up the mess in the kitchen. After Qin Jiao came out, she was so tired that she didn't want to talk anymore and collapsed directly on the sofa. Yan Shooting came out of the kitchen, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, feeling somewhat regretful. Some money still needs to be earned by others. Come and see the scenery. Qin Jiao was half lying on the sofa, thinking about the 2 days' trip to the sea. To be honest, the harvest from these 2 trips to the sea was quite good, especially with the fishing nets. The harvest doubled. However, a problem obviously emerged. The schedule is just too full. When I arrive, I first have to set up the fishing nets, then go to the reef beach to catch seafood, and after the tide goes out, I have to go to the mangroves to collect the traps. Although you spend most of your time sitting still when fishing, it is also very tiring when you are fishing. She basically didn't get any rest during the day. When she got home at night, she was so tired that she took a shower and fell asleep immediately. It's okay to go to the sea in the village. Although you have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you can still take a nap after going to the sea, or take a nap at home at noon. Now I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and be busy all day long. My body really can't take it. Chen Jiao thought that if she continued like this every day, it would not work, so she would have to adjust her daily routine. Thinking of this, she immediately sat up from the sofa, then quickly walked back to the room and turned on the computer. On the computer, she made a table to summarize the situation of the 2 voyages. The total income for my first overseas trip was 3,972 yuan. The second time I went overseas, the total income was 12,077 yuan. If you don't compare, you won't know that the income from the second overseas trip was actually twice as much as the first time. Chen Jiao thought about it carefully and realized that compared with the first time, the second time she went out to sea, she caught more fish with ground traps, 2 sticky nets, and 10 crab cages. Fishing with sticky nets in the sea is currently the shortest and most profitable method, so this method can be retained. Chen Jiao even wanted to buy 2 more sticky nets. There is no need to modify the crab cage. Although the effect is average, it is quite convenient and not troublesome. As for setting traps in the mangroves, the harvest is good, but it takes a lot of time and energy to row the boat in and find a suitable place. Chen Jiao thinks that the method of placing traps in the mangroves can be changed to placing the traps together with the fishing nets. Even the traps placed on the rocky beach can be put into the sea. This can save a lot of trouble. Chen Jiao quite likes going to the island to catch seafood. It feels like treasure hunting on the beach and is very interesting. Moreover, she has X-ray glasses, which is a gift from God, so she naturally cannot give up this old profession. Then it was the afternoon, which was mostly spent on fishing, and the harvest was pretty good. It's just that every time I go fishing, I get too engrossed and come back very late. Every time I sell the fish, it's already 8 o'clock when I get home. Chen Jiao looked at the table and saw the schedule for a day at sea, and quickly decided on her schedule for future sea voyages. The first step is to eliminate the step of placing ground traps in the mangroves and put all the ground traps and crab cages into the sea together with the sticky nets. Put it down in the morning and take it back when you go back in the afternoon. The rest of the time is spent on sea fishing and surfing, which she can do on her own. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jiao set 3 alarms on her mobile phone. The first one is at 10 p.m., which is her bedtime. The second one is 5:30 in the morning, which is the time to get up on the second day. The third one is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is the time to collect the fishing nets, followed by the return journey. The last time I pulled in the nets, it took quite a while to unhook the fish. She felt that the fishing nets and crab cages did not need to be taken down on the spot and could be packed up slowly on the boat when they returned, which would save some time. Chen Jiao roughly estimated that if she followed this schedule, she would get up at 5:30 in the morning and be able to return home before 6:30. As soon as Chen Jiao finished her plan, she went downstairs to find Grandpa Chen, and the two of them discussed the summary she had just made in the room. Grandpa Chen is very open-minded and respects the children's opinions. He basically says yes with a smile. Young people are sleep-deprived. I will drive the boat when we go out to sea in the morning. You can rest for a while and take a nap. Chen Jiao shook her head. It's okay. I'll sleep for half an hour longer in the morning, eat lunch at noon, and then take a nap. The old man is over 60 this year, and Chen Jiao is worried that his body won't be able to bear going out to sea with her every day. Seeing that his granddaughter had arranged everything in an orderly manner, Grandpa Chen nodded. But he had already made up his mind that he would drive the boat when they returned, so that his granddaughter could have more rest. Then the two of them talked about tomorrow's sea trip arrangements. People who live by the sea basically know that there are 2 high tides every month, basically around the 1st and 15th day of the month. Chen Jiao looked at the tide table and knew that there would be high tide tomorrow. There were too many people in the village at this time. Seagull Island was close, so many people would probably go there to catch seafood tomorrow. She planned to go to a distant island to catch seafood, like the Tamsui Island we visited last time, which would be quite nice. There are also several small islands nearby, where there are fewer people and the marine resources are also good, so it's a good opportunity to go there and catch some seafood. Chen Weiqiang, who was listening quietly at the side, knew that the grandfather and grandson were going to catch the high tide tomorrow. In fact, he also wanted to go with them, but he couldn't just ignore the fishing tackle shop at home. Ring, ring, ring. When the alarm rang at 5:30, Chen Jiao got up from the bed full of energy, muttering softly. Sleeping for half an hour longer makes a difference. I feel more energetic. When Chen Jiao came down from the second floor, Grandma Chen and Yan Shooting were preparing to go out to catch seafood, and there was breakfast left for her on the table. She originally wanted to take the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to the island to catch seafood together, but her mother couldn't let go of the small store at home. The shrimp pond and the chickens in the orchard also depend on their grandmother, so the two of them really can't leave. The grandfather and grandson came to the village pier. It was already dawn, and the tide had begun to recede. At this time, there were many people on the beach who got up early to go to the beach, and it looked very lively from a distance. People who get up early to go to the sea. The grandfather and grandson arrived at the dock, and the gasoline delivery guy was already waiting by the fishing boat. The place we went yesterday was not far away, so today Chun Jiao only added 400 yuan of gas and also added 100 yuan of ice into the freezer. After finishing all this, Chun Jiao couldn't wait to set off in the fishing boat. Let's go to sea. Sunrise at sea. It was low tide today, and the sea was quite lively, with many fishing boats casting their nets to catch fish, and on the nearby islands there were even more people going fishing. As the sun slowly rose, the fishing boats moved farther and farther away from the village and continued to move towards the depths of the sea. The fish finder occasionally detected fish passing around the boat, but they were just 1 or 2 fish, or small schools of fish. However, in a situation like this, experienced fishermen will not stop. Voting. I saw a message from a reader saying that the description of selling fish every time was too complicated and would affect the reading experience, and he hoped that it could be simplified. Now I hope everyone can vote. If you think the current situation is good, please send one. I hope the settlement part can be simplified. The fishing boat continued to approach the deep sea. After about half an hour, Chun Jiao saw the silhouette of Seagull Island. However, they arrived too late. There were already fishing boats operating on the island, and they could see several people catching seafood on the beach from afar. Seagull Island in the distance, however, Chun Jiao didn't actually intend to go to Seagull Island to catch seafood. She just happened to pass by and took a few more glances. She still followed her original plan and went directly to the Tamsui Island. When Chun Jiao thought of the 3-knife fish on the island, she couldn't help but get excited. During the period, the fishing boats passed by several uninhabited islands, but most of them were occupied with fishing or fishing in the sea. These small islands are close to the land and have long been targeted by nearby fishermen. After sailing for an hour and a half, the fishing boat finally approached Tamsui Island. However, at this time, there was a familiar fishing boat parked on the beach of Tamsui Island, with the word "fishing number" written on it. This was my uncle's family's fishing boat. From a distance, Chun Feng was leading a group of fishermen to fish in the place where they had previously fished for croaker, while his aunt and cousin were fishing at the nearby rocky beach. Although the island is quite large and the two families can share the seafood together, it would still be somewhat awkward. Chun Jiao felt that there was no need to go fishing together and get involved in all this trouble. So, while the people on the other side didn't notice them, they drove the fishing boat towards the other 2 uninhabited islands in the front left. Grandpa Chun on the side suddenly said cheerfully, "Tang Tang, please drive the boat to Dolphin Island on the left. There is a large reef beach over there, and the marine resources are quite rich. In addition, the old man discovered a mysterious cave on the island 2 years ago. There are a lot of good things in it. It's a good time to go and take a look." The granddaughter has never been to this mysterious cave, and Grandpa Chun plans to give her a surprise later. "Okay, I haven't been to Dolphin Island for a long time, so today is a good time to go over and take a look." Dolphin Island is named after the fact that dolphins are often spotted nearby. It is just like their dolphin town. A few years ago, Chun Jiao came to Dolphin Island to catch seafood, but after a few years, she had almost forgotten the terrain. It was still the old man who directed her to drive the fishing boat to a white sand beach in front, and then row the boat to the island. Dolphin Island. 1 hour and 40 minutes have passed since we set out from the pier. The tide has receded for the most part, and there are many stranded seafood on the beach. The grandfather and grandson happily picked up small seafood such as cat's eye snails and octopuses while walking quickly towards the reef stall in front. The rocky beach and the white sand beach are connected. After walking for less than 5 minutes, the two arrived at a rocky beach. At this time, the seawater had retreated far back. In order to save time, Chun Jiao simply turned on her X-ray glasses. As soon as she lowered her head, she found a huge conch under a large rock next to her. This little guy hid in the dark and almost blended into the stone next to him. Conch, the little guy, was hiding quite deep. Chun Jiao stretched the universal clamp in her hand as far as possible and finally reached it. This big guy was about the size of Chun Jiao's small fist, and there were even a few small barnacles on his body, making him look very weather-beaten. Chun Jiao picked up the conch with a smile on her face and weighed it with a smile. "It's quite heavy, probably around 200 to 300 taels," Conch plus one Qinjiao put it into the bucket and continued walking towards the sun. Soon, a blue-green figure right in front of her caught her attention. Such bright colors, could it be a green snapper? Qinjiao took 2 steps at a time and trotted over. Soon, I saw a particularly bright and beautiful little fish. It is indeed a green fish. It is quite big, at least 1.5 kilograms. Green fish, however, as she walked along, she didn't see the fish move at all, so she thought it was dead. However, when Qinjiao tried to grab the fish with her hands, she could still feel a slight struggle. Looking at the bluefin bream that was still wagging its tail, the smile returned to Qinjiao's face. Fortunately, the little guy is still alive. Green fish plus 1 after walking a few more steps. Qinjiao looked down and saw a small rock covered with oysters. Warm reminder, the following is not very friendly to people with trypophobia. The original appearance of the stone is no longer visible, and it is covered with plump little oysters. This kind of oyster is different from the big oysters you usually find at late-night snack stalls. This one is an old variety. Although it is not big in size, the meat inside is very full and has a stronger flavor. Oyster-covered rock, thinking that her father really liked eating oysters, Qinjiao quickly took out a sand shovel and pried all the little guys off. These oysters may not look big, but they are very heavy. After taking all of them down, they weigh about 10 kilograms. These things were too heavy. Qinjiao didn't want to carry them to the sea, so she simply took them back and put them on the shore. However, after walking a few steps, I was surprised to see a yellow-green figure under a small coral reef. The little guy hid very well, with strange-shaped coral rocks all around him. If it weren't for the X-ray glasses, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was such a big bluefin bream hidden inside. Haha, you're unlucky to run into me. The universal clamp in his hand quickly and accurately reached into the crevice of the coral reef and soon pulled out a yellow-green bluefin bream. The yellow-green color has small blue spots, and this little guy looks pretty good. It can be placed in a fish tank as an ornamental fish. Beautiful green fish, this little guy is about the same size as the blue fish just now, and also weighs more than 1 kilogram. Green fish plus 1 in less than 5 minutes of fishing, Qinjiao picked up 2 bluefin bream weighing more than 1 kilogram. She was in a very good mood at this time. The marine resources on the islands outside are indeed much richer than those in the village. Qinjiao looked down at the net bag of oysters in her hand and said, "These small oysters are not very heavy. Let's take them so we don't have to run back and waste time." Now that the X-ray glasses are on, her strength has doubled. She is now full of energy. Carrying a bucket in one hand and a universal clamp in the other, she walks towards the sea with confidence and courage. On the way, I also picked up a few large conches and 2 octopuses that were hiding very secretly. Conch plus 4 octopus plus 2 suddenly, she saw a small fish with 9 orange-yellow stripes on its body in the crevice of the reef in front of her. Qinjiao widened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, there are 3 knife fish here." This time, she didn't care about the bucket in her hand. She just put it down and ran over in a hurry. When she got closer, she was even more excited. It was indeed a 3-knife fish. The orange stripes sparkle in the sun, emitting a golden glow. The little guy sensed the danger and tried desperately to drill into the crevice of the rock, but he was too big and could only hide half of his body inside, with his tail still sticking out. As soon as Qinjiao used the universal clamp in her hand, the little guy was clamped out obediently. This 3-knife fish is only the size of a palm and looks to weigh only about 6 or 7 taels, but its price is still high. Thinking that this fish costs more than 300 yuan per pound, Qinjiao couldn't help but look around, greedily wanting to find another 3-knife fish. At the same time, she kept mumbling, "Strange, don't Sori live at the junction of fresh and salt water? I remember there seems to be no fresh water on this island." Qinjiao walked most of the way along the rocky beach, but still didn't find the second knife fish she was longing for. Just as he passed by a small puddle surrounded by several tall stones, he suddenly found a strange-shaped conch in it. The conch has several long tentacles like an octopus and looks a bit like a spider. Spider snail, this strange-looking snail, is called spider snail here because it looks so much like a spider. The shek is cone-shaped, with obvious spiral textures and colorful patterns on the surface, and its shape is like a spider, hence the name. It looks quite special, and many people use it as a decoration or make it into a handicraft. This type of spider snail not only looks very distinctive but also tastes very good. Moreover, due to its small quantity, it can be sold for 40 or 50 yuan per pound at the purchasing station. This one alone weighs more than half a pound. Chen Jiao held the heavy spider snail in her hand with a particularly bright smile on her face. Spider snail plus one spider snails generally live near coral reefs and usually feed on seaweed and other small snails. After walking a few steps, Chen Jiao found another spider snail that was even more colorful and beautiful under a small piece of seaweed. Backside of spider snail, this spider snail is pretty nice. I can keep it as a decoration. Spider snail plus one. Chen Jiao planned to keep the two spider snails, stir-fry the snail meat in the evening, and send the sheks to her two best friends in Guangzhou. The two poor workers had no time to come to the beach to play, so I could only send them some beautiful little sheks. As for the various delicious seafood, she had to help eat them. Chen Jiao put the spider snail in her hand into the bucket, but when she looked down, she saw a black, spotted, slender creature at her feet.
Ah!
Chen Jiao thought it was spicy strips and took 2 big steps back in fright. Tang Tang, what's wrong? Grandpa Chen, who was not far away, heard his granddaughter's exclamation and looked over quickly. It's nothing, I just saw a sesame eel. I thought it was a snake, I got scared. I'm glad you're okay. There are a lot of moray eels on the reef beach today. Be careful and don't be rash. I know, warm reminder. Please watch the following pictures carefully. Looking at the sesame eels curled up in front of her, Chen Jiao patted her chest with a look of fear. This thing looks pretty scary. Sesame eel is actually a kind of conger eel. Its whole body is black and covered with white spots. You know what, at first glance, it does look like a snake, quite scary. It is particularly unfriendly to people like Chen Jiao, who are afraid of snakes. Although sesame eel looks scary, the price is still quite good, and it can be sold for 50 or 60 yuan per pound. This guy was probably injured. When Chen Jiao approached him, he had no reaction and was soon caught by the clamp. Sure enough, there were many bite marks on its body and it looked like it had no vitality at all. But at least I'm still alive. I should be able to hold on until the time to go back. Moray eel plus one clattered a crater. The waves in the distance kept hitting the rocks. When Chen Jiao looked up, she found that the seawater had retreated to the back. The high tide has exposed places that are usually hidden deep under the sea. Looking around, there are many good things on the rocky beaches. For example, to her upper right, there is a small green dragon hiding under a crevice. The little guy hid almost his entire body, leaving only 2 long whiskers the same color as the stone. It's time to test her eyesight. Did you see where it is? The little girl hid very well. If she didn't have these X-ray glasses, no one would have seen that there was a little green dragon hidden under the stone. Chen Jiao carefully inserted the universal clamp into the crevice of the stone and gently pulled the little treasure out. It's quite big, about 1 kilogram. Just after putting the little guy into the bucket, Chen Jiao looked up and discovered another big green guy next to a stone right in front of her. The blatant little blue dragon. You are quite brave. You don't even bother to hide. Chen Jiao happily put the second little green dragon into the bucket. Little blue dragon plus 2. These 2 little blue dragons weigh a little over 2 kilograms in total. At least I earned back the money I spent on gas today. Chen Jiao was in a good mood and continued walking towards the sea with an excited look on her face. After walking a few steps, I saw a huge stone, and under the stone, there was a small tail swaying gently. Little tail. Chen Jiao was very familiar with this little guy. It was obviously the tail of a conger eel, and it looked like it was not very big. He reached out the universal clip in his hand, grabbed the small tail that was sticking out, and then gently pulled it out. Soon, a conger eel weighing more than 2 kilograms was held in Chen Jiao's hand. Moray eel plus, when we were about to reach the end of the rocky beach, and the sound of waves not far away was getting louder and louder. Just as she was about to walk back, she happened to see a small puddle at her feet out of the corner of her eye. At this time, There happened to be a long and thin fish with black spots on its body. But to be precise, it is a small shark, and people here call it a dog shark. Dog shark. The dog shark is scientifically known as the bamboo shark, a small bottom-dwelling shark. However, the dog shark is relatively docile and generally does not actively attack people. Dog sharks have a yellowish-brown body with many dark spots and stripes. They generally live in coral reefs, move relatively slowly, and usually feed on fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, etc. And there are a pair of these things, and there is another bigger one hiding under the crevice. Chen Jiao could see everything clearly through her X-ray glasses. She immediately lifted the stone in front of her and quickly put the little guy who was about to escape into the bucket. Dog shark +2 clatter. At this time, the seawater began to rise, and the waves continued to rush forward. Tang Tang, how was your harvest today? Grandpa Chen came over with a full bucket of water, and when he saw the little blue dragon and dog shark in her bucket, he praised her repeatedly. Wow, we have a good harvest today. They are all valuable big ones. Then he said mysteriously, the seawater has receded now. I will take you to a good place. Chen Jiao was full of curiosity. She grabbed the old man's sleeve and asked, Where are you going? The old man shook his head mysteriously. I said it was a surprise. Don't ask any more questions. You will know when you come up. It is a good place. As he spoke, he took Chen Jiao along the rocky beach. They first came across a huge rock, and then saw a small cliff with miscellaneous trees growing on it. There are large and small reefs below the small cliff. Judging from the barnacles and seaweed growing under the reefs and cliffs, they are usually underwater. But today the tide went out and basically everything was exposed. After walking for a while, we saw a small patch of mangroves in front of us, but the area was very small, with only a few sparse small trees. Grandpa Chen took his granddaughter to the back of the small mangrove forest with familiarity. Behind a few small trees, there is a small cave that is 1 person tall and half a meter wide. The cave in front of us is located at a relatively low position. Even though it is a high tide today, it has already receded to the bottom. However, the seawater at the entrance of the cave was still at Chen Jiao's knee level. If the seawater rose, it would probably flood everything. Although there were a few sparse small trees in front, they still could not withstand the surging waves in front, and the waves kept hitting us. Another fierce wave soaked half of their bodies. But at this time, neither of them cared to care about it because there were a lot of gooseneck barnacles growing on the rocks at the entrance of the cave. Friendly reminder, people with trypophobia, please note that the pictures are not very friendly. There are so many gooseneck barnacles. I'm going to make a fortune. I'm going to make a fortune, Chen Jiao said and immediately ran towards the cave entrance. Grandpa Chen was so happy that he was speechless. He had found a lot of small green dragons and abalone in the cave before, and he came here this time to find these 2 things, but he didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise. Thinking that these strange-looking little things could be sold for nearly 200 yuan per pound, Grandpa Chen's pace quickened. Gooseneck barnacles. Gooseneck barnacle is the name used abroad. Because it looks like Buddha's hand and dog's paw, locals generally call it Buddha's hand snail or dog's paw snail. Gooseneck barnacles are said to be relatives of crabs. Their texture and taste are a bit similar to crab meat, but they are more fresh and sweet. They are delicious if they are steamed directly. They are mainly distributed in the crevices of reefs, where waves are frequent, or on cliffs. They feed on plankton. Generally, the bigger the waves, the better they grow. However, because the places where they usually grow are very dangerous, it is very difficult to pick them, and every year many people die while picking gooseneck barnacles. Gooseneck barnacles are very delicious and are known as seafood from heck because of their appearance. Gooseneck barnacles have always been highly sought after in Europe because of their extremely sweet taste. And because it is so difficult to pick, it is said that 1 pound can be sold for hundreds of euros in Europe. The price of gooseneck barnacles in China is also very expensive, almost as much as that of small green dragon. There were a lot of gooseneck barnacles growing on both sides of the cave entrance, and the grandfather and grandson were on each side. Chen Jiao first tried to pick it off with her hands, and found that it was firmly attached and not a single one fell off. Not only does this thing taste similar to crab meat, Its shell is also like a crab shell, which looks thin but is very hard. After thinking for a second, Qinjiao immediately took out a sand shovel from the bucket. With one shovel, she could pry out several sand shovels. Click, click, these little treasures were shoveled down one by Qinjiao, and the process was quite relaxing. Seeing that the shovel was quite useful, Qinjiao cheerfully reminded the grandfather behind her. Grandpa, it's faster to use a sand shovel to shovel these Buddha's hand snails. Need I tell you? When I went to the sea to collect Buddha's hand snails, your father wasn't even born yet. Grandpa Chen spoke with great pride, his hands' movements showing no sign of slowing down, as he scooped up a small piece of gooseneck barnacle with one shovel. Click, click, neither of them spoke. They were both working hard to shovel off the gooseneck barnacles in front of them bit by bit. You know what? This process is really relaxing, except that the waves are a bit big, and it hurts a bit when they hit my body. Clatter. The waves at the cave entrance were still hitting the two of them, but no one cared at this time. Instead, they quickened their movements. Except for the smaller one, the two bigger ones were all tackled down. Qinjiao wiped the water droplets on her forehead, which might have been sweat or splashes of water. She then lifted the bucket in her hand, which was almost 10 kilograms. This thing is quite heavy. A small piece weighs several taels. Grandpa Chen, standing next to him, had a bucket of gooseneck barnacles weighing more than 10 pounds. Looking at these expensive little treasures, the old man was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Qinjiao stood up straight, patted her sore back several times, and then gave her grandfather 2 thumbs up with admiration. Grandpa, you are really amazing. How did you find these gooseneck barnacles? Qinjiao thought that these gooseneck barnacles outside the cave were the surprise her grandfather had just mentioned. In fact, the old man didn't know there were so many Buddha's hand snails here before coming here, but Grandpa Chen, who was very proud, changed his explanation. I discovered this small cave by chance when I came here to catch seafood. I also found a small blue dragon and several palm-sized abalone in it before, the old man said confidently. When Qinjiao heard that there were small blue dragons and wild abalone in the cave, her eyes suddenly lit up. Grandpa, let's go take a look inside the cave. By now the seawater had risen to the middle of Qinjiao's thighs, but the grandfather and grandson, who were only thinking about finding Xiao Qinglong and abalone, didn't care at all. At this time, Grandpa Chen took out 2 headlamps that he had prepared long ago. The originally dark cave became bright under the illumination of the headlamp. Qinjiao looked around with curiosity. The inside of the cave is larger than the entrance. It looks like a small rectangle that is 2 meters wide and 3 meters deep. There is a thin layer of sand on the soles of the feet, which feels soft when stepped on. The surrounding rocks have become strangely shaped due to the erosion of the waves over time. Qinjiao had just taken 2 steps when she saw a few beautiful little abalones on the rock at her waist level. Wild abalone, Grandpa, there are really abalone here. As he said this, he took the shovel in his hand and quickly pried the little guys off the rocks one by one. Wild abalone +6. Grandpa Chen on the side smiled without saying a word, happily groping under the sand where the water level was lower, and soon caught a small green dragon weighing nearly 1 kilogram. Hearing her grandfather's hearty laughter, Qinjiao turned around curiously and then stared at the ferocious little green dragon in the old man's hand. As a foodie, Qinjiao blurted out, "What a plump little blue dragon. It must be delicious if steamed." As soon as he finished speaking, the little green dragon struggled even harder, but in the end, the old man ruthlessly stuffed it into the bucket. In addition to small abalone, there were also many particularly large conchs on the rocks in the cave. Qinjiao put them all into the bucket. Conch +8. Soon, Qinjiao found a bigger abalone in a crevice. However, this little thing was stuck very tightly and was inside the S in the rocks, so it was difficult to exert force with the shovel. At this time, the little dream in her mind reminded her, "Tang Dang, you can just use the universal clips to clip it." Qinjiao slapped her thigh vigorously. "Oh, I almost lost the universal clamp." Immediately afterwards, she picked out a particularly plump wild abalone from the crevice of the rock. Abalone, although it was not as big as the palm as Grandpa Chen said, it was still quite fat. Qinjiao happily put it into the bucket. Wild abalone +1. Suddenly, Qinjiao in the cave shouted excitedly. Wow, I'm going to get rich. Under the rock in front of Qinjiao's left, many small caves of different sizes were formed due to the invasion of waves. These naturally formed small caves have become natural caves for some small animals. Through the X-ray glasses, she clearly saw that there were several big green creatures hidden in these small caves. Qinjiao stretched the universal clamp in her hand towards the largest cave on the left, and then a small green dragon bigger than her palm was clamped out obediently. Grandpa, come here quickly. There are many little green dragons here. Qinjiao held up an extra-large green dragon weighing more than a pound and excitedly waved at the old man, asking him to come over quickly. Although she was the one who discovered these little green dragons, this place was her grandfather's secret base, and Qinjiao didn't want to monopolize it. At this time, Grandpa Chen was bending over and groping under the seawater. Soon, he raised up a small green dragon weighing about 7 or 8 tails with a smile. I have quite a few little blue dragons here, too. Qinjiao stood on tiptoe and looked at the old man's bucket with disbelief. There were indeed 2 little green dragons with bared fangs and claws inside, and they were quite large. Now she didn't say much and quickly put the 5 little green dragons, 2 big and 3 small, into the bucket one by one. Ha ha ha, come into sister's bucket. The 2 big little blue dragons weigh more than 1 kilogram each, and the other 3 are smaller, but still about half a kilogram. They look like a couple with 3 children. It's a pity that this unlucky family ran into Qinjiao, and the whole family was captured. Little blue dragon plus 5 in addition, there were many fist-sized conchs in the S of the rocks. Qinjiao happily put them all in her pocket. These conchs are quite big. 3 of them weigh 1 kilogram each, and we got several kilograms of large conchs all at once. Grandpa Chen also had a good harvest, with 5 little green dragons in the bucket. However, the little guys that the old man found were more uniform in size, basically about 70 to 80 grams. Qinjiao looked at the big guy in her own bucket, then at the one in her grandfather's bucket. Her excitement was beyond words. Today I have disturbed the little blue dragon's nest. Grandpa Chen was also very happy. Tang Tang, you are so lucky. The last time I came here, I only caught 4 small blue dragons. I didn't expect to catch 10 today. This place is pretty good. There are gooseneck barnacles outside, and small green dragons and abalone inside. It's really a feng shui treasure land. Then Qinjiao said excitedly, let's come here once a month in the future, when the tide is out. At this time, Grandpa Chen dug a few large oysters from the rocks nearby and replied cheerfully, okay, although this island is a little far away, there are still a lot of small seafood on the island. But this time we took these valuable big things away. I guess there won't be so many good things next time we come. Afraid that the gap would be too big next time, the old man gave his granddaughter a dose of prevention in advance. That's right. Gooseneck barnacles grow slowly. It will take at least several months before they can be picked again. These small blue dragons and abalones will not be available in the short term. Clatter. The waves rushed in from the cave entrance. Seeing that the sea water in the cave was about to reach their chests, Grandpa Chen quickly pulled his granddaughter out. Waves as soon as the 2 came out of the cave. A wave as high as a person suddenly rushed towards them. The grandfather and grandson were instantly soaked from head to toe. But even so, the 2 of them still held the buckets in their arms tightly, fearing that the gooseneck barnacles and small green dragons inside would be blown away by the waves. Qinjiao was hit by the waves and staggered, and almost fell down. Fortunately, Grandpa Chen beside her supported her. The rocks on the ground were wet and covered with sharp barnacles and oysters. They were also covered with slippery seaweed, so it was very dangerous and easy to slip if you were not careful. The grandfather and grandson supported each other and walked quickly to the shore. Before they even started walking, another small wave hit them. There were too many things in Qinjiao's bucket, and the little green dragon on the top kept struggling to flap its wings, trying to escape with the waves. Seeing that the largest little green dragon had half of its body sticking out and was almost about to flip out, Qinjiao quickly pushed it back into the bucket. Except for the biggest one, the other small green dragons were also restless and kept jumping around trying to escape from prison. It was actually only a few dozen meters from the small cave to the rocky beach, where they had just gone to the sea. However, under the constant impact of the waves, it took the grandfather and grandson several minutes to walk there. Above the rocky beach, there are two large buckets with various small seafoods in them. These are the harvests of the two people just now. The two of them slowly walked to a place where the waves could not reach. At this time, Chunjiao still had two green seaweeds hanging on her head. There were even several strands of asparagus hanging on Grandpa Chen's face, which looked like hair, and there was a long, thin kelp on his left shoulder. The two looked at each other's miserable appearance without any sympathy at all, and just raised their heads and started laughing. The grandfather and grandson happily admired each other's new looks, then found a clean big rock and sat down to rest. Chun Jiao carried the heavy bucket to her feet, and then happily counted the harvest she had just had in the cave. There were about 10 pounds of gooseneck barnacles, 5 small green dragons, 2 large and 3 small, about 2 pounds of wild abalone, and 3 or 4 pounds of large conchs. Grandpa Chun on the side also had a good harvest, with more than 10 pounds of gooseneck barnacles, 5 small blue dragons, and about 2 pounds of large conchs, and several pounds of large oysters. Clatter. High tide, the two rested for a few minutes, and seeing that the sea water in the distance had begun to rise gradually, they quickly got up and walked back. It was already 11:30 when the grandfather and grandson returned to the fishing boat with all kinds of fresh seafood. After a busy morning, Chun Jiao's stomach was rumbling with hunger. Looking at the various seafood in the bucket, she couldn't help drooling. When cleaning up the catch, Chun Jiao saw that one of the 2 bluefin breams she had picked up in the morning had already died, so she took it out and prepared to steam it later. There were quite a few oysters, so I took out a dozen or so. When Grandpa Chun was fishing, he also picked up a small sea bass weighing more than 1 pound. Although it had died, it was still quite fresh and was perfect for steaming together later. After the fish were collected, the two split up. The old man went to deal with the seafood while Chun Jiao washed the vegetables. She had just finished cooking the rice when Grandpa Chun had already cleaned the 2 sea fish and oysters skillfully. The lunch for the two was very sumptuous, with steamed bluefin mullet, steamed sea bass, and blanched Chinese cabbage, as well as a large plate of steamed oysters. Steamed sea bass, steamed oysters, blanched Chinese cabbage. Chun Jiao was so hungry today that she was too lazy to even take pictures. As soon as the food was ready, she quickly served a large bowl of rice to her grandfather and herself. Although the function of doubling strength is useful, it makes you hungry very quickly. These days, Chun Jiao's appetite is almost catching up with Grandpa Chun. After lunch, it was already 1 p.m. It takes about 2 hours to get back to the town's pier from Dolphin Island. And the traps we put in Mangrove and Seagull Island the morning before have not been collected yet. Chun Jiao thought about going back early today and collecting the traps from both places, and then putting them into the sea together with the sticky nets. However, before going back, you need to retrieve the 2 sticky nets and 10 crab pots that were set up in the morning. This morning, we had a good harvest at the beach, and we had an even better harvest at the small cave. When Chun Jiao walked into the cab, she had a proud smile on her face. We've had a lot of luck today, and I think the catch on the sticky net will be pretty good too. Okay, stop bragging here and start the boat. Grandpa Chun is used to big scenes, and his face remains calm. The sticky net with small holes was placed in the sea area in front of the rocky beach, and the fishing boat arrived there soon. Before pulling up the net, Chun Jiao was full of confidence, but when the entire net was pulled up by the crane, she felt slapped in the face. The catch on the sticky net was pitifully small. Apart from a few golden pomfret weighing more than 1 pound, the rest were basically small sea wolves weighing 1 or 2 pounds. But the number of sea wolves that cost 10 yuan per pound is not large, and I don't know if the total amount is enough for 10. After scooping up the fish with the sticky net, Chun Jiao was dumbfounded. The day before yesterday, I set fishing nets at Seagull Island, using the same small-hole sticky net. I clearly earned around 2,000 yuan, but I didn't expect the harvest today to plummet. Then, Chun Jiao placed her hopes on the crab cages that were put into the water together. The first crab cage was pretty good. It contained a conger eel weighing more than 3 pounds and a few octopuses. But the next 3 crab cages were all light, and they were basically full of blue crabs, but they were not big, only about 3 or 2 small blue crabs. And in the 5th crab pot, there were only a few octopuses and a small golden pomfret. The stuff they received from the 5 crab cages was less than half a bucket in total. Chun Jiao couldn't help but mutter, "With just this little stuff, has today's good luck already run out?" Grandpa Chin patted his granddaughter on the shoulder and said kindly, "There's also a sticky net and some crab pots. Maybe there will be a surprise later." Having said that, the old man got up and went to the cab, drove the fishing boat to the back of Dolphin Island, and prepared to collect the coarse mesh sticky net. There are obviously a lot more fish hanging on this coarse mesh sticky net than before, and they are bigger too. Unfortunately, there is a problem. The fish hung there are basically sea wolves and silver carps, which cost 10 yuan or 8 yuan per catty. In comparison, the harvest from the last few crab cages was slightly better. The first crab cage I picked up contained 2 giant blue crabs weighing more than 1 pound. There was a big hole on the second crab cage, but there were also 2 octopuses inside. The remaining 3 crab cages basically contain orchid crabs weighing 6 or 7 tails. Seeing that his granddaughter looked unhappy, Grandpa Chin asked her to drive the boat while he took the fish off the fishing net. Although the fishing net was quite long, there were not many fish hanging on it. It took Grandpa Chin less than an hour to clean up the catch from the 2 sticky nets and 10 crab cages. There was a scale on the fishing boat, so he weighed as well. 10 jeans of golden pomfret, 60 jeans of sea wolf, 55 jeans of silver carp, 2 jeans of octopus, 3 jeans of conger eel, 5 jeans of blue crab, and 4. In fact, these catches are already very good for ordinary fishermen in the village. It's just that the harvest from the last 2 trips to the sea was so good that it instantly made Chun Jiao feel a little disappointed. When Chun Jiao drove the fishing boat to Seagull Island, the people who had come to catch fish in the morning had already left. At this time, the island was quiet, with only the sound of waves hitting the rocks and the cries of seagulls. The 2 of them first went to the deep-water rocky beach to collect the traps. There are a total of 7 traps here. Except for one that is produced by the system, the other 6 are brought from our own fishing tackle shop. We placed 7 traps, but only 5 were found in the end. We don't know if the other 2 were stolen or blown away by the waves. The only thing that made Chun Jiao feel better was that the trap produced by the system was still there. Fortunately, this trap that cost her 1,000 points did not disappoint her. There was a sea bass weighing more than 5 kilograms and a pearl grouper weighing more than 4 kilograms in it. However, the remaining 4 traps were basically filled with golden pomfret and small sea bass, and the harvest seemed to be much worse than before. Chun Jiao seemed to have accepted it and had already made good use of this setting in the morning. On the way to the mangroves, I had already prepared myself mentally for the possibility that the harvest later might not be too good. But no matter how hard she prepared herself mentally, Chun Jiao never expected that all 6 traps would be taken away without a single one left. Although the tide was high and all nearby traces were submerged, all 6 traps were gone. It was obvious that they had been stolen, and the 2 traps that disappeared from the reef beach might have been secretly taken away by someone. 8 traps disappeared at once. When Chun Jiao returned, she was so angry that her face turned blue, and she cursed the thieves. It was low tide today, so the fish must have been stolen by the people who came here to fish. They are so wicked that they will never get anything from fishing again. Thinking about the fact that all 8 traps and the catch inside were gone, and that she had lost thousands of dollars in one go, Chun Jiao became angrier and angrier, and her face turned red with excitement. This place is still too close to the land, and many people come here to catch seafood. From now on, we can just do as you said before, and lower the traps and sticky nets into the sea together, but these 8 traps today can't come back either. Grandpa Chin saw that his granddaughter was still unhappy, so he continued to comfort her. Today's harvest is already very good. We should not be too greedy. Chun Jiao felt better when she thought of the 3-knife fish, gooseneck barnacles, and small blue dragon that she caught this morning. The 2 came back early today, and it was exactly 4 o'clock when they arrived at the pier. Boss Xiaoyang knew that the grandfather and grandson had a lot of good things today, so he was waiting at the dock early. As soon as the fishing boat docked, he couldn't wait to jump on board to help carry the fish. Seeing the gooseneck barnacles and the little green dragons on the boat, Yang Jiejun's big round eyes widened with a shrewd light. These rare and premium seafood are usually sold at a premium. If he can catch this batch of fish, he can make a lot of money by reselling them. As soon as he returned to the purchasing station, Yang Jiejun directed the helpers to come and weigh the catch, while he personally weighed the gooseneck barnacles and small blue dragonfish. These Buddha's hand snails are of decent size, so let's sell them at 180 yuan per catty. As for the small blue dragons, those over 1 catty will be 200 yuan per catty, and those under 1 catty will be 185 yuan per catty. At this time, the guy who was helping to weigh the fish brought the 3-knife fish that Chen Jiao had picked up in the morning in a small bucket. Young boss, you should make the offer for this 3-knife fish. There's even 3-knife fish. I almost missed this little guy, but it's a little small, so I can only offer 280 yuan per pound. Although this price is much cheaper than the last time's knife fish, the fish is indeed a little small. Chen Jiao nodded with satisfaction. Okay, just do as you say, Brother Yang. After the price was set, Yang Jiejun began to weigh these expensive seafood. Mr. Chen, you have 12 jin of Buddha's hand snails here, 180 yuan per jin, a total of 2,160 yuan. The small blue dragons are all under 1 jin, a total of 3.6 jin, 185 yuan per jin, a total of 666 yuan. Boss Xiao Yang glanced at the computer in his hand and said cheerfully, the total is 2,826 yuan. These two items alone cost nearly 3,000 yuan. Grandpa Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and his old face turned red with excitement. Next is Chen Jiao's catch. 10 jin of Buddha's hand snails, 180 yuan per jin, a total of 1,800 yuan. 7 liang of 3-knife fish, 280 yuan per jin, a total of 196 yuan. 2 small blue dragons weighing more than 1 jin, a total of 2.2 jin, 200 yuan per jin, a total of 440 yuan. 5 small blue dragons weighing less than 1 jin, a total of 3.8 jin, 185 yuan per jin, a total of 703 yuan. The total is 3,139 yuan, except for the 2 little green dragons. The rest were all fish caught in the cave. Chen Jiao felt that this cave was truly a treasure, and it was immediately upgraded to the highest level secret base in the house. At this time, the 2 helpers behind them had already weighed the remaining fish and called the 3 of them over to settle the bill together. Grandpa Chen doesn't have much fish left, basically just conchs and the like. 2 catties of conch, 38 yuan per catty, a total of 76 yuan. 5 catties of conch, 35 yuan per catty, a total of 175 yuan. Octopus weighs 3 jin, 32 yuan per jin, a total of 96 yuan. Spicy snail weighs 4 jin, 16 yuan per jin, a total of 64 yuan. Adding the 2,826 pieces just now, the total is 3,237 pieces. The old man was so excited when he saw the payment information on his mobile phone. This was the day with the most earnings he had made in the past half-month, even more than when he went out to sea before. The old man was full of energy and felt that he was still young and that it would be no problem for him to work at sea for a few more years. Chen Jiao caught more fish, and Yang Jiejun was busy for a while before he finally caught enough. Conch is 6 jin, 35 yuan per jin, a total of 210 yuan. Octopus is 3 jin, 32 yuan per jin, a total of 96 yuan. The conger eel is 12 jin, 56 yuan per jin, a total of 672 yuan. The dog shark is 5 jin, 85 yuan per jin, a total of 425 yuan. Abalone 2 catties, 120 yuan per catty, a total of 240 yuan. Golden pomfret 10 catties, 26 yuan per catty, a total of 260 yuan. Seawolf is 60 jin, 10 yuan per jin, a total of 600 yuan. Silver carp is 55 jin, 8 yuan per jin, a total of 440 yuan. The big crabs are 2.3 jins, 71 yuan per jin, a total of 164 pieces. The small crabs are 3 jins, 45 yuan per jin, a total of 135 pieces. Adding the 3,139 yuan just now, the total is 6,381 yuan. Although it is only half of the last time, it is already very good and more than many people's monthly salary. Moreover, we didn't have much time to actually go to the beach today, and we didn't go fishing either. Chun Jiao is still quite content. Sunset coming out of the purchasing point. The dock is bustling with people, the fishing boats are busy unloading, and the stalls selling seafood are even more bustling. Along the way, many enthusiastic stall owners asked her if she wanted to buy seafood, but Chun Jiao politely refused them all. She also left some orchid crabs and oysters on the fishing boat, and the super beautiful bluefin bream she picked up on the rocky beach in the morning was also kept by her. Together with the stockpiled food we already had at home, it was enough for the family to eat for 2 or 3 days. On the way back, it was Grandpa Chun who drove the boat. Chun Jiao lazily lay on the deck and clicked on the latest points page. Host. Chun Jiao level 3, sea catching, points, 7,765 points perspective range, 3 meters transparent time, 3 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamps, spade, 2 live fish buckets, and ground trap. Seeing that she already had 7,765 points, Chun Jiao happily opened the system's mall and prepared to buy some more things for going to the beach. When the mall is just opened, the most eye-catching item inside is the ground trap, which costs 1,000 points each and also comes with 10 baits. Although the system's ground traps are a bit expensive, the effect is still quite good. Basically, there are more than 2 big fish every day. Thinking of the ground cages that disappeared today, Chun Jiao put 8 ground cages into the shopping cart without thinking. Suddenly, Xiao Meng's gloating voice sounded in my mind. Tang Dang, you only have over 7,000 points now. You can't buy 8 traps. Chun Jiao was stunned for a moment, then she whispered, I almost forgot. Your traps cost 1,000 points each. Chun Jiao, who was short of money, had to delete 6 of them in tears. Then she saw the bait that came with the ground trap on the new product page, but it cost 300 points each. Chun Jiao was very shocked. They were actually sold by the piece, and for 300 points each? Xiao Meng, this is unreasonable. This bait is given as a gift when you buy a trap. Why does it cost 300 points per bait? A 1,000-point trap comes with 10 free baits, but it costs 3,000 points to buy 10 baits separately. That's ridiculous. Xiao Meng calmly explained to her. The 10 baits given by the ground trap are actually just for you to test the effect. When you upgrade to the fishing section in the future, this gift will no longer be available. If you buy it separately in the future, it will be the same price. Profligate businessman, Chun Jiao felt that it would be better to buy 2 more traps instead of buying this bait, so she added 2 more traps to the shopping cart. Before unlocking the fishing section, she could stock up on more traps so that she wouldn't have to spend extra money to buy this bait. Chun Jiao thought she was really smart and continued reading happily. The lucky fishing rod that I had my eyes on before is still gray and cannot be purchased until the fishing section is unlocked. And it's still a long way from the 10,000 points needed to buy a fishing rod. Alas, the things in the system are too expensive. 7,000 points can't buy many things. After Chun Jiao sighed, she bought the 4 traps in the shopping cart with a heartache. At this time, the system's points page was refreshed again. Host, Chun Jiao level 3, sea hopping, points, 3,765 points perspective range, 3 meters transparent time, 3 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, spade, 2 live fish buckets, and 5 ground traps. When they got home, it was not yet 6 o'clock, and it was the first time that the grandfather and grandson arrived home before Chen Weiqiang. Chun Jiao looked at the time on her mobile phone and felt very satisfied. Anyway, I have a golden finger, so there is no need to be so busy as before and make myself so tired. Chun Jiao happily brought the half bucket of seafood that had been left over to the kitchen. Yan Shooting, who was cooking, saw so many orchid crabs and a bluefin bream weighing more than a pound and couldn't help but start nagging. These bluefin bream and orchid crabs are so expensive, you might as well just sell them. Today the tide receded and your grandmother and I picked up a lot of small conger eels, as well as a lot of clams and white clams, enough for our family to eat for a few days. Chun Jiao didn't listen to her. These orchid crabs look a lot, but there won't be much after they're cooked. I'll take half to my uncle's house, and you can steam the rest. Yen Shooting glared at her unhappily and said, I know. You can also take some clams, and white clams with you. We have a lot of them at home. Okay, I'll make sure to complete the task. With that, Chen Jiao walked out of the house with a bucket in her hand and a smile on her face. The eve of the storm, my uncle's house was not far away, just behind the convenience store, and we arrived there in less than a few minutes. When Chen Jiao carried the things over, her eldest cousin and his wife were cleaning up the leftover fish in the yard. Brother and sister-in-law, we have a good harvest today. Hearing Chen Jiao's clear voice, Xin Qingmei turned around and smiled. Tang Tang, you came just in time. I left 2 fish for you. Your brother was just about to take them. Then we really have the same mind. There are quite a few crabs in the crab cage today. I brought some orchid crabs and clams over. As Chen Jiao said this, she handed the bucket in her hand to Xin Qingmei with a smile, as if she was presenting a treasure. Tang Tang, you're here. At this time, the uncle who heard the sound came over with a bucket containing a black sea bream weighing more than 1 kilogram and a turbot weighing about 2 kilograms. Seeing the orchid crabs in the bucket, the frugal Chen Daqiang muttered, Girl, why did you bring so many orchid crabs? They are quite big. It would be great if you could sell them. Chen Jiao replied with a smile, Uncle, why don't you sell the fish? Chen Daqiang glared at him in pretended dissatisfaction. You girl, you still talk back. Your second brother will be back from vacation in 2 days. Come over for dinner then. Okay, I haven't seen my second brother for a long time. Chen Jiao has 2 cousins. The older cousin Chen Feng has been fishing with his family since he was a child. Now he has even converted the fishing boat into a fishing boat. But my second cousin didn't like being a fisherman, so after graduating from college, he became a 9-to-5 office worker. The family's fishing boat has been making good profits recently, and Chen Daqiang is thinking of calling his youngest son back to help. When I came out of my uncle's house, I saw a lot of dark clouds gathered in the sky, which looked dark and depressing. It looks like it's going to rain. Chen Jiao walked quickly home carrying a bucket of water. The 2 fish we brought back were caught by my cousin and his friends at Seagull Island today, and they're still alive and kicking. Seeing that the 2 fish were still quite energetic, Chen Jiao placed them in a water tank in the yard. In addition, the bluefin bream that we caught in the morning was also kept in the tank. The water tank in the corner is a square with a length, width and height of 1 meter, and there is a small oxygenator on the side. Normally, the fish that cannot be eaten at home will be kept here temporarily. In addition, there is a rectangular tank next to it, which contains some small seafood such as oysters, clams, and white clams. When she returned to the kitchen, Chen Jiao could already smell the fragrance. There would still be a seafood dinner in the evening. The huge steamer is divided into 2 layers. The upper layer is used to steam the fat and roe-filled orchid crabs, and the lower layer is used to steam a whole original oyster. In addition, there are braised conger eels that have just come out of the pot, as well as clams and white clams that are about to be put into the pot. Chen Jiao diligently helped out and learned from them at the same time. Yen Shooting had perfect timing in cooking. Just as Chen Jiao had brought the last dish to the table, 2 footsteps, one light and one heavy, were heard at the door. Chen Jiao was quite familiar with the footsteps at home. As soon as she heard them, she knew it was her father and grandmother who had returned. There were more and more dark clouds in the sky, and it started to drizzle outside when we were halfway through dinner. Although there was no wind, it felt a bit stuffy, a bit like a precursor to a typhoon. Chen Jiao turned around and looked at the yard that was already wet with rain. It seemed that she could not go out to sea tomorrow. Fishermen depend on the weather for their livelihood. If it rains or there is a strong wind, they cannot go out to sea. Yen Shooting was unpacking crabs when she suddenly remembered that her daughter had rented a house in Guangzhou, and it seemed that she had not yet moved out. Tang Tang, have you not yet given up the lease on the house you rented before? Chen Jiao, who was concentrating on eating clams, was stunned. She had actually forgotten about this. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about my house in Guangzhou. I still have a lot of clothes and stuff there. I'll go back later and pack up the stuff and send it back. Chen Jiao has lived there for 2 years, and there are quite a few things in the rental house. Then you should go back and pack up your things and return the house early. Since you are not going back to Guangzhou now, the rent will be wasted on the landlord. Yan Shooting felt a little sad when she thought about the wasted rent of this month. Chun Jiao thought for 2 minutes before she stammered. The rent for the small studio I rent is only 700 yuan a month, but the rent for the fishing boat is 4,000 yuan a month. I'll wait until the rental period of the fishing boat is up. Chun Jiao said nice things, but she actually just wanted to delay time and didn't want to go back to pack her things. There are too many things, it gives me a headache. No one knows a girl better than her mother. Yan Shooting saw through her little thoughts at a glance. Isn't it raining outside? It looks like there will be a typhoon. You might as well take this opportunity to go back to Guangzhou and get these things done. Chun Jiao's procrastination came back again, and she smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. I've been out to sea every day recently, and I'm tired and thin. I want to rest for 2 days. The rent isn't expensive anyway. I'll return to Guangzhou to check out when the fishing boat expires and hang out with friends for a few days. Chen Weiqiang, who was standing by, also chimed in. It's only 700 yuan for rent, so let her do it. Yan Shooting thought about her daughter's hard work these days, going out early and coming back late. The rent of 700 yuan a month was not much, so she just ignored it. Chen Weiqiang suddenly patted his daughter on the shoulder and said, Didn't you want to buy a car before? I'll give you my current van. You gave me the car, then what are you going to do? Chun Jiao didn't expect the topic to change so suddenly and looked at Chen Weiqiang with a confused face. I'm buying a new one. Chen Weiqiang smiled wickedly. Well, it turns out that I am your tool for buying a new car. But I don't have a driver's license yet. Chen Jiao originally came back to rest and take the driving test, but she was so busy fishing that she completely forgot about it. Besides, she goes out to sea every day now, so it doesn't matter whether she gets a driver's license or not. Yan Shooting glared at Chen Weiqiang and said, Your car is in good condition, use it first. Tang Ting drives a fishing boat every day now, so she doesn't need a car anymore. Chen Jiao agreed. Now that she was sailing out to sea, she no longer needed a tricycle, but she could buy an electric car for transportation. In the village, electric cars are more practical. Grandpa Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly suggested, If you don't want to buy a car, you can buy a boat. Tang Dang has had quite a good harvest recently. I think we should buy the old boat from Hawa's family. Chen Jiao's eyes lit up when she heard about buying a boat. Grandpa, how much would it cost to buy Aunt Hawa's boat? The old man thought for a moment. That boat is only 7.8 meters long, and their family has used it for more than 7 years. It is not worth much. I guess it can be bought for tens of thousands of dollars. Grandma Chen disagreed and felt that buying a boat was not cost-effective. The Lotus family has used the boat for 7 years. Even if they buy it back, they won't be able to use it for many years. Besides, many things on the boat are old. The cost of repairing it will be more expensive than buying the boat. If it is tens of thousands of dollars, it is actually a year's rent. Chun Jiao thought about it and felt tempted. She has a sea hunting system and will be able to unlock the fishing section in the future. If this boat can be used for a few years, it will be very cost-effective. Seeing that his daughter wanted to buy it, Chen Weiqiang persuaded her. There's no rush. Let's wait until the boat lease expires. Besides, there are many boats for rent in the village, and some of them are quite new. Chen Weiqiang thinks the current fishing boats are too old, so he decided to buy a newer boat, as the difference wouldn't be that much anyway. Yan Shooting knew that her daughter had made a lot of money by going to the beach and fishing these days, and she agreed with it in her heart. Buying a boat is a big deal, so it's better to think it over carefully. And you don't have to buy this boat. I can ask around in the village to see if there are other boats for sale. She is in the convenience store every day, where people come and go, so she is the most well-informed. Chun Jiao nodded cheerfully. There's no rush for this. Let's wait until the fishing boat expires. Grandma Chen didn't say much, but just asked her granddaughter to think it over carefully. After dinner, the rain became heavier. The fruit trees in the yard were whistling, and leaves fell to the ground. It is said that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. There are many stubborn people in the fishing group who are ready to go night fishing. Chun Weiqiang gave some advice in the group, but he still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of these fishermen. Chun Jiao goes fishing every day, and she didn't think of going fishing in such heavy rain, so she went to bed early for her beauty sleep. Since returning home to be a fisherman, She has been going to bed at 10 o'clock every day. She has become accustomed to it and starts dozing off at that time. She is no longer Chen Jiao who stays up until 1 or 2 o'clock every day. Sleeping is the most comfortable on rainy days. Chen Jiao slept from 10 o'clock in the evening to 9 o'clock in the morning. There was the sound of dripping rain outside, but the sound had become smaller, and the wind had also died down a lot. It seemed that the typhoon was about to pass. Chen Jiao lay in bed and didn't want to get up, so she just played with her cell phone. As soon as I opened WeChat, I saw that both fishing groups had been shut down. There were too many messages, and Chen Jiao scrolled up for a long time before she saw any useful information. It turned out that at around 6 o'clock in the morning, someone in the fishing group caught a red grouper weighing more than 4 kilograms on the breakwater. Red grouper is one of the 4 kingfish in Hong Kong. In the market, a catty weighing more than 2 catties costs 7 or 800 yuan. A red grouper weighing more than 4 jean costs at least 1,000 yuan per jean, which makes the fishermen who often come up empty-handed envious. The appearance of the Fish King caused an uproar in the group, with messages coming one after another, all asking about fishing spots. Soon someone with sharp eyes discovered that this was on the breakwater. Immediately afterwards, the amount of information in the group became much less. Not long after, someone sent a photo to the group, and it turned out that these people all went to the breakwater to fish. There are at least dozens of fishermen in the photo. Chen Jiao saw that there was a sequel. Someone bought the big red grouper weighing more than 4 kilograms for 5,000 yuan right after it was caught. One fish was sold for 5,000 yuan, which made Chen Jiao extremely envious. The red grouper, whose scientific name is Epinephalus erythrocephalus, is a deep-sea fish that lives in coral reefs. It has a slender and flat body, is generally brown or red, and has red spots on its body. Red grouper is very popular in Hong Kong and Guangdong, and can be seen especially at high-end banquets. Moreover, red grouper can resist thrombosis, lower blood pressure, and prevent and treat various diseases such as myocardial infarction, coronary heart disease, vasculitis, cerebral arteriosclerosis, etc. Therefore, red grouper is not only a delicious dish but also a health product, and its price has remained high. Chen Jiao looked to the end and found that more and more people were fishing on the breakwater, and the photo was filled with fishermen. Chen Jiao felt itchy when she thought of the red grouper that cost 5,000 yuan. Since it was raining today and she couldn't go out to sea, she planned to go fishing on the breakwater and join in the fun. Chen Jiao quickly got up from the bed, washed up quickly, and went downstairs to have breakfast. At this time, the wind had stopped and the rain was not heavy, which was perfect for fishing. Just when they were halfway through breakfast, Grandpa Chen came in wearing a raincoat. Chen Jiao stood up excitedly. "Grandpa, let's go fishing over there on the breakwater. Someone caught a 15-pound red snapper over there this morning and sold it for 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. Grandpa Chen's voice became louder. When Grandpa Chen heard that a fish was sold for 5,000 yuan, he was so excited that he wanted to fly over to fish immediately. The grandfather and grandson quickly packed up their fishing gear, went to the shrimp pond to catch 2 or 3 pounds of shrimps, and then hurried to the breakwater. When the two arrived at the breakwater, they saw more people fishing. In addition to those fishing, there were also many people who came to watch the fun. As soon as the two got off the car, they heard a familiar voice. "We have special baits for red grouper, various fishing rods and fishing gear. Come and take a look. Special bait for red grouper, special bait for red grouper. Don't miss it if you pass by." Chen Jiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw that her father had set up a stall to sell fishing gear. His loud voice was heard through a loudspeaker that echoed across most of the breakwater. It's no wonder that quite a few people came to him to buy red grouper bait, and he also sold 2 fishing rods and some other fishing gear. Chen Weiqiang drove here in his family's van. Although it was raining, the fishing gear and bait were all in the back of the van and would not get wet. He sat on the side holding an oversized umbrella, watching the fun and happily collecting money. Looking at her father's happy life, Chen Jiao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "My dad is a real business genius." In fact, Chen Weiqiang originally planned to go fishing, but before he set out, he saw more and more people fishing on the breakwater. There are more people fishing than fish in the sea. The fish must have been scared away, so they just started selling fishing gear.
He did this a lot.
If the business in his store was not good, he would go to places where there were more fishermen to set up a stall and sell fishing gear. Chun Weiqiang soon saw the grandfather and grandson and waved to them to come over. He glanced at the crowds of fishermen on the breakwater and whispered in their ears, "There are too many people here, and the fish have been scared away. I think you should go fishing in the area ahead where there are fewer people." Grandpa Chun thought what his son said made sense, so he drove away quickly with his granddaughter. However, there are many people who have this idea. As we drove forward, although there were fewer people, there were still many fishermen fishing there. After driving for nearly half an hour, the two finally found a suitable fishing spot. Old Pier. This is an abandoned small dock with quite deep water. Besides the grandfather and grandson, there were two other old men fishing. The grandfather and grandson passed by the two old men. Chun Jiao saw a lot of stone croaker and golden pomfret in the bucket. It seemed that they had a good harvest. Chun Jiao threw the bait onto the sea with all her strength. After waiting for a while and seeing no fish taking the bait, she sat on a small stool and started playing with her cell phone. She sent the location of the old pier to her father and asked him to come over to fish when he is free. When Chun Weiqiang saw the location, he really wanted to go fishing, but the business at the stall was very booming at the moment. During the 2 hours of setting up the stall in the morning, he earned at least 2,000 yuan, which was much more than what he made from fishing. In the end, Chun Weiqiang couldn't resist the temptation of money and stayed at the stall to continue setting up business. Just as Chun Weiqiang was happily collecting the money, Chun Jiao suddenly felt a huge pulling force on the fishing rod in his hand. This time, Chun Jiao only brought one fishing rod, which was the new one given by Chun Weiqiang that could catch 30 gene fish. She came here this time with the intention of catching big fish, preferably the kingfish, the red grouper. However, no matter how good the rod is, it is useless if there is no fish biting the hook. Her grandfather had already caught 3 stone bass in a row, but the fishing rod in her hand was still motionless. Chun Jiao lowered her head and read the novel seriously. Just when she saw the exciting part, the fishing rod in her hand suddenly sank, and the strong pulling force dragged the fishing rod into the sea. She didn't react in time, and the fishing rod in her hand almost slipped out of her hand and fell into the sea. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and quickly pulled the fishing rod back. The fish in the sea are very strong. The reels squeak and pull the line out frantically. Chun Jiao took a look at the reel and then quickly tightened the unloading force. After adjusting the unloading force, the line release from the reel became very slow, but the fish in the sea were hurt by the pull of the hook and gradually became irritable. Seeing the fish rushing around below and the pulling force getting stronger and stronger, Chun Jiao quickly loosened the unloading force and started fishing. Based on the strength, she thought the fish this time was only about 5 or 6 pounds, not too big, so she didn't turn on her X-ray glasses, but started to fish herself. Chun Jiao skillfully controlled the reel to loosen and tighten, slowly consuming the fish's energy. After walking for about 5 minutes, Grandpa Chen, who had caught several stone fish, looked at her eagerly. "Tang Dang, you must be tired. I'll help you walk the fish for a while." "Okay, I'm a little tired." Chun Jiao saw through the old man's little thoughts at a glance, but did not expose him. She smiled and handed over the fishing rod in her hand. As soon as the fishing rod was transferred, I didn't expect that a fish would take the bait immediately on the old man's fishing rod. Seeing that the fishing rod was bent, Chun Jiao hurried over to reel in the fish. However, the fish was not very strong, and the reel wasn't even turning much. Chun Jiao caught it after just 2 minutes of fishing. It was a pink and tender little red sea bream, weighing only about 1 pound, but it looked pretty good. Chun Jiao deftly took off the fishhook and threw it into the old man's bucket. I don't know if it's a feng shui issue, but Chun Jiao stood at the old man's fishing spot for less than 5 minutes and caught 2 stonefish in a row. Although this little guy is a little small, it is huge in quantity. Grandpa Chen fished for a few minutes, and when he saw that the fish had reached its limit, he quickly handed the fishing rod to Chun Jiao. Hurry, hurry, this guy has no strength left. Reel in the line quickly. No problem, watch me." Qin Jiao glanced at the reel, which was basically motionless. She frantically turned the reel handle to quickly reel the fishing line in. The big guy in the sea is still struggling desperately, but unfortunately, it is of no use except creating beautiful waves. After a while, a slender, silver-gray mackerel was caught. Grandpa Chen quickly caught the fish with a scoop net and carried it to the shore with a smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. This mackerel is quite big. You are really good. You caught such a valuable big fish just after you got here. Qin Jiao grinned and excitedly took off the hook. This mackerel is really big. I think it weighs 6 kilograms. Grandpa weighed it and said with a smile, "It's more than 5 kilograms, almost 6 kilograms. Horsefish, the scientific name of the threadfin bream, is Microhylitis four-fingered. It is silver-gray in color, with an elongated and laterally flattened body. It is one of the few fish that can live in fresh water, brackish water, and seawater. However, mackerel is difficult to catch and not easily available on the market. It is also quite expensive, with the purchase price being more than 50 yuan per catty." Grandpa Chen held the fish with a smile on his face and asked Qin Jiao to take a picture of him. "This mackerel can be sold for at least 300 yuan. You are lucky, girl." The old man envied his granddaughter. Unlike him, he only caught small fish like Jiogong. Qin Jiao replied with a smile, "How about I buy a lottery ticket on my way back? You silly girl, stop daydreaming and keep fishing." But Qin Jiao really wants to give it a try. She has been lucky recently. She wonders if buying lottery tickets will help. But there doesn't seem to be any place selling lottery tickets in town, which is a pity. As soon as Grandpa Chen finished taking the photo, Qin Jiao immediately hugged the big guy. "I happily took a few photos and sent them to the group to show off. Then I put the dying big fish into the live fish bucket." When Qin Jiao sat back on the stool, she realized that the rain had stopped at some point. "When I looked up, I saw the blue sky that looked like it had just been washed. Blue sky and white clouds." Qin Jiao had just caught a big fish and was full of confidence at this time, ready to catch another red grouper. Qin Jiao deftly hooked a large shrimp on the fishhook and tried her best to throw the bait far into the sea. Grandpa Chen on the side seemed to be competing with Jiogong and caught 2 small fish weighing 2 taels each. Seeing the old man looking at the little cuties in the bucket with a sad face, Qin Jiao consoled him thoughtfully. "Although this stone fish is a little small, it's more than 60 yuan per catty, which is much more expensive than the horse fish I just caught." Grandpa Chen thought so too. Although these little guys are a little small, there are so many of them. Together they weigh more than 1 kilogram, so he got 100 yuan. Just when the old man caught another stonefish, the fishing rod in Qin Jiao's hand finally moved again. The tension on the fishing rod was very light, but Qin Jiao obviously felt that a fish had taken the bait, and she suddenly lifted the rod to stab the fish. "I felt the tension on the fishing rod increase a little, and it was obvious that I had hit the target." Seeing that the hook was firmly in place, Qin Jiao immediately turned the fishing reel quickly and began to reel in the line. The little guy in the sea didn't resist at all. She pulled him out of the water in a few seconds. He turned out to be a round, ball-like little fish. Before Qin Jiao could see clearly what kind of fish it was, Grandpa Chen's face darkened. The old man cursed and muttered. It turned out to be that little tangent captive. He is really unlucky. As the fishing line continued to be reeled in, Qin Jiao finally saw clearly what kind of fish it was. "I didn't expect it to be the pufferfish that most anglers hate so much." Pufferfish have very sharp teeth and a small mouth, so they are basically little captive that only eat the bait and don't bite the hook. But even if you're lucky enough to catch the hook, its sharp teeth will most likely cut the fishing line, so it is called the little prince of cutting line. Although pufferfish meat is extremely delicious, its liver and blood are highly poisonous and can easily cause death by poisoning after consumption. It cannot be eaten, and even if you catch it, it is useless and usually can only be used as a shoe brush to polish shoes. Grandpa Chen and the 2 old men beside him all looked disgusted when they saw the puffer fish in Qin Jiao's hand. Pufferfish are also called qingyu, jipao, or guiyu in their place. They usually live in seawater, but can also survive in fresh water. This little guy has short spines all over his body, a dark brown back, and a white belly. When threatened, his body will swell into a round ball. Although pufferfish have a bad reputation among anglers, this little guy is really cute. Chun Jiao looked at it, and her mind was at a loss. How could there be such a cute little creature? Thinking that the fish tank at home was still empty, I planned to take it back and keep it in the fish tank. As soon as she put the puffer fish in her hand into the bucket, Chun Jiao discovered that the two old men on the left and the grandfather on the right had moved a long way to both sides. At this time, Grandpa Chun urged from the front, "Tang Dang, you have puffer fish over there, come here quickly. It's okay. This little thing is very cute. If I catch it again, I can just put it in the fish tank at home." Although Chun Jiao had heard of the reputation of this little prince of cutting line, this was the first time she met him while fishing. She didn't know the power of these little cuties yet, so she threw the hook back to its original position in disbelief. Less than a minute after the bait was put in, the fishing rod began to vibrate little by little. But after a while there was no movement again. After repeating this 3 times, it finally calmed down completely. When Chun Jiao saw that the fishing rod had stopped moving, she thought it had come off the hook. She pulled up the fish hook and found that the originally lively and jumping prawn was now only left with a bare shrimp head. Is it that amazing? Chun Jiao, who had never been beaten before, hung another big shrimp on it in disbelief and then threw it back to the previous position. Soon, there was a slight vibration from the fish hook, but just like before, there was no movement before I could reel in the line. After repeating this twice, I pulled up the fish hook and saw that there was only a bare shrimp head left. These little creatures are quite picky. They don't even eat the shrimp heads. Chun Jiao was so angry that she laughed, and she even got into a fight with these little guys and stubbornly threw the bait back. After about 2 minutes, a fish finally took the bait. Chun Jiao immediately lifted the rod and stabbed the fish. When she felt the hook was firmly set, she began to reel in the line frantically. The reel had just turned a few circles when suddenly the fishing rod in her hand loosened and the fishing line floated lightly on the water. Chun Jiao slapped her thighs vigorously, gnashing her teeth and looking at the water. This little prince of tangent really lives up to his reputation. Seeing that there was no fish to catch here, she decided not to stay here foolishly. Chun Jiao quickly packed up her things and trotted to the outermost part of the pier. Chun Jiao ran very fast, as if she was afraid that they would catch up with her. She couldn't afford to offend these little guys, so she could just change the fishing spot. There was no need to waste time here. When I passed by Grandpa Chun, I saw that the old man had already caught half a bucket of stone base. Chun Jiao smiled and teased, "Grandpa, you have poked Shi Jiogong's nest, right?" The old man was also very speechless. He had been fishing for half a day, but all he caught were these little guys. He didn't see any big fish. The grandfather and grandson are now at the very edge of the pier. There are a lot of weeds in this place, and there are even more ferocious mosquitoes. Chun Jiao first sprayed mosquito repellent around the area, and then lit 2 plates of mosquito coils. After seeing that the annoying mosquitoes finally ran away, he sat down and continued fishing quietly. Less than a minute after sitting down, the fishing rod in Chun Jiao's hand was suddenly pulled violently. The fishing line suddenly became straight, pulling the fishing rod into a crescent shape. Chun Jiao jumped up from the small stool and said, "Wow, this fish must be a big one weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. She was originally listless, but suddenly she became excited, and her rising tone was full of excitement and pride. Seeing that his granddaughter was about to catch the second big fish, the old man felt jealous, thinking that all he caught were small shrimps. But in the next second, the fishing rod in the old man's hand sank suddenly, and he felt a strong pulling force in his hand. Finally, a big fish took the bait. Grandpa Chun stood up excitedly with a serious and solemn expression. It was a rare incident that the grandfather and grandson caught fish at the same time, and both fishing rods were pulled out of shape. The other 2 old men not far away saw the 2 people playing with the fish excitedly, and their eyes almost turned red with envy. One was silently repeating, "Unhook, unhook," in his mind, while the other was thinking, "Tangent, tangent," in his mind. Unfortunately, neither of them could say, "Oh wow." The fish in Chun Jiao's hand was obviously not as good as the big ones weighing more than 10 or 20 kilograms that she had caught before. After playing with it for about 10 minutes, it was already a little tired. To kill him while he's weak, Chen Jiao took advantage of the fact that the fish had little strength left and violently turned the reel to start reeling in the line. At this time, the fish in the sea was still struggling, constantly swinging its body, trying to break free from the hook in its mouth. Unfortunately, there was still a big difference in strength between the man and the fish, and Chen Jiao quickly dragged up the fish that was reluctant to come ashore. Amidst the waves, she saw a grouper with a red body and red spots. Chen Jiao's eyes suddenly widened, and she excitedly called out to her grandfather. "Grandpa, Grandpa, look, is this the kingfish red grouper that the group talked about?" Grandpa Qian, who was originally excitedly playing with the fish, immediately turned around after hearing about the red grouper. "It really is a red grouper. It looks to be about 15 pounds. You are lucky in wealth, little girl." After confirming that this was the king of fish, the red grouper, Chen Jiao was so happy that her hands were shaking. Fortunately, the fish was not too big, and Chen Jiao could pull it ashore by herself. "I'm rich. Such a big red grouper must be worth several thousand yuan." As soon as the fish was caught, Chen Jiao quickly took a few photos and sent them to the group. Red Grouper, the fishing group, which had just been excited in the morning, immediately became excited again when they saw the second giant red grouper. Seeing that everyone in the group was asking where this fish was caught, Chen Jiao quietly put away her phone. How could she possibly leak out this feng shui treasure land? At this time, Grandpa Chan was exhausted from walking the big guy in the sea. Seeing this, Chen Jiao hurriedly took the fishing net and waited by the side. Then a big bass weighing about 10 kilograms jumped out of the sea, splashing waves more than 1 meter high. Unfortunately, it was only a brief moment of life. He was soon dragged out of the water by the old man, exhausted, and then covered by the fishing net in Chen Jiao's hand. This sea bass was very big, about 70 to 80 centimeters long. The photo of the grandfather and grandson soon became a hot topic in the group. Two old men not far away were extremely envious when they saw the grandfather and grandson catching both the red grouper and the 10-gene big sea bass. The two of them looked at each other, and in tacit understanding, they walked to the side of the grandfather and grandson with their fishing gear and threw the fishing rod directly onto the water in front of them. Seeing the actions of the two, Chen Jiao became a little angry. Just as she was about to say something, her sleeve was pulled by her grandfather next to her. The old man shook his head gently, patted the back of his granddaughter's hand soothingly, and whispered, "This pier is ownerless. Although it's a bit unethical, this place is not ours after all." And with two big fish caught in a row, the noise was so loud that the fish below must have been scared away long ago. Chen Jiao's face looked better when she thought that there shouldn't be several big ones in the same place. Looking at the red grouper that was already exhausted, Chen Jiao wondered whether she should go back early and sell it. This fish is so expensive, if it dies it will be a big loss. At this time, boss Xiaoyang called her. "Tang Tang, please keep this fish for me. We can negotiate the price and other things." Boss Xiaoyang is also a fisherman, so he is also in the fishing group. Although there were many empty-handed people in Chen Weiqiang's fishing group, there were also many people who caught big fish. The shrewd boss Xiaoyang often collects fish in the fishing group. Just after finishing his work in the store, he discovered that the fishing group had collapsed again. "I missed the red grouper that morning, and it was bought by someone else. I was very upset the whole morning. If such a big red grouper is sold to Hong Kong, the price can double or triple." This time, when he saw the larger red grouper that Chen Jiao posted in the group, he was so excited that he called her immediately. "Tang Tang, please keep this fish for me. We can negotiate the price and other things." Chen Jiao smiled and complimented him. "Brother Yang, you're an expert in this area, just decide the price. Everyone can see the information in the group." The last red grouper weighing more than 4 kilograms was sold at a high price of 5,000 yuan. Then the price of this one, which weighs about 5 kilograms, will definitely not be lower than this. Boss Xiaoyang was not one to lie. "This fish looks like it should be 15 gene. I'll charge 1,200 yuan per gene." When Chen Jiao heard the price, her eyes sparkled. "Okay, let's do as you say, Brother Yang." Yang Jiejun finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Jiao agreed. "Tang Tang, where are you now? How about I come pick you up?" "No, it's almost 12 o'clock. I'll bring the fish to you, and we can go to town to have lunch and continue fishing in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jiao and her grandfather happily headed to the town. Chen Jiao was sitting at the back of the tricycle with two large buckets of live fish in front of her. Whether it was the red grouper or the big bass, they had obviously rested now and were swinging their tails impatiently in the bucket, splashing waves of water. Chen Jiao wiped the water droplets from her face and neck. Instead of getting angry, she smiled even more happily. It's quite lively. I'm sure it will sell for a good price later. On the way, Chen Jiao also sent a voice message to her father. Dad, Grandpa, and I are going to town to sell fish and have lunch.
What do you want to eat?
I'll pack it for you later. That's perfect. I can't leave right here. Whatever you guys want to eat, just pack one for me. I'm not picky. Okay, I'll take care of it myself. Then Chen Weiqiang sent another red envelope to his daughter. Chen Jiao clicked it and saw that it was still 100 yuan. She smiled softly with curved eyebrows. It looks like my dad's fishing tackle stall is doing good business today. Then came the old man's hearty voice. Don't you see how many fishermen there are on the embankment? I think they can sell a lot of bait just for fishing. Your father is a little clever. He even built a big speaker to sell bait for red grouper. His brain is like mine. Then the old man added smugly, You are like me too, ha. The grandfather and grandson have a good relationship, so Chen Jiao deliberately teased, Say this again in front of Grandma. The old man stopped talking. He is not a coward. He just follows his heart. There were too many people on the breakwater, and the two men were afraid that the place would be exposed, so they deliberately went around from the other side where there were fewer people. It took nearly 40 minutes on the road to reach Yang's purchasing point. At this time, Yang Jiejun was already looking out the door impatiently, muttering to himself, Why hasn't my red grouper arrived yet? He has already contacted the buyer in Hong Kong, and the price is very good. Now all he needs is the fish. Seeing two familiar people from afar, Yang Jiejun immediately greeted them warmly. The flattering look was as if he was showing his courtesy to his parents-in-law when he first went to their house. Seeing the red grouper still jumping around lively in the car, the smile on Yang Jiejun's face became even brighter. Boss Xiaoyang, carrying a heavy bucket, trotted to the place where the fish were weighed. 5 Jin 2 liang. According to the previously agreed price of 1,200 yuan per jin, the total is 6,240 yuan. After carefully putting the red grouper away, Yang Jiejun turned around and found there was a mackerel in the bucket. This mackerel is not small, 5.6 jin, 1.5 catties, 55 yuan per jin, a total of 308 yuan. Chen Jiao caught 2 fish in the morning and earned 6,548 yuan. Looking at the payment information on my mobile phone, I was even more delighted. It is worthy of being called the king of fish. 1 fish is equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. At this time, Yang Jiejun had already started settling the bill with the old man. This big bass is not bad and it's quite energetic, but bass are too common, and the maximum I can pay is 42 yuan per pound. This red sea bream is a little small, 50 yuan per catty. These stone 9-ounce fish weighing more than 4 taels are 70 yuan per catty, and the remaining small ones are 60 yuan per catty. Grandpa Chen was very familiar with the prices of seafood and knew that this price was already very good, so he nodded with satisfaction. Sea bass weighs 10 jin, 42 yuan per jin, a total of 420 yuan. Red sea bream weighs 1.1 jin, 50 yuan per jin, a total of 55 yuan. The big one is 2.2 jin, 70 yuan per jin, a total of 154. The small one is 3 jin, 60 yuan per jin, a total of 180 yuan. Grandpa Chen also had a good harvest today, earning a total of 809 yuan. Although the old man had a good harvest in the morning, he was still unwilling to give up because he didn't catch the kingfish, the red grouper, and planned to go back early to continue fishing. After leaving the purchasing station, Grandpa Chen urged his dawdling granddaughter, There's a small shop next door that specializes in seafood noodles and seafood fried rice. They taste pretty good. Let's go there for lunch. Sure, Chen Jiao is not picky about food, and she also likes seafood noodles and seafood fried rice. The small shop is very close to Yang's purchasing station, just around the corner. It was just past dinner time, and there were not many people in the restaurant, so the two of them found an empty table and sat down. This small shop seems to have some history. The menu is handwritten, and its signature dishes are seafood noodles and seafood fried rice. Chen Jiao ordered a large portion of seafood noodles, and Grandpa Chen ordered a portion of seafood fried rice. There were not many people in the restaurant at that time. Within a few minutes, the fragrant, steaming seafood noodles and seafood fried rice were served. Seafood noodles, seafood fried rice. The seafood used in the restaurant is all collected from the dock that day. Although it is not expensive seafood, it is fresh and tastes very good. Chen Jiao, who is already starving, not only finished all the noodles, but also drank all the soup. Noodle soup was difficult to pack, so she packed a portion of seafood fried rice for her father. The prices in this small shop are very affordable. My dad gave me a red envelope of 100 yuan, and I still had 40 yuan left. This shop tastes good and is quite affordable. Chen Jiao thought that after selling the fish, if it was too late, she could come here to eat before going home, so that the family wouldn't have to wait for them with empty stomachs. Chen Jiao and Grandpa Chen came to the breakwater and saw that half of the bustling crowd had left. However, under the breakwater, there are still many fishermen with serious and pious faces. Most of those who left were just there to watch the fun. When she arrived at her van, Chen Jiao discovered that more than half of the bait that had originally filled the trunk had been sold. She looked into the back of the car and said with a smile, "All the bait has been sold. It looks like the fish on the breakwater are going to be full today." Chen Weiqiang didn't know whether the fish in the sea were full, but he made a lot of money. Chen Weiqiang took the seafood fried rice from his daughter's hand, but did not open it. Instead, he quickly put all the fishing rods and fish baskets placed outside into the trunk. There are a lot fewer people here, and those who want to buy bait and fishing gear have already done so. "I'll go fishing with you guys." Having earned the money, Chen Weiqiang thought about going fishing. He had long been jealous of the red snapper his daughter caught that morning, and all he could think about was going to Fishing King. After packing up his things, Chen Weiqiang drove the van directly to the old dock without waiting for his daughter to get in the car. Chen Jiao, who hadn't gotten into the car yet, was speechless. She was so old but couldn't even see anyone. The van was faster, and Chen Jiao originally wanted to take her father's car, but she didn't expect that this man was so focused on fishing that he left her behind. In the end, Chen Jiao had no choice but to drive over there with Grandpa Chen on an electric tricycle. When the grandfather and grandson arrived at the dock, they happened to see Chen Weiqiang catching a fish. I saw him pulling the fishing reel frantically with excitement on his face, and the fishing line was quickly retrieved. About 2 meters away from the shore, a silver-white figure jumped out of the water, then fell back into the water, creating a large splash. However, people on the shore also saw that it was a sea bass weighing more than 3 kilograms. A fish weighing more than 3 kilograms was not a big deal. With Chen Weiqiang's strength, he dragged it to the shore in a short while. Chen Weiqiang held the fish in his hand and showed off to Grandpa Chen with a smug look on his face. "I'm lucky today." A big bass weighing more than 3 pounds took the bait right away. As he spoke, he put the fish next to his feet and took a few photos using his own feet for comparison. Grandpa Chen looked disdainful and said, "What's so great about your little fish? I just caught a 10-gene perch this morning." Speaking of this, Chen Weiqiang could no longer show off and silently put the fish in his hand into the bucket. But Chen Jiao didn't want to get involved with these two childish men and walked forward silently with her fishing gear. She originally wanted to go fishing at the spot where she fished for red grouper in the morning, but the two old men were still fishing there that morning. Chen Jiao was a little unhappy that her spot was taken, but she had no choice but to fish at the next spot. After throwing the fishing hook into the water, Chen Jiao stood on tiptoe and quietly looked to the right. There were only a few stonefish and golden pomfret in their buckets, which was about the same as when she left in the morning. It seemed that they had hardly caught any fish during this period. Seeing that the two people over there didn't catch any fish, Chen Jiao felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, she suddenly felt a pulling force on the fishing rod in her hand. Although this fish is not very strong, it is extremely lively and rushes around in the water without any care. Chen Jiao didn't feel the pulling force was strong, probably only about 2 kilograms. She didn't even bother to play with the fish, but instead quickly turned the fishing reel and started to reel in the line. The fish in the sea swam forward desperately, trying to break free from the pull of the hook, but unfortunately it could only be pulled back helplessly by the fishing line. In less than 2 minutes, this game with a huge difference in strength came to an end. A small white fish with a flat and nearly round body broke out of the water, swinging its tail lively in the air. Unfortunately, in less than a minute, Chen Jiao violently flew him to the shore. It's white pomfret. Although this fish is not expensive, it tastes pretty good. It's just right for steaming it in the evening. White pomfret is not big in size and is relatively affordable, but the meat is fresh and has no bones. It is delicious whether steamed or braised. In Chen Jiao's mind, white pomfret, golden pomfret, and croaker are all the same and are extremely cost-effective marine fish. Although white pomfret and golden pomfret have similar names and look similar, they actually belong to different families and genera. Golden pomfret, white pomfret. The golden pomfret belongs to the genus pomfret of the family croaker. It has a flat and slender body with some golden color. The silver pomfret belongs to the genus silver pomfret of the family silver pomfret. It has a flat but more round body and is silvery white all over. After the fishhook was removed, it quickly fell back into the sea, and in less than 2 minutes another fish took the bait. The fishing rod was pulled slightly. Based on the pulling force and movement habits, Chen Jiao felt that this should also be a silver pomfret. In less than a few minutes, she caught 2 white pomfret, and she felt there must be a school of fish nearby. So I quickly asked my grandfather and father to come over and fish for pomfret together. Although these little guys are only 20 yuan per pound, they are very easy to catch. When the father and son came over, there were already 3 white pomfret in Chen Jiao's bucket. Even the 2 old men who had been waiting for a long time caught 2 white pomfret. Seeing that the fishing situation was so good, the father and son did not hesitate for a second and immediately threw the bait into the water. I don't know if it was because it rained last night and morning, but the fish were so hungry that they were biting the hooks frantically. I caught a fish almost every 2 minutes. Several people caught fish one after another, and the dock suddenly became lively. Half an hour later, the bucket at Chen Jiao's feet was full of 1 or 2 kilograms of white pomfret. The fishing rod in her hand was reeling in the fish, and soon, a white pomfret weighing more than 2 kilograms was caught by her. Seeing that the bucket was full of space, Chen Jiao quickly took out the fish basket, put the little guy in it, and placed it in the water. After about another 10 minutes, she clearly felt that the nearby school of fish had dispersed. The people around hadn't caught any fish for several minutes. Seeing that the school of fish had dispersed, Chen Jiao took the fish out of the fish basket, then squatted happily beside the bucket holding the fish basket. "Dad, please take some pictures for me." Vincent, although Chen Weiqiang complained, after taking the pictures, he smiled and imitated his daughter, squatting next to his catch with the fish in his hand, and asked Chen Jiao to take pictures for him. The number of fish caught by Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang was similar, just enough to fill a bucket, but Chen Jiao caught a few more than them. Although there were no expensive rare big fish in the afternoon, it was pretty good to have so many white pomfret. The 3 of them thought today was a perfect day. The fishing conditions at the pier are very good, and the 3 even listed this old pier as the latest secret fishing spot. Before Chen Jiao came back, Grandpa Chen and Chen Weiqiang often went to the shrimp pond to catch shrimps and go fishing. During the time she was back, she went to the shrimp pond to catch prawns every day. Less than a month after Chen Jiao returned home, the number of shrimp in the shrimp pond had decreased by nearly half. "We didn't go out to sea today, so Grandpa Chen made an appointment with a person selling shrimp fry to come and release the shrimp fry in the evening, so he went back first." Chen Jiao and Chen Weiqiang went to the town together to sell fish, and also went to see electric cars. It takes nearly 20 minutes to walk from home to the village dock, so Chen Jiao plans to buy an electric car for transportation. The tricycle at home is reserved for my mother and grandmother. The father and daughter soon arrived at the Yang family purchasing station in the town. They didn't know what day it was today, but Boss Yang, who had retired for the past 2.5 years, was also there. Yang Jiejun saw the 2 and hurried over to help. "Wow, there are so many white pomfret. The fishing situation is good today. Seeing that the Chin family father and daughter caught both red grouper and white pomfret today, Yang Jejun felt itchy and wanted to go fishing very much. That's because I have good skills, Chin Weiqiang boasted shamelessly. Uncle Chin, these white pomfret are basically about 1 or 2 kilograms, and they are all priced at 26 yuan per kilogram. This sea bass is a little small, so it can only be sold at the usual 35 yuan per kilogram. Okay, I'll do as you say. After agreeing on the price, Yang Jejun and his son began to weigh the catch. All Grandpa Chin caught in the afternoon were white pomfret, a total of 28 pounds, 26 yuan per pound, a total of 728 yuan. The first bass that Chin Weiqiang caught weighed 3.2 jin, 35 yuan per jin, for a total of 112 yuan. The rest were all white pomfret, a total of 27 pounds, 26 yuan per pound, a total of 702 yuan. All in all, Chin Weiqiang's total income from fishing today was 814 yuan. After receiving the money, Chin Weiqiang was so happy that his big tail started to wag. He felt that his fishing skills were getting better and better. Chun Jiao also caught all white pomfret, weighing a total of 34 jin, which cost 26 yuan per jin, earning her 884 yuan. Chun Jiao was so happy that she earned more than 7,000 yuan today. As soon as she came out of the purchasing station, she took her father and went straight to the electric car store in the town. Their Dolphin Town is actually quite big. There are 2 stores selling electric cars in the town, and the 2 went to the largest one this time. Chun Jiao didn't know much about electric cars. Chin Weiqiang was the one who chose them throughout the whole process, and she followed behind, obediently waiting to pay. After looking at all the cars in the dealership, Chin Weiqiang chose a smaller electric car for his daughter. In his heart, his daughter is still a fragile little girl, and he is afraid that she cannot push it if it is too heavy. Although this car is small, it can carry people in the back. The front footrest is spacious enough to hold a small bucket, so it's no problem to go fishing. As a person who loves appearance, Chun Jiao thinks this car looks pretty good, and she likes it quite a bit. Seeing that his daughter liked it, Chin Weiqiang looked at the boss, who looked honest but had a shrewd look. Brother, how's the range of this car? The battery life is great. A full charge can easily carry you 120 kilometers. This car is the best-selling model in the store and is especially suitable for young girls. If you drive in the village, 120 kilometers is barely enough. Chun Weiqiang looked at the boss with disdain and asked casually, "The battery life is a bit poor. How can it be sold?" The 2 men were interested in buying a car, and the middle-aged man in front of them smiled more sincerely, with his 2 rows of white teeth very conspicuous. "It's definitely enough to drive in our town, and the price is very affordable, only 2,800. 2,800? Aren't you trying to rip me off?" No. Chin Weiqiang shook his head in dissatisfaction and pulled Chin Jiao to walk out. The middle-aged man at the side quickly pulled the 2 of them down and persuaded them sincerely, "Brother, if you really want to buy it, I'll give it to you for 2,600. This is really the lowest price. Your car is so light, the materials are not solid, and the driving range is not good. It is not worth 2,600 yuan. 1,600 yuan is about right." Chin Weiqiang frowned and found fault, while Chun Jiao next to him nodded her head in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. When the middle-aged boss in front of him heard the price of 1,600, he immediately looked sad and said that he would lose money if he paid 1,600. Chun Weiqiang himself is a businessman, but he didn't believe his lies. He insisted on only giving 1,600. If it's okay, it's okay. If not, he would leave. The boss struggled for a while, then quickly grabbed Chin Weiqiang, who was turning around and preparing to leave. Brother, if you add a few hundred more, I'll give you 2,000 yuan. This price is really not profitable. No, the other store has them for 1,500, and mine is still too high at 1,600. Chin Weiqiang pursed his lips, looking like he was ready to leave at any moment. Chun Jiao, who didn't know how to bargain, didn't dare to say anything, for fear of making things difficult for her father. The 2 of them argued back and forth for nearly 10 minutes, and finally Chin Weiqiang cut the price down to 1,800 yuan. The boss kept saying that he was losing money, but his eyes were shining with joy, and it was obvious that he was making a lot of money. Chun Weiqiang felt that he had gone too easy and was a little annoyed. He shouldn't have let go. So he kept asking the boss to give him a big padlock and a hood basket. Seeing that the boss gave so many things so readily, Chun Weiqiang became even more annoyed, thinking that the boss must be feeling guilty. 1,800 was nothing to the wealthy woman Qin Jiao, and she readily accepted the price. This car comes in several colors: pink, sky blue, yellow, light green, and white, and each one looks good. Qin Jiao originally wanted a pink one, but when she thought about other people in the family driving it, it would be a bit too pink and not good. After choosing for a long time, I finally asked for a sky blue one. The enthusiastic boss had just helped to install the front basket, and Qin Jiao couldn't wait to drive the car around on the road outside. After seeing that there was no problem, I transferred the 1,800 to the boss. Qin Jiao was very happy to get the new car. When she went home, she drove the new car directly back. On the way, she went to a barbecue shop and bought half a boiled chicken and a pound of barbecued pork. And when I passed by a fruit stall, I bought a big durian weighing more than 5 kilograms and some grapes. I enjoyed riding my new bike today and earned another 7,432 yuan from fishing, so I had to celebrate properly. After returning to the village, Qin Jiao happily drove her beloved car around for a while and then went home happily. Now she also has a car. Qin Jiao was in a very good mood after getting the new car. After returning home, she went to the system mall to shop. I just bought the water pump that I had seen before, which was worth 2,000 points. As soon as I placed an order, the system points were refreshed immediately. Host, Qin Jiao level 3, sea catching, points, 13,765 points. I forgot to add the points from the 12,000 I earned from selling mellow pearls. I'm adding them now. Perspective range, 3 meters transparent time, 3 hours tools for fishing at the sea, sand shovel, iron shovel, universal clamp, spade, 2 live fish buckets, 5 ground traps, and a water pump. The water pump has been bought. Qin Jiao plans to find a puddle and try pumping water when she goes out to sea tomorrow. Maybe there will be a surprise. Relax and enjoy the view. Ring, 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 ring. At 5:30, the alarm clock rang on time. Qin Jiao, who was used to getting up at this time every day, got up from the bed calmly. After breakfast, Qin Jiao happily drove the electric car she bought yesterday and took Grandpa Chen to the dock. Grandpa Chen, who was sitting in the back seat, was holding the water pump she bought from the system yesterday. Although the system is a bit expensive, it is really good. This pump is obviously lighter than other pumps on the market. As for the origin of this water pump, Qin Jiao just casually mentioned that it was bought online. There are many kinds of tools for catching seafood on the market, and they're becoming more and more sophisticated. No one at home asked about them in detail. Qin Jiao parked the car near the fishing boats. As soon as she parked the car, she saw the oil delivery guy waving at her. The last time I went to Dolphin Island, I used up most of the gasoline on the boat, so this time I filled up 800 yuan of gas. Although the fuel was a bit expensive, Qin Jiao couldn't help but get excited when she thought of the various valuable seafood in the sea. Let's go to sea. Qin Jiao walked into the cab full of energy and enthusiasm. Because she wanted to pump out the puddle, Grandpa Chen suggested going to Rocky Island. The Reef Island is just in front of the left side of Seagull Island, and it takes about 40 minutes to get there from the pier. This is a special island made up of reefs. This small island usually has only a few huge reefs exposed above the water during high tide, and its full appearance is only revealed during low tide. However, because it is covered with reefs and is underwater most of the time, there is no vegetation on the island, only puddles of various sizes. There are many fish living in these puddles of different sizes, so it is perfect to come here to pump out the water. On the large reefs, there are many small seafood such as oysters, conchs, and abalone. Before Qin Jiao went to college, she often followed her grandparents to go there to catch seafood. She remembered that there were a lot of wild abalone there. Although the area is not large, it is a good place to go fishing. After determining the direction, the fishing boat headed towards the depths of the sea. The sun slowly rose in the distance, and the sea surface was painted into a colorful oil painting. Sunrise, the high tide and low tide of the sea are actually related to the attraction of the moon. There are 2 high tides and low tides every day. There will be a high tide on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. The times of low tide and high tide are not actually the same every day. Modern fishermen usually go fishing based on tide tables. Chen Jiao looked at the tide table yesterday and knew that the low tide would be later today. Therefore, she was not in a hurry to go to the reef island a little further away today, and the fishing boat moved forward in an orderly manner. When the two arrived at the reef island, the seawater had just receded by half. The 2 men quickly placed 2 sticky nets, ground traps, and crab cages around the reef island, and then paddled a kayak to the island. When they got to the island, each of them held a water pump and carried tools for catching seafood. Clatter. At this time, the seawater receded a little, and reefs of various sizes appeared above the sea surface. At a glance, the island is full of puddles of various sizes. There happened to be 2 water pumps, and the grandfather and grandson each held a pump and went to find a suitable puddle to pump water. Grandpa Chun was experienced and quickly found a puddle located a little higher in the middle of the island. This puddle is about 4 or 5 square meters in size. The water in it is very clear. Standing on the shore, you can see several red and pink sea breams swimming in the water. The old man decided to pump water from this puddle after seeing these cute little guys. The water pumps at Grandpa Chen's side have started working, but Chen Jiao has not yet chosen the puddle to pump water. After the first 2 upgrades, the X-ray glasses can now see within a range of 3 meters centered on her. Therefore, these puddles can basically be seen clearly through the perspective glasses. Chen Jiao was a little greedy and only looked at the larger puddles. Relying on her ability to see through things, she looked at all the large puddles on the island. Finally, she chose a puddle that had just been exposed by the low tide, which was relatively far back on the island. Although the location is relatively far back, fortunately the area of the puddle is not too large, the surrounding rocks are uneven, and the water inside is only about 1 meter deep. Grandpa Chen saw his granddaughter pick such a puddle and came over to advise her. This puddle is too far back. We may not be able to pump out all the water when the tide comes in. It's okay. This pump is a new product with great power. Chen Jiao confidently turned on the water pump, and the pipe immediately pumped the water in the puddle out. And it is obviously much more efficient than the old machine at Grandpa Chen's place. Your pump performs quite well. It looks like you can drain all the water in less than an hour. Having said that, the old man ignored the little girl and started to catch seafood with buckets in hand. Chen Jiao, carrying a bucket in one hand and a universal clamp in the other, walked towards another direction without caring about her relatives. This reef island is made entirely of rocks, and at a glance, it's basically filled with various types of conchs. After walking a few steps, Chen Jiao found a small nest of spicy snails. I don't know how many years these little guys have grown. They have a layer of green seaweed on their bodies, and they look very weathered. Although there are only about 10 of them, each one is very large and weighs about 1 kilogram in total. Suddenly, she found a big crab with red body and black spots under the crevice of a big rock. This big guy is hunting, holding a small pink fish in its 2 huge pincers. Hunting giant crab. When Chen Jiao approached, the big guy was eating breakfast. Probably because he was enjoying his meal so much, he didn't notice the danger at all and was caught in midair by the universal clamp. This red flower crab is really fat, at least 1 pound. Chen Jiao took out a cable tie from the bucket and tied up the big guy with a smile on her face. Red flower crabs generally live on coastal beaches and rocks, usually feeding on shellfish, shrimps, and small fish. Red flower crabs are large in size, but their meat is very tender and delicious. They are more expensive than blue crabs and orchid crabs. This big one weighing 1 pound can be sold for 80 yuan per pound even at a purchasing station. Red flower crab plus 1. In addition to the red flower crabs, there were also several large flower snails in the crevices of the rocks, and Chen Jiao took them into her pocket. Flower snail plus 4. Soon, she found another thin, long, and huge conch in a small puddle. When I got closer, I saw that it was a huge conch weighing nearly 1 pound. Conch plus 1. Clatter. Chun Jiao slowly approached the sea, and there were more and more conchs under her feet. When she came to a small puddle, she found a few snails hidden in it. Flower snail +5. Putting the snail in her hand into the bucket, Chun Jiao looked up and noticed a reef in front of her, which reflected several beautiful rays of light in the sun. Chun Jiao immediately stood up excitedly. Why is there something glowing? As he spoke, his legs seemed to have a consciousness of their own, and slowly walked towards the glowing rock. Rocky Island at high tide. The sun had already come out by this time, and several green rays of light were reflected on the rocks facing the sun. Chun Jiao was brave. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she became excited and walked faster. Soon, she stood in front of a huge rock. At this time, the green light on the rock disappeared and was replaced by several wild abalone climbing on the rock. These abalones are not only large in size, but also have colorful shecks, which look particularly beautiful, especially in the sun. These little guys cling tightly to the rocks and are difficult to remove. But with the universal clamp in hand, Chun Jiao is not worried at all. She liked shiny things, so she picked up the one she thought was the best looking and separated it from the rock with a gentle push. Wild abalone sheck. It's quite pretty. Chun Jiao studied the abalone sheck carefully and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking for 2 seconds, she remembered that it looked like the beautiful sheck she had picked up on the beach before. That sheck is colorful and more beautiful than the one in my hand. It looks like a deep-sea abalone sheck. Chun Jiao quickly broke off all the abalone on the rock, a total of 8. They are quite big, weighing about 200 to 300 grams each. Abalone +8. Chun Jiao carried the bucket, which had become much heavier, and continued walking forward with excitement. There were basically a lot of flower snails and spicy snails on each of the rocks beside her, and she collected them all. Flower snail +5, spicy snail +10. This reef island is not large in area. Even when the seawater recedes to the bottom, the exposed part is only about 100 square meters. Generally, few people come here specifically to catch seafood, but there are quite a lot of good things here. Soon, she saw another crab on a rock. It had a round body and looked like a piece of soft bread. Wow, this brown crab is quite fat. From a distance, I thought it was a rock. Before the big guy could react, Chun Jiao quickly clamped it with a clamp. It's quite heavy, probably more than a pound. Brown crab +1. Brown crab. The brown crab got its name because its sheck is round and looks like a soft bread. Among the crabs that look majestic with bared fangs and claws, the king crab looks particularly cute. There are 2 particularly cute king crabs in the ornamental fish tank at my uncle's house, and Chun Jiao would occasionally go over to feed them. Brown crabs like to come out to look for food at night and hide in the sand during the day. This big guy had obviously just finished foraging and had no time to lie on the sand when the tide went out. The king crab is big and has a lot of meat, but Chun Jiao thinks it is not as delicious as the orchid crab and the blue crab. Just after tying up the big guy, Chun Jiao looked up and saw 2 small fish with stripes beside a reef in front of her right. Chun Jiao immediately picked up the scoop net from the bucket, but unfortunately, before she got close, the 2 alert little guys had already run away. She could only watch them swim happily into the sea along with the waves. Chun Jiao slapped her thigh in annoyance. These 2 little fish were quite quick. I actually let them run away. Clatter. At this time, the seawater retreated a bit, and on the wet rocks in front, the generous sea left a lot of good things. In a shallow water pit as big as a table, Chun Jiao found a black sea bream lying flat. It's not big, only about 1 pound. This guy had several small wounds on his body, and he was motionless. It seemed that he had left this world peacefully. Chun Jiao scooped it up with a net and looked at the fish's gills. They were still bright red, so it was probably dead just now. It's quite fresh, just in time for steaming black porgy for lunch. Black sea bream is a relatively expensive marine fish and tastes good, so Chun Jiao arranged it immediately. Black porgy +1 clatter. Suddenly, from a small puddle nearby, there came the sound of fish wagging their tails. Through the X-ray glasses, Chun Jiao saw that under the rocks in the puddle, there were several stonefish, and they were all quite large. She walked over quickly, wielding the universal clamp in her hand with great vigor. In a short while, she had picked out 4 stone croakers from the S in the rock. These little guys are much bigger than the ones Grandpa Chin usually catches. The smallest one weighs 3 or 4 taels, and the 2 big ones weigh half a pound. Shi Jiugong plus 4 Chen Jiao is now at the outskirts of this reef island. She usually hides in the seawater, and there are a lot of conchs around her. There are several little guys crawling on almost every stone. Flower snails, spider snails, spicy snails, and ring snails. In less than half an hour, the bucket was filled with all kinds of sea snails. Chen Jiao carried the heavy bucket and continued walking along the periphery of the reef island. There was a huge rock in front of her that was taller than her. Chen Jiao didn't pay much attention to it and just walked past it. At this moment, Xiao Meng in my mind suddenly spoke. Tang Dang, there is something good on this stone. Upon hearing that there was something good, Chen Jiao immediately stopped, looked up and carefully examined the huge rock in front of her, which was 2 heads taller than her. She walked around the stones carefully and soon found some valuable little things on the side facing the sea. There was a circle of white things growing in the S of the rocks. Upon closer inspection, wasn't it the gooseneck barnacle that she found on Dolphin Island some time ago? Gooseneck barnacles, thinking that these things cost 180 yuan per pound, Chen Jiao immediately became delighted and quickly took out the sand shovel from the bucket. But these gooseneck barnacles are different from the ones that grew on the flat rocks in front of the cave. These little guys hid most of their bodies in the S in the rocks, with only a little bit of their heads sticking out, and there was no way to get them down with a shovel. Chen Jiao looked at the tools in the bucket. Apart from a sand shovel, a scoop net, and universal clamps, there was nothing else. She tried to use the universal clips in her hand to pick up these little guys, but unexpectedly, she pulled one out easily. The 200 points were well worth it. She felt that there was no better tool for catching seafood than this universal clamp. Chen Jiao took the universal clamp and quickly pulled out these expensive gooseneck barnacles one by one. The gooseneck barnacles in the bucket gradually increased, and Chen Jiao became more and more excited as she pulled them out. She feels that picking gooseneck barnacles is more relaxing than digging for clams on the beach, and she is simply addicted to it. Soon, she had pulled off all the barnacles on the rock. Chen Jiao took a look at the little guys in the bucket, and they weighed about 3 or 4 kilograms. Although the bucket became much heavier, Chen Jiao's steps became more cheerful. Not bad, not bad. I easily earned a few $100s. When passing by a small puddle, Chen Jiao saw a small round ball in it and couldn't help but scoop it up with a net. Looking at the small ball in her hand, Chen Jiao smiled and said, "This little guy is quite cute." What Chen Jiao was holding in her hand was a small pufferfish that had been inflated. Cute little pufferfish, the little guy is not big, with a round belly, and looks very cute. As soon as Chen Jiao saw this adorable little appearance, she couldn't take her eyes off it, and her fingers involuntarily poked the snow-white, round belly several times. It felt really good, and I couldn't help but poking it twice happily. The little pufferfish was tickled and became angry, and its belly became bigger, more like a small ball. The pufferfish she had caught before was already kept in the fish tank at home, and this little guy was just right for her to go back and keep her company. "This small one looks cuter," Chen Jiao said as she put it into the bucket. At this time, the sea water had almost retreated to the back. Calculating the time, the previous puddle was probably almost drained. Chen Jiao was just about to go back when she saw out of the corner of her eye a big green creature on the coral reef ahead. Although the color of this big guy is quite similar to the surrounding coral reefs, its big claws are still particularly eye-catching. Blue crab Chen Jiao strode over and quickly picked up the big crab, muttering softly, "I almost missed this big one, a big blue crab weighing more than a pound. If I had missed it, I would probably be so angry that I couldn't sleep at night. Blue crab +1, but there are more good things here than just this big blue crab." When Chen Jiao was tying up crabs, she happened to see a huge conch on the coral reef in front of her. Extra large conch. When Chen Jiao saw this big guy, her eyes lit up and she quickly quickened her movements. This big guy weighs at least 1 pound. Chen Jiao took the oversized conch in her hand, weighed it, and then happily put it into the almost full bucket. Clatter. Suddenly, a wave hit over and the tide was about to rise. so Chun Jiao hurried back with her things. The puddle is not high, so we have to go back quickly to catch fish. When we returned, the water in the puddle had almost been drained out. Except for some deeper pits where there is still water, most of the reefs have been exposed. Chun Jiao looked ahead and saw that Grandpa Chun had already started catching fish in his own puddle. The old man was exclaiming and laughing at the same time. It seems that he had a good harvest. Conches and crabs would not die for a while if they were out of water. Chun Jiao took out 2 net bags from the bucket, put them in the net bags, and put them aside. Then he carried the bucket and the tongs and went down to the puddle. Unexpectedly, after taking just 2 steps, she saw a rock as tall as her, on which grew a small cluster of plump gooseneck barnacles and some large oysters. Oysters and gooseneck barnacles, gooseneck barnacles. Chun Jiao jumped excitedly. There's something interesting about this puddle. It's a great start before it even starts. The high ponytail on her head swayed happily, revealing her good mood at the moment. Chun Jiao quickly used tongs to pick up these particularly fat gooseneck barnacles one by one, and also collected the few large oysters. These plump oysters are perfect for steaming and trying at noon. It's a pity that I didn't bring vermicelli, otherwise it would have tasted better if I put some vermicelli on it. Chun Jiao was full of energy, as she had already harvested more than a pound of gooseneck barnacles and several large oysters before she even started. When she got down to the puddle, she found that most of the water had been pumped out, so she moved the pump pipe to where there was still water and continued pumping. The pump continued to work, and Chun Jiao walked towards the area that had been drained. In a small triangular pit surrounded by several small stones, there was a long and thin fish with horizontal stripes on its body trapped. Chun Jiao picked it up and found out that it was a dog shark. Dog shark is rich in nutritional value and collagen. It tastes soft and sticky and has a rich taste. It is more expensive than ordinary fish. The 2 dog sharks I caught last time were sold for 85 yuan per pound, so the 2 little guys cost more than 200 yuan. Chun Jiao held the dog shark and weighed it happily. It weighed about 2 kilograms. Dog shark +1. After taking just 2 steps, she saw a thick tail in a crevice. Moray eel tail. Chun Jiao took a step forward and pulled it out from the crevice. This little guy was quite fat, and Chun Jiao had to pull it out for a while before she could bring it out intact. This is also an old acquaintance, a conger eel weighing more than 3 kilograms. Moray eel +1. When the conger eel was pulled out, 2 large snails as big as thumbs were also pulled out. Chun Jiao happily put the 2 little guys into the bucket. Spicy snail +2. When I stood up, I saw a nest of snails in a crevice of the rock nearby. Although these spicy snails are not big, they weigh several kilograms. At this time, all the seawater at the lowest point had been drained, and only large and small reefs remained in the drained puddle. At first glance, it seems like there is nothing, but through the X-ray glasses, you can clearly see that there are a lot of good things hidden under the S in the rocks. In a low-lying area, a yellow-legged fish weighing nearly 2 kilograms and several stone 9 gongs were hidden in the crevices of the rocks. Chun Jiao simply lifted the stone in front of her. The fish underneath were wagging their tails frantically, but unfortunately there was too little water, and they couldn't swim at all. Then, Chun Jiao obediently picked up these little fish and put them into the bucket. Yellow-legged wax +1 sure Jiogong +4. As soon as she stood up, she heard the sound of fish wagging their tails coming from a small pit on the left. Chun Jiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sea bass weighing more than 3 pounds in the puddle. This guy must have sensed the danger and tried desperately to drill into the crevice, but unfortunately his body was too big and he could only stick tightly to the crevice. Sea bass +1. After the base was clamped out, a hint of pink appeared in the crevice. Unexpectedly, there was a real sea bream hidden in the crevice of the rock. Chun Jiao took the little guy out with a smile on her face. Red sea bream +1. After everything here was looted, Chun Jiao turned around and walked to the other side of the puddle. From a distance, she saw 2 small golden orb at the bottom of the pit, which were obviously coconut snails. Coconut snails. Seeing the coconut snails, Jiao trotted over with joy on her face. These 2 coconut snails are quite big and look almost as big as my dad's fist. Chun Jiao picked them up and looked inside carefully, but unfortunately, she did not find the mellow pearls. Although there are no mellow pearls, the price of coconut snails is not low, more than 100 yuan per pound. The sound of coconut snails being thrown into the bucket is as pleasant as the sound of gold coins falling into your pocket. Coconut snail plus 2 soon. Chen Jiao arrived at the bottom of the puddle, where there was a shallow layer of seawater at the lowest point. It was obvious that there were several big fish swinging their tails angrily in the water. Suddenly, an extremely large black sea bream jumped out of the water. Then he jumped into another small pit with water in it and quickly hid in a crevice. Chen Jiao, who witnessed everything, praised in a low voice, "This fish is so smart. Could it be a spirit?"